Who have shocked the very stage that they play on. They're not playing like rookies. They're here claiming the quarterfinal victories with confidence as well as peak performance. Then, whoever is victorious today will end up only having one more series to go before they enter into the grand finals. However, for those who lose, well, their job just got a lot harder. This is Day 7 of the CFS 2025 Grand Finals, the moment where the pressure peaks, greatness is claimed, and only those bold enough to dare to dominate will succeed. Day 7 opens in the upper brackets, and a place to the finals is now within reach. For one side, the rise has been steady and relentless. A breakthrough run defeating Swamp Gaming, Baisha Gaming, and Twisted Minds on their path to this stage. Team Stallions! And across from them, the defending champions. A lineup that fought through group stage pressure and pushed past Inner Circle, Na'Vi, and Alcatia to stand here once again. Evolution Power Gaming! These two have met before, and history leans in one direction. But now the stakes are higher, and the stage is bigger. Momentum or precedence, a first appearance in the upper bracket final, or another chapter added to an already one-sided rivalry. Upper bracket semifinals match 1 begins now.
Thank you, Reflections, for that excellent opening as we're getting ready for, indeed, Team Stallions from the Philippines versus Evolution Power Gaming from China. Should be an interesting match, I think, for all of us here. You know, we like the story of Team Stallions coming up and making a name for themselves as the #1 team from the Philippines. Evolution Power Gaming already having that championship under their belt from last year. And so, you know, I think naturally we're all kind of cheering for the underdog a little bit here. Although Evolution Power Gaming, a fantastic team, and if they do go on to win this today, that's not a big deal. That would be awesome as well in its own right. So very curious to see what's going to happen. We do believe that Team Stallions can indeed challenge this very strong Chinese team, but will depend on their form today.
I mean, honestly speaking, up until the moment where Team Stallions were facing off against Baisha, before the match started, we all thought it was a done deal, casualties on them. But some way, somehow, they came out alive and then win the series afterwards as well. Now, them having to face off against Evolution Power Gaming, now they're really in the talks of, do they have the caliber? And yes, they do indeed have the caliber to take down one of the top Chinese teams. And now that they face against EP, who seemingly is on the lower end of the power rankings between the Chinese teams, now this match seems seemingly a lot more doable in some way, somehow. You might just have to prepare the body bags for the Chinese team here.
Yeah, for sure. Jesus. Yeah, for sure. I mean, Stallions...
just adding on the narrative by Taylor.
I liked it, yeah.
I mean, Stallions really have, you know, all the momentum right behind them, right? I mean, you've already beat one of the best Chinese teams of all time, which is Baisha Gaming, and you also just kind of rolled over Twisted Minds, who, if I'm not mistaken, Alcat actually had a really bad time. Or not really bad time, or really hard time against going into the lower brackets. So I feel like the level that Stallions is playing at is pretty much equal to the Chinese teams at this very moment. But, you know, I still think that they shouldn't be complacent up against Evolution Power, especially because Evolution Power, granted that they do have, you know, somewhat of a bad run going into CFPL, they usually kind of fix themselves going into the international tournaments. But we do have a bit of a message here from 6 regions to 3. TM fall to CAD, GG lose to X-Rock and Vietnam, and Yumena already exit. So only 3 regions remaining: China, Brazil, and the Philippines.
Don't forget region number 6, NA, Swamp Gaming.
NA still here.
Out in the group stage, unfortunately. We got China versus the Philippines across both semifinals. We got Stallions versus EP as the third matchup in 2025 for these two teams in the head-to-head. EP is 2-0 versus them in the 2 matches. And then we have EVOS Arc versus All Gamers, which marks their first matchup ever. and expectations definitely tilt towards AG. Certainly going to talk about that matchup a little bit more later, but yeah, AG being the favorite of this tournament definitely makes you feel like they should be able to take this down and move their way on to the upper bracket. If they don't make it, that would be a big upset, but it would mean huge things for the Philippine region. Would just be insane to have like one or even two teams into the upper bracket going head-to-head from the Philippines, but that is the world we could potentially live in.
And the world that we are living in is definitely delivered by Kano, sitting on the top of the leaderboard for the kill-death ratio. 145 kills, definitely marking the top out there with 1.71 KD. So this guy is going to overtake every single player in this lobby, not just in this lobby, but the whole entirety of the tournament.
Yeah, and still, of course, speaking of NA, Famous still hanging on to that top 3 spot, of course, with a 1.69 ratio with 91 and 54. But I am going to be a bit worried for Kano, especially because we did see a bit of the team cams earlier. You know, some of them kind of looking like a bit under the weather, and this is what I was worried about for the side of Team Stallions, because they did go out yesterday to see the Pandas, and I'm like, hey, you boys better be taking your vitamins. But unfortunately, the sick did get to him, so they're going to need maybe a Jordan Flu game-esque kind of performance here, something similar to what we see now from No. You know, 124 rounds, he did get 114 ADR, so a guaranteed kill every single round that they did enter in. But at the same time, you know, Silva still up there having a really good time with his team, despite, you know, having a bit of shortfalls for some of the members here for the side of Alcad. But once again, Famous making an appearance, number 2 spot for him.
Yeah, as much as we brush up Kano, I mean, he himself deserves to his own rights, but at the same time, the whole squad can fill up the space that, you know, is a little bit under the weather. Then the rest of the squad, such as JJ, Loy, or even KLP and KLB, start stepping up to the plate. Then Stallions still do stand a pretty good chance. Gotta love to see those Pandas, but at the same time, if you have a big game ahead, you know, it might cheer you up.
Yeah, the Pandas are very good for your mental, I'm sure.
Yes, it is.
We do have the first kill into round win percentages, always nice to see. Evolution Power versus Stallions, the 2 teams on top that will be playing against each other today. And so maybe a bit swingy, you know, even if you are winning the matches, if you're winning the map, it doesn't mean you always get the first kill. So maybe it'll be a close match between these two. Would be pretty exciting to see that. I do hope that it's not like a 3-0. Like, I do want both of these teams to actually perform and have a close match. As in terms of GR and BL round win and clutches, Team Stallions on top, but Evolution Power Gaming right behind them.
Yeah, it seems like it's going to be quite the joust between the teams. I think both of them are playing super well when it comes to when it comes to the run so far. I think Evolution Power has kind of tripped up a bit more, but has been saved by the better players on the roster, like Zay, like YH, and the clutches have been kind of on the up and up as well. And I think X-Rock kind of added to the counter, especially after yesterday's series. So going to be big expectations for them as well going into the lower side. But hey, I mean, all the momentum, all the stats are now pointing in the way of Team Stallions, and with that first kill to round win ratio being very good for them, this is going to be, you know, a big spotlight for Kano, especially because I think if he doesn't create the entries and they do get 4v5, then the opposite's going to happen, or the opposite of what Team Stallions wants is going to happen here. But Team Stallions, of course, up first with our introductions. Loy has been having a very good tournament, but Kano also having a very good tournament as well, 1.71 KD. And one of the biggest things as well for Team Stallions so far in this tournament is the return to form for KLP, because he's been he kind of disappeared in the prior international tournaments, but in group stage he actually played very well.
I mean, now he really steps to the plate and make the appearance and, you know, start carrying the weight for the team. Then that's when you see Stallions really moving forward, and they are moving forward indeed in this tournament, and they are able to just make it up to this point still, and also looking forward to move forward on top of Evolution Power if they're able to take them down. I feel like player-wise, both teams, due to their all rights to them, very good players. So I think it's going to come down to the coaching game between the two coaches of both of these teams. Tanks, of course, deserves so much respect. He's the veteran of the scene. He has so much experience in taking down Chinese teams, but at the same time, you know, the coaching from Evolution Power did also come in pretty handy in hard times.
Yeah, but we also got to respect the other side as well. Nice is also just as decorated of a coach, so it is going to be a battle of the minds between the between the guys right behind the players. But of course, we have seen the run so far by Gaming 2-1, Twisted Minds 3-0, Swamp Gaming 2-0. So far in the Team Stallions zone, they've only dropped one map.
On the side of Evolution Power, it's going to be first. That matches up to Kano in terms of KD. 1.7 will deserve to him, having an absolute banger of a tournament. Zay, of course, not quiet. YH, not quiet. And XQQ also was a little bit disappeared. He disappeared a little bit in the past tournaments, but now he's really coming alive. And but for Mino, the IGL had some huge moments in the last series. On the I believe on the first day he was a little bit quiet, but he started getting the tempo back into his hands and was able to pop off as an IGL, which is surprising to me.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like everybody's doing their job here on the side of Evolution Power Gaming. I feel like I'm feeling the Evolution Power Gaming ramp up, you know, where it starts a little bit slow, but still good. And then they're just getting better every time we see them. So I think that's the scary part for Team Stallions if you're facing this team where it's like, yeah, you know, they lost a game to Natus Vincier, and then they went on to 3-0 Akancia, and it wasn't like a stomp, but it was a dominant victory. So certainly looking stronger and stronger every time we do see them, and a very scary team in their own right. They have the experience on stage outside of First, who he also has experience, but maybe not on the grand finals stage, or at least, you know, on the big stage in the finals, as we do have the head-to-head between these two teams sitting at 2-0 in favor of Evolution Power Gaming, as we did see ACL and EWC. These two teams did fight, and Stallions were able to get one map during ACL, but besides that, still close, but did go the way of Evolution Power.
Yeah, I mean, both of these international tournaments did go to the way of Evolution Power, but now, like Sneak has mentioned, some of the players now coming back to life, such as KLP. This is a really good shot at paying off some of the debts they were able to acquire throughout the two tournaments. As the power rankings right now, Evolution Power is sitting on number 2, but Stallions are not far behind.
Yeah, and I can't really blame the power rankings for this one, considering that, just like how we said, Evolution Power is a team that's kind of slowly ramps up into the tournament. You kind of saw that last year in 2024, and, you know, they won the entire thing. So expectations are still high for Evolution Power going into this series, but at the same time, Team Stallions, you can feel them inching closer to the level of these Chinese teams in this one. But of course, the key players are going to be No and Zay. So it is the Terminator versus the Wonder Kid from the Philippines, and this is going to be a very exciting matchup, considering that, you know, they play very, very similar roles. Granted that XQQ has kind of taken the entry role for the side of Evolution Power now, but I feel like we are going to see a lot of skirmishes between these two players.
Yeah, we definitely will. It's going to be a lot of fun. I think if Kano, you know, he's had a lot of success beating down on players that he's better than, including the guys on the side of Baisha Gaming. Today might be the first real test, because again, you know, they beat Baisha, but I still don't feel like they were at 100% Baisha. So today could be the real test, as we're taking a look at the predictions. We got AI going for EP, but you guys both going for Stallions with a 3-1. Also, the Filipino broadcast doing the same. We got, you know...
Thank you, Baldino.
Finally,
man. Finally, someone on the
Fan
Brazilian
Bong as well.
broadcast predicting us.
Shout out to Fan Bong as well over in Vietnam.
But yeah, going to be very interesting. I feel like both sides are kind of on the same coin, right? They can see that it is going to be a very close matchup. Even Gua and Rain kind of keeping it close between the two teams, and I can kind of agree with that, considering that, you know, Evolution Power can take this all the way to 5 maps up against Stallions, and it is up to the pressure of map number 5 whether or not to decide these two teams. And at the same time, we also have to consider the outside factors as well, right? You know, No, JJ, you know, they got some cold fevers on their head, so, you know, they might be feeling a bit under the weather, so that could be something to consider as well. But of course, when it comes to history and the veto, it seems like EP hold a 3-0 record over the Stallions boys across best of 3 series with the 2024 CFS Grand Finals, ACL, and EWC. And this is going to be their first best of 5 matchup, so that could make all the difference. And actually, maybe, you know, having an additional game can maybe just turn the tides.
I mean, if best out of 1 is a sprint, best out of 5 is a marathon, and to be able to win in a marathon, not just being fast is the key to the victory, but you also got to have the endurance. And this is the stress test now really being tested on the side of Stallions, because EP has been put in multiple situations, even last year, having to play so many BO5s. But for Stallions, now that they are playing against EP in one of the settings that they weren't so used to be at, which is a BO5. So, like the comment said, BO5, the vetoes are going to matter, and if Tanks is able to deliver a quick and easy and hot and ready veto, should be a pretty solid series up ahead of us. Solid as in, I don't know who's going to win, but it's going to be fun.
It should be. I really hope so. We did see, I think it was 1-3-0 prediction to EP. Besides that, everything was 3-1 or 3-2 in either direction. I'm most curious if we're going to see sub-base banned against this team. It does feel like every time they play sub-base, Stallions that is, they just crush whoever it is, and they seem so comfortable on it. What do you think, Sneaky? If you're going into this best of 5, do you use your 1 ban on sub-base as EP?
I feel like if I'm EP here, I either ban it outright or I kind of pick it very early in the veto just to get it out of the way. Sub-base, granted, it has been a very, very good map for Stallions. I feel like Evolution Power has probably practiced it a lot and has it in their back pocket. So I would still be very worried if I am Stallions here to try and see if we can just get a quick win on sub-base. But we're going to have to wait and see. But of course, Tanks, we're going to have a bit of a message from him. Discipline and composure, that is our focus. We trained to match top-tier discipline, not focusing on specific teams. Map veto will be a mind game and a test of mental stamina. They beat us 3 times before, but we're more prepared than ever. Expect the most confident, composed version of this team, which is right. It's a very Tanks thing to say, for sure. Composure, discipline, nonchalantness at this point. And they're going to try and see if they can... they could just outstrength this Evolution Power team in terms of that mental game.
Mental game will be a key factor to determine who comes out on top. But of course, we also have a message from Nice, the coach from Evolution Power Gaming. We play on our rhythm, not theirs. China and Filipino teams in this position isn't surprising, fits the competitive direction. Staying disciplined against their fast tempo is key, and Best of 5 reveals who has the deeper pool and stronger mindset. We need composure in duels and clean tactical execution, and just it comes to show that both of these coaches for both of these teams are putting the marks on the composure, on the nonchalantness, on the focus, and just being able to not be thrown away by different different factors that may be just thrown under the bus right there.
Yeah, I mean, you said it before, Bench. It's a best of 5. It's a marathon. So even if you get crushed in game 1, it might not matter as long as you bounce back well enough, and that's really where that composure, where that focus comes in, because if you're going to get mentally destroyed early on, you don't have a chance when you play this many maps. So 1 goal for this match, break the losing streak. 3 straight losses against EP fuel their fire after eliminating Baisha. Stallions hunting for their major breakthrough. I would say they've already had a very large breakthrough in terms of their placing so far and just the way that they're playing, but if they beat EP, that would be a real major breakthrough.
Give or take, there is a bit more on the line, right? Like, them making this far is also amazing, but if they're able to just break through one more time, then we might actually be able to see a China versus Philippines grand finals. I mean, it's a little too early to say that, but the chances are really, really high. And for Evolution Power, championship defense, but no room for error. So today's matchup against Stallions is different compared to previous matches. Focus and discipline are required to keep track. And Sneaky, what's your opinion on this particular message?
In all honesty, I feel like it kind of goes back to the thing where Stallions no longer have the element of surprise in their back pocket, and unlike in 2024, I feel like going into this tournament, going back to what Nice said, he expected Team Stallions to actually enter this top 4 position and actually be in this position to go up against them or maybe AG. So it's not like before where, Evolution Power, they were like, oh, there's this, team of kids who's just trying to, rock on up going into playoffs and fail to do so. But now they are a serious contender. And it seems like the spotlight is now on them. And it feels like every single Chinese team is expecting Stallions to actually do well in this one. We saw it in the interviews with N9. We saw it in the interviews with AG as well. So now, what is Stallions going to do with this one? They have all the spotlight on them. How are they going to keep it random? How are they going to keep it unreadable for their side? Because Evolution Power, if we can remember, they're actually one of the first teams that interacted with this Team Stallions squad back when they were still Ubek Maniac. If we remember, Emzin was actually interacting with the boys back in the day. So he has had his eye on this team for quite a while now.
Yeah, it does make sense. I mean, at this point, with all of these best of series that they've had to face off against each other, it does feel like Nice is a very good read on exactly what this team is going to bring. And I'm sure, as you mentioned, they're going to prepare even more so for this best of 5. So it might come down to what maps we see banned out and what the pool looks like, how deep the pool is, as Nice did mention. And also, who's going to keep their mental fortitude intact throughout potentially 5 maps, because I really don't see this going only 3. I don't think either team can really defeat the other in that dominant of a way, just based on the current form, unless, of course, the Filipino team. Team Stallions struggle with their sickness. But we'll have to wait and see as we're ready for the band pick. Let's hop over to that now.
Thank you, Valdez. This is the big moment for Evolution Power Gaming and Team Stallions. And the underdogs of Team Stallions will have to perform on such a big stage of one of the first BO5s that they take on EP as well. Granted, the history being 2-0 thus far, EP taking it out. And now
there we go.
that this is being a 2 BO5s to happen today, and one of them being Team Stallions against EP, like you said,
And
New Mexico will be the first ban to be delivered. And what is the ban here for Team Stallions to survive the series?
Ankara, okay. Actually,
Ankara,
like
I do like this ban. I do like this veto.
yeah, first has been
Chinese
kinda,
Ankara has been
yeah.
on the edge, and for first, he was definitely playing cracked out of his mind. So very well deserved bans, but the picks, the order is also going to be quite of an importance as well.
So map 1 could be just Black Widow slammed, in all honesty, right? I mean, if I'm Evolution Power here, I would go with one of the maps that we can kind of play fast on. We can kind of just, you know, assault the sites and, you know, try and see if we can match Stallions' pace. But Evolution Power, they do have the shot to actually just pick out sub-base right on out. But of course, Black Widow, you know, you're going to have to pick one of your best maps to kind of get momentum off of that. Stallions, I wouldn't be surprised if they open up with sub-base, but at the same time, they do have the opportunity to actually kind of put that map a bit later in this series. So I wouldn't be surprised if we do see possibly maybe a port, considering they have been doing really good on the BL side of that map. But Eagle Eye 2.0 could also be an option, but never mind.
There's the early sub-base. There is the early sub-base.
They're not playing percentages anymore, man. They're
like how we've been
it.
discussing just about that, and you were pointing out that early sub-base could come through, and Valdez definitely agreed on it, and it looks like that exact moment is going to reappear on the screen for us. Gonna go right into it. Map number 3, Eagle Eye. Shouldn't be a tough pick for EP to me.
Could be a port. Oh yeah, Eagle Eye could be something.
Or New Compound.
Map 3, that's early in this series for sure. Granted that, you know, First has been doing really good on this particular map. I think Mino has done wonders on New Compound, but is it going to be the exact same output from them?
Give or take, New Compound is one of those more standard maps compared to Eagle Eye, in a sense that now the map has received a patch. It does feel a bit more even to me. Nonetheless, EP is going for a more default sort of veto.
So I think it's a no-brainer, just Eagle Eye map 4 and port map 5.
Yeah. I mean, Black Widow into New Compound is a very default pickup if you do think about it, right? So for EP, they're going to be doing that, and for Stallions are going to go with the no-brainer, like I say, Eagle Eye being picked up in the last map, of course, will be the port being left as the decider.
A bit dangerous of a veto for Stallions, in all honesty. I feel like Black Widow is a bit 50-50. Subbase, they definitely do have that map, but New Compound is going to be a bit of a mystery, considering that this is one of those few maps that you can actually kind of freeze Stallions on their pacing, especially when it comes to them on that BL side. Unfortunately for Stallions, they are going to be starting on GR. Eagle Eye would be very interesting as well, considering I would reckon 95% of everybody's setups in this particular map did come from Evolution Power. So,
I mean, you and I both predicted that Stallions are going to survive in the series 3-1. As much as we do support them, we do want to see EP come out on top as well. But our predictions are sealed, and it's marked 3-1 to Stallions. And given this ban pick, given this veto, Black Widow, which EP takes, sub-base is taken by Stallions, and then New Compound. Let's say, in theory, EP takes it back as 2-1 to EP. Then, if we do jump into Eagle Eye, do you think Stallions has a good shot in closing Eagle Eye in their favor?
Definitely.
Is it one of their best maps, or is it one of their not so?
It's their like second best map, I reckon. But I'm just a bit worried because, just like how I said, this is, I mean, 80, if not 95% of the setups around the world in the Eagle Eye map literally is made by Mino. So, you know, you got to beat the master in his own game.
He's got the Eagle Eye Masterclass.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, all of our lineups, on my own team, all of our lineups are coming in from that side of Evolution Power.
Oh, yeah. And for the side of Stallions, unfortunately, a couple of the players are going to be feeling a little bit under the weather, so that also might come into
it's that panda
the
fever.
factor. The panda fever.
They loving the pandas too much.
I mean, of course, we were able to send our gratitude to your sister. Happy birthdays once again. I heard your sister also just wanted you to go to take some photos of pandas as well, right?
Yeah,
but unfortunately for us, we have work every day, so
that's for like
not gonna happen.
After lower bracket, maybe tomorrow. Maybe we can hop.
We do have a day off, but speaking of having a day off, these guys won't be able to catch a break. Stallions, they have to go full acceleration and just run head first. Headstrong into anyone, almost like a lyric of a song too, but
they have to win this series so they can have a 1-day break. Or a 2-day break, actually,
right.
since we're going lower bracket tomorrow. Yeah.
If they do lose, then they won't be able to catch too much of a break.
Tomorrow, yeah.
So there's a bit more on the stakes, not just survival, but at the same time for a bit of a rest as well. So
could be X-Rock too they're going up against, and that's not going to be easy, really.
Ooh, yeah, I mean, winning here is a tough task, but losing also puts you in a harder spot. Tank's really dialed in, delivering the peak Filipino CrossFire back into the boys. The knowledge is being passed down by a generation.
Loi's trying not to laugh. Bro, be serious, man. We're in the upper bracket semis.
And for the side of Nice and the rest of the squad for Evolution Power, Mino is all dialed in. He's all ready to get it going. For the Stallions, they have finished up their chairs, getting back in their seats. And, I mean, it's just the love from the caster desk, I would say, to see these underdogs really just go at it. And throughout my 10 years of casting, I always just love to see the underdogs do what is deserved for them.
Yeah, I feel like Stallions is probably in contention for the best underdog story in the entire history of this game, right? I mean, coming in all the way from the from the less fortunate parts of Cebu and kind of played their way up. Even at one point, all of them sleeping in the same bed. And now they have made it all the way to Chengdu, possibly making themselves millionaires back home. But of course, we are going to be starting in map number 1, Black Widow, the El Clasico between these two teams. Stallions, the #1 seed of the Philippines and the representative of Cebu versus the Titans of Evolution Power. Here we go.
All right, Sneaky Frog and the viewers, buckle the hell up because this one is going to take you to downtown on a roller coaster. Evolution Power Gaming versus Team Stallions on the verge of being themselves going into the grand finals. Oh, already though. YH swinging from Catwalk is going to find 2, and a quick rotation through long is going to pressure on towards JJ, but JJ good for 1. Rather, it's going to be Lloyd to take the kill. Needs to find a couple more. Comes on top of the bomb site. CZ, but the shots aren't ringing. The last player will be taken out as well in the first round. A pretty fast-paced manner, too. Well, it's going to be EP to seal the deal. 1-0 thus far.
There we go. Bit of a 5-man heat check for the side of Stallions just to see what is going to be Evolution Power's pace going into this game. And it seems like Evolution Power expecting exactly that.
Another fast-paced push in towards long. And Stallions are going to give a pretty passive hold, just having the sniper on top of the bomb site.
Yeah, a bit dangerous to be challenging this position this
now
early in the game.
YH who has a 3 kill on him.
KLP? Careful, brother.
May have an angle. Let's see if KLP rather could go in the Mexican standoff against first. Sniper versus sniper, duel versus duel.
Ironically, KLP is younger, despite first being the rookie.
Younger also means he has the motion sensor built in him, which is freshier, we say. But after planting first in long with the C4 too, which is questionable, the rest of EP is going to rotate over towards B bomb site, which of course is going to be held down by Loy and KLB. So default versus default, but right now EP will be moving first back in towards B. A big push about to come to shove. Lineups are ready. The moment first joins in, that's the go sign. And for Stallions, they are clearing out towards Catwalk, and let's see where it takes. But YH will be leading the charge. Pistols out. Loy's good for 1. JJ also finds a kill as well. Loy almost had the second kill follow through as well. 4v3. And the setups are being thrown. The nades are going to find a bit of value onto JJ. Down to about 60 HP. But Zay, so quick taps Kano out, and the bomb site has been taken.
Yeah, No in a bit of a hurry in that window B position. Gonna try to see if he could have gotten a quick pick off of that one. But KLP taking massive damage off of that HE. Flash is gonna go through. KLP gonna try and see if he can scan the site for any enemies here, but Mino and Zay taking positions where the window B side is not gonna see anyone. Instead, Mino just gonna swing on through with the M14 EBR, but KLP with the answer back. Zay standing in front of the smoke and is gonna back off all the way to House B. They're still suspecting that someone is gonna come from the behind, but JJ gonna push through. KLP will not get the trade, and that's gonna be the second point for Evolution Power.
Let's go take a look at the replay of YH in the very first round, just being able to catch these players pushing out towards the catwalk and mid. I mean, it was so close yet so far. A couple bullets that miss, and YH was able to live. Once again, coming this round, XQQ wants to get involved in towards long, gets the first frag. The trade kill is there from Loy. Good for 2 as well. Make that 3 almost. Mino takes a whole bunch of damage, but is able to save himself from a world of trouble. Down to a 2v3. Making the rotations over towards A is going to be Team Stallions. YH already stepping up from catwalk. Double swing is good. But first, we'll be able to find the drop onto his JJ. Down to a 1v2. Kano gets dropped by YH. And EP quickly leads out 3-0. And they are still running away.
I like the ideas here from the side of Team Stallions, trying to challenge that along A position very early. Obviously, despite KLP getting traded out immediately, or rather getting shot immediately in this long position, you know, the attempt of them getting the trades back in this game was definitely good. I think with No being sick and JJ being sick as well, I think they're trying to play around Loy instead, which I do like that choice. So far, No hasn't been producing too much in these first 3 rounds, and we are going to need to see some production, especially coming in from him. But KLP now in a safer position. XQQ going to be the one this time on the sniper, and they're going to be rocking the double sniper actually as of today.
Double sniper. I mean, we've seen so many times these double snipers do pay off dividends. And let's see if for the side of Stallions, this also may just pay off enough of a dividend. Kano has been hitting some shots. Naughty ones too. 2 to his rights. Down 3 rounds in a row. Stallions will need to make something happen. EP's going to be playing pretty slow, expecting some sort of an aggression for the side of Stallions, but keeping the composure, like the coach has said, composure and being nonchalant is the key. Got to play with focus, so both teams are going to be burning the timer down to the minute mark.
Going to try to play and draw some of these Stallions players out of their positions, but it seems like they're just going to stay in the site for now. And KLB trying to play the jump peak angle. Loy with a bit of a bait angle in the metal box as well, but he's going to get naded as soon as he gets spotted, so KLB is going to have to do some God's work, especially in this position.
I mean, they really got to step up to the plate, right? KLB sitting on a single kill. KLP sitting on 0 as well. So here is the go sign. Kano's going to quickly gun down 1. KLB on a good hold. Pistols and a fadeaway shots are going to land right on Zay. Terminator is taken down to a 3v5. Mino is going to go down as well. Loy, how are you landing these shots? First, last one alive is getting pushed by KLP, and the shots ring true. And Stallions are finally going to be able to put out a number on the board. 3-1, slowly but surely, chasing to the verges of Evolution Power. It will be Stallions.
There we go. The healthiest player on the team at the moment, stepping up to the plate.
Healthiest player, true.
He has been mostly immune to everything that has been rocking their immune system, and seems like they're rocking Evolution Power.
That's all you
with
say.
That HK play.
Natural selection and the survival of the fittest, right?
Yes, sir.
Indeed, and after a failed B-Tech, EP will be looking towards that A bomb site, having 4 players deep and long, but they are, once again, wisely just going to plant first, deep in A long, and rotate back out to control middle. And Sneaky, I do have a question to you on the macro for this map. After planting someone, how valuable is it to control towards middle if Stallions is not going to pay attention to it? Like, if they're not actively taking duels as a sniper versus sniper down middle, like, how much of a value is it considered?
It is very valuable, considering that you still have to worry about that. You still have to worry about those mid doors positions. Obviously, Mino has attacked that spot time and time again. It's also a very good route as a counter to these short and long pushes. So mid control is still going to be well needed, especially provides a way for the side of Stallions to react back it towards their way. But here comes JJ with the EBR. Does get shut down by Zay immediately. No, still getting a kill. XQQ is going to go down, so it's a 3 versus 2. Mino and First down to low HP, but Mino expecting someone to pop out of that window position.
He's definitely going to check KLB.
Nade
is getting tested. Zay does drop down. KLP, or rather KLB, has to be careful of the specific angle. We do have Lowy on the rotation towards Catwalk, so let's see if this retake is possible. Mino and First is very low, and the hit point situation is a little bit better. And Lloyd does find the shots through the smoke. There's the equalizer, but Zay's on a big flank as well. And First has an angle on towards KLB if he does decide to swing away from the boxes. And there is the kill. He's going to tap the C4. Zay is going to go for the peek out and lands the shots. EP is going to run away. It's 4-1 on the scoreline.
Yeah, timer was a bit low on the C4, so I think KLB was kind of forced to peek his position here. Take a look at the replay. Loy hitting some nice shots so far in this game. And he's going to need to hit a whole lot more if he wants Stallions to bring this back on the Black Widow side. And this is what I was talking about, man. Despite this being a very good map for the side of Stallions, Evolution Power has slain giants in this map specifically. Baisha Gaming has fallen to EP in this exact map. So has All Gamers. So it's very similar to X-Rock and Ankara. So you still have to respect it. No, not the best decision to challenge First on the jump down position. And this is what I was worried about for both of them. No and JJ, when they're sick especially, I noticed this back in the local leagues, they don't make the best macro decisions.
I mean, Evolution Power playing back is EP's way of paying respect to Team Stallions' performances. And basically the double 2 players that are walking out to the catwalk is a bit of a ballsy move, so to speak, and eventually was punished down by the players of EP who was paying respect and was playing back and just having angles at it. And JJ and Kano will be taken down, and Loy wants to get involved on his own as well. It's spotted now. Mino has an angle. And YH does get taken down. How does Loy survive in that situation and still gets a kill before going down? I don't know.
Oh, KLB. Fortunately, doesn't notice that Zay has slipped by on that B-Arch position. XQQ will get KLP. Evolution Power all over the place in the map of Black Widow. That's going to force a timeout from Team Stallions. Team Stallions getting a bit too frisky on some of these angles.
True, Tanks is instantly going to call it after seeing those pushes out towards Catwalk. It's going to take a bit of a fine-tuning from the coach to build in the macro back into their players. Very doable. We've seen them pull off a clean macro time after time, just not there here today.
This is kind of the problem here for Team Stallions on some of their games, some of their maps. They do get a bit too frisky from time to time, and Evolution Power does expect that. So this is what I was talking about earlier in the analysis, that Evolution Power is no longer a stranger to the Team Stallions way of playing, trying to surprise in those opening duels, but I don't think anyone on the Evolution Power side is surprised at all. Actually, they are expecting it now. So the possible adjustment for the side of Team Stallions is to try and see if they can kind of peel back a bit more, but not give too much map control. Maybe a switch on the priorities as well. Focus in towards long could be good for them. B-Walter's control is going to be a bit tough, especially for the side of Team Stallions. But they're going to take a look at the replay. Zay has been playing amazing at the start of this game, finding every single member of Team Stallions here, and he has been an absolute threat. 9-2 so far. KLP finding XQQ a bit late on the double jump in towards that long A position. No, front and center in-house B does get the spray on 2 members. First and Zay, the last 2 left alive. They do get the cross in that B site. First still a threat with that sniper, but the C4 is down in house B. JJ is going to spot Zay, getting a bit too forward in window B. First, the last one left alive is spotted Loy in catwalk B. But he has been spotted as well. Flash is going to go through. Despite everything, Evolution Power does have a shot in this round, but KLB is not going to allow it. Second round on the board for Team Stallions. Tanks once again. One of the highest win rates out of the timeouts out of all the coaches here. So it's going to be a very effective reset coming in from them. So Lloyd doing a nice job so far, 8-5. But a bit of an overreach on the side of EP. And also they didn't expect a 4 long hold for their side. So Evolution Power is going to start to stack that long position, maybe try and place one of the snipers down. And try and see if they just kind of work from there. But that is going to allow Lloyd to kind of step on forward in this short position. So they're going to have an early clue if it is going to be that ace site. Zay and XQQ going to rotate back, but I think they're just going to be sitting on site for a bit.
For a bit indeed. Going to be one of those slow-paced games once again, and Lloyd is thinking about pushing out towards Catwalk once again. Does have support of KLB in case he steps out of water to peek in towards the Catwalk connector. Playing with sweet time, EP. Won't be nade stacking, expecting someone to be there, but just 10-20 seconds a little too late. Stallions playing with composure. Going to be playing very slow. So is EP, but the timer is reaching the minute mark here. 60 seconds will remain in just a couple seconds. XQQ will be clearing out towards long. That's a double stack from Stallions on top of the bomb site. C4 yet to be picked up, and EP will have to make a move sooner or later. And looks like the decision will be over towards the A bomb site. The C4 and the rest of the players will be moving in.
Barely any util use as well.
And a lot of utils have been spent on the side of Stallions too, if you do think about it.
Ooh,
And
what a shot.
from first will be the opener for the bomb site.
Oh,
Flick is not
JJ!
to land, and JJ will find a huge triple spray down to close this round out. Down to the ends of XQQ, gets gunned down by Loy. And JJ comes to life, and he definitely comes back alive.
There it is. Seems like the fever is not the only thing heating up for JJ here. That HK is now starting to sear this Evolution Power offense, but at the same time, if they can get this last round, it wouldn't be too bad of a half, in all honesty. No. Will not even get the shoulder of Zay as they enter the short position.
I mean, now that Stallions did pick up 2 rounds in a row after Tank's pause, the coach is doing wonders for these young boys.
I'm telling you, man. Like Tanks, every time he times out, somehow, some way, Stallions always get the point back.
Love to see that. EP, though, in round number 9, looking for that B take, which seemingly is held by KLB alone for now.
Oh, No gets first.
No got first through middle. And here's the aggression towards B. KLB has to hold it down, gets one quickly traded out, and the retake is on for Stallions. They're trying to enter to the bomb site. Loy barely dodges those bullets, and KLB does take a bit of damage in the process. Mino will stick the C4, get it planted. Gonna be a 3v4 retake. Definitely possible for Stallions if they can just find the angles to do so. Big rotation from Loy as well, but it is somewhat being overwatched by YH. I think KLP has been spotted too. Loy has to be careful. He's gonna swing in time, but KLP does get the drop. It's down to the hands of Mino, and he is cleared out as Stallions quickly make a wave for the Chinese squad and make 3 rounds in a row. It's going 5-4 first half, and Stallions not far behind.
There we go. Zay couldn't get KLB in time on that corner box. So there was a bit of delay for their side. At the same time, No getting first was so key.
4 first kill rounds for Stallions too.
Yeah, and look at this from JJ. So sick on the HK. No kind of dipping into the pie as well.
JJ getting a little bit vocal too. He knows he's feeling it. And it's such a great feeling when you deliver the exact act you thought in your head. Good spray down connects to 3 kills. Into the second half. what is Stallions' angle of attack here? Seemingly down towards A, but looks like they are going to post for a reset after Lloyd taking a bit of a beat down. 10 kills for this guy. Stepping up to the plate here, and on the side of Evolution Power, it will be Zay, no one else but him, to have 10 kills already within 9 rounds. And what's very interesting to me is that the attacking angle of Stallions is very similar to that of EP. What they have done on the Blacklist side, playing slow, playing with composure, and trying to gain control of the grounds on the map.
I mean, Smoke's going to do nothing, actually, for YH. And that's going to probably fish Stallions into this B site, since they do know there has been a fake smoke going on. So that means A side is going to be more of the focus for the side of Evolution Power. JJ will get the first kill. Zay around the corner. He will get traded out, and they need to cross immediately on the site so they can get that C4 down before XQQ can get to that window. So it's getting a bit dangerous for their side. YH pushing through the smoke, but Lloyd with a USB. Easy answer back for him. XQQ with the sniper. Now makes it an even round for Evolution Power.
Down to 2v2. Big effort by XQQ to get on top of the windows. Take down another player for the equalizer. C4 yet to be picked up. Should soon be recovered by Kano. And the plan just couldn't proceed just yet, as there are players flanking from the backside. First has him spotted.
No.
KLP waiting.
Get out.
He has to be patient. As first will be wielding the sniper. The swing isn't going to pay off dividends. Kano trying to test him as well. 25 seconds, and he will eventually fall to first. And first is going to save his team for now, but the timeout will be delivered by Nice, rather.
Yeah.
Good time to call it too, even though they did win it, but it had to come down to first clutching it. So let's see what Nice has in the pockets, in the books to deliver for his squad.
Yeah, KLP greeding a bit too much to try and get first out of his position. I think they were expecting both of the players to be split. Problem was, C4 could have just been planted down at the same time. Don't think they knew where the second player was, so they wanted to confirm where first was and at least get that kill to make it an even 1v1, and there has been a lot of those wins Stallions has had in some of these maps. So Evolution Power, obviously it's been an unstable second half for them, so Nice is going to have to pull that time out.
Good time to call it. Better now than it being a little too late. And Stallions being able to mark up these rounds to 6-4. It was a 5-4 first half, to remind you guys real quick. Making the run, we say, and they are indeed making the run. And Gamers 750 Hz monitors, allowing these players to play at their best performance, of course. And for EP, they don't want to drop their own map pick of Black Widow, of course. Is in the lead, but seemingly a doable shot for Stallions. As the pause is now over and we move back into the game. We are live.
There you go, early nade. KLP recognizing that that is going to be a losing battle in towards that long A position.
Aggression in towards Cowalk. There you
Why saw them though?
They have gained control. Zay has an angle from the backside.
Yeesh.
KLP wasn't watching, and Zay will be able to fall away after taking one of the lives on the player Stallions. Going to be down to 4v5, and they're somewhat stuck here now at this point, give or take.
Yeah.
Zay is making a full rotation over towards the Blacklist spawn.
That early information that they've gotten thanks to YH being in Catwalk B and getting ignored, but KLP does get it back. Zay will get one miss from first. Gonna try to pre-fire.
He legged JJ.
Leg JJ, but JJ is gonna get taken down. Loy will try to get one back, but YH so annoying. KLP all the way in frame. Finally will get taken down. Loy will get both. Makes it an even game.
Valiant effort, but he has to realize Mino's on the chase. Loy so close yet so far. Does a bunch of damage to Mino before going down. 1v2 being presented for KLB. Has to recover the C4, indeed he does. But two players of EP he has to go through. And EP's going to be playing the methodical 2v1. Unlike the games that we've seen yesterday, so many 2v1s failing for the side of Gaiman. First has an angle. KLB's going to swing. The shots aren't going to ring true, and the damage is going to be put out. And now that both players down very low, this seemingly a very doable round for KLB and Stallions. Plenty of time in the pocket as well. 40 seconds remain. Making the rotation over towards long. Mino looking to challenge this angle. KLB might be the first one to see Mino. Oh my god, the corner play. The timing was a little bit off. And EP granted yet another round. It will be a 7-4 scoreline thus far.
Yeah, KLB expecting that both of them would be playing that side position.
He swung out wide, a little too wide for our liking.
Yeah, I didn't even see him too. Rough times for the side of Stallions.
Is he playing 6-3 or 16-9?
Everybody's playing 4-3.
4-3. That's why he didn't see Mino on the side, and coming to this round, YH is going to get the drop on towards Kano. Once again, just continuing. The damage is going to be the players, and that was yet another quick round, and suddenly the complacency and the composure is breaking apart for the side of Stallions.
This is what Evolution Power wants in this series. Stallions getting a bit frustrated, them just kind of rolling forward in some of these angles. And obviously Zay and YH doing a very nice job of just kind of anchoring these sites. Masterful rifle work from the Chinese squad so far, but first spotted in between the smokes. Does get tagged up a little bit, but XQQ gonna confirm the kill onto Loy. They do not know about No, though. No has the opportunity to do something, but look at this formation from Evolution Power.
XQQ gets in behind the lines and towards water, but Kano has a good angle to take him down. There's the equalizer, but forcing the issue down towards B might not be a good factor. YH at an angle, sprays down one. Kano down very low. Flashes up and over, but he is taken down. Hats flying on the side of Stallions, down to a 2-on-2. As JJ had taken first out from the game as well. Kill confirmed. YH and JJ with such a flick of the wrist gets the job done. KLP as well will find a sniper of his own, and Stallions will find another round. It's going to be 8-5. Not out just yet. It's going to be Stallions, but it is going to be a 3-round deficit.
Yeah, game's getting a bit chaotic, but this is what I was talking about. I think the pre-aim was right from KLB, in all honesty. I think Mino being out in the open, especially considering his HP was very low at that time, wasn't really the ideal angle for Mino, but
4x3 black bar sometimes make you do those.
It's called an angle. It's called an off angle, unfortunately.
Wasn't supposed to be an off angle, but the situation turned it to an off angle, and eventually Mino was the winner of that situation. But 5-8 on the scoreline. Stallions needs to find a couple more rounds here to stay alive.
Bit of silence here on the Black Widow map. Not less chaos compared to past few games.
Four-man stack by EP over towards A. That's YH just trying to get involved. Gets a kill alongside his teammate. 2 players down already. Loy with a good swing. Good timing. Finds both kills. Clears out the bomb site, which seemingly was EP's round. Now goes to the side of Stallions. There's the equalizer from Zay. 2v2 now. C4 yet to be planted. And the rotation is coming in by Zay. Over towards Catwalk. XQQ. Front underpass is gonna be looking for an angle. Zay with a quick shot. JJ's taken out. I don't know if that peek was a little too brave. KLP, the last one standing here in a 1v2. Has to hold the C4, has to hold the bomb site. Gets an angle towards XQQ, but Zay continues to plow through. There is a kill, and there is the round for EP. The map point is going to be granted.
Crosshair's already on the corner of that train, and you already know Zay's going to hit that shot every single time. Map point for Evolution Power. It was a good start to the round, in all honesty. Loy got a very nice opening. First also got taken down, but I feel like the peak from JJ was a bit too much.
It was forcing the issues in it.
Oh, but Loy, he still wants to will his way back into this game. No, we'll get YH. XQQ will get Loy in return. 3 versus 3. XQQ hits the shot still. Does get the leg.
There's the tag. Not a lot of utils on both of these teams. XQQ is going to go wide swing. And the wide swing eventually is punished by Kano, holding waters.
First Mino, though, still pretty big threats in this round. Mino especially has been rocking that M14 EBR pretty well in this game. No nades for the side of Team Stallions. They're going to go full contact on this A site.
Ooh, Mino getting inside double doors. Kano was waiting inside account. The C4 is now planted.
Going in long, though.
But Mino was able to creep from underpass and see where it takes him. Might just have an angle on a couple of the players, but KLB was waiting. Down to the hands of first, drops up. Not gonna hit the first shot. Eventually he's taken out from the flank. The Stallions on the verge of dropping the map. Number 1 still chases 3 more rounds to take us into overtime. There's a possibility.
There's a possibility, especially you have a man like this, Loy, 18 and 11 so far in this game. No and JJ getting their respective openings as well. Flash on this long side. They're going to try and see if they can pry that long position out of their dead hands, but no, will get taken down immediately on Catwalk B. YH has been oh so annoying in that site, but the triple nade is not going to hit anyone. They tried to take out first, but it's a bit tough.
It is a tough task ahead, with especially Kano going down. Kind of getting pressured at this point for Stallions. There's a big accomplishment ahead, having to take a 4v5. An EP is not going to give away any information, nor have a player go aggressive and loses that.
Gonna have to be a bit more methodical here if you are Team Stallions at the moment. Losing your star entry, not gonna be good news, but fortunately your star support has also started to ramp up in this game. This is gonna be difficult to try and see if they can cross into these sites. Being granted first to 6 and 8, but he is still hitting.
The timer is ticking against Stallions, and they are finally going to be walking in towards the bomb site first. Being contested, playing context going to be KLB, and he does indeed get the first opening frag onto the bomb site. Zay still holding strong, and bomb site has to take the kills. He does go down. Down to 2v2. The bomb site is taken, so Stallions onto a nice take. Gets the kills and gets the C4 planted. Loy.
Oh, he sees Mino. Trying to challenge him here. In that pillar's position, Loy has to try and see if he can get it. And look at how far back XQQ is.
He's playing so back, but the C4 timer is ticking down, and he has to join forces. Loy is going to swing towards Mino. The damage is done, but he has to find the final bullet. Otherwise, it might be Mino to take the kill. He's playing time at this point.
Well played.
Definitely well played. Good take onto the bomb site and good hold as well. Grants yet another round to the Stallions. Going to be 9-7. Just 2 more rounds here, Sneaky, for an overtime.
Bit of a familiar position here for Loy, having to put his team on his back. Before he made his appearance on Team Stallions, it was kind of like this. Oh, but no. Oh, but the juke onto first caught them sleeping on that angle.
So close yet so far. First was going a little too aggressive on the fight. Like that aggression if you're EP.
They're going to take B Walters, though.
Again, yet another very slow-paced game. And big stack down towards B as well, right?
Oh, they confirmed too. Off that one flash. KLP gets XQQ. Look at how slow it is, man. They're just taking a pause.
They do have two
Oh,
players
solid one.
advantage. And Stallions are still playing slow. They were expecting the push, and No does get the drop on towards A. Down 5v2, and they're still playing slow. Playing contact towards middle. YH does get the drop. On towards Kano exiting through mid double doors. Will be something for nothing thus far. YH is very low. Rhino and Bombsite has to find these frags. He eventually does go down. YH does get one, but Loy does get the drop with the pistol, and we are just a single round away from overtime, and you should feel a bit more relieved here, Sneaky.
Yep. It's all about composure, though.
Not saying that you should lose the tempo, but
Pretty chill. We're all pretty chill at the moment. Nades are going to go into that B side. This is what I was worried about. Forward positions being taken here for the side of Evolution Power, but KLP gets Mino. The Tracers, Loy, getting away from the prying hands of Zay, and they're just going to re-smoke Arches. They got away with murder, literally.
on the chase, and Kano somehow runs away without dying. Stallions off to another slow round. Give or take, these slow rounds have been paying them off in the former rounds. Just needs to find one more to take us into an overtime to start map number 1 off for game number 1 of the day, too.
Loy could reach out on this B side, in all honesty.
Briefly took a peek that he had 20 kills already. Loy is definitely stepping up to play, and the rest of the team too is hovering around the 10 kills plus. Except KLP.
Has been a tough game for the Sibana Sniper. At the same time, hasn't been too many opportunities for him. Has been getting killed on the cross every single time, but first will be spotting Loy, will not get the tag on in. Rough clue that it might be an A take, and looking at YH, he's already so forward in that B position, so they're going to confirm that it is going to be an A take. Zay spotted, so they do know that he is going to come from that triple side box.
Here's the pop flash through the wall, but XQQ does find the first drop. Make that a double first. The snipers are ringing true for the squad. Double kill each. Evolution Power Gaming closes out map number 1 of Black Widow to themselves. It'll be a 10-8. Stallions almost took it to overtime, but fell short of a single round. Evolution Power's map pick of Black Widow does fall into their hands in a 10-8, but Stallions almost snatch it out from EP as well. 10-8, almost to the overtime too. But at the end of the day, the effort from Loy is going to be brave. 20 kills for him.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like Team Stallions in this series still going to be some heavy hitters in this one. Loy having a hell of a game in Black Widow, but at the same time, Evolution Power having a hell of a game as well. Zay and YH, these two players, these two anchors on either side of the map has been such a pain on the side of this Stallion squad. And Zay is going to be the set MVP, 1 kill per round and 1.64 KD with a .50 headshot per kill. But at the same time, I feel like the rest of Evolution Power just did a really good job of kind of reading the pacing of these Team Stallions, this Team Stallion squad. And yeah, I can see the difficulties coming in for the side of Team Stallions, considering that, you know, some of the more aggressive plays are now getting more red, especially when it came to that BL side of Evolution Power. They played a lot more patient, and at the same time, they called out so much of the you know, so much of the kind of rush plays that is happening on the side of Team Stallions. And Team Stallions, obviously, you know, the decision-making on some of these rounds was a bit questionable, especially coming in from No. Maybe it is a bit sick, you know, maybe the sickness coming in as a factor. Maybe they do want to end this series a bit quicker, but at the same time, if you do hurry it up a bit too much, unfortunately, Evolution Power does have the cards to kind of just beat that. So, yeah, Black Widow going to go in the way of Evolution Power. It is their own map pick, so yeah, I wouldn't say just as expected, but I did say that this is one of Evolution Power's better map.
I mean, literally those couple rounds where the mistakes did give away the rounds, and give or take, if those 2 rounds were secured by Stallions, the map number 1 could have easily been snatched away from EP, but we are waiting to get into map number 2 of Subbase, and this is, of course, a map pick of Team Stallions, and Stallions and Subbase is one good duo of a name to be put together, so I'm expecting a bit more fight to be put up for the side of Stallions. Not saying map 1 is a landslide. It was very, very close. It had to come down to the wire. It was a 10-8, of course. Just failed to go into overtime. So, Subbase up ahead. What's your expectations here, Sneaky?
Yeah, I would still heavily favor it on the side of Stallions, considering Evolution Power, you know, just like how I said, the new update on Subbase doesn't really allow too many setups in this one, so no more lineups. It's going to be more face-to-face crossfire that we do see compared to the other maps. But at the same time, I feel like Stallions has to be careful about this particular game. I feel like YH and Zay in that last one did a really good job of kind of, you know, forcing themselves forward in this game, trying to pry off map control out of the hands of Team Stallions. And at the same time, that did enable YH to get some early clues of what the execute can look like for the side of Team Stallions. So I feel like Evolution Power, if you're Team Stallions here, you want to avoid, you know, giving out too much information, especially at the start of the round. Maybe you do want to go for a first pickoff. Maybe you do want to go for a Zay or a YH pickoff in Machine Room as well. But yeah, they still have to be careful because, you know, any of these players can just act up in an instant. Just like what I said, XQQ or first, they can be 6-8, they can be 1-8, they can be 2-8, but it only takes 1 round to end the game. And that's what happened in that very tail end of Black Widow, man.
I mean, as opposed to Black Widow, going aggressive may not pay off dividends all that often and all that much. Subbase is one of those maps where, as a Blacklist, throwing those punches early on do pay off dividends more often than not, such as early aggression into Machine Room, pushing towards double doors, and maybe even just finding a way in towards a nook down towards A. So let's see if Stallions are going to be able to find the tempo and play with the vibe. But right now, still a map down. It's 0-1 for Stallions, and EP is going to be leading out on the series. And before coming into the cast, we were expecting the series to be long because both teams are almost on par with each other, and a good sparring partner too, if you do think about it.
Yeah, I feel like both of these teams definitely know each other quite well, and this is going to be a very interesting Subbase, considering that Evolution Power has had, you know, a fair few maps in the CFPL. When it comes to the map of Subbase, granted, I really feel like Baisha Gaming is still, you know, the best Chinese team in this particular map, but, you know, you're going into Stallions, possibly the best Subbase team in the entire world, but Evolution Power, fully knowing them, fully knowing Nice, fully knowing Nino as well, they probably have a game plan going into this map number 2. So Stallions, they don't want to get complacent just because it is your favorite map, just because it is a map where you've won 100% or 90% of your matches in. You know, you really can't expect it to go perfectly. You know, Evolution Power, they're going to have a wrench and they're going to throw a curveball every single time.
I mean, let's just not jump the gun too early. Of course, Subbase is going to favorite Stallions on this particular angle of the map on top of EP, but the game is not being played just yet. We're just getting ready to get into it, so you don't know who the winner is going to be. And even if Stallions do take Subbase into their own hands, the follow-ups of the veto is going to be New Compound, is going to be Eagle Eye, is going to be Port, which are, of course, EP's one of their best maps too, as much as Stallions like them too as well, right? So The results of Subbase doesn't dictate the results of the series. It should be tied to 1-1 according to our expectations, but moving forward into the latter part of the series, we still don't know who is the upper edge here.
Yeah, I feel like both of these teams definitely are still neck and neck when it comes to the series. I feel like a game is not going to stop Stallions from kind of trying to get themselves back into the series. Just like how I said, I feel like, you know, mental fortitude is one of their better traits as a team. And I feel like just a little mental reset right after the game. And it's like, hey guys, it is a close Black Widow map, but it is going to be difficult to not think about going into map number 2, considering the amount of times that I've said I'd rather lose a Black Widow map at 10-4 rather than 8-10, because it's going to be in the back of your head, especially if you do lose this map number 2. We could have won this Black Widow very easily if we just played better in these 1 or 2 rounds. But it's going to be very important, especially for tanks, to remind this team, hey, you know, we lose maps, it is going to be normal, but it is how we bounce back going into map number 2 that's going to dictate the series.
I mean, I do definitely agree with that, because it does spend a bit more of your mind. If you do think about it, having to lose such a long map will not only spend your mind, but at the same time, the stamina too, if you do think about it, best out of 5, like I mentioned before, is a marathon, and it doesn't only take your hands and your minds, but at the same time, your actual stamina, your energy as well, and only to lose a map after getting drained of energy is going to affect your future maps as well. So
For
I
sure.
think it is granted for the side of Stallions, having two of their players kind of low on the condition as well. Might be a tough run up ahead, but if they're able to close out Subbase quick enough, it does make up for that slow loss that they had to take on Black Widow.
Yeah, it certainly doesn't help that, you know, No and JJ is kind of feeling under the weather, and you can kind of see it in their gameplay as well, right? No, not the same explosive kid that we did see from the past few days. Obviously, you know, having a, you know, slight flu or a fever is definitely going to affect your decision-making, and I feel like No, especially, he went maybe a bit too hard on the aggression, especially in this Black Widow map. But of course, when it comes to aggression, Subbase is going to allow that every single time. And we're going to have to wait and see, can Team Stallions bring it back in this series, or is it going to be Evolution Power roaring their way into Grand Finals potentially?
Potentially. Everything is out in talks here, Sneaky, and don't know who is going to come out alive in this brawl, in this fight. Still a lot to be discussed here. And for Subbase, of course, the discussion does lie towards the side of Stallions. We've seen these guys perform out, but the factor of a couple of these players feeling under the weather might not just be the right factor to cut into. And you can see the frustration in Kano, just whatever the thoughts in the heads not being directly translated into the motions on the hands, on the keyboard, on the mouse.
It's a lot of pressure for a kid, man. In all
Really
honesty.
is.
I mean, at the end of the day, Stallions,
Our kids.
it is 5 children. In a roster, so pressure is definitely there, but pressure is something that they are kind of used to at this point, considering the amount of times they have participated in international tournaments. But have you done it sick? That's the question.
And if you do think about it, Tanks just being able to turn 5 boys into 5 men, it's a big remark.
Yeah.
If you do think about it, and then definitely after a couple international tournaments and their appearances and the pressure being built on, has turned the boys into men for sure. As we're just getting ready to hop into map number 2 of Subbase, Stallions has something to prove.
Yeah.
They've proven time after time on this particular map.
I'm glad that Loy is taking the loss well, in all honesty.
True.
He's just still smiling at his teammate, trying to hide the smirk. He's like, hey, I carried you in that Black Widow game, but we couldn't close it out. Yeah, it's kind of your fault, guys.
I mean, you might be a map down, but you can't have the vibes down, right?
For sure.
Gotta have the vibes up.
Especially considering that, you know, Loy potentially could have another pretty good game. Subbase is one of his favorite maps as well. One of the better performers when it comes to the Subbase map, especially back home and international play as well. But look at the amount of stuff on the head of Team Stallions. Jesus, man. A cold fever. There's tape on KLP's temple.
Everyone has a bits and piece of a medical instrument that they can apply on their body parts.
Yes, sir. XQQ needs some conditioner.
As well, KLP having a slow start coming into today as well too. What's the factor that he is falling behind right now?
Maybe like painkiller. A painkiller off of hitting some shots. Could be a factor. At the same time, I feel like First and XQQ is really not allowing you know, any free angles, any free shots for him especially. I mean, especially that one shot that first hit on KLP, he was just jump checking the metal box position on the A side, and he got insta-gibbed. So that's going to take a shot into your confidence, but
That does drive your soul out a little bit, right?
Yeah, but
if you get shot like that.
Gotta reset. Gotta reset quickly. It is a best of 5 in the game of CrossFire. No breaks in between, with the exception of map number 3.
It's about keeping composure, and you can't let those shots, let those kills bring you down. You have to stand back up on your own foot with your own effort. These players are here to fight, here to compete, and here to compete to conquer and rise above. As they dare to dominate. That's all 3 years for you.
There we go. See if all 3 years that can apply here for some of the teams. To be fair, the only person that's been there all 3 years is Mino. I just realized there's like 1 vet and like 9 rookies in this server.
On the side of casters, that'll be Valdez, who is, of course, being our desk host here today, and
Jordan
will be in the green room.
Oh, actually, there was a funny thing that I watched.
I was back here in 2022, and then I took a hiatus on 23, so I'm back here after 24. So I did miss out on one of the Compete to Conquers, I believe. Not entirely sure.
I was watching a clip that
Watch
CrossFire
my
Stars
clips.
posted recently.
Uh-huh.
I think it was 2019 MNDS getting a 4K, and
Which
damn,
map?
Jordan sounded so young. So young back in the day when
I mean, we
Kevin
up close
was still
now,
there.
right? I mean, you are young, but me and Jordan,
I wouldn't classify me as young. I'm on the
Our
tail end
uncle.
of my 20s now.
you and Neo are quite young on the desk, but
I'd say Neo's young.
you can tell I am pretty old, as I am having a bit of a back pain because we don't have the Morphling chairs up on the stage for the caster desk. I need to bring some here to relieve our back pain.
For sure.
Looks like the players are dialed in completely. They are ready to throw fists at each other. Let's wait and see if we can get into the game any moment soon here. Zay, being a Terminator, he was able to find frags after frags and also granting himself the set MVP.
Yeah, I think he is going to be extra dangerous, especially when it comes to the map of sub-base.
And when Zay really comes alive, that's the scary part.
Yep. Especially with the EBR. So it's not going to be too easy for the boys to actually cross into the sites or try and defend against him.
Could be tough, but sometimes you just gotta do what you gotta do, even if you do know the conditions may be harsh. And the same thing applies for the side of EP as well. Knowing Stallions have the caliber to take them down, gun them down, and bring them to the floor. That's an even matchup at this point, I do feel.
Of course, you always got to trust Mino to always have a game plan going into this series. Think nice. There's a reason why he has 4 trophies under his belt, or 3 actually. So
There's
he
a whole
knows
bunch.
how to he knows how to play winning CrossFire, and he knows how to coach winning CrossFire. And yeah, we're just going to be taking a bit more to get back into this map. I think the coaches are still talking to the teams, allowing them to have a bit of a conversation, especially going into map number 2.
And also coaches getting involved during this downtime does relieve the stress levels of the players to feel hot-handed.
Yeah. I feel like KLB is feeling the most pressure out of all the Stallions boys here.
Is he?
Yeah, considering having to lead the charge, having to be the leader for this young squad, having all this momentum, having all this fame. Sunday shot for a kid. Definitely going to be a lot of pressure for him. Going to have to tangle with one of the best on the other side. I mean, it's him and Mino trying to outsmart each other. So it's not going to be easy for a kid like him.
But KLB has proven that he is of a world class himself as well.
For sure.
Being able to tangle with the top teams like Baisha and now EP. First map, sure, was lost, but it was 10-8.
I think he's one of the few captains as well that can go toe-to-toe in terms of fragging with the Chinese teams. And actually one of the few IGLs outside of China that can actually go toe-to-toe with the frags. So that's a very important detail. You know, you can't have your leader falling behind, and has been a prime example, especially for X-Rock, man. Chao is playing out of his mind. So if they're going to bump into him, it's going to have to be all 5 members activated at the right time.
In the right space as well. Of course, one of them being this upper brackets matchup against EP. But at the end of the day, lest we forget that these guys aren't just kids on the side of Stallions who are just trying to survive at the end of the day. And just hoping just the pressure doesn't get to their head.
Easier said than done. But of course, you have no choice in the matter. You're going to have to perform on the stage, whether you like it or not. Map number 2, going to be sub-base Stallions. World famous on this map. But Evolution Power, the Dragons, are not to be underestimated. Sub-base will be underway.
There you have it. Sub-base under the way. Map number 2 of the series between Evolution Power Gaming versus Team Stallions. China versus Philippines happening in one of the wonky maps here. And for Stallions, they did drop map number 1 as we are getting ready to move into map number 2. YH already contesting JJ, but JJ does find the drop before getting traded out. Zay will take a bit of a headshot himself and will be taken down very low. KLP has to hold it down. Pistols do ring true from no. Take the drop. KLP is cleaned off of the bomb site. However, the C4 is yet to be picked up as First is now trying to recover it. The sniper coming in handy for the squad. Will have to get it planted, but the KLP and Lloyd, the double man push down towards the bomb site. First knows that the push is coming to shove. First looking to swing. The shots do ring true in a 1v2, but the swing from the Stallions boys are going to secure the kill. And it's going to be Stallions to lead out 1-0.
There we go. That's one way to start off sub-base. Evolution Power, obviously surprised by the pacing. First has to be careful, does jump up. Will eat 2 HEs and is going to have to go back into Warehouse. KLP down to 1 HP. I like the pacing though from the side of Evolution Power, similar to what Gaming Gladiator did in that other series. Up against EVOS, trying to surprise them. Nades are going to go through in towards control room, but have they killed JJ on the side? Here comes Noi with the flank, but JJ has to make a highlight play, but Zay's going to take his head off instead. 2 versus 5.
2v5, and Mino does get another kill on towards Canal. KLB is the last one alive, and there will be a bit more highlight reel being cooked up here for KLB to make a clutch. And a 1v5 not going to happen. And that will be EP to make up a round of their own. It's going to be tied to 1-1. Fast-paced rounds, 2 in a row for Evolution Power Gaming if you do think about it. And they want to take the fight to the front porch of the Global Risk.
And it seems like the idea was Evolution Power is just like, that last strat almost works. That almost worked. Let's run it back.
And they indeed ran it back, and they were granted a round. But change of pace coming to round number 3. It will be a more methodical take of ground control. They were looking in towards Machine, and now in towards middle is going to be Zay, and the rest of the squad will be looking out towards the double doors. Expecting a possible push, but Stallions are going to be playing with composure as well and play the backside, play default, and play in the passive angles. Yeah,
KLB has to play a different angle here, man. I think everyone and their mother knows that he is going to be playing this position. First is going to spot him.
That nade might find some value. No, it's not, unfortunately. Isn't going to find much of a value.
They do cancel this A-side take, though. That's going to be a bit of a clue.
However, That A-take did burn through a lot of utils on the side of Stallions, and EP still holding on to the majority of utility. Only a single flash or smoke has been used on YH, and the rest of the squad still holds on to everything.
Yeah, contact play pretty well, similar to what Alcad was doing not too long ago in this map.
Patience is of the virtue, but they're going to swing in towards B. First shot isn't going to land. YH does clear towards Heaven, and all of a sudden, First will find a double sniper down. Last player standing, it's going to be KLP. First has found 3 on the board, looking for the 4th, but it's going to be his teammate to take the kill. And EP, after making the contact plays down towards A, making a nice rotation and a take over towards B, will secure the round. It's going to be 2-1 EP.
There we go. So far, so good. First has been leading the charge for the team, but I feel like it's more of a group effort from the side of Evolution Power to kind of bait the entire team to throw a lot of these nades at the start. But Lloyd, though, wanting to take that initial point in Machine Room. It would be nice if they would just leave Loy alone in this position and the rest of the squad can go back to this ace side. KLP, though, lots of responsibility with this sniper. Zay, who is going to be faster first, does get taken down. YH around the corner, instant dink on KLP, and he's going to get naded out of his position. JJ trying to get a dink in, but he won't. Nades are going to start to fly, but it is going to be a bit difficult for the side of Stallions to get this ace site if they do not get anyone on loose stairs. But no, they are just going to go straight into the ace site. Loy going to shoot Zay through the smoke, but Zay does get JJ in return. 3 versus 3. It's going to be a full-on assault on the ace site. No, going to get sprayed out. KLB not going to get the second one. Yes, he would. And KLB and Loy, the combination of the riflers on the ace site, will get it. And Loy going to take his time on the defuse. He does want to talk to his squadron for a little bit. What a take. Usually that kind of take doesn't work on the A site, but the amount of baiting from all of the players is absolutely insane.
I like how you depict it as a bit of a bait there, but he played from first. This guy had 3 kills. But yeah, speaking of the retake there, I thought it was reckless driving down towards the side of the Heaven, but somehow the smokes being put out did benefit the side of Stallions a bit more than it benefited EP. So successful retake and a highlight reel moment for you and Loy. Great retake too.
It's hilarious, actually. And every single time I ask anyone about this Stallions team, they're like, I don't know how this works. They're just hitting their shots. And that's the exact, that's an exact example.
Exact example indeed, and the exact same turn of things for this round number 5. Another aggression down towards A. KLB is going to be holding on to rifle. Has to spray a couple players down, and he does ring true. Down to 2v3 though. The C4 is going to be on the bomb site for the plant. The nades are going to find a bit of value. And Mino, can he hold the plant? He is just getting bombarded from on top of Heaven. And First will be holding on towards the Nook. JJ does throw the nade. And there's Mino on the plant. The C4 delivered, bringing us into the retake situation here. What is Stallion's response? They do have the man advantage. They're going to be sending it down towards the side of the staircase once again. Mino hugging Silo. It's going to be KLP going down to a 1v1. Mino is taken out, and Kano finally comes true and comes alive. And his retake situations are benefiting Stallions thus far. It's going to be 3-2.
There it is. Missed his initial headshot. No jumping into cover with that EBR. One of the few guns that you can kind of run and gun a little bit.
They're coming alive. Stallions are waking up from the hibernation.
This is their home court. Home court advantage for the side of Stallions. The GR side is serving them well so far, but the real challenge will start once the sides do switch. But look at this, the double woods control, patented control by Stallions here, but look at this XQQ expecting this. Loy and KLB. XQQ now with a rifle this time. JJ with an off angle. No, it's an even 2 versus 2. Never mind. KLB from the distance will get the 1-tap.
First stuck between a rock and a hard place. Has a C4. It does help him out a little bit, but too many angles. But surely Stallions round. Somehow a 3v1 turns into 2v1, and First is going to be poking, prodding in towards the B bomb site as well. As the angle, the pot shot's not going to ring true, is going to be hugging the corner. Not going to happen. Stallions definitely leading out 4-2, and instantly nice calls for the timeout.
Has to be called nice. was expecting a little bit of a slower game, bit less aggression after game number 1, but it seems like Stallions just playing their own game, and just like what Nice said at the start of the series, we cannot play the Stallions' pace. We have to play in our own rhythm. But it seems like a disruptive rhythm has been presented here for the side of Team Stallions. Tanks getting a bit too hype. Gotta calm down, man. Your headset's getting taken off.
At the same time, like you said, Tanks can utilize this timeout as well.
Broke his
He's going to take his headset off. And
Yo, Tanks, no, dude.
I mean, he's just fine.
He's
His
like,
boys
let's go, boys.
His boys are doing just fine. Doesn't need that fine tuning. It's in tempo, it's in rhythm, and it's in sound.
Oh, we're good, we're good. He's got it back.
Go.
He's fixed it.
And sometimes the volumes on the headsets on the stage, it could be a little too loud for uncles like us. I don't know about you, but it does hurt.
I do have slight tinnitus. You do have that, unfortunately.
Yes, indeed.
There we go. Do we need a tech timeout? Do we need a tech timeout for this?
Could be. It's all in the question. But the timeout soon to be over, which was called by Nice.
Yeah, good thing he was like just holding this headset, right? As he was kind of talking his team through it, and then he's just going to fix it right after. But it seems like Team Stallions has the handle of things when it comes to this GR side. And Evolution Power going to get caught scrambling in this map, expecting more aggression from the side of Team Stallions, but they're going to peel back instead. Loy going to do some of these wall bangs. YH always looking for that opening information for his team.
I mean, how many times EP failed to enter from Machine Room in towards B, just losing players after players. Well, this time it will be a 4-man push being brewed up once again. Smoke's being put out. I do like that setup. Does buy the room for the cross to happen in towards the boxes, but that smoke instantly triggers the rotation from the side of Stallions. The swing is good from YH for one. Kano quickly gets the refrag on towards the player. It's going to be down to 4v4.
You can tell KLP really wants to go in.
But sometimes you just got to hold your horses, Stallion, and play the vibes, play the tempo.
Gotta hold your Stallions.
There you go. But our reset was about up until Loy. What a nasty shot. Speaking of being nasty, he's going to be Zay as well. Getting the refract back on towards Loy. We are going to be tied to 3-on-3 in terms of the kill scores. And whilst having first as the anchor over towards B, that allows for the rotation for the rest of EP over towards B.
Oh, first is going to get the timing on KLP here. That's just not going to be good. Yup. The scope in with the TRG. Unexpected, no. Spotted by Mino around the corner. So this is a good early call for Tanks to pull the trigger on that timeout. But KLB going to make an attempt. First shot in the dark room position. Zay around the corner. But KLB is going to take down first.
That's one out of the three with the C4 timer against them.
Oh, Mino spotted.
Has a bit more work to be done. Zay with the flank gets the head. And EP quickly follows up by around 4-3. And Tanks is going to call the timeout instantly, like you said. And what do you think is the reason behind this instant timeout?
I think just to talk to the team. He's not even talking to the team. I think he's just letting the team know, hey, you have them in a pretty good spot.
Just play as is.
Play as it is, but at the same time, still have to be very wary that First is constantly attacking this locker room position time and time again. So he's going to have to be very aware of his presence. I feel like Evolution Power has kind of found a way to maximize First in this map, despite sub-base not really a map where you can kind of point out that the snipers can be the real carries. But First is doing exactly that. His presence well known on that second floor position. At the same time, Evolution Power kind of drawing out these timings from Team Stallions, similar to what we saw in map number 1.
And
so I think that's going to be a reminder.
Good for Nice as well. Can use this timeout to fine-tune his team a bit more. I felt that last round that was won by EP to be a little bit wonky as well, if you do think about it. Not the cleanest.
Just based off of a timing.
True. And it was first to take the kills, if you do think about it, on Heaven, on timing.
Bit of a waste too. Loy had got a really nice shot on one of the players. but I think that was just a fake presence going into that A site, so that drew 2 defenders to rotate back into A. So a tactical pause for the Stallions boys, gonna need to rise up to the occasion going into this second half, but they could round off this first half with a 6-3 would be ideal.
KLB and Kano having 7 each.
Ooh.
Good spray down from Loy and KLB. Adds the kill points to themselves. Down 2 players going to be EP. Out of desperation is trying to clear out towards mid. But the smokes have already been settled and there's not a lot of room there for EP to make a play. But XQQ and Vents could come in huge. It's going to be KLB on the hold. He gets spotted! But Loy in the bomb site was able to get the drop down to a 2v4. 2 players down very low, but players alive are players alive. I know at first somehow gets the shots, and how is Loy alive first in a world of trouble? 1v2, and Loy finds even more damage. Knows on the chase.
Here comes No.
First is very low. The timing is on point, and Stallions going to be able to find their 5th.
5-3 in this game. God damn it, Tanks. Making eye contact now of all things, man.
5 rounds on global risk, too, if you do think about it.
I mean, 1 more would be very nice. At the same time, I really love that opening by Stallions, though. The double wood stack always catches Evolution Power off guard, especially they have been doing pure contact to get that woods control.
JJ has to come alive, though, if they want to seal the map in their hands. 1 kill's not quite going to cut it. Has to step up big on the plate.
Oh, but look at XQQ all the way from spawn. Oh, no, Loy's been spotted. So one of the players has now been trapped. But that's going to cause Evolution Power to actually cancel their B-take. Instead, they are going to be looking for the Stallions members who's been kind of crawling up. Loy's going to get away, though. He still wants to fight. XQQ here, almost dinking him, too.
Very close. But at the same time, there's a bit of a distance.
Right on the shoulder.
Minute 30 on the clock here, and EP going to be playing the game of cat and mouse and play very slow, keep them guessing. And Stallions, unfortunately, is going to be playing with a men deficit as KLB was gunned down previously from spawn to
4 versus 5. Gay will be down, but he will be dictating the pace for the rest of the team, as he is now the spectator here. No, trying to get some early wall bangs going before the A-side take does come, but they're going to actually target No. They do know that No likes to go forward in this second mid position, right between the smokes, and No will get Zay and YH, so that's both attackers down for the side of Evolution Power, but they respond back. Mino with a very nice trade.
12 kills already for Mino and 11 for first.
Cap is doing it.
Down 3 on 3, but 25 seconds, and EP has to start making a move, and it looks like the decision is down towards middle. KLP is on the watch, but he has to turn his backs because Mino could swing any moment soon here. JJ has to get the shots landed, but it's going to not, and that costs the teammates' life. And B is getting fully wrapped around. Loy is the last one alive in a 1v3 and a world of trouble, Sneaky.
Yeah, really bad angle, honestly, from KLP.
I mean, he was trusting JJ to hit the shots, right?
The timing. Never mind, he's dead anyways. 5 and 4. Yeah, honestly,
JJ had to come alive there.
not the best crossfire being held there by the 2 members of Stallions, in all honesty. But this is such a good opener on round number 8. Just pure unbridled violence on this A site. Loy with a good crouch up and down to get that instant headshot. So it's a 51-49 so far in this game. And look at Stallions running on into the A site. But look at the amount of nades they've baited. YH, only a smoke in his hands.
Stallions gained so much control of the map over towards A and over towards his Machiner as well. And also planting a player in deep in the middle too.
It's good baits.
YH being tested. Spray does hit on towards KLB.
They don't know about Loy.
Kano is tapped out too. It's JJ actually to lose his life, and so is No. Loi trying to make best effort, making a flank through the bomb site, but
Ooh.
XQQ was waiting. KLP put to the test here. Has to go through 4 kills if he wants to recoup a round back.
Dead. 5 and 5. Evolution Power. Granted, they kind of got caught off guard with the pure contact in Woods.
Not a lot of timeouts. I mean, there's no more timeouts.
Yeah. 0 timeouts
Left
on
here.
both sides.
So now it comes down to the teamwork and the IGLing and individual performance of the players. No coach involvement.
We need JJ to kind of step up to the plate here. 1 in 10 so far in this game.
It isn't quite going to cut it.
Yeah, it's kind of been him and YH struggling. YH though trying to make something out of nothing. And Loi will catch him out of his position first. Almost getting banged out in the jail side. But Loi just going to do a little jig. Going to get himself out of the Woods position. 4 versus 5 now. But they should know that XQQ, he's waiting for the go signal from Mino to go for a pickoff here. Mino though just going to be re-smoking second mid. And they're going to boost him in the vent. So this is going to be very interesting. Could be an additional layer that they could have as a defense on the A site.
With a player down too, having vents control does buy you a bit more room to work with. And a quicker rotation if it does ever happen. C4 in machine. 3-man push. Being built up here. First on the response, has an angle, and that's going to be a wallbang. Didn't count as a kill, but that does alert Kano to fall back right away.
Hits Kano where it hurts.
Wasn't that supposed to be a clean kill, though? Turns
No.
out. Or was it a leg or a wallbang?
Let's say it's above the leg. I think you can live with a missing something. Oh, JJ. Oh, he does the spin! Oh, there we go. XJ spin for the 6th time in this tournament. And it's been working every single time. JJ will get first, and JJ has come alive in this round. Will die eventually to XQQ. And Zay will also get a no in return. Loi will be disrupting the second mid position. But it's all for delay.
Now 3 on the 2.
Careful, gang.
XQQ sees the tip of the head and gets the kill. Loi, though, continues to fly the hats off of the players.
Zay's on 11.
11 kills already, and Zay is going to be on 11 hit points. Has a sniper of his own. Loi finds the kill. Stallions leading out 6-5.
Loi's moving different in this series. Kind of has to.
I mean, he was stepping up huge on the first game as well. On Black Widow, and now into sub base as well. Doing the dirty work for the team.
It's kind of been him and No.
JJ tripled his kill.
Double sniper, jeez. First, tag down to half HP. XQQ being the braver one. Looking for another opener in this game.
Pot shots not going to connect on the players' Stallions. Making a full rotation over towards A, or B rather. Machine room, all 5 players. 4 on the side of Stallions. They are looking to peek out. First was in mid, so... Or he has already made himself on top of Evan. Crossing in by jumping across the smoke. Waiting for the timing, waiting for the smokes to dissipate is going to be P. Did rotate one extra player over towards B. Playing a very slow game, both of these teams.
XQQ though, very dangerous man on this sniper. Can turn the tides of this round in an instant with KLP. Kind of been MIA in this series so far, but can make all the difference if he does want to. And finally does get XQQ. Took a bit of patience. But Mino is also spotted in that wood side, trying to play the cover in and out. YH also around the corner. Mino getting chased, but they're not going to over-chase. Instead, they're going to target that B site. Could be the big sandwich first. With it, no, we'll get YH. Mino catching JJ on the backside. KLP will get the trade. A site is now wide open. KLP spotting out first.
It's going to be Zay versus 3. All of his teammates falling out. He has an angle, but he does somehow make the retaliation. Kano does go down. 2 more plays to go through. Too many angles to see. Stallions clear out 1 more round to start leading out. It's going to be 7-5.
Still, like the respect, though, from both sides. 7-5 so far in this game. Team Stallions galloping their way back in this series. And KLP, JJ having their own respective moments. Oh my god, they're straight up attacking Woods. Pure contact, no smoke, no nothing. It's like they're daring first to peek into their positions. But they're just going to go on back. That's how many nades? 1, 2, 3, 4 nades baited out simply by just jumping into Woods.
I mean, if any of these pot shots land, it's worthy of. But for AP, unfortunately, all of Stallions are full HP. And has made over towards B. It's going to be first on the contact once again, but the same course of action, same smoke being put out on the angle. And first is going to reposition himself over to a different position to have a different angle of view. Go sign not given just yet, so slow and methodical play will remain on the side of Stallions.
Yeah, they can still uncommit to this one, and JJ.
They are going to go for the reset.
They're going to hear it, though.
Back over towards mid.
No, they're going to attack. I think they're going to attack B site.
Could be a wraparound, could be a wraparound towards A, but let's see if that mid attack will go towards B. It's going to be Heaven take towards A. XQQ in the bomb site with the support of YH has to hold this one down. Juggling by the silo, XQQ has a sniper. Shots not ringing true. JJ clears out 1, but do they realize there's a second player? KLB quickly knocked up. Trade kill does land. Going to be a 3-on-4 with Loy up on Heaven. Sees first, gets first down. Zay contested, but Zay somehow gets one before going down. Final cleared out as well. And Stallions quick to make up another round. It's 8-5.
You can't help but hold your breath on some of these rounds, man. It's literally pure fighting for 20 seconds in the round.
Don't worry, I can cover for you in any day of the time, as you cover for me a lot of times too.
Yes, sir. Oh, they're going to try to see if they can Stallions it on this machine room position, but KLB running away as fast as possible. He needs to recover that C4. Attack on the A side could be underway. First going to have to make a highlight play here. JJ around the corner. KLB, JJ, that's a good jump. XQQ will still be staying in control room, but the overcommittal from the side of Stallions, and they could be put in a TikTok right then and here. KLB around the corner. Mino will still get spray. And no, with the answer back to his own headshots. KLB gonna have to make his own highlight reel here. M14 EBR in his pocket, C4 in his pocket as well, and it seems like Evolution Power with a different idea. But KLP, look at this read. He goes all the way back to control room. Oh, with the wraparound,
all the way to control room through mid. Has a C4. Is this the same 2v1 that happened to Guyman? We can only wait and see, but KLP does make the steps over towards the bomb site. May not have seen the players go up towards Heaven. And the game of cat and mouse really throwing
You're going to think it's me.
EP
can you get the sniper?
on the baffle here. We'll see if EP does realize the C4 is over towards A, and this, indeed, they are going to come to Heaven. And now KLP is going to make another full wraparound towards Heaven to see the angle. I think he may have planted on the forward side.
It didn't plant it there, though.
Oh, no. The defuse might happen. YH and Zay has made the footsteps in towards the bomb site. The defuse already down towards half. Has to get the kills. Not going to happen, and the round is secured by EP.
Everybody overthunk at the same time. Oof. 8-6, so tense round for Evolution Power. A wrong guess
And another wrong guess.
Into another guess.
Into another guess. KLB's been rocking it with the M14 EBR, though. Oh, but the nades, are they going to fight this? Lloyd's going to fight this. And no, KLB will get YH and XQQ. Zay is still around the corner as he's stuck in lockers in between machine room. KLP with the spray. Mino's going to get him 18 and 10. The cap is shooting so far. Stallions don't have to commit into B just yet. They can still go for the turnaround.
First is still a dangerous man, so can't leave him out from the talks in a 2v3. As like you said, KLB and Kanoa is down to a very dangerous and critical HP.
Mino's in a good spot.
JJ, though, is still looking towards a possible aggression, and now I believe that's Kanoa trying to get involved through vents. First does have an angle, as you can briefly see through the X-ray.
I think First heard him.
Maybe. Ooh,
No,
JJ.
no.
His barrel may have been spotted, but First isn't going to pay attention deeper down towards mid. Rather, he is going to juggle his aim around mid and down towards B.
I think someone has to fake. I mean, Stallions has so much nades here. They're going to have to use some of them.
They have all of it.
Smokes, nades, flashes. So hard to fake A site now from the other side of the map.
I mean, there's still 50 seconds, and Stallions are now looking to aggress in towards B. With the smoke being put out there, they're going to make the jump across towards Heaven. The rotation did coming from middle, but it does allow the room for Kanoa to go on the flank. We will have to wait and see if he does spring true. He does get one, and another by KLB. Stallions with a methodical play. Grants the mat .96, and EP had nothing to do about that.
That's pure timing by No as well. Getting out of vents at the right time as soon as the unpeak.
Look at the numbers on the board for Stallions. Everyone putting up some numbers except JJ.
Pure teamwork. Hey, JJ, he's here for the ride, my friend. He's here for the distraction. This is where he turns into an entry fragger, in all honesty. Or a human distraction. They want to fight in this machine room position, though. They did hear XQQ back off, but they're still very well aware that Zay could be right then and there. No, with the drive-by headshot with the EBR, and that's going to force EP back into the sights.
Once again, getting tamed is going to be Evolution Power, losing a player. That's going to be Zay. Of no one else as well, too. And Machine Room now, once again, being taken by Stallions, so they do like this current status of the round.
Don't want to get too frisky, though. There is the hardest fragger on the side of Evolution Power still alive. 18 and 11 on cap.
I mean, Stallions are loving the current situation, but they have to prove that they're capable of closing a map out before it's a little too late or it gets a little wonky. Have been in a position where the game goes into overtime, it becomes anyone's game.
If they want to go A, they're going to have to see if they can get control room here. It's going to be tough. XQQ's got an EBR now, no snipers.
He's trying. Smokes and flashes are out. It does buy a bit more time for EP, and XQQ don't want to get involved too. He does swing out. Keep your enemies guessing. Will be Stallions. Where are we?
They still could go A. Double vents? No way.
Taking double down. First has to hold it down by himself. The nade finding a decent value. Shots ringing true for one. Looking for the second. Looking for the repeat. But KLP is going to jump down from the staircase and get the shots done. Kanoa from vents drops down. Huge triple kill. Easy ramp for Stallions. That's map number 2 Subbase going back to the hands of Stallions. And there you have it. Sub-Bay, Stallions' best map pick will eventually be granted back in their hands, 10-6, as both teams are now fighting tooth and nails as they're tied 1-1 in the series. And no one not being able to snatch the map picks away from their opponents, and the kill scores are seemingly a more even spread here for Stallions and EP as well. Mino, of course, is going to be sitting on 18, but came a little bit short from the caliber of No, who is sitting on 19 kills and 11 deaths. Of course, the rounds do favor Stallions at a 10-6, and the MVP is, of course, granted to Kano, 1.73 KD and 121 ADR.
Yeah, one bad game, and he got it back immediately. I mean, Kano, despite the the sickness that he is going through right now, it seems like his shots are still disgusting in this game. But at the same time, some of the rest of the members kind of brought it back as well. Loy still having a very good game. JJ, of course, being assigned as the one rifler that will suffer in the sub-base map. That was YH on the side of Evolution Power as well. But honestly, not too bad of a game for AP. I mean, Mino especially, he was really putting the team on his back, and Zay was having his moments as well. First having a very good time with the sniper in the first half. But Team Stallions, I mean, you could see the scores. It's almost equal on the 4 members, and it was just pure teamwork that kind of just let it out in this game. But at the same time, the macro was insane. Pure insanity. At the same, borderline psycho, in all honesty, for the side of Team Stallions. They were attacking A, going back into B, going back into second mid, and then someone's in Vents, and then someone's in jail. It was really confusing for the side of Evolution Power the entire time. And this is what I was talking about. You have to wait for the Blacklist side of Stallions to act up to really know if they're going to win the game or not, because BL side is really their specialty in this map.
And I can only agree with that, because that Blacklist side of Stallions was top class, a world-class performance for them. And granting the rounds, and Kano just somewhere, somehow, just pops out from nowhere, out towards B, out towards A, and then even that last round, he was popping out from Vents and getting a double kill to seal the round for the team and save the day as we are tied at 1-1. Both teams keeping each other in check. No checkmates yet.
For sure.
It's still on 1-0, or 1-1 rather, as we are just waiting to get into new compound after a quick break. Black Widow is wrapped up, Sub-Base is wrapped up, and in the series, the maps that are left are new compound, followed by Eagle Eye, then into Port. So this still could be anyone's series, and both teams are keeping up a real good fight and really good crossfire for you guys to watch. And what's your expectations now that we are waiting on new compound?
Honestly, new compound's going to be very interesting, considering it is not one of Stallions' better map. Actually, we barely saw new compound back in CrossFire in the Philippines when the regionals was going on. So I am a bit worried for the boys over at the side of Stallions. But at the same time, the creativity of KLB is now starting to work. Kano, despite being sick, is now working through that sickness, dropping frags just like that. But at the same time, I feel like a huge responsibility is going to be put on Loy, especially in this map. Loy has been performing super well in this series, and I feel like with openers like No starting to work out, I feel like Loy having a support play with No getting his entries, they're just going to clear the rest of the site. At the same time, we need to see something more from KLP, man. KLP kind of got left behind. There are some moments where you could say he did win this round, but we need more moments from KLP especially.
I think we should be ready to go over to the break any moment soon, but looks like it's not going to be... we are ready to go to the break. So guys, we're going to be back after 4 minutes of a quick break. We do have new compound of Evolution Power against Stallions being cooked up there, so don't go anywhere else. We'll be right back. Welcome back to CFS 2025 Grand Finals. We're in the midst of Evolution Power Gaming versus Team Stallions, and we are tied 1-1, and both of these teams are putting up a really good fight. Black Widow and Subbase going back to their own hands, and as we are waiting to get into new compound, which is, of course, EP's pick. What's your expectation here, Sneaky?
It's going to be a bit hard for the side of Team Stallions, especially when it comes to that BL side. I would expect them to have a little bit of difficulty considering that Evolution Power is very, very good on defense, as we did see in Subbase. But yeah, I mean, Evolution Power will be starting on that BL side, so an opportunity for Team Stallions to kind of catch momentum at the start of this game. So they're going to need to have some very, very good openings in this game, especially when it comes to that B side. But they don't want to overextend their aggression here, especially that was one of the main reasons why they lost Black Widow. They kind of overplayed their hand on some of these angles, and especially in new compound, aggression really does get punished a lot, especially when it comes to that BL side. So yeah, I feel like Team Stallions are going to have to take a kind of a step back, kind of have to play a bit more careful here, and going to have to play some bog standard Crossfire.
Yeah, I mean, literally just those couple rounds that were lost by Stallions on Black Widow due to the aggressions that the players posted, especially Kano going out on towards Catwalk, getting caught off guard, and a couple more players too. 10-8 was the scoreline for EP to take, and granted, those 2 rounds, 1 or 2 rounds that Stallions just wasn't able to make up for due to the losses there, eventually costed them the map score. But like I say, new compound, I think this map really depicts what the coaches were getting back to, having the composure, playing in the key spots and keeping their nonchalantness and playing with time, play with vibe, and, you know, take where it takes you, see where it takes you. Going to take a lot of focus, as Nice was saying. So was Tanks. Gonna have to wait and see if these players have it locked in, but I do feel like the players on both teams are now fully warmed up and is feeling the vibes, because the players that were slow are now really coming back to life. Stallions versus EP, and EP versus Stallions this round. This map could dictate the progression of the rest of the series. We can only wait and see here, Sneaky.
Here we go. Evolution Power on the BL side. Stallions on the global risk. Evolution Power losing that last map, but did catch that Black Widow. Fortunately for them, Stallions with a bit of momentum behind their sails, but is going to have to play a bit carefully in this map, especially KLP.
Early aggression in towards double pillars. KLP, careful for the crouch peaks, gets the drop, and that's a clean opener. Already, first, the sniper is going to be taken down, but XQQ is on a sniper of his own as well, to his own rights. Having to start the round off in a 4v5 EP. Their blacklist side is going to be off to a bit of a slow start.
The XQQ and first dynamic is low-key hilarious, not going to lie.
Why is that?
First is like, all right, I'm going to peek this very, very aggressive angle.
Still got a bit of damage too, if you do think about it.
Yeah, did kind of chip him in the neck, but XQQ is like, yep, that's my sniper now.
Neck is going to be KLB with an angle. He's going to be driven away from his position. Pop flash up and over, but he does.
He's alive.
He does run away in time. He was running hot. Didn't want to lose his life.
I don't like how Noah's holding storage. He's dead.
There's Mino ringing true on the shots. Gets the shot done.
And that's why, especially when it comes to the B side, right? You already had the pick off. You don't have to hold this part of B site anymore. You don't have to hold B storage. You just stay in the site itself. You have the advantageous angle. So I'm not sure what the idea was, but Loy will get a pick off on Zay in return. Mino, though, pulling out the AK-47 special just like last time. But KLP, as well as KLB, both of them having the nades. Loy having a hell of a game so far. 30 seconds left for the side of EP to attack these sites. And it seems like A site's going to be the target. KLB going to have to get the quick scope. But instead, XQQ round the corner. The delay is real. 19 seconds, but KLB will get 2 and will get all 3 on the A site. What a clear by the Captain Ken.
Captain's going to deliver the work. And I hope you lip read that because I don't know what he was saying, but he was definitely getting vocal there on stage. And the pressure is kicking in for the side of EP. This, as a reminder, is Evolution Power's map pick. And having to start the map off with a round loss, is going to cost them a bit of a mind there. Once again, testing double pillars is going to be Evolution Power. KLP succeeded last round, but can he continue to find the frags here in round number 2? We got JJ on an angle as well. He does get taken out of the blink of an eye, and that was going to be driven away as well. And this round is going all EP's way.
No.
3 players getting tapped out.
I don't like that.
JJ just wasn't able to find the head there.
Oh, but Mino with the pure spray on the AK. That was honest. KLB.
I don't like that A hold.
I don't like that B hold.
I don't like, yeah, I mean the B hold. I don't like that B hold up front, just not realizing the values there.
I agree
JJ and
with you.
Kano couldn't find a single frag in that position. JJ especially just not being able to hold down the trigger.
It's the fact that I personally tell them to, that holding that position is not worth it whatsoever. It really isn't. I've been trying to tell like local
can only
teams,
agree
I've been
with
trying to
you
tell
here.
like international teams that holding this far forward in B site is really not worth it, because especially going into the meta in this game, I mean the EBRs, they get to shred through wooden boxes very, very easily. I can see the idea of trying to bait them in, but at the same time, you know, no shooting a bit too quickly. You are getting swung by 3 players unless you get a miracle triple headshot. It is not going to work out. And every single round you get as a blacklist player in this game is definitely going to be very, very important. There we go, KLB screaming.
That's going to be...
I don't think I have to lip read. He was just screaming straight up.
Yes, indeed. But EP, after finding the tie, will be guiding themselves towards the A-bomb side. Look at the position of KLB. The man, the captain, 4 kills already. Make that 5 for this guy. Nades out, and he is going to be able to fall back, even finding a bit of value towards Zay. But he's not going to fall back right away. He is going to go for the repick, indeed. But the smoke is going to buy the room.
Yo, JJ, back up, gang. It's not worth it. I swear.
I mean, until Tanks delivers, I think the players of Stallions are going to be playing up front in double pillars. But gonna be a 4v5 as KLB was able to find that frag out towards A long. Now XQQ trying to get involved. And almost getting taken out from the jump check. So close. The shivers, you can tell.
Know the type of kid to almost get shot in the head and still cross into sight.
Ooh, first. On the side of the screen,
Now
you were
that
able to
is
see JJ finding the value of the position finally.
Yeah. It's only worth it, though, if there's only 1 player.
But they can't abuse it next round because now EP knows that. And now Loy is going to get swung by 2 players. Gets 1 before getting traded out. It's going to be a 2v4. Mino down very low. It's going to be NO on the flank. KLB's holding onto the bomb site with the pistols out. Gets 1. Going to be XQQ versus the world in a 1v3. Has a C4, has 45 seconds, but there's just too many angles for him to look. We'll be looking to step up in towards heaven. Kano swings and miss.
Swing and miss.
From the TRG. And the timeout instantly getting called here.
Yeah, I can't really blame Evolution Power for this timeout. I mean, any round that you get on this BL side is a huge, huge bonus. It's still the case despite being new compound. At the same time, very, very good holds for Team Stallions on this A position especially. Sniping has been on point for KLB. At the same time, rifling has been on point for Loy. But Mino, though, with the AK, I swear this gun works in this map. He knows something that we don't. To be fair, I also rock the AK in this map, and it's been easier to clear bottom B with it. And you can swing a bit wider with it, honestly.
Swing a bit wider, of course, and 2-1. Stallions making a footstep into the doorbells here of EP. This is their map pick, and now they're down around 2-1. Of course, the goal risk does in his favor a bit more, but the progression of the rounds were somewhat lopsided to the side of Stallions, if you do think about it.
Yeah. Would be a big benefit, actually, if Team Stallions actually get this compound map, because
Oh, then we are looking actually at a 3-1.
Eagle Eye is going to look a bit tough. I'm not going to lie. I mean, you're going up against, it's like
Any 3-1ers in chat?
the student becomes the master, and that's the thing. That's the issue that I'm thinking about for Evolution Power, the innovators on Eagle Eye 2.0.
Was that 161 ADR by Mino on there?
Mino's trying. Mino's trying and frying.
He is stir-frying by himself, but need a bit of support from his team. Nonetheless, the pause is over. Once again, testing the water, doing a heat check towards double pillars, towards B. KLP loving that position. First is going to find JJ, so that up front defense is not going to pay off dividends, and YH is going to have a bit of an angle to himself. And the damage has been done to KLP, is taken out by First, so up forward defense not working. They have to back away, and they have to play passive
They're
the future
overcommitting.
rounds. Yeah, that is the pure definition of overcommitment, and overcommit from Loy is going to cost him his life as well. Down 3 players already, and it's only Kano to hold it down.
Bro, they are getting played.
Why not play back in servers by the windows?
That's what I'm saying.
I
That
don't
is
know.
what I'm saying. I think as soon as the first shot does ring, you just run this. You just run back ASAP.
Surely. 2v5 and the Dream XQQ takes a bunch of damage from the pot shots KLB was throwing out. Back on the rifle. So both captains on each of the team are really just dragging their teammates to the win here. Bit tougher for KLB as he's only got Kanoa left on the lineup.
Yeah, we need No and Long and KLB in sight. That's going to be the goal here.
But is EP going to make the right read here? They're going to be walking
XQQ's
down towards
one.
B. XQQ has the pistols out, the timing. So close yet so far. Sniper's out, gets the shot done. EP ties it back up to 2-2.
Good timeout.
Instant.
At the same time, I feel like the start and stop has been very effective for Evolution Power especially. This is what I was saying, like, Stallions has this bad habit of getting baited into fights time and time again. And Loy instead, he's like, I'm not going to get baited, I'm just going to push him instead. XQQ watching his angle, but he does recognize that that is XQQ, so he's going to hit that shot every single time.
Stallion's not going to give up on the forward position out towards pillars. KLP does whiff the shot, but the second one does ring true. Almost getting the third, getting swung by YH. But JJ springs out, gets a frag. He is taken down to low HP. And just kills across the board here, down to a 2-on-2 in a blink of an eye.
Mino, though, 8-2 so far. AK-47 has been very effective. XQQ, he was kind of holding that mid position this entire time. XQQ once again going to be attacking this long A position. Going to get caught with his USB out. Mino, only one left alive, and the AK-47 in the hands of the captain. Can make a lot happen in this one, but it is going to be Stallions with an answer back. Scary, scary defense on that B side. Just like I was said, it is going to be up to whoever gets the first pick in that B side, so I'd rather not risk it, but it does work out for Team Stallions at that very moment.
It felt a little dicey too.
Oh no, KLB and No got stuck. They were supposed to 4-nade mid. And KLB blocked from his position, Loy. No and KLB triple peek on that mid side. Maybe it was a blessing that KLB got blocked in that mid side.
Sometimes the goddess of luck does smile towards you, and that block we thought could have been an issue, but it does end up turning to be a benefit. But down 3 players, First and XQQ trying to make the best of what they can. Has the C4, is going to be first up on Heaven, up in containers. It's going to be looking down towards mid, but the double crossfire setup being provided by Loy and Kano is going to cause mayhem if the remainder of EP decides to run in that specific angle. Minute 30, still plenty of time.
Plenty of threats around this map still. XQQ in first. We've seen them pull Evolution Power out of very bad situations.
I mean, new compound is definitely a map to be very clutchable for a lesser amount of players. But first is going to go down. XQQ is getting gunned, but the quick scope does ring true. Kano getting contested. The leg shot isn't quite going to cut it. Accurate shots, but on the leg, Kano was able to find the pistol shots on the final player of XQQ. And the round is secured by Stallions at a 4-2.
Yep, that femur standing strong here for No. Can take a sniper shot from point blank, so he can pull out that USP. 4-2 for Team Stallions so far. Has been risking a whole lot of these rounds, and that mid-nade is going to hurt Mino, XQQ. Down to 75 HP respectively.
Trying to gain control towards middle EP. All 5 players deep,
the game
but
in
that
B control
gives the room for Stallions to move out from B, but they're going to be sending it down towards servers A. Zay and XQQ will break the defense. The C4 to be planted down to 3-on-4. Stallions making a move, but there's an anchor from XQQ up on top of A connector. Stallions has to clear this angle out, otherwise it could be an issue with the timing.
Oh, no!
JJ just not being able to find the spray down might cost them the round here for Stallions.
I don't think they expected him to be there. So No going to be around the corner. XQQ, easiest shot of his life. KLP asking for a bit much. A 1 versus 4 in compound with a sniper.
I mean, I don't want to blame JJ, but he
didn't
surely could have found the kill there.
I don't think he expected it to.
Even still, XQQ was holding on to a nade for a brief moment.
There we go, Evolution Power.
Instantly calling timeout is going to be Tanks here.
Yeah, I think he just wants to round out this half. Maybe a 6-3. And I feel like the Stallions boys can probably handle the Blacklist side by themselves. So what is going to be the words of wisdom here for Tanks? For Team Stallions, probably telling them to calm the hell down. At the same time, opportunities being made here for Evolution Power once again. It's been quite the tough time for them to get some openings here, considering Stallions providing some forward surprises, especially in that container mid position. B pillars being fought for time and time again. Team Stallions, they're going to need to calm down. Evolution Power now starting to ramp up the pace in some of these positions, especially when it comes to that mid-tower side. Catwalk A, Catwalk A has also been a main target for them. So Team Stallions, what part of the map are they going to attack this time? Mid-nades have been very effective into trying to dissuade any early mid-peaks. But this is just pure shots from them. Loy and No on the left and right side of the container mid-side. And they did get the closeout. Double nade in mid once again, but it's only Y8 who feels the brunt of it. And once again, EP, mid-control is their target. Mid-control is their goal. Most of their setups have come from this position. But Stallions, though, a bit relaxed on their mid-defense. And YH gonna try to assault this curve position. JJ now very wary about it. No, needs to get back into that Z room in order to get something going. Loy getting caught mid-jump. No, around the corner, and YH is just gonna murk him. Zay is gonna pay with a trade, but YH gonna deny the rest of Stallions the rotation to get out of entrance B. And a tragedy of a round, a lack of mid-defense for Stallions. Evolution Power, right the red. KLP, though, will get YH first.
Was that almost a 182?
Spotted in tower.
180 from KLP is going to keep the hope alive. JJ is going to make the swing push first. He has to get the shots right, but first with the pistol is going to get the better of JJ. And the retake down to the hands of KLP. surely in a better round, but it's going to be EP with the tie. JJ having a rough turn of things coming to the new compound.
Yeah, it's not looking good for Team Stallions. Granted, it is a tie-up in terms of the scoreline, but it is still a GR-sided map. But Team Stallions' opportunity to kind of bring it back on their BL side, they have done that time and time again.
So much effort being lifted by both the captains here, Mino and KLB, doing God's work. Yet another mid take by EP. Now they're seemingly in a bit more comfortable position that they were able to tie it back to 4-4.
Honestly, if Stallions did this defense instead, I think they would have had
More rounds?
a lot more rounds for sure.
True. Those,
The triple stack in B, man.
the triple, I mean, not even a triple stack, double stack out forward
Yeah.
ended up losing both players. So
It only works when
aggressive
it is only first,
defense is
second. Yeah.
not working for them. I mean, there is a saying, best offense is best defense is an offense, but not in this case of a new compound here.
Yep. Catch me being a human landmine in B side, man. Just on the underside with my HK pointed up. That's a kill every single time.
Hence why was Sneaky one of the best players in the region.
Whoa, let's not claim that.
I said one of the best.
One of the best. I would say...
I didn't say you are the best, but you're one of the best. You were in the
I'd say
top
I'm like-
50, I believe.
Let's say I'm like rank 200.
Now, but back then.
Back then when I was a bit younger, yes. I could say that.
We sound like oldies. Back in my days.
Back in my day, I could full swing someone with an AK CFS and I would actually kill him.
That's a wild statement, but speaking of wild statement, KLB, the captain, is going to find the frag down towards the middle. Zay was able to find a refrag on towards Loy, unfortunately. But the shots ringing true for KLB, looking for the second first, has to do it, but it's going to be JJ to get the kill first, trying to make up for what he can. There's a flank from Zay. They have to clear it first as soon as possible. Flank running up by Zay, and nobody's looking his way. This could be troublesome. KLB does clear out to one angle, but now Zay can spring out. He is stuck by the ledges. Down he goes, and Stallions able to find this round 5 for first half.
There we go. And it seems like the bottom B defense being more of the focus for them has led them into some very, very good wins. Problem is Evolution Power. They have struggled on the GR side of this map back in their region, so let's see if Stallions can kind of draw from that power. Stallions, though, with a 55% win rate, just a 5% lead. Ooh.
EP's
the game
throwing
push. The game and push.
The game and push. Is it going to pay off dividends? And the answer is apparently not. JJ finds the double kill, and Kano will be able to pistol down first. And looks like they're going to take EP to the Motown. Down 3 players, and it's going to be a 5-on-2.
This has got to be the highest mechanic, low experience map of new compound ever.
I like that. I really do like that.
Like, everybody's hitting their shots, but these strats are, let's just say, a bit wild.
It does feel a bit wonky here, Sneaky, but still up 2 players. XQQ may have an angle into the players, but the swing from Loy. Good for 2. A double kill for Loy. And the round to be picked up here, 6-4.
Wouldn't be surprised if Evolution Power just goes back into the sights once again, but granted, it's a good idea. If this triple pillar stack actually worked out, that would have been 3 dead immediately for Stallions, but we're going to take a look back at the B defense once again. And that's just simple, man. That's just simple. It's really hard to clear players from the bottom side, but the triple B pillar.
Oh my
push
god,
again,
the
but
nades!
first, YH and Mino, the artillery comes in that B side, but fortunately, it's only JJ and KLP out.
They exactly knew where Stallions would be, and the bombarding lands true. Finding so much value. It's going to be JJ and KLP who was being the pain on the side towards B.
Ooh, timing. Oh my god. Pure timing. First is kind of unlucky.
In this game, keeping us interesting here. So much aggression from both of these teams. Gonna be a 3-on-4, but Stallions are gonna be forcing it still towards B, having a couple players look at it. We'll be going for a reset now.
Doesn't have to be a full commitment in this B site, so I like the lineups here from KLB blocking off the entrance of B. So they are going to have a bit of a mystery. XQQ with the jumping shot on no. And Loy will get him. KLB somehow gets YH as well. Mino still present on the B side. KLB switching to the M14 EBR. Zay and Mino, last two left alive. Loy and KLB, captain and support on either side. But Loy running as fast as he can away from Zay. But Zay does have the timing in that mid position. But does the spot Loy? Instead, Loy spots Zay. He knows it's in danger in this B site. KLB might have to push the issue forward in B.
I mean,
and that he does.
Is going to be able to clear the bomb site and does find a bunch of damage. Nade out. It's going to miss, though. It does find a bit of Alex Zay. So not a half bad nade, but the straight up from Loy is good. KLB will wrap it up. Bring the body bags for EP 7-4, and the Stallions making it closer to taking a map away from EP.
And they're smiling. They know they got away with murder in that round.
It's KLB all across the board here. 14 most kills, 2 first kills, 100.1 ADR, and so on.
Captain Ken back at it again in this game.
14 kills and 4 deaths. This guy is in flying colors.
You can see the difference in confidence here for the side of Stallions since they have the lead in this game now, but they cannot get overconfident. There is still some shooters on the side of Evolution Power, and it seems like the inexperience is actually worse for EP than it is for Stallions.
Off to a slow-paced round for EP. Turns out to be them in deficit for 3 rounds. Bit of an issue. Looking towards B, or A rather, it seems, having 2 players in middle and the C4 to be outside of A.
They're trying to
forward defense by Zay too. Ooh,
imagine
the angles. Oh, Zay has a sniper. Zay has a sniper. Rings true, and he's not gonna give up. He's gonna recontest, and that's gonna cost him his life.
That's gonna draw XQQ out of his position in A though. Oh, imagine if KLB held the exact same angle, he could have actually gotten SQQ here. B's not too bad of a shout, honestly. Just scared about Mino, man. That AK can shred this entire team.
Full rotation over towards B.
Any naders?
Any naders in chat? Any smokers in chat?
HEs, double HE on Mino.
I mean, there's not a lot of time left for Stallions. Half a minute, and they will have to make a choice. And it looks like as they are stepping away from B, I think A is probably the angle of attack here, but they have to make the execution faster. If YH can hold this angle, this could be all things going wrong. YH already off to a huge headshot. Looking back towards A, we already have XQ up in heaven. Not a lot of time.
Oh, he misses.
For Stallions liking. Loy's going to stick for the plant. JJ does find the frag. He will surely get the C4 planted in time. All of a sudden, round looking very dull for Stallions. Both players being cleared out. But first will ring true with the pistol of his own. Down to a 2v2. Not a lot of time for the retake to happen as well. So much damage could have been done, but first was able to clear such angle. JJ rings true with a headshot of his own as well. Mino, the captain, has to spring. He gets one. Needs to find the second kill. There's not a lot of time on the timer. KLP just has to hide outside of long. Rushes out. KLP dodges.
No
not
time.
A lot of time. There's no time. KLP swings. There's a headshot. And a round that could have went all so wrong for Stallions turns out to be a good one too. 8-4.
There it is. The miracle in new compound long A. First misses a shot on the C4 planter. God was on Loy's side that time. Jeez Louise. Stallions, you're getting away with so much in this map. With Evolution Power, this could be tilting you further and further.
It is. It surely is. EP at risk now of dropping their map pick. And seemingly one of their good maps too.
It's Eagle Eye 2, next map.
don't know. I don't know if I like the setup here for the series. The nade is going to find a bit of a value, though. But Stallions instantly is going to kick on the gas. And he's going to back out. They weren't really liking the push down towards the spawn area.
I like how the rest of the team is now starting to ramp up. You know, 7-8-8-8.
I mean, huge effort by JJ to pick some pace back up, didn't he?
For sure. And that shot on first on the second floor was nasty.
YH, quick to take down KLP. XQQ missed the last shot, costed them the rounds, but this time misses again, and time after time, somehow JJ is going to be able to break the defense onto the bomb site, and XQQ is so being hammered down. Down he goes in the round. The C4 is now getting planted, and on the retake is going to be YH. Has to find all the frags by himself, but he's down very bad. So low on hit points as well. He does get one.
Oh,
Lloyd
YH
might just swing in time, and all of a sudden down to a 1v2. No,
Oh, no!
Kano has to get the shot string. First finds all the frags, and EP keeps the dream alive.
They overthunk it at the same time. YH risking it all on the bottom side of second floor. The HK417 still at it.
And the crowd is getting wild as well.
It's getting nervous for both sides. Evolution Power finally breaking the Stallion streak. Stallions realistically 2 points away from closing out map 3. But a round that is inches away from their grasp, and a round that could have given them match point.
True.
It's not every time that XQQ misses.
And twice in a row, too, if you think about it. What are the chances there?
It's getting nervous.
For a machine like XQQ to do like that. Nonetheless, moving to round 14, EP was able to make up for a round thanks to First, just fragging out his mind on the sniper, on the pistol. But a push is coming to shove out towards B, towards double pillars. First has an angle, holding on to it. Nades up and over too. Does drive the position behind the Stallions for a little bit, but no one's willing to pull the trigger just yet. JJ swings. Luckily for him, he is going to get taken down by Mino. Unluckily, rather, for now. Down 2 players, but KLB is trying to make the best out of he can. Gets one.
Guys.
2v4 in a blink of an eye. Loy has made the cross onto the bomb site. Sees XQQ, spotted him out, but the shot's not there. And the captain put to the test once again. In a 1v4, if he does pull it, it's going to be an ace too.
Would have been nice if he had the timeout here, but both were spent at the start of the game. KLB finds a Mino running out of AK bullets. But YH around the corner can guarantee a headshot. And there it is, 8 and 6.
EP slowly but surely cooking up a comeback here. Was a 3-round deficit, now just a single 2 rounds.
No one's calling that the position from YH, so Loy was kind of forced to peek wide. That's tragic.
8-6 on the scoreline.
I think the boys have to slow down here. They gotta slow down. They're playing a bit too quick for their own good. Evolution Power, though, 12 and 10 for Mino so far. This AK-47 has been very, very effective. 2-man spray with the help of First defending that B side. At the same time, bad communication in between the Stallions boys. Not really communicating where Mino is correctly.
Keep them guessing. Stallions are going to be moving in towards mid. They're going to make a full wraparound, but XQQ's on the watch. And third time, not being able to capitalize on his position, he's going to have to fall back away. Loses a bunch of HP in the process as well. Bit of an issue here.
KLP on the other side of the map too.
Back towards A.
XQQ is actually looking all the way at tower. Zay's gonna get tagged up.
But he does buy the information that Stallions was looking towards A. So this spring rotation from EP, an extra player joins over towards A, and even further. And they're going to make a full rotation. Stallions are going to go be looking towards B.
Really?
And this might be the round here, Sneaky. Smart movements from the captain. Calling the right strats may grant them a free plant.
But they're not going to pull the trigger just yet. Nade's going to go through. First, on the side, he's going to miss the shot. Loy will get Mino. They need to get first immediately. Loy gonna get him with the EBR eventually, but look at YH. The HK doing absolute damage, and Zay is gonna get KLP. 10 seconds left. The C4's out in the open. And at this point, you can only ask for another miss.
You can only ask, but it's not going to be answered. XQQ is going to ring true, though. Finally, 8-7, just a single round away.
They need to slow down.
They have to. They really have to slow it down. On the verge of taking the map down to this. Not the best showing you would expect in the game. So close, yet so far. First, soon to be tested. JJ last time was able to jump. This time again, it's going to be Mino to swing, but he does get one before going down. First pistol's out. He's about to get double swung too, but the teammates are now coming in for the support. Stallions struggling to find more rounds. Now, seemingly lost of direction where they want to take this towards. We'll be scrambling a bit of info here and there. Stallions, what is their next plan?
Minute and 15 left on the clock. Not much time to pull the trigger for the side of Stallions. That one round really is stuck in their heads. The one round they were inches away from match point, and all of a sudden EP is now back in the game. 3 versus 4. Gonna have to be some good shots hitting
XQQ saw the cross.
Bit late on the trigger.
And briefly, bomb site is being isolated. It's only 2, which is going to be first on YH. And the bomb site first does not miss. He doesn't cut a slack. Find the frag. Pistols out. KLB is down to half HP. Was able to clear the bomb site.
C4.
But the retake is coming soon. Just right by connector.
Need to play together.
They have to. Gonna go for the rifle. Interesting choice of decision for KLB. Gonna be playing deep in servers.
Chill, gang.
There's the retake coming through. Zay gonna swing. Execute with the pistol, finds one. KLB has to hold it down. Good for one. The captain rings true. Almost has an angle on Zay. Not gonna happen. EP
They're doing too much.
ties it back to 8-8, and this was least of our expectations here.
They're doing too much. They're doing too much. They're doing too much in this game. I cannot be more serious about this. They're doing too much. Literally hold it down in servers. That's fine.
That round could have been a bit more comprehensive for the side of Stallions, but turns out to be EP just bring it down. And to make things worse, Kano's going to take half of his hit points away from the nade through middle.
They're overthinking these angles, man. Evolution Power doing a really good job, though. In all honesty, granted that first is always missing his first shots, but he's always good for the second one. But at the same time, Stallions, it's like you already have a really good spot in the site, but they refuse to stay still.
Sometimes you just have to hold still, hold the angles, and play with the corners, and, you know, hold the angles and see if you can benefit from there on. But, like you say, just playing too much might be the issue here brewing for Stallions, not being able to find the rounds. And dropping, I believe, 4 in a row, if I'm not wrong, to EP. might not cut it to close the map out here.
This is tragic. This is low-key. If they do take the L on this map, this is the exact same way they lost to Falcons too. In this specific map, 8-8. Or it was a very big lead at the start. They got some very good rounds on the BL side, but they kind of lose steam after a crushing round.
But for EP, bit more signs in life for them. Thanks to Mino holding the line for the rest of his teammates to get activated. Was able to find a tie here. Stallions now looking to move in deep towards middle, but now they're getting naded left and right. Only 44 seconds, and they have to wrap around spawn, but Mino's on the watch with the AK of his choice.
They're in. They're in. Hold on, wait a minute. Everybody's occupied on the A site. Stallions galloping on site, but they need to clear YH. They need to clear him now before he makes a highlight play like that. Triple kill. They finally get him, and it is only first. Most dangerous man with the USB.
Got one, looking for the second, has an angle. Kano has to do it, but he's down so low. EP makes the best out of both worlds and is able to find the round number 9. 9-8. It was briefly 4 rounds deficit to something like this, making a huge comeback.
It's the hesitation from the side of Stallions. The communication breaking down. It's a great idea on the A site, but they couldn't clear YH in time. The amount of damage this man has dished out to the offense of Stallions. 13-13 in this game, and double bad luck for the side of Stallions every time he steps into server.
Giving YH such a chance for a highlight play. 3K for that guy too. Just falling short for a couple kills to mark up around. Stallions now at the verge of dropping a map, which seemingly was theirs moments ago. Would be tragic for the players, Stallions, and the coach Tanks as well. So much effort being put into this map too. And, you know, how we were talking about, if you're going to drop a map, drop it fast, not like this. This is going to get mental for them. It drains so much energy out of you too. But if Stallions can find this and take it to overtime, that's a different side of the story.
For sure. But KLP crawling in that mid position, finally finding himself in curb, but XQQ expecting this. KLP sitting inside of the smoke, and I think he spots some shadows within it, but Loy will get XQQ first. Another shot with the sniper. JJ will get first in return. 3 versus 2. Look at the HP bars. But they do get the 1 versus 2, and JJ gets it. It's overtime for the Stallion side. A sigh of relief for the boys here.
Overtime granted. Took a bit more effort for Stallions to bring us into this current stage. But now EP is going to be on the blacklist side to begin us off. And already making footsteps in towards double pillars. And this time, has to be a bit more passive on the defense. This is going to be Stallions.
Bit of a crossfire between JJ and KLP here. Did work last time when First was crawling in this B site. I feel like EP's kind of has a bit of a clue on how to attack the Stallions defense now. Getting that curve position every single time has been very beneficial for them. And if they can take out Loy early in this round, would be of big benefit, but no, gonna cross within this smoke.
EP looking to swing towards spawn. The flank is on. YH is gonna get the drop onto 1. Looking for the second. Mino was able to find the drop on towards KLP, but the aggression is actually redirected towards B servers. JJ has to duck and hide. He's actually gonna go for the repick. Is gonna get 1.
Ridiculous.
That is actually ridiculous. They finally clears him out, and somehow the Terminator finds another. Down to 2v1. It's gonna be first to find the shot in EP. Clean aggression and clean turn of things. 10-9.
And this is the round that was the heartbreaker for the side of Stallions. Everybody hesitating to peek YH. There's fear in their eyes. And then first, USP in his hands. First, will spot one pushing forward, and he's going to go down. Loy will get Mino. Good pre-fire around the corner. YH trying to recoup the C4, but Zay around the corner could not save it, and KLB will get it. Stallions turning on the Jets, and B-side will be wide open.
XQQ put to the test here. 1v3 for him. Stallions are going to be covering the C4 for now. They're not going to pick it up, or rather, they're going to cover the C4 and see if they can catch XQQ on the rotation. But if XQQ can find this first opening, things are out. It's not deep enough.
There we go. KLP gets it. Stallions, man, throwing out some very risky rounds, but at the same time, well worth it. If you can get that second trader after first, opportunity to take in the site, opportunity to take in the control in B pillars. Just right then and there. Triple nade in mid, and Zay down to very low HP already. YH in first. Minus 25 on their sake as well. So good damage at the start of the round, but can they finish these players off?
These two teams going tooth and nails, fighting against each other. 10-10 tied in the overtime once again. Let's see where EP wants to take their main aggression towards. Last time towards B. Utterly failed. And this time, expecting early aggressions from Stallions, they're going to be playing somewhat passive to hold on the angles that the global risk could sneak through. But for Stallions, they're also going to be playing pretty passive.
Don't have to play too aggressive. It seems like they learned their lesson from their prior rounds. I think most of the aggression is going to come from the B-side with JJ here, who's kind of found his way back in this series with a 16-13 performance. No, though, having a bit of a turn down. Plenty of nades being spent for the side of Evolution Power as well as Stallions. So Stallions, they're going to try to retake this long position back into their hands. At least try and enable KLB to get this first pick off.
KLB doing God's work. 22 kills for this guy. Playing out his mind.
Ooh, No is tempted
And
to check this.
even JJ has 16 kills. He has been activated, just waiting on KLP now. Ooh, the angle from KLB. Not going to hit, as first is going to take down JJ for the opener. And EP instantly throws a punch towards the rotation. KLB's taken down as well.
No, gets two!
Huge pickups. First, last one alive in a 1v3 is this round. Stallions, 19 seconds, not a lot of time. He's stuck in corner. He's stuck in servers. Is cleared off. 11-10. Stallions are going to mark the lead temporarily for now.
Jesus. Pure timing coming in from Kano. Long push. Heard the flashes, heard the nades from the mid side, and just sent it. They needed that. But now, BL side, where they got most of their rounds, or actually 4 or 3 of their rounds in this game. And let's see what's going to be the verdict here.
Just waiting on the attorney. What will be the verdict? I have to wait and see. But now Stallions are going to be on the blacklist side for the attack. And EP loves to just take control outside of A long. This time having 2 players up and over. It's going to be Zay, and I believe that's YH.
Ooh, but look at Zay, though. If he can spot that early position from long, they can confirm that it is going to be an early B-side take.
Oh, Minnow in a bit of a risky position. Has to face off against 4 if the push actually comes his way. First is on a bit of a support. The nade stack's going to take so much hit points away from Minnow. Big push getting cooked up. Another nade being thrown. Luckily for Minnow, he does get to survive and fall back towards servers.
He backed up. He's like, I'm too wounded for this angle, man.
He's had enough of that.
He's had enough of those nades.
And Stallions Burning the clock down to the minute is going to make a full rotation over towards A.
Honestly, if they could just insta-give Mino here, there's a possibility, but A-side has been kind of cursed for the side of Team Stallions.
They're walking in towards Minnow. Minnow is going to not be found just yet. This could cause mayhem. Sees the crosshairs. Quick double kill. Rings Drew and Kano at risk as well. Is going to be able to clear Minnow out, but at the cost of losing two of his teammates.
Yeah, 35-second decision has to be made here. For the side of Team Stallions, KLB has to hit an absolute heater and one of the players of Evolution Power. But look at the smokes blocking the vision, and that he does. Execute goes down. Zay goes down as well. A-side suddenly wide open, but JJ will fall to Y8. It's a 2 versus 2. No nades for the side of Stallions with the exception of a smoke and a flash. A-side take going.
YH trying to go for the retake, swings the corners, but he is going to be taken down first versus 2. As the sniper has the ESP, first one not going to hit. Stallions leading the Marsher 12-10. So close, yet so far.
No has removed the limiter.
Feels like we're stuck in a long dream, aren't we?
No has removed the limiter. It's not on his forehead anymore. He's now in full power. He's back in the game from 12-16 to 17-16 in just 2 rounds.
Absolutely feeling it. Stallions just a single round away. Shouldn't be letting this round slip away in their fingers.
Is it messed up to say it doesn't feel over yet?
No. EP still stands a chance. They're not out yet.
I feel the aura.
What type of aura?
That this game's not over yet.
All right, we'll have to wait and see. EP definitely still in the talks. If they can just hold aggression down, possibility of golden round still persists. Around the corner. Big swing coming in. YH instantly gibbed. Gonna be a 4v5. And smartly, Stallions are gonna be looking down towards A. Or for a full reset. JJ has been planted. If Minnow swings in the wrong time in the wrong parts of the map, could cost him his life. Came in huge last time, but the teammates couldn't match up to his tempo.
He's trying to bait Zay out of his
Stallions
spot.
is boxing in the EP by the corners, pressuring them slowly but surely. And EP, they are split up 2-2 on each of the bump sites, and Stallions, if they're able to find one and just pressure it, isolate it well, will be playing a 5-on-2 briefly in the moments. As they are not giving up control middle just yet. Another flank being sold. First has an angle, not gonna hit, and that does trigger for the push of Stallions in towards servers momentarily. XQQ does find one frag. Zay has to hold it, but he is getting contested so hard. A is clear.
C4.
C4 to be planted. 3-on-4 retake.
Good
Being kicked
nade.
up in the pot.
Good nade though. From KLB into XQQ, down to 1 HP. The snipers are the biggest threat in this game, but Mino wants to be a threat as well. AK-47 straight to the head of Loy. KLB needs to look above him. XQQ gets his head taken off, and this could be it. First peeked around the corner. How does he hit that?
He's not allowed, but he still does it. KLP goes down as well. First, now invalid chances. Pistols out, no time on the C4. Has to check the corners, but he's looking the wrong way. Kano could swing with the pistol, and there's the round, and there's the kill. And there is the map for Stallions. And there it is, new compound. After an uphill battle by Stallions, they are able to close out 13-10. EP had a really good showing, but Stallions was able to just somehow come out on top during the overtime and close out a map, which is EP's pick, stolen away.
But man, that was too close for comfort for both teams, not gonna lie. Evolution Power was looking very scary by the tail end of this game, especially at overtime. Some of those kills were really going back in towards their way, but of course Stallions, they do have El Capitan, KLB 1.60, 88.1 ADR, 1 kill per round and 3 first kills. Man, the nervousness in the entire server was really there. You can feel how tense it was, but KLB really was ice cold under pressure.
Ice cold indeed, and the Wonder Child for Stallions. The captain is going to be able to deliver such an amazing result for the team. Top fracking as well. So looks like it's going to be 2-1 in the series, with new compound going towards the way of Stallions. Black Widow did close out, Subbase did close out, and now new compound gets closed out. So we're looking to get into Eagle Eye as well.
Yeah, Eagle Eye 2.0, it is going to be a bit more comfortable for both of our teams, especially Evolution Power. I feel like both of the teams are very clearly inexperienced when it comes to the map of new compound. There was a lot of forward defenses, there were a lot of early pickoffs, there was a lot of aggression that really was unnecessary in this map. And I feel like when it comes to just the skirmishes and the mid-rounding, it was kind of a back and forth up until in the overtime. It was a lot of fakes, it was a lot of movement from the side of Team Stallions that they had to do in order to just get a win on the board. Granted, it was a very, very difficult one. It feels like they just pushed through just with pure fights coming in from their side, but they really were having massive trouble up against the snipers especially.
Yeah, and the players are momentarily disappeared from the stage to take a quick break, it seems. Would love one on the caster desk as well, but we'll have to wait and see if that is going to be possible. Nonetheless, Eagle Eye coming up next, which I think is EP's, prominent pick since Mino, the father of Eagle Eye,
for sure,
in China, who has built every single lineups that is existent in the game.
Yeah,
apparently.
I feel like it matches their playstyle, both of these teams' playstyle as well. This is why Team Stallions is so good when it comes to the map of Eagle Eye 2.0, because they also bring that same aggression, they also bring that same proactivity that we do see from the other teams. I feel like X-Rock would be very good on this map, considering they also love fighting in this game. And Evolution Power, they have the lineups, they have the timings, they have the strategies, especially when it comes to the map of Eagle Eye 2.0. So if I'm Team Stallions here, I would still bring the same exact aggression, but be playing a lot more carefully, especially when it comes to the timings. I feel like we're going to be seeing a whole lot more buddy system, a whole lot more, maybe more team play coming in from the side of Team Stallions to try and draw out, especially the frontline defenses from Hotel. But at the same time, you don't want to get put on a highlight reel, maybe on first, maybe up against XQQ. So we desperately need KLP to get online in this game, and he does. He was a bit late to the party going into that last compound map. But I feel like if he can ramp up on Eagle Eye 2.0, Stallions might have the key to get into top 3.
Into top 3 indeed, but Stallions, they are making the run once again. They were the ones to take down by Shell, one of the top Chinese teams, and now against Evolution Power, who has a championship under their belts, now is somewhat at risk. Still a little too early to say that EP is out of it. Still has a couple more maps to play, and Eagle Eye, being one of their better maps, is going to leave us in the questions. But thus far, Stallions are definitely leading out 2-1 on the map score. Least of expectations, but looks like we are here right now.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult, especially when we go into map number 5, right? I feel like Port is not a map that you really do want to fight Evolution Power on, especially if you're Team Stallions. I mean, they have 2 competent snipers on the team. You do have First, you do have XQQ, so feel like mid is going to be locked down, top A is going to be locked down, and if ever we do go into map number 5, yeah, it's going to take a lot of faith from the Team Stallions boys to actually get something going in that particular map. They're going to have to find the snipers first, and not just that, it's been really solid defenses for Mino especially, who's been kind of rocking the AK-47, which hasn't been too bad, especially when it comes to the map of Compound. But at the same time, there is still a lot of factors that you have to think about. If you are on the side of Team Stallions, how is Kano going to get back into the series? He didn't really have the best start to it, so going to be interesting if they can kind of cap it off in Eagle Eye 2.0, especially up against the masters of it.
Masters indeed, but nonetheless, the game will continue on once the players are back on the stage. Up until then, we can talk about something else for now. I mean, the players feeling a little bit under the weather. With the weather in Chengdu, a little bit cold. It's gotten a little bit colder than the day we flew in, so...
Yeah, it's December, so
it is. It surely is.
About time for the holidays,
and Chengdu definitely is a city that is a bit warmer on the map too, I believe.
What?
I think Chengdu is definitely one of the warmer cities.
Oh, for sure.
During
I thought you were talking
yeah.
about like map 2. I was like, oh,
Map 2,
it's
no.
warmer in it's warmer in Black Widow. It's like, all right, I guess, but maybe I think yeah, it should be Chengdu. And definitely warmer. It's on more the north side of the equator, man. So I feel like it is gonna be you know, a bit hotter, but at the same time, it could be wildly colder, man. 4 degrees at one point. I think yesterday. So I think that has.
How did you like the food so far here in Chengdu?
Pretty good. Pretty good spices.
Pretty good spices.
Pretty good spices.
Chengdu,
is,
famous
very
for
well
Chengdu
done.
and Sichuan, famous for the spiciness and the sourness. Or sourness, is that even a term? But the
Yeah.
food is spicy and sour, but it does, since we're Asians from an Asian background, it does fit us quite nicely.
It's the right amount of spice, in my opinion. You know?
Elfish guy and Neokai is suffering for a little bit, but they are also somewhat enjoying the food as well, I would say.
Yeah, as someone who's not a fan of sweet things. Definitely I've been,
I can't do sweet.
I can't do sweet for sure. I'm more of the sour and spicy kind of guy. So Sichuan has been perfect for me. Just Chengdu has been perfect for me in general.
Absolutely.
Breakfast has been very, very good. That's for sure. So
Hangzhou was great, and Chengdu is also great to us as well. Can't wait to see what city we're going to be flying to in the next year for the grand finals. Thus far, Sichuan's been doing us right, and the games too have been pretty good. None of the oh wow, what was that kind of games weren't there.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I feel like Compound definitely was one of those games. That's for sure. I mean, what was going on half the time I was thinking in my head is like, or somehow, some way, enemies in the back line, they're in the back line as well. Whole lot of flanking, whole lot of fighting. For a Compound map, I mean, in a map like Compound, obviously you have casted Yumena, you're kind of expecting more of a slow-paced kind of game, especially from both of our teams, but it seems like Evolution Power and Stallions have a different idea going into this series. So I think we might see something different going into Eagle Eye 2.0, as we are probably going to be starting very, very soon. You can see the Chinese casters in the backside. Eagle Eye 2.0 going to be very interesting, especially, I mean, Stallions' wealth of experience on this map. I mean, after Subbase, Eagle Eye 2.0 was the next map that they kind of mastered and been the best at in the region.
Yeah.
So going to be very interesting to see, but at the same time, Evolution Power, they, just like I always said, they kind of innovated a lot of things in Eagle Eye 2.0, the lineups, the offense, especially that line smoke in towards that A side, kind of blocking the entirety of it. So going to be very interesting to see if Team Stallions did their homework and try and see if they can create the counter for that kind of play, because it's going to be a whole lot of utility raining on some of these sites, man.
For sure indeed, but only way to find out for us is to wait and see. So let's take a quick tactical pause on the caster desk as well, as the game is now ready to get into it. Eagle Eye 2.0, it's going to be EP versus Team Stallions.
There it is. Moment of silence for the B defense that was in the B new compound earlier. May we never see it again. I'm just kidding. But seems like Evolution Power has taken themselves a bit of a breather on the backside. Stallions still steady in this game. Granted, it has been a bit of a downpour, rather a downturn for some of the other players in this game. Loy has taken a back seat in compound, but still he was very effective when it comes to anchoring. JJ, big improvement after that sub-base map. But it seems like Team Stallions, you can hear the screams, you can hear the war cries from their side. Evolution Power steady on their seat. But I feel like the Stallions are ready and roaring to go into map number 4. Just like how I said, No has taken the limiter off of his forehead, and he is going full power in game number 4.
He has released it. You can see his forehead. He took the cold fever off, ready to get into it. Mino as well, after the break, feeling a little bit more comfortable, dialed in, ready to take it on the last map. He was the player to hold the line for the team.
You can see them sweating now on the stage. Granted, we are in Chengdu, but
the pressure is on too, if you think about it.
Yeah. We are in Chengdu, but it's not the coldest in the arena.
True. We are actually sweating too.
For sure.
As the studio is a bit more warm to allow the players the warm hands to be able to perform.
Yeah, especially this guy, Loy. He's been having a generational series in this game.
True.
And we're going to need to see a lot more. And this is kind of his direct matchup. YH, who's also been having a hell of a series as well. So we are going to be starting very, very soon. Evolution Power. Map number 4. Going to be underway in just a bit. Team Stallions now only a map away from a top 3 appearance in CFS 2025. Evolution Power, the Dragons can bring it back here in map number 4. Let us see.
Game is on. Eagle Eye 2.0. Stallions versus EP. If Stallions can find the map, and they are able to close the series out and propel themselves forward in the tournament in the grand finals. But right now, it's going to be JJ to find a double kill. Zay responds quickly with a kill and a bunch of damage as well, but he is going to be taken out and already in the very first round coming into map number 4. Stallions are looking to shut the round down. 2v4 being cooked up here.
Oh my god, no. Just allowed to peek in that second mid position. And YH going to be spotted as well. Hotel going to be occupied for now, but that's a quick checkout, potentially. YH 43 HP and a Dream does get the flick on KLB, but not going to get the flick on No. 1 round gotten by the side of Team Stallions. Straight up B long push, catching the defenders off guard.
Great push by JJ, opening up the round with a double kill. And methodical double swing on towards Zay, clearing him off. And into this. 1-0. It's going to be a quick A push, and this one paying off dividends. KLB quick on the shot. Gets one. KLB is knocked out as we are equalized 4-on-4. But Stallions has to worry about this push by Zay. The flank, good for the kill on towards Kano.
Good timing on Zay. I think he was playing the double metal box on B long this entire time. But KLP, though, has to be you, my friend. Mino, as soon as that smoke fades, there is that thin line between the smokes, but I think he did spot the sniper going on in. Mino around the corner is going to spot Loy, and that's going to make first move off of his usual position. Mino will be taken down first on the first floor on the site, but Loy is disturbing him. Zay going to be forced to back off all the way back to spawn. XQQ.
Shots are ringing true for Stallions already. Down 3 players. Evolution Power has to go on a retake on a 2v3 to C4 planted in the open as well to make things a little bit worse. However,
need to hide.
Zay, down to 38 HP, has a dream. A dream that is big enough to win for his team. It's going to be looking to cross in towards long. It's going to be a double peek in towards long. The nade still in the hands. Loy might take a bit of damage. Still alive, but JJ springs out of nowhere. Gets a double kill. Stallions leads out 2-0. In a map that is seemingly EPs.
JJ, he was kind of disappearing in some of the maps here, but immediately at the start of Eagle Eye 2.0, making his presence known, and that's going to force a timeout off of Nice. So Evolution Power stunned immediately at the start of the game, and I feel like the objective here for the side of Team Stallions is to get some early rounds on this BL side especially, and try and see if he can, you know, just kind of edge it out on that second half, considering Evolution Power is darn good on this BL side as well. But the pacing, catching Evolution Power off guard. Evolution Power might have to draw it back all the way to the site. Not sure if they can take Hotel at this point. Zay might be able to get some disturbance going. But other than that, I don't think they can overcommit on Hotel too fully. Or Evolution Power can also provide their own curveball. Maybe try and get the mid play going. Maybe an A play going. Lots of options in their pocket for the innovators of Eagle Eye 2.0. Team Stallions, though, steady in their lead in this game, but can they extend it? A 4-0 start would be quite the start to map number 4, honestly.
Quite a start for Stallions to lead out on a blacklist of Eagle Eye. 2-0? Sure. That is a feat for sure. And moving into round number 3, Hotel is about to be contested. Zay has had some moments, 2 kills on him, but just came short of clutching it for the team. And the nade is on the money.
First
one thrown by Stallions. Got dunked on first. He's down below half HP too.
Oh, KLB's looking.
Oh, the angle from KLB.
Oh, get down, son.
YH was thinking about it, but he's just gonna hold the angles.
I mean, if they can make their presence more known in this B site, First is spotted in the first floor. He's gonna take KLB's head off if he's not careful. Ooh, misses the shot. First has been missing a lot ever since game 3. But JJ is going to get tagged up as well in the Hotel position. Zane going to confirm that it is not going to be a safe push. Wonder if they're going to nade him out.
Getting naded left and right. It is going to be Stallions too. Lloyd taking a bit of damage as well. The C4 actually making the move in towards underpass. Could be sneaky, but Mino is holding an angle. Sneaky.
Yes,
There you go. Mino does get the drop on one. Looking for the second. The Madman spray down. The nade might do the justice. That's going to be Zay to swing. Ooh. But he is taken out in a blink of an eye. Kano will find the drop onto YH as well. All of a sudden, B is completely swarmed. XQQ has made his way into the bomb site. Pistols out. Gets one. So he sees the barrel of KLB.
Oh my God,
actually
KLB
dropped the sniper to swap for a rifle. Gets the shot done. Down to 1v1 first.
Chill.
Loy, you got to chill. You don't have to peek into first. You have to see for planted.
Chill.
You didn't have to peek. Stallions.
God.
After all that work, is going to drop the round. It's going to be 2-1 EP. Thanks to First clutching it.
Of course.
The defuse will proceed.
You can't take the Cebu out of Loy. In all honesty, we overpeaked that. But if he hits, though, that would have looked very cool. But at the same time, It's not the most optimal peak.
Very true.
Scary, scary times. With Evolution Power, that ending up in a 1v1 is still looking very scary, especially for their side. Loy and No starting to work their magic. The two attackers from the Stallion side starting to make their presence known in this map. At the same time, Evolution Power not going to miss any easy shots anytime soon. Still got to respect it. First and XQQ in the A site. Double sniper setup on the A position. XQQ takes JJ's head off, but gonna cause a bit of hesitation on the Stallion side, and they might just be caught overcommitting on the A site. Loy looking for XQQ, the smokes, the nades, everything's being thrown on this A site. KLP Looking for something, looking for anything. He does hear YH quick switch in that mid position.
Could be a swing, could be a miss. Have to wait and see what really happens. But JJ is, like I said, is taken out from the picture for Stallions offensive.
They know Zay's here.
And with 4 players, KLP actually took a bunch of damage. They're actually going to be looking to go in towards Hotel. But Zay is here, like I say, is going to be taking a bit of damage and will fall back. KLP looking to clear this angle up, but he has to keep his heads right there. Because Mino gets involved as well. Kano is going to be taken down through underpass, and Zay looking to swing. KLB at risk. It's going to be Mino to actually take the kill. Loy, last one alive. From a 2-0 start to this, Loy keeping the dream on. Could be an ace, could be a highlight reel for him if he can clutch.
Honestly,
C4 down in no man's land too.
hard times. XQQ is going to peek him.
Could. The timing.
Yep.
Bit iffy, and XQQ eventually finds the frag, and we are tied back to 2-on-2. Off to a nice start, but now into this.
Presence made for XQQ. And this is what I was worried about for Stallions especially. That double sniper setup.
It's like 4 flashes being thrown out towards Belong, and they want to contest the EP. Swinging Zay finds a bit of damage. KLB and the nade
fight
from
too hard.
KLB. They are fighting right back at it. 2 players are down from EP.
I think EP tried to see if they can kind of heat check up against Stallions in this long position. They expected more of an aggressive fight from their side, not the hold. So good patience from the kids here. So it's a 3 versus 5 immediately, but the key players are still alive. First and XQQ, still breathing in this game. And 2 of these snipers can make the difference in this one, but YH is going to get no, but KLP will get YH in return, so it's a 4 versus 2. They can assault one side of the map, but they're going to need to find the sniper immediately.
Could be a tough one to do. First and XQQ, the double sniper setup, are the last ones alive in the hands of EP. Has a bit of an angle towards mid, but Stallions are going to be playing with composure and playing slow. Burn the timer down, keep them guessing. Pot shots through doors, does find a bit of value on towards XQQ, and he immediately switches his position. Bit of utils. Still left on the side of EP, and just a single flash on Stallions could cause a bit of a trouble if the snipers do ring true. Stallions slowly but surely making their way in towards A. First may have an angle, but now he's getting contested and is going to be losing a bit of his HP and make that all of his HP. XQQ versus 4 now, into it versus 3. Quick swing, and Stallions will lead out 3-2.
There we go. Gotta play the slow game here if you're the side of Stallions.
It only did feel the way that the lack of utils may have caused a bit of issue, but first just wasn't able to find the angles on the long-range battles.
It's so funny, like the only thing that Nai said on the freeze time was Jayo, and Jayo maybe is just needed. And Lloyd, the timing on YH is immaculate right then and there. And he also gets Mino as well. Lloyd, generational 3K on the A site. My God, 9-3 in this game. Can he make it 10-3, double digits by round number 6?
I mean, we can only wait and see. Zay is the last one standing for the side of Evolution Power, is trying to maneuver into the angles, but there are just too many players in front of him. Has to clear KLB first. There's the first headshot, looking for the second towards JJ. He is so worried about his backside as well, but Lloyd the cross without getting spotted. Ring around the Rosie, and Jay's actually going to be able to get in towards middle. Not spotted just yet. Not enough time on the C4 as well, so the decision here for Zay is to just buy time for his IGL Mino to talk over and give some feedbacks.
Yeah, for sure. I don't think Mino expected the timing here from Loy, but as soon as Loy saw that YH was just running straight through mid, no one was looking in his position. He had to go for the risky play, and that he did, and the risk paid off. 3K from that mid spot. So Stallions rolling on in. Good start to the first half. Evolution Power, the struggles continue for their defense. But the second half hasn't started yet for them. KLB getting first. KLB getting YH. The 1-2 punch on the A site. That's going to be A once again. Oh, Mino's low. Lloyd's going to get away with it. Oh my god, no. With the support, Nade's gonna go through. Mino is dead from downtown. Zay is gonna get spotted. And No is gonna spot that mid position, and that is gonna be 5 and 2. Stallions 5 rounds away from moving on forward, but they need to seal off these last 2 in order to have a bit of insurance in this one. But look at Loy, their riskiest play, and EP, the communication breakdown first didn't look at mid whatsoever.
Did not at all indeed, and Stallions trying to make a wave here. 5-2, and they're going to be going quite fast on towards A as well. Bunch of damage being dished out towards Minnow. At first as well, down to half HP, did find the kill. The timing is a little bit off, but KLP somehow getting the back lines. Looking for the second one towards YH, not going to happen. Down to 2v4. Has the control of the bomb site temporarily. The retake is going to be coming handy. First has a bit of an angle towards KLP. Still hits it. How does he do it?
Of course he peeks that. First is dead? No, never mind. Good shot from Mr. First right into the forehead of No. Might need that cold fever back on his forehead once again. 5 and 3. So let's not get too frisky if you're a Stallions fan. Still not over just yet. 3 rounds on this GR side. 1 more for Stallions would be ideal, but 1 more for Evolution Power would set the stage for a basic tie-up. But Stallions known to be aggressive on their global risk side as well. So Evolution Power has to be ready about that.
We can only wait and see, don't we? More smokes out early. Zay trying to get involved in Hotel. He might get timinged on. As KLP is waiting to swing the feet, not detected just yet.
Oh no.
These 2 players are going to be able to cross paths. So close, yet so far. And another player is going to be rotating in towards B, and smartly, Stallions is going to be stepping over towards mid and possibly in towards A. And that does spring another rotation from Minnow. This guy is so hot on feet, has to run across the map.
Oh.
How does XQQ hit that across the whole entirety of Eagle Eye?
Too much spamming going on. No, we'll get YH. Tracers through the smoke, probably expose his location, but look at Loy. Look at Loy. He has crawled on into the A site. Can he catch First off guard? The unscope from First, right on the money.
That's the captain, El Capitan, to the test again in a 1v4. Needs to find the first frag
Spotted.
as an opener. Has the C4 for his liking at least.
Spotted.
Definitely spotted, but he's now making the rotation down towards middle. Zay is waiting on the other end. Gonna be climbing up top of the watchtower. We'll briefly check the info down towards Zay, but he's gonna be crossing in towards mid. Zay is waiting. He has to check this corner. XQQ is joining as well. What a quick flick of a shot that is for KLB. There's the opener. Didn't lose his hit points as well. 1 down, 3 more to go for the clutch. Captain so dialed in, as you can see on the POV down below. And he is ready to cause some mayhem for EP. Stepping in, Minnow spotted, but Minnow just finds the better through the wallbang. 5-4 first half, but valiant effort by the captain. At the same time, still a round lead persists for the side of Stallions.
For sure. Seems like that timeout from Nice kind of readjusted the plans here for the side of EP. First, a lot more on the money on this sniper. Going a lot more forward. Evolution Power on a streak in this game. It's literally a 50-50. Even the AIs like it. But what is the game plan here for Team Stallions? Team Stallions expecting a faster push in towards that mid position, but EP is going to change it up. They're just going to hold for now, but at the same time, this could benefit Stallions if they do not spend too much of their utility. But EP is going to keep their nades inside of their pockets. They need it for this A setup if ever they do go for it. Still, JJ and No going to be tempted to check this long A position. YH with the jump peek. They're going to have to back up. That's free information that 2 players are on that B long side, or A long side.
Getting a little bit frisky for EP, isn't it? Just not getting much of information they would like. And the shot from first is going to take KLP out. Kano did take a bit of damage through the nade. That's going to be YH and first to find the piece each. Double for first as well. That's going to be A getting pried open. Loy gets baited as XQQ was waiting on the other end of the entrance. And seemingly a clean round for Evolution Power.
Not much you can do here if you're KLB. Well, you could take out the XQQ just like that.
There's one.
It's a tough spot to be in there.
Ace incoming. Or at least for KLB wishes. Needs to find 4 more, but there are just too many players. May see Minnow in time.
Good spot, Minnow.
Could have, should have, and would have. But there are just too many angles to look for, and first is not going to let that one slip. Round secure by EP. They're not out of it just yet. We're tied 5-5.
Evolution Power. This is what I was worried about. In that second half, they can get very creative when it comes to BL, but at the same time, Stallions can make something happen, honestly, in this GR side. They are one of the more aggressive teams. YH takes a nade to the face. So first and YH tagged up at the start of the round. They're looking for that
They are.
ladder pick off. Just in case Loy's going to go for a peek.
Nobody's really peeking in that corner if you do think about it, so unfortunately it's not going to pay off dividends, but round number 11, EP off to a neat picky start, was able to get the round clean kills too if you do think about it. And this time Stallions on the defense is going to be clearing out towards B like how they have done on the past couple, last round rather. And the nades are going to ring true for a bit more damage being dished out, but not a lot. Minute 25 on the clock, and the decision here for Stallions to shift over another player towards A, which does leave mid open for now. And we've seen time after time teams, if they are able to gain that information, is going to abuse one hell out of mid. Bunch of settings being put out. JJ is on the hold.
Ooh.
And Loy got baited once again. He was trying to clear out towards hotels and is taken out as XQQ and another player, which is going to be Zay, waiting with open arms.
Yeah, but No is going to check at the wrong place at the wrong time, but that's actually the right timing for them. Mid position going to be taken. KLP not looking in his direction. KLB with the sniper cannot do much about this B-side take, except he does. YH does get it, but XQQ does get the instant trade. XQQ with the late flank. Evolution Power back in this game. Seems like Stallions wished that they gotten more rounds in that first half, as EP has full control of this BL side.
Absolutely true, and the reason for Stallions to drop these rounds is EP is playing very methodical, and First is just going to continue to plow in forward with the sniper of his own. Get the draw onto JJ. And the setups were thrown out to A. Loy was trying to scout out. First time around, he was able to get towards middle, but XQQ was waiting a pistol on the other side of the corner. And now the second time in a row, Loy sees the setups, or hears the setups being thrown out towards A, clears out towards Hotel, but is greeted by 2 players. So I don't know what Stallions, the adaptations are required here.
They're trying to force the issue. I can't blame them, in all honesty. I feel like if you get like a pick-off from any of the players on the side of EP, it's easier to play the sites.
And First just continues to get the first frag of the round. Loy swings. Risky here, but Kano does come in for the support, does a bunch of damage. Pistols out, will have to relocate himself, but is taken out as well. And now KLB trying to get involved. Good for 1, and the C4 too. At risk is going to be XQQ, takes a bunch of damage. Pistols ring true! KLP not being able to do much. Taken out an EP. Leads out 7-5. The dream is still on. Yeah, Loy getting caught up like that isn't quite going to cut it.
Yeah. In XQQ, his late pushes are now working, but that's one way to take him off the map. KLB taking him off of it. Seems like him on the sniper has gotten a lot of benefits. Stallions will take the timeout anyways. And Loy, double mailbox position for him. That's all they needed.
That's all they needed, for sure. And let's see if they're able to translate that kill into a round. As right now, EP still has that 2-round lead on top. And that does give enough room for EP to throw the caution to the wind and play something funky, which could catch Stallions off guard. But let's go take a look at the replay here by KLB. What a shot.
Good pre-aim.
That was like millimeters of two miss if you think about it. But he hit it on the money.
It seems like EP is just going to squeeze time. Oh, I don't like this from Team Stallions. Mino knows, but they see the gun. Oh no, Mino betrayed by the engine. 5 versus 3.
Need to find a bit more value. YH does get one. No, Kano does get it though. All of a sudden, down to the hands of first 12 kills for this guy. Needs to find the 15th to win the round. There is number 13. Needs 2 more.
What?
The pistols raining down on top of Kano, who was already down low. Has all the utils, but only 16 HP in 30 seconds. Could be a little tough. Stallions, do they realize this? Don't know, but has picked up C4. Might even be able to get the plant down in time.
Yeah, and I like that they're playing together here, considering first is a sniper. So a singular bullet in any part of his body is definitely not going to be good news. KLB going to spot him in between the sign.
I mean, first was trying to plant in the open, but eventually that cost him his life.
He was planting for a tower.
Yep. And EP now, 1 round away from getting tied up, instantly getting called of a timeout by Tanks. And he knows that this is the perfect time to do so before it's too late.
Yeah, pacing is super off for Team Stallions here. It's really the individual fights that's kind of doing it. So how is he going to enable the boys to get back into this game?
But we just got to trust in Tank's magic here. The magic from the coach. Ever after
The
from a
magic
timeout,
massage.
he wins the rounds for the team. At the same time, Nice can use the same timeout to deliver. Let's see how it turns out to be. And like you say, the issue on the Stallions is the timing being a little bit off on the team play there. Peeking out at the same time is not being present at the moment.
Stallions, though, still have a way to go before they can get back into this Eagle Eye map. Lots of off-timing plays they're trying to go for to try and get these pickoffs. Granted, that gun sticking out for Mino was a bit of stroke of luck for their side, but luck is part of the game.
Luck definitely is part of the game, but you can't rely on it all too much. May run away from you when it's most needed. But for now, 7-6 and Stallions are going to put up with the scores. Just a single round away and a huge nade. So much value on towards first and XQQ. Great opening to the round as well.
So if it's backwards, do we do the action backwards? 7-6.
6-7.
No, you got to do it backwards.
I mean, depends on which hand you begin with, right?
Yes, sir. The
Is
schematics.
Is it the left or the right?
The schematics of 6-7. You need to ease the tension a bit here. So,
Oh my God.
the trebuchet. Yeet.
First. He's had enough. He's gonna. No. You don't have to jump up there, but I do like this forward setup towards B by Stallions on Eagle Eye rather than New Compound.
They're gonna push the issue here.
Oh, they might force the issue. Zay might be caught off guard. Zay's gonna be taken out. I do love that setup from Stallions. Not a new compound, but Eagle Eye is the one to do so. There is a great opening frag. XQQ want to force the issue as well, but he's gonna be taken down. Loy, you're not allowed to hit those shots. This is a long-range EVR. What are you doing?
I like how as soon as they saw first, they started running as fast as they can. Oh no! Goes down.
But KLB.
There we go.
The response is quick. Down to 4v2. The flash is stuck on the ledge there.
Yo, calm down, everybody. Calm down and breathe.
Calm down and breathe. Take a moment of break, but not catching a break is going to be KLB working hard. Takes YH down first, who has been naded to his knees. 11 HP isn't going to cut it. And Stallions are going to bounce right back in this game, 7-7, and I can see Sneaky, your region is coming out on top for now.
It's the tank's timeout, saving it for the end game. The time could be now. Stallions could make history out of this mid push, but Mino is expecting it, the mid peak. And it seems like JJ not going to get the second one instead. It is going to be a 2 versus 3. Loy going for the full on swing in towards Long, and he gets another one.
The damage control by Loy. He also is able to dip out in time and stay alive. Down to a 1v2. Could have been a 1v3, but thanks to Loy, getting that double kill is going to grant a bit more chance to Stallions for now. Has a bit of U2s as well. And he gets caught. Takes a bunch of damage and is taken out. That mid push is mightily stopping Stallions here.
That could have set the game back in his way. But Team Stallions a bit too frisky on that mid position. Mina was expecting it too, considering the 7-7 scoreline. You can sense the desperation for Stallions to get the lead back. So very good call for Mino to just straight up peek mid. So good control on the side of Evolution Power. And here comes the triple smokes on A, but JJ cannot do anything about it.
Getting swung is going to be no, but he does have an angle. Loy actually comes up huge with a double kill of his own. Kano gets cleared out, but look who's alive. It's the captain, the El Capitan. It's KLB versus 2. YH is barely standing on a single finger at this point of Pinky. 1 HP and a dream for him. But KLB has a sniper.
He could go tower.
He could go tower. And he might actually have a slight time to take the drop onto YH. There's the kill! There's the equalizer. But now he has to go against first. And a 1v1 duel with the C4 timer ticking against him. Gonna be maneuvering towards spawn, towards the back line.
That's such a good angle by first too.
But first, he does have a better angle for now. Oh no, he's gonna reposition, and KLB might just have that slight room in there.
Pre-fireable.
For the angle. I mean, the first misses. He does not miss those! The EP finds the map point. 9-7. KLB made it look so close, but came short of a kill. Just a single kill away. And that's gonna be EP finding the map point.
Really deploy doing God's work on that prior round, but it's not enough. The end game's now starting to not work out for Stallions here. And they're forcing the issue. Loy wants to end this round by himself, but it's getting selfish on the side of Stallions.
Down a player has to play a 4v5, plus potentially the last round coming in to Eagle Eye. EP willing to close it out here, and the Stallions want to take this one to overtime, and if they do rightfully take us into overtime, then this could be Stallions series here and now. But up until then, it's EP's round to be played. As a man of advantage, JJ getting pre-aimed. Gonna take a whole bunch of damage and a world of trouble, but is able to back away in time.
I don't know where we're holding 20 off angles here on Eagle Eye.
Oh,
JJ's
on the money. Hit the bullseye. It's going to be XQQ. JJ is going to be cleared off. Kano?
They know.
Kano?
They gotta know.
Kano? Trigger discipline. He wants to get 2. He sees the C4 as well.
I'm one of you guys.
Come on, Kano. 1, 2. There's the double kill. Almost a third as well. Kano comes up huge for the team. Saves the trouble. Zay goes down as well. Stallions will in the talks as well for the overtime. Just 2 rounds away and just a single kill away for a 9-8 scoreboard. Mino at risk, but he was able to creep through the back lines. KLP taken out.
They need to kill him right here, right now, and KLB does it. No, a lifeline on the side of Stallions for this Eagle Eye 2.0.
God sent by Kano.
And good push by Loy as well, or actually good push by KLB. As soon as No pulled the trigger, there was an immediate presence from those mid doors.
Keeping the game tight, the nades are flying, but first is gonna drop KLP to his knees.
A bit reckless on the cross.
A little bit. And now they're gonna instantly turn the steering wheel towards A. Kano has to be careful. Can't let go just yet. Zay's gonna take Lloyd down. JJ does find the frag in return, but Kano continuously being contested here.
JJ needs to chill. Still no confirmation whether or not there is a push on the A-long side, but no, doing it such a great job of just delaying this entire push. Even gets a tink on first. This kid is psycho. My word.
3-on-3. KLB was able to find the equalizer in a moment's time. Just a couple seconds ago. They have full control over towards A, but Kano, do you want to swing this angle? XQQ on the jump check may have spotted him. I don't know. Kano is doing God's work for his team. Comes up huge, takes down Mino as well. Down 3v2, and EP just can't close the map out cleanly enough to their liking. And the issue, XQQ. Oh, I really love this double push. First has to hold it. He's not checking the right corner. JJ comes up huge with a double kill. Sneaky. We are looking at this overtime. And remember what I just said 2 rounds ago. If Stallions can take this to overtime, we are looking at our prediction here, brother.
It could be. Might just be. I think, just like how I said, Port is too risky, my friend. I think Stallions really want to end this right here, right now, and they're back on their BL side as well.
Right here, right now, indeed. And Stallions are going to be forcing it down towards middle in a quick, fast passion, too.
Wait, look at Loy.
Look at Loy. How's he here? Nobody saw him.
Nobody saw him.
Nobody saw him.
Everybody quiet.
Gotta be quiet. The tension. It's the tension
It's
cracker.
a bad angle.
Ooh.
It's a bad angle. It's a bad angle by first. Jesus.
First, you're in trouble, my man. But Stallions are not going to pull the trigger just yet, as they're planting 2 more players deep in middle. It's going to be Mino on the watch, but the smoke is going to cover the angles, and the rest of the teammates are joining in.
Wait, Loy's going to be aware of Mino's presence. XQQ will get
100%,
JJ.
but there's the swing, and it's good for 1. First is in world of trouble. Kano with a swing gets the kill, and now he's getting deeper, and the back line is eventually taken out, but Stallions cleared the bomb site out, has the C4 down. We are going to retake on 3-on-3.
They need to chill. They need to chill. Loy needs to go forward.
Loy needs to go forward. This is going to be tough for EP. Stallions has all the angles covered, but XQQ does open up and get the frag onto Loy.
Yeah, double nade on the house, A position, KLB, and KLB gonna have to hold steady on this side. KLB gonna fall first, and that's gonna be KLB falling second. Stallions getting a bit too greedy in some of these angles. And Evolution Power patience on the retake. Plenty of time on the C4 in that 3v3. That's going to be a round back in their favor.
So close, yet so far. Stallions at least was able to take those into overtime. More chances granted. First round down for the overtime, but there's 2 more shots for them to make wonders. This time, they're going to be guiding themselves towards the B bomb site. Flashes up and over, but Hotel rapidly being ran over by Loy. Zay has to fall back out from bridge, but he's not going to go away just yet. His position is getting nade stacked, so good backward stepping by this guy. Changing the course of action towards middle. Stallions, what is their game plan from here? They knew middle was holding towards containers. They knew first one on the back of the site. But they are out of frag grenades, unfortunately.
Gonna be a bit of quiet, a bit of peace for the Stallion squad. in this one. Not going to be going too far forward. They don't want to serve first. Some free kills in this one. And we are praying that KLP hits a shot. The XQQ is going to hit the first shot. Oh no. Wonder Kid is dead.
That's the opening for EP. Looking to seal the deal here, but the push is coming towards A. First is going to whiff the first shot. Mino fully alert, flashes up and over. Setups getting lined up here by Stallions, and with a minute left on the clock, looks like they might just force the issue down here. Flash onto his first, does cover the angle. Here's the go sign. Mino has to hold it down by himself. 4-men swing, Mino at risk. Can he hold it down? KLP quickly takes him down, and first could be gunned down by Loy here, but time after time, first just continues to put the fire. Loy versus 3 now. Was Loy versus 4. Getting swung left and right, is going to be taken down. 11-9, EP marking the lead here by 2 rounds in a row. Coming into this overtime.
Yeah, and it feels like Evolution Power is just allowing the boys into the site and just bear trapping them within the site itself. The smoke and mirrors, the Evolution Power special. In between the smokes, they're really taking them all down. KLB too reckless with the peek, and first is going to go for it again. Sees 3 in the long side. A site going to be wide open, but JJ will get Mino. Top 8 needs to be cleared immediately. KLB with some distance, but first with another shot. First might get another one. It's him and YH, the 2-man defense, stopping the entirety of Stallions from entering the A site.
21 kills on XQQ and first. Loy versus 3 once again, and he has so many angles to cover. Out of bullets, out of desperation, is going to be pulling the USB out. But he does get to step away for now, momentarily. But the rounds seemingly EPs. Are we looking at a 3-round in a row overtime here, Sneaky?
Yeah, it seems like they can't get past first and XQQ. Both of the snipers doing God's work in the map of Eagle Eye 2.0. And it's a tough, tough time for the Stallions. Evolution Power, full control in Eagle Eye 2.0.
I mean, he's going to be able to cover his sound, but XQQ's angle on top of that. There we go. EP closes out the first half quickly in 3-2, 12-9 on the total scoreboard. And just a single round away from taking us into the final map and the decider here, Sneaky. But Stallions also have all rights due to them to make a comeback, make a wave, and take us into the golden round. But we can only wait and see here, as now it's going to be EP on the attacking angle, and Stallions had a stellar defense if you do think about it.
Gotta go golden. No
Gotta
choice
go
in the
golden.
matter.
They have to be the hunter.
4 rounds in a row is going to have to be the goal here for Team Stallions if they want to get back in this game. But Evolution Power going back to their default. And they're just going to wait. They are just going to keep posted up in their due positions.
They really want to close this one out. They don't want to give a single round away from here on. And they are expecting the players of the Stallions to push out of pressure, as they know the players on the side of Stallions are younger. But having Tanks as their coach, the composure is built in. The side of Stallions, they're going to be playing default as well. No one's aggressing out, and Loy understands that the past couple of rounds that he's pushed out, he was downed.
Now expecting that flank from the Stallions boys. They're probably going to smoke it, and one person is going to stare straight into bypass just in case. And here comes the line smokes in the A site, the Evolution Power special. How is Stallions going to handle this? No choice but to play the right side of the site. But look at them. They're all looking on the behind. And first is going to get KLP right through the smoke. JJ gonna have to heat up. Mino will get KLB in return. Headshot is there. No, will get Zay in first. The sprays are not gonna be enough. It's all on Loy to save this map. But it is not looking likely.
I mean, he might be able to catch YH. After planting, he will drop back down. And EP 3v1. They want to close this one out. XQQ may have spotted him too. Mino can swing any moment soon here. Loy steps in. Mino takes the kill, and EP quickly gets
there it is. Team Stallions fail to beat Evolution Power in overtime. That was quite the back and forth in this series. It felt like it was possible for the side of Team Stallions up until first an XQQ just deletes their entire offense. And man, the snipers really just making their presence known in the entire map. KLP wasn't even able to play an Eagle Eye 2.0. It had to be the effort of KLB, Loy, and No to open things up in this map. But man, if you have a steady sniper presence in this one and times it by 2, you get this kind of map.
Of course, first is going to be MVP, who has been saving his team time after time, round after round. But then again, Stallions was able to put up a pretty good fight, even though it was a map lost. Anyways, gonna be tied to 2-2 as the quick result, as we are remaining on the last map of Port as the decider, if I'm not wrong, as we fled through the first 4 maps of the series. So this one had to come down to the wire as we expected. And until now, we just can't decide on who will be the winner just yet, because even for the maps that EP's won, it had to go into overtime.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like Stallions might have to channel the, and a lot of people are not going to like this phrase, they're going to have to channel the energy of EVOS in Port, because Port map is not going to be easy, obviously. We saw what happened here in Eagle Eye 2.0 first, and XQQ activating at the same time. That means a double sniper is going to be pulled out in this map, so it's going to be very difficult to take map control, especially in that mid position. So it's going to have to be a bit of creativity from the side of Stallions, maybe to try and get that mid control, maybe to try and get curve control super early in this game. But top A is going to be a bit difficult to try and see if they can get control from that, because they're going to have to pry it off of the hands of XQQ. And we know XQQ, he's not afraid to peek for another player for the sake of that second frag. And, you know, the rest of the team is also now starting to ramp up. You know, Zay, you know, he kind of disappeared in this map, not going to lie, but we did see more of YH, and he has been absolutely key and essential for this comeback for Evolution Power in this Eagle Eye map. And
on the side of Stallions,
man, that's crazy.
On the side of Stallions now, the issue is that everyone else is kind of doing what they can do. Even JJ, who was pretty slow on the first 2 maps, has been activated and was a key factor on Eagle Eye to go into the overtime. But KLP, who seemingly was supposed to be a superstar for the team, is going to be a little bit quiet for the night. So let's see if he can finally ring true on the final map of Port. They're going to need it. Stallions, they didn't come this far to lose it out here on a 2-3. So we're going to be taking a short break in a moment and bring you guys the final map of the day, which is going to be Port.
Yeah, Port's going to be very interesting, to say the least. Let's just see. I mean,
say the least.
KLB has been on point on the snipers, and, you know, the rest of the team having to be on point as well in this game. I mean, Zay is going to be a very difficult guy to clear from the, you know, ironically from Zay and the B position. So, you know, we're going to have to see the same output from Loy. You know, Kano needs to step up. Despite this sickness, man, it's going to have to be him performing, especially for map number 5. Those openings are going to be very essential for the team to open up this map. And mid control, they're going to have to get creative, man. They're going to have to throw some double nades, triple nades, maybe on one side of the map to try and get first and or execute off that spot. So, yeah, going to be very interesting to see what's going to happen here in map number 5, especially considering that, you know, granted that Stallions, they do not play Port as much as EVOS, but I would say that, you know, they do have their fair share of experience on that map as well. If I'm not mistaken, Stallions did beat EVOS in this specific map, so maybe they picked up a thing or two from their fellow boys back in the Philippines. So, yeah, it is, granted it's not going to be easy, but Evolution Power, I don't think this is one of their best maps as well, but it is Evolution Power, man.
It is Evolution Power for now. But Stallions was able to match up to the caliber. For sure, they were able to tie it to 2-2. They had a chance to close it out, 3-1, but at the end of the day, it is EP to make up for their mistakes and take map number 4 of Eagle Eye, of course, one of their better maps since Mino, the father of Eagle Eye, was able to close it out for them. Took a lot of effort, had to go into overtime, but at the end of the day, it was a clean 4-0, 40 overtime too, as well. So a lot of weight being lifted by the IGLs here, not just for EP, but at the same time, KLB from the side of Stallions doing God's work indeed. Just waiting on the break here. Any moment, the production could throw it over to the break. Just gonna need it.
Yeah, and I feel like Evolution Power did a really good job of punishing the hesitation from the side of Team Stallions specifically. And, you know, Team Stallions were kind of a victim of the start and stop. So, yeah, they've kind of been drawn out of their defense and their offense at the same time, caught time and time again, the flanks being punished. You know, granted that there is some picks on the other side of the map, but the problem was, you know, Evolution Power now starting to catch some of their rhythm here. So, yeah, Evolution Power definitely in a very, very good spot in this game, in this series in general. And if they can kind of keep up those reads, you know, the stuff that Nice said at the start of the series with them saying that we should not play at the rhythm of Team Stallions, instead we should play at our own rhythm. And it seems like that is now slowly starting to come true in this best-of-5 series. So, Team Stallions might have to rewrite the strat book going into map number 5, Port. Going to be a very difficult one, and KLP especially. He's going to have to step up to the plate. If he's not going to do so, then yeah, first and XQQ. They're just going to absolutely clear this offense and or defense that's going to happen in this game.
Absolutely, for sure. Just going to be checking in on the run of show real quick as you talk about the Port, the final map of the day, or rather, for the series, rather.
Yeah. Seems like the teams have already kind of dipped out of the stage, so they're going to take their sweet time just kind of talking to each other.
There is a small break for sure, and we are going to be taking a quick break before we come back with map number 5 of the series. It's going to be Port EP versus Stallions. This one is getting interesting.
The match kicks off. Let's follow the global risks perspective to see how the match starts. Watch out for that grenade. Quick reflexes. He dodges just in time. The Blacklists are pressing hard on A side. They're spamming through the boxes to get the C4 planted. What a great shot. After losing one, the Blacklists rush B site and secures the plant. The global risk got to rotate fast for the retake. Everybody's down. It's just him remaining. Is he slipping into the site undetected? He takes one down. No hesitation. He goes straight for the defuse. It's a critical moment. Only a single point of health remains. 2 enemies alive. The clock is running out. He commits to the forced defuse. Takes out another one in the smoke. But the last opponent pushes in. The final 1 versus 1. Only 8 seconds left. Is he going for the ace? Can he close it out?
there we are. We are in the midst of Evolution Power Gaming versus Team Stallions for CFS 2025 Grand Finals upper brackets matchup. And we are tied at 2-2. So this now could be anyone's game at this point. Stallions had a lead momentarily, it was at 2-1, but they did drop Eagle Eye after fighting tooth and nails and getting into overtime, and in overtime got swept 4-0 by EP. Of course, one of the better maps by EP. But now that we are going to Port, everything is lying on the questions here.
Yeah, I mean, Port is going to be a question. I mean, can KLP show up in game number 5 because his role is going to be super important when it comes to this map. And yeah, can the rest of the team show up as well, right? You know, some of the players are obviously having a down game. You know, some of the players are also sick. So it's not going to be an easy feat for them to perform, especially up against this mounting pressure. We've been at this for a while, so it's going to be a question of stamina and mental fortitude as well. Can they still hit the shots? It's has been quite the long maps and quite the long games.
Quite the long maps and quite a long game indeed. But what does favor Stallions a bit more to me than EP is their age. They're younger, they have more stamina, and for EP it does take a bit more longer of a run for the stamina. It's a marathon for sure. And the recovery, it's faster for the younger boys as well. So let's see if Stallions has found the composure, because the last overtime in Eagle Eye was a clean breakthrough for EP.
You can see XQQ, he's getting a bit sweaty, but Loy, this guy plays 12 hours a day.
And he's smiling.
He's smiling. He's like, granted they're losing, he's probably having the most fun out of all of the players in this one. So going to be quite interesting to see if he does perform. He's been performing. Honestly, he's probably been the best player in this series other than KLB. So they're going to need to have a bit of help. Need some help. Can't be treating KLB like LBJ back in the camps. No help.
KLP though needs to find some sort of composure back in his hands to...
He's reverting back to 2024.
That's not, that's not a performance you want to see, especially on an important stage like this.
Needs to drop like 30. Or something, man. Anything.
But maybe this is the map for him. First 4 maps probably wasn't it, but we might just be able to see KLP shining bright like a diamond. This is it. This is the end game. Team Stallions versus Evolution Power Gaming. Whoever wins this will survive, and whoever loses will be walking the plank down towards the lower brackets, having to play off against another top teams. Here we go. Port is underway. Final map for the series. The first series of the day. Stallions, they didn't come this far to lose it. And EP as well didn't clutch on Eagle Eye to lose on the last map. Both teams are going head first and headstrong into anyone.
I like this though. Both teams playing extra careful. Everybody holding. No one is playing any forward positions here, literally. JJ is on the backside of top A with KLP. And No is just playing curve this entire time. No one is taking Catwalk A at all.
No one is.
Both of these teams have been playing for a while, so no one wants to be the first team to concede a point here, especially Stallions being on the GR side. Damn, 4 EBRs. They are not kidding around anymore.
Not at all. All 5 players of EP was testing the water out towards A, out towards Catwalk, but wasn't able to gain much of an information. Will be looking to stack towards outside of B. The C4 as well, looking to clear towards Container and Stallions. They are only going to leave KLB as an anchor, and you can see 2 players were joining forces down towards middle to clear some angles out. Some pot shots being thrown will give away a bit of information, and the nade as well too.
I really do hope that when it comes to B-side, especially right here, Bench, I mean, they just keep control of bottom B. And honestly, you can just take pot shots on whoever is taking the B side, but do not overcommit in really hardly defending this top B position.
True, overcommitment does bite into you.
Wait, who's that?
45 seconds, Lloyd!
Guess in half.
The godsend does find the wall bang, and another headshot through the walls. KLB's there to clean it up, and already EP down 2 players. XQQ does retaliate, does get the drop on towards Loy, who's been basically the pain. being delivered to them. But look at Zay's position, 2 HP, but he is deep in spawn. XQQ continues to get the kills on towards KLP. There's the equalizer. And they're going to be able to move the C4 in towards A. The position from Zay does ring true for 1, but not going to cut it with 2 HP. Just good for 1. JJ's there for the trade kill. C4 now planted and a 2v2. Bit of utils left on the side of Stallions for the retake, but first has found the position. JJ knocked out instantly, leaves Kano to the clutch. His position as well compromised. Timer has ticked down to about half here. Kano has to make the move, but first out and long has an angle. Can't swing. Not gonna miss. Is gonna be first. An EP from what could have been a disaster turns it around to a round 1. It's gonna be 1-0.
That was all Zay too, getting that timing to go all the way into their spawn. Making sure that that A side is going to be fully safe to rotate into, despite Loy's heroics in that B site. Did not get anything done in that post plant. Unfortunate for the side of Team Stallions, now conceding the first point of all things on their global risk side. EP with a free B from Blacklist, so seems like the over-rotation was a bit too much. At the same time, the timing on KLP to get off of that mid position, allowing Zay to kind of just pass by. Didn't know any better.
Didn't know any better indeed, but this time it's going to be EP to step up on top of the catwalk towards connector and see if he can find the drop. Stallions, both players are playing on top of the bomb site. The sniper KLP has to shine. We've seen snipers like Spoxy do it from this position, but this time KLP gets the drop, legs Zay. JJ is there to finish him off, and another kill! This round going all Stallions' way. First is the last one alive. Sees the angle towards Loy. Loy goes down. Didn't have to peek that angle, but eventually is going to re-peek and go down. But the C4 is down in front of A in no man's land. And surely Stallions has this one in the bag.
Surely. Surely they do. KLP is going to stay in that top A position, and that's what we need from KLP. Need that consistent shots. And JJ at the same time doing God's work from the box's side on bridge. But KLP has to be careful first. In a good position, JJ spotting where first is and is not going to peek that angle whatsoever.
The entirety of Stallions don't have to peek. Just hold the box, hold the corner, hold the C4. Not like this, KLP. You didn't have to swing like that. A bit of the arm being exposed. Down he goes. 30 seconds first. 5 kills already in 2 rounds. Looking for 2 more. KLB being contested, but the swing is good. On KLB. Round secured by Stallions, but that was shaky.
Shaky indeed. Had to be kind of KLB securing that position in that bottom A side. KLP forgetting about that angle within fences. But no. Oh, can he get away?
He did a bunch of damage as well to XQQ in the process.
I think that's good enough. I mean, 2 versus 2. XQQ does get the sniper. That means first is going to be forced on the EBR.
Surely.
Surely that's better chances.
Indeed it is. And for now, going to be a 4v4 with things quieting down for a bit. EP not necessarily making a move as well. Just expecting a possible aggression for the side of Stallions to push out their way.
XQQ though, tagged up in the early skirmish with No. Making the play happen just by himself. But XQQ is going to look for the opener in top A. KLP swerving a bit to the left. Not gonna like that, that's for sure. Making it a 3 versus 4. Stallions getting caught, forcing angles again in this map, and Evolution Power fully punishing it.
Fully for sure. Minute on the clock with a man advantage. What is EP's next order of things? Fake smoke being thrown out towards A. Not gonna bait a rotation or anything, as we do have a player looking right at them. It's gonna be Loy. Peeking him from mid, gets 1 and a bit more damage. Doesn't change much for Stallions. Still a men deficit And EP spending their sweet time, bit overcooking it to my liking here. 30 seconds.
Yeah, JJ's a bit paranoid now. He doesn't know if he should rotate going in that mid side or make sure that KLB does get a bit of coverage here.
They're going to risk it. They are going to risk it. Stallions. They're going to go on a 1-1 split. Not calling in the rotation any moment soon. But he did see XQQ, and that's going to bait the rotation out. KLB has to hold it by himself, but the push is coming to shove. Has the shots, has to ring true. KLB gets one, gets two! Looking for the third. Mino's down very low. JJ, chances are very strong. Has all the time in the world for the rotation and keep Mino guessing.
Has to be a USP. EBR is good enough. JJ in the backside, Mino on very
If he
low
drops,
HP.
is it going to be silent?
Oh, he sees him. There we go. That's a freebie. They do get the defuse. And a sigh of relief from the side of Stallions. How's he defusing? That's crazy. No hand defuse.
No hand defuse. The replay from KLP. Finally showing some signs of life in him. And the whole team gets it going.
Oh, that broke the tension. I was so tensed up the entire series, and the no-hand defuse up first in CFS. But I like this mid-control, though, by No, but he's questioning it. He does want to take down XQQ. But first is in that court position. No has to be careful. XQQ expecting there is some mid-peaks going on. JJ gonna try to dip in from Catwalk A. Probably gonna try to go for a double peak so they can take out XQQ. But look at this. Sheer holding from Evolution Power, wanting to bait out as much util as possible. And I feel like XQQ is trying to get rid of as much util as possible so he can have an excuse to run forward. But I feel like they know exactly where No is. So they're going to go for the Harvey jump. Right on top of No, but No's going to look above him. JJ with the reaction. Look at the amount of damage they are doing to this Evolution Power offense. Zay is barely alive. Half HP on YH and Mino. Good spot.
Absolutely good spot indeed. Zay down very low. YH and Mino below half HP this round. Stallions are doing the damage to EP. And with a minute, EP has to make a decision and force her issue down towards one of the bomb sites. Tons of util still left in the hands. Could make something work, but until then, will be a slow movement as we do see Minnow creeping up on top of Connector, or rather switching and shifting gears over towards A. No, good angle! Quick to react, sees Minnow, gets the kill, but another swing for Kano! Make that a triple kill for this guy. The C4 is down as well. Zay, not a lot of life left in him, just a 1 HP and a sniper rifle.
The kid is back.
20 seconds. And now Stallions are on the hunt from getting hunted. They're going to be on the hunt. Get the kill, get the round. And a definite lead are we looking at here, Sneaky? 3-1.
That's a timeout for the Evolution Power boys. And that's actually really good to get the timeout out of the way. If Stallions can get a big lead in this first half and kind of get a round in that can derail the entire defense of Evolution Power, they would not have a timeout to use. So Nice is really relying on Mino to go for a full reset for his team just by himself. Well, he has done it before. We've seen it in the grandest of stages back in Hangzhou. But Stallions, opportunity of a lifetime in this first half to stretch this lead to the very edge.
Stallions putting EP to the stress test. Weirdly enough saying this, but that does bait out the timeout from Nice. And maybe EP having to spend this timeout this early may come back to bite them.
Yeah, the vibes are good though. Tank smiling.
He's happy.
He's probably threatening KLP. If he doesn't hit the shot, you're not going to eat tonight, brother.
Ooh, that's a rough turn of things for KLP.
Yeah.
But give or take, he was able to hit that one shot on top of the bomb site.
He did hit that one shot.
And leg the second person. So, timeout now over.
Pressure is on for the side of Evolution Power, and pressure is no stranger to this team. Just like how I said, they have done it in the grandest of stages. But can they run it back up against Stallions, the hopeful in this series?
Kano, the Wonder Kid, 5 kills
Jesus, man.
and 2 headshots. So,
The kid is
essentially
back.
an ace.
Yeah, the kid is back.
Kid is back. Back in motion he is. Driving Stallions up forward.
JJ's doing good too. 4-1 in this game.
He's woken up. Thanks to Kano, thanks to Loy, and thanks to KLB.
They bought him enough time.
Absolutely indeed. EP now. Gathered
Stallions
outside of B.
Mino like. Oh, but JJ. JJ, bit of a puggy push in towards steel door. Gets spotted by X2Q. Gonna decide to fight the rest of the team, but I think that's pretty much fine. One of the snipers is already down. All you have to worry about is first at this point. And Zay and YH not having a good go at it at the start of this game. And if they can get first, man, that could make all the difference in round number 5.
All the difference indeed. Good trade out. Timeout already being called here by Tanks. As EP is going to be making their movements in towards Catwalk, but KLB might have an angle to catch a player.
All bang.
Smoke is out. The walling does ring true, but YH finds the better of KLB.
They're nowheres as well. They know the way of the wall bangs, but
No,
no. Could have stayed in long the entire time. KLB having to pop off.
Not like this, no.
Oh,
KLB
he's gonna get
to
timed
the
up
pass.
on,
He
yeah.
is getting lined up, and he is pushed around. And EP takes control over towards the bomb site. I mean, Loy, in all due his rights, has the possibility to clutch, but seems a little bit tough, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, ace site is next to impossible to clutch from. Unless he gets the 3 randomest kills. YH just make sure information for exit is here. Nate's going to go down. Half of his HP is gone. And Zay probably just going to finish him off. It's either Mino, Zay, or first. 3 people looking at this spot. Probably just going to take his sweet time to try and pick them off one by one. He doesn't care about the C4 anymore. We'll try to boost the stats a bit. Oh, it does get first.
Clean.
But 2 and 3. A bit reckless for Stallions. Mid control was wide open at the same time. No. Made too much of a play happening in that long A position. I think it would have been fine if he just held catwalk A, at least from the bottom side, and that could have actually helped KLP to get back his way, or at least delay his way back into top A position. Could have gotten him a better spot in this game, and Tanks kind of seen the future. Timeout's already there.
Tanks is going to respond right away. He called it the moment the first player dropped to his knees. Instantly knowing and addressing the problem right away. Let's see how this timeout is going to turn things around for both Stallions and Evolution Power. Nice is going to utilize this time as well.
Seems like Tanks just making sure the boys do not overextend, making sure the boys are steady in terms of the mentality here. Game 5s are where men are made. And with 10 seconds left, the last semblance of any timeouts will be gone in this game. So it's all on the players to win this game.
Well, let's go take a look at some of the replays here. Shots ringing true for some of these players. YH somehow reading the tracers and getting better of KLB on the other end. But timeout over. Game live. EP looking for the mid and B control, while Stallions Going on default, having Kano on the anchor for mid.
Look at this. Evolution Power, though. Doing something similar to what EVOS likes to do, which is just hold back as much as possible. You know, just allowing Stallions to kind of make their own mistakes. Evolution Power playing this one extra patient, knowing that Stallions are getting a bit too impatient in the map of Port, which is not what you want.
Not what you want indeed. But definitely bringing the clock down to the wire here is going to be EP.
They're going to go for that mid check.
This is the end game if you do think about it, right, Sneaky? They want to use every bits and pieces of evidence, anything that benefits them. They want to use it to its furthest. Almost a stress test at this point. But with a minute mark, they are going to lay out some smokes and see what they can do from there. But look at the positioning of JJ. The nade. They're going to walk right into mid.
Who's going to have to be ready?
Kano has to do it.
Oh, it didn't spot him.
Oh, the timing is good for Kano. Somehow Swings gets one, make that two. Double kill for Kano. Quick shots landing. All of a sudden, EP mightily struggling to get into the hands of the bomb size. Mino does get... Kano didn't have to swing that wide, didn't he?
Yeah, but that is no. It is no. It's a very no thing to do. Probably thinking, I could just hold this, but I might get the 3K. JJ with the cleanup. JJ's going to get taken down. Loy with the rest of them down. 4 and 2. Stallions need to keep it steady. Loy. Damn, Loy feels like he feels no pressure in this game. He's still smiling. He's having a hell of a time. The rest of the servers are nerve-wracked.
Like we say, younger players do have a better recovery. And it looks like they recovered fully.
Yo, I mean, KLP's going to go down. They're just going to straight up go A-site.
But JJ might have a response here. He's going to get knocked out as well. Instant rotation. KLP does find the frag before losing one of his teammates. Going to be a 2v4 retake coming through. Underway. Going to be making a full rotation. Is going to be Loya as well. But Mino on the lurk, on the watch. KLP does find the drop onto YH.
Miles away, though. KLB around the corner. Does spot say, gets a headshot. Hold on. Mino with his knife out. First in top A. Who's going to peek first? He is spotted and does get it. How does that retake happen? What?
Something's happening here, Sneaky.
KLB mind controlling them to peek.
EP.
Loy
Clean
is
entry
laughing.
onto the bomb site. Got a C4 down. Even had Minnow planted deep and long. But all of a sudden, KLB.
Even Loy's even knows in disbelief.
Everyone's in disbelief. I mean, you and I are in disbelief. And how does Stallion win that? Seemingly a 2v4 into that?
The CrossFire gods were on their side in that round for sure.
A 5-2 Stallions absolute leading out. Up by 3 rounds too.
That's a tilter.
In port.
In port.
In port.
Mino had his knife out and everything in long. First was confused and he's like, why are all my teammates dead?
It's getting a little frisky here for EP.
Zabine 1 and 6, not a good look. JJ though. They did try to go for a Gaimin 5-swing long earlier, and it did work initially. But man, I'm still quite afraid about the next few rounds, the next 2 rounds. I feel like now they're starting to kind of disrespect KLP here. And the way to punish that kind of cold sniper is the Gaimin 5-stack on long.
Could be. I don't know if Stallions want to throw caution to the wind in that manner. Kano will be smoked off momentarily. Minute on the clock, and EP kind of seems to have lost the wind in the sails. Looking to go towards A. Stepping on top of connector. C4 as well. A bunch of utils left on them. They're gonna drop, but KLP can reign true this time.
Stop moving,
Surely, he's granted another chance to shine. Can't let this one slip out of the hands. XQQ does get the drop onto JJ. KLP getting naded left and right, is stuck in the corner, has to wait for the teammates to rotate in. Kano walking through the smoke. It's gonna be YH to find the frag alongside with Minnow. How's he alive? He's finally down. Kano, last one standing with 10 HP in a dream.
5 and 3.
Has to be an ace. Has found the first one towards YH, but 4 more players he's got to go through. It's first taking middle spot over towards long corners. There's one.
That's not going to feel good for sure for Stallions. Nope. Not going to happen. 6 and 3 at most they can ask for.
6-3 at most.
It's not much leeway, man. But No and Loy, the front line leading the charge for the squad. KLP still MIA in this map. And it feels like the continuous assault on this A site has been hurting Team Stallions. JJ making his way into Catwalk A, though I don't think their Stallions is going to give Catwalk A anymore for free.
I do like this forward position by Stallions. This is the first time in 8 rounds, rather. Stallions.
JJ can Harvey jump into bridge, but
Going to be throwing the curveball, and I don't think EP will notice this until they drop a player.
I think in the triple peak mid.
Possible. Could go all wrong for any of the teams. When an aggression is met by an aggression.
Yeah. XQQ just kind of asking himself, where would I push?
There's no even trade. They're going to take it down towards long.
Yeah, just push long instead. I like this from Stallions. Good response to the long push. Mino's going to spot No, but he's going to get back in cover just in time. KLP will get Zay. A shot finally hit, but do they see YH from above? Here comes the trade. JJ, the drop shot is going to hit him.
How does YH make such a flick, make such spray transfer? Gets a double kill. Down to 3-on-3. JJ barely standing on 1 feet.
JJ's going to spot him. They still have nades.
They're going to stack towards B. They read it like a book. I mean, the moment YH exits, JJ and KLB can swing together. There's one from JJ. Good for 1 kill. And Mino does go down to KLB. XQQ, last one alive, does get the kill. KLP's on the rifle. Sees the tip of the head. XQQ goes down. Stallions close out first half in a standing ovation. 6-3. A double score.
Could be the KLP redemption arc going into the second half. Side switch. Evolution Power does have the better side of the map, but Team Stallions having to get a bit creative in the map of Port in order to close out this series. Granted, the AI win rate prediction is on the side of Stallions, but Evolution Power, you can see it immediately. Double sniper setup from their side. XQQ in first, not afraid to be left alone in top A especially. XQQ is very scary, especially in Z. They're going to have to find a way to enter that Z position somehow, some way, but First is going to allow YH into Catwalk A. And First is going to peek all the way back into that top A position.
Top A position indeed. As the sides do switch for now, Stallions are going to be on blacklist, and with minute 30, what is their decision? Course of action. Playing a slow game. Nate does a bit of damage towards Zay.
Don't forget the C4.
Don't forget the C4.
SUQ though. Very dangerous man in a B house, but it's kind of just poking and prodding from the side of Stallions. However, no movement on the side of Evolution Power. Mino doesn't spot any of the members here, but this is very scary. YH in a good spot. No flash lineups for the CA position whatsoever. And YH, opportunity of a lifetime, but the double Harvey jump into bridge, that could just work. That could just work. No, is gonna spot one, but first is gonna get insta-merked on the A site. Don't overextend on exit, never mind. JJ and Lloyd just killed him. And that's gonna be another one. KLP gets YH, Lloyd spots XQQ, fights him head on with the USB and SDS. This is what I was saying, they have to get a bit creative in order to win these rounds. The triple Harvey jump into bridge, into the A site.
That's what they need to do.
That's why you gotta do your parkour gigs.
Gotta do your parkour, gotta practice your movements.
You might just need it maybe on the biggest stage.
7-3 though will be the scoreline that we least expected coming into this matchup, and Stallions, all they need is a couple more rounds.
3.
For the map point and the match point. I didn't say close out. Hold your horses, hold your Stallions.
Hold your Stallions, I did say 3. Points is what Evolution Power has.
Oh.
Save the jinx, save the jinx.
Ooh, I like what you did there, but for now, Stallions, after a very smart maneuver, gonna be finding themselves situated in mid once again. Pot just being thrown, Mono gets the run away without downing much hit points, so to speak.
This is good too, because it kind of pushes YH back on the A site now.
Zay's sitting on 2 kills. Ooh. And KLP is doing a bit better too.
He's starting to hit his shots.
Maybe that's why you see these rounds being lopsided here towards Stallions. 7-3.
Maybe I've learned a thing or two against Makta, who is also very good on the blacklist side on this map.
Stallions going to be looking to get in towards B, it seems. Zay has to start activating himself to hold it down. Sure, XQQ's on the support angle as well, but
They need a dank flash.
maybe, just maybe. But less than a minute, seemingly a B split being prepared here. EP rotates a couple more players over. Might be a full 4-on-5. That's cooking up in the pot here. Flashes up and over. XQQ is going to start opening up. Mino's quickly taking them, but Zay finally activates himself quickly. And not too late. Gets 2. JJ has all the work to do. Not going to happen. Zay holds the bomb site down for the team. The round taken 7-4.
There we go. Evolution Power starting to roll on into the second half. First point, back and forth. Round number 12. If it is another back and forth, Stallions was actually going to benefit from this, but look at this. Double Z committal for Evolution Power. They do not want XQQ dying early in this game, but the nade immediately on the catwalk. A players, KLB in a bit of a hurry to get out of this position. KLB needs to hit this shot.
Big push.
5 rifles.
Big push. First missing the shot's not going to help either. YH swings out, gets a kill, but he is taken down. Trades are quick. KLP with another frag.
Oh my god.
KLP with a double kill. The bomb site is swarmed. Zay, the last one alive. Sure, he found a double kill last time around, but he needs to find 3 to clutch for the team. Jeez. However, all 3 players are low. The needs might be on the money.
Oof.
It did miss, unfortunately for him.
Spotted.
He spotted for sure. Stallions, Lloyd, you don't have to peek. Play together. No, comes from the backside. Stallions secure the round in flying colors. 8-4 on the scoreline.
KLP humble enough to forego the sniper. The 5 M14 EBR play for Stallions. And you can see the amount of wooden cover on the A site. Nowhere is safe for anywhere to stand.
They stack in B containers too.
Bro. Evolution Power's biggest enemy is wooden covers. All the EBRs for Stallions, they are playing percentage crossfire, and it's the most aggressive percentage crossfire you can ask for.
They're gonna give it a go down towards mid, it seems. EP has planted a player deep in B towards connector. He's gonna go for a reset. If Stallions have a good read on this, they might have another freebie coming underway. And just might. Stallions are going to spend the time, burn the clock down, keep EP questioning where the main angle of aggression could be. XQQ will fall back after tossing a nade, which does find a bit of value. Not the worst nade of all times, but Stallions will be looking to hit B. Last time around, Zay had to come huge. XQQ missing's not gonna cut to the chase, and they're gonna push. Stallions are full Wing Zay with a huge double kill once again. KLB goes down. Kano's the last one standing. He does get one in return, but has to find 3 more. On the C4-2, there's another flank being sold by YH to the container. Kano at risk, springs out, but first with the pistol swings back, and EP keeping it on.
They don't have to dive in on that bottom B position at all.
Not at all, indeed.
That's allowable. Also, the lack of nades for Stallions, not the best look. Trying to go in dry into that B side, trying to provide a surprise up against this Evolution Power defense. Honestly, a 5A push wouldn't be too bad of a look here. It's only first on top A.
That is very true.
Ooh, YH immediately rotated. He knows that first might be in trouble here. Hasn't heard a TRG shot in a while.
But 5 rifles set up by Stallions could come in handy if they do bring the heat to the front porch of EP. Gonna need a bit more maneuver, gonna need a bit more map control for Stallions to seal the deal. But look at the position of XQQ. Outside of B, in containers.
Gonna hit.
Nades up and over. Is actually gonna get stuck on the ceilings and
physics.
Unfortunately for Stallions, no value being found here. Smokes down towards middle. Peel players going in towards connector. Let's see.
Harvey jump again? Run it back? Ugh, not the best start. KLB is going to try to look for something in that Z position. Zay is going to get Lloyd immediately, and it's going all hectic on the site. First, going to hear those pot shots, and it is going to be the A presence going. First is probably going to go up, and no one's going to go down. No, he could actually go in that top A position. Good bait. Well, where is the rest of the team? KLB first is going to spot him out. KLB a bit too late on the push. Could have been something, but it turned into nothing.
He lives momentarily, was able to back out in time. Pistol bullets flying right by his side.
I mean, if he sees first, he
sees the tip of the head. He saw it for sure. The pot shot not gonna hit.
He's gonna get peeked.
And now all 3 players of EP will join together for the hold. First is not gonna challenge him at all. Mino seals it. 8-6. EP slowly but surely chasing to the neck. 2 rounds away from tying.
That small hesitation from KLB. Honestly, that could have made all the difference if he actually made his way on the underside of bridge. Could have gotten 2 picks. But Stallions in trouble. Getting a bit reckless here on these peaks. KLP back on the sniper. Nate's not landing for anyone in this game.
Not at all, indeed. 8-6 is such a frisky scoreline if you do think about it. Comebacks happen from here on.
For sure.
And Stallions have to run away no matter what. This is the end game.
So they can't actively challenge top
There's
A
no
as
rooks,
well.
there's no knights. It's only pawns. And the pawns of Stallions are going to be the riflers.
Bit of steadiness.
But KLP will be back on the sniper.
No one's finding anything so far. It's just pot shots between the teams. No one's allowing any information to go through. Mino getting closer in that mid position. Seems like Stallions is going to try to attack from that mid side once again. Triple peek in mid. Lloyd's going to get spotted. JJ gets sprayed down. No's gonna try to get an odd timing on this A site. No is spotted in long. KLP, he desperately needs to hit this shot on first. But he's back on the EBR. Oh, but KLP might just be able to slip by in this B site. Needs to get this timing on Mino. But YH has investigated A. They might just rotate back into B. KLP spotted on bridge. Mino's gonna swim back off all the way. KLP will get first. Defense is split. Top A is available.
C4 has to get onto the bomb site.
Oh, why
Can't
exit? No, why are you
stuck.
going exit, gang? Let's go bridge.
That's okay. 3-on-3. C4 has made it to the bomb site, but Kano is getting
No,
chased
yes.
by Mino. KLB gets the drop.
Type the
C4 is
numbers.
getting planted. This round seemingly tougher on the side of EP, but has coverage of most of the map here. YH is going to be coming in from the long side, and from spawn is going to be XQQ. Stallions being tested. Not getting tested is going to be KLB, and the round is secure, surely, by Stallions. Series point reached. They're sneaky 9-6.
3v4 out of all things, too. What a catch from KLB. 16 and 11 for Mino. 15 and 9 for KLB. The captain's going at it. The 5 nades going into House B. They really want XQQ dead.
This is the true end game here, Sneaky. Potentially the last round in the series. An uphill battle for Stallions, but they are making this one look like it is going to happen. Trying to creep through towards middle. 2 players in B catwalk. Here's all that. Mino will be holding his favorite position. Setups are now out.
No one is giving anything from any position.
Not at all.
Not at all. It's the EBRs, man. The 5-man EBR setup. Imagine if they just sent it on A.
It's just composure versus composure at this point.
If it's a back and forth, this is going to be way fine for Stallions.
And you can really tell the patience is drawing down to the slim mark.
It's just XQQ.
But Stallions are gonna step towards B, and like you say, XQQ is the single player holding it down.
If
Let's
XQQ
see.
misses, this game is over.
If KLP can sell the fakes, and if XQQ misses, this game is over in an instant, but we will have to wait and see. 50 seconds and ticking. Setups are now up and over. XQQ, surely!
Oh, look at the delay. Look at the delay. They're not pushing. They're going to think it's a fake.
Could be, but the rotation from Zay might come in handy. JJ swings, the information is now given. Instantly goes for the rotation. It's going to be EP. Shots ringing true for Zay, and XQQ finds a piece each. Kano goes down as well. KLP, last one standing in a 1v4 and a dream. Swings into the bomb site, is taken out in a blink of an eye, and EP keeps the dream alive. 9-7.
Unfortunate for the side of Stallions. Still have yet to close out this game. 2 more chances to try and get this one back. But what will Stallions do to get it back in their way? 4 players in that mid position, no longer the 4 nades that they're looking for in that B site. They know that it hasn't resulted in much. KLB wanting to go on a fast-paced push on the A site. They're going to need to set up a perfect flash to get first off of his position. The nades are going to start to fly all over the place. First going to get instantly dinked. This could be it. JJ with the cross. KLB spotted. YH on the side. KLB gets YH. Mino gets taken down. And this could be it. First is down as well. XQQ!
It's going to be Stallions taking down EP in flying colors at the last map of the series. 10-7, and Stallions will knock out Evolution Power Gaming.
And they have officially done it. Team Stallions have taken down Evolution Power Gaming in a best of 5. They take down one of these super strong Chinese teams over the course of 5 maps and declare that they are the stronger team today. And these guys are the real deal. I mean, there's no arguing it now. A lot of people were saying that Team Stallions, you know, in better form, should be able to take them down, but, you know, we had to see it to believe it, and boy, did we see it. Finishing it off on Port, 10-7, such a close series too. Shout out to Evolution Power Gaming as well for making it fun, but at the end of the day, it's Kano here on Port who picks up the set MVP, and even through the illness, you know, even
It's the
through
Jordan flu game.
The, you know, imagine being sick and having to play 5 games on stage. I mean, this was like almost a 6-hour series, right? Like, this was a really big marathon. You were talking about marathons earlier, Bench. We really got to the end. This was like a super marathon, an ultra marathon here.
And like I told you, younger players, due to their age, due to their genetics, due to their cells are being younger, the recovery's faster, and looks like it's going to be on the younger side of Stallions taking down EP, who are seemingly a couple of years older than them.
I mean,
Biology for you.
biology for you, I guess. Damn, what a series, in all honesty, man. A back and forth, a roller coaster. I mean, realistically, even I was a bit worried because Tanks told me, hey, you better have predicted the Evolution Power so we don't get hit by the curse. So, my bad, G. But it seems like they closed out the game in a very nerve-wracking series, in all honesty. The comeback was real for the side of Evolution Power. First was hitting his shots. It really was amazing to see how Mino is dragging his team from certain doom and getting them back in the game itself. The wall bangs, everything, but KLP, humble enough, picking up the EBR, the 5 EBR set up for the map of Port. You don't need snipers anymore as long as the wooden boxes are being wall banged, and it seems like Stallions have figured it out, man.
Well, they definitely did. We have, you know, the proof is in the pudding. We saw it with our own eyes here in 5 maps. You know, I asked you guys, are they going to leave sub-base open? And they did end up leaving sub-base open. It seemed like EP definitely did not want to play on New Mexico, probably just not having enough practice on that one. And that's really what got it started, because the first map was so close and I was getting worried, right? Like, oh, Stallions lose the first one. That last round was a bit iffy from them, I have to say, and EP get ahead. And I was worried that EP were going to gain a significant mental advantage, but the fact that subbase was then map 2, Stallions immediately bounced back, have an excellent map. And then from there, it was really a series. You could tell that it was really anybody's match from there. And yeah, I feel like that was really critical when it did come to the map ban pick to eventually get the job done. Obviously, there was more than sub-base. There was more than just those 2 maps. And yeah, we're living in a world now where we have a real challenger to the Chinese monopoly over CrossFire, which we haven't had in a long time. I mean, we had Vasco last year, I guess, but it still didn't feel, I don't know,
Realistic.
And now we have like 2 Filipino teams as well. Like, we're going to have to see how EVOS does later tonight, which, by the way, we do have another series later tonight. This day is going to go long.
Delivered by Elfish Guy and Neokai, who seemingly has left the hotel 5 hours ago. But hey, that's it.
Long series.
Long series has come to an end. It was Team Stallions to survive in the series against Evolution Power, like you say, and in flying colors too, if you think about it. Taking first map, losing second map, and then somehow stealing a map point away from your opponents, and then into this Port where the sniper is humbled and is going to go on the EVR and still pull out the numbers some way, somehow, which I don't believe, but I have to believe now. The results are out there. So now we have a Sneaky that's alive and well, who is not fainted out from a Pinoy win.
I'm
here.
making
Check
sure.
the pulses, right?
We gotta keep the homies alive, you know?
I was feeding him water.
What's gonna happen, though, if EVOS wins? Like, I think that one is definitely a lot less likely compared to Stallions winning here, but, I mean, anything can happen, right? EVO, it's been a long day. Those players have been waiting as well. What if EVOS wins? What does that mean?
I mean, might just mean that the Philippines might be back on top in the CrossFire world. Just like how I said, man, it's been quite a while. 2018 was the last win, was the last trophy that we have had as a region. So it would be nice that 7 years later, you know, it is going to be us back on top, and it is going to be the younger generation. Finally, it's come full circle, right? We've had Pacific Magda, we've had their era last for about 4 or 5 years, and then all of a sudden, you know, Ubek Maniac came in, and all of a sudden SGJ Reborn came in, you know, turned into Stallions, turned into EVOS esports, and all of a sudden they're now rocking up into tournaments and just beating the best of the competition. And it seems like it's been a long time coming. You know, we've been patient. We've been patient for the longest time. We've been getting destroyed in group stages. We've been getting destroyed, you know, in the lower qualifiers. So it is very nice to see that Philippines is now being able to compete once again, man.
Thanks for the opinion on the Filipino side of Sneaky Frog, but on the caster side of Sneaky Frog, what's the outcome going to be for EP losing this now that they are pushed into the lower brackets?
Not gonna lie, that EP X-Rock game is actually, or that EP X-Rock matchup is low-key looking very solid, not gonna lie. I mean, X-Rock is a team that also likes to play just as aggressive as Evolution Power, and I feel like that will be a very, very good back and forth. At the same time, Alcancia, I feel like if Alcancia is just back at home watching all the VODs and all the all the POVs that they need, I feel like they definitely do have a shot to make a run happen, because I feel like Evolution Power, they're playing very, very good, but it's just those very small moments, very micro moments that really is just kind of cracking at them. And at the same time, you know, it's the longevity, it's the stamina of these players going out for about 5 hours, just like you said. And at the same time, you know, Evolution Power still looking like a very scary team, and they are called the lower bracket kings in international for a reason. So I would expect that this would not be the last time that we will be seeing this EP squad.
True, and just like how Tanks and Nice both pointed out, the composure was the key to victory, and it looks like the composure on the younger squad of Team Stallions came and paid off dividends at the end of the day to mark this win here. It's an overtake. They were the underdogs in terms of chances, and not just on power rankings, but throughout the whole board. On paper, EP was the better team to look forward to, but at the end of the day, it's Team Stallions who has dug up the graveyard and has pushed EP into it. There's still one more shot for EP. They're not out just yet.
I mean, you guys predicted 3-1 Stallions, both of you, right?
Yeah.
There we go. You know, it's a pretty good prediction.
Two curses cancel it out.
I mean, Sneaky's been here for a couple of years now, saying how eventually the Philippines is going to be on the rise.
I
every year
they called me crazy.
Every year we were like, come on, and they get wrecked, and we'd be like, you know, I understand you're from the Philippines, but now this year it's like, whoa, okay, this is actually for real now. It happened so quickly. I mean, I guess it took a year, but in the scope of CFS Grand Finals, it happened so quickly to just take a year and actually potentially be on top. It really raises the stakes now for AG. You know, maybe they're going to be feeling the pressure to be like the #1 team and to really carry the torch for China and be the only team left from China in the upper bracket. I have to say, you know, if they do win, that match against Stallions is going to be super hype as well, because
for sure.
EVOS against AG could be super hype. I think we need to see the form of EVOS Arc and see if they're actually here to play and if we're going to have a close series. If we don't and AG makes it up, that's still going to end up being an awesome upper bracket final between Stallions and AG, who are kind of the final bosses of the regions at this point, with you know, Brazil tagging along, Alcancia down there in the lower bracket. We're like, maybe, but they got to make it through a bunch of different teams. Theoretically, maybe EVOS Arc, if EVOS Arc go down, and then from there they would have to play in the lower bracket finals against one of X-Rock and EP. Not an easy bracket, I have to say, so it's really coming down to the wire here in this tournament, the grand finals, and it's getting really interesting.
Making it interesting, of course. No one is going to have it granted for them, and they will have to compete to conquer. And just like how EVOS did, and just like how Stallions did, they are going to run it down to the wire to really take the wins, to rise above.
I think it's time for the real battle, which, by the way, was the motto in 2021.
But now that you are, you know, just taking this to a real battle, are you daring to dominate?
Well, I think the Stallions did. They dared. You know, seriously, though, I mean, the fact that these young players, we say it a lot, but the fact that they're coming in here, they're not really feeling nerves, they're just playing their game, they're sick, they're tired, you know, and they're still winning on this big stage really means that they have dared to dominate, that they do believe in themselves, they have that confidence, and they're playing out of their minds right now. So it's making for a really fun story here at the Grand Finals, as Kano gonna pick up the match MVP. Man, this guy, he just keeps getting MVP after MVP, and nobody can seemingly stop him. Nobody yet. And I don't know if anyone exists out there that can stop him.
That's why his name's No.
Maybe ZQ?
Maybe ZQ?
Maybe.
Might not know. I feel like AG also says that they're actually looking forward to facing them too.
It's going to be a fun time. But guys, we do have the interview and the highlights right now. We'll hop to that right now.
Stallions continue to shock the world. The Filipino roster managed to take down the China top dog of Evolution Power Gaming. The previous CFS champs will now have to rework their way through the losers bracket. Stallions continue to win. When will they stop? Well, nobody knows. They're now in the winners finals. A tremendous win. I'm here with the team captain and the leader of KLB. Now, do want to mention Kano was in fact the MVP, and he slayed out without question, but we've already heard from him twice, and now it's time to hear from our captain of KLB. What a win. You take down the previous CFS champions. First and foremost, how are you feeling? You got to be on top of the world.
Napakaganda ng laban na yun araw. So, pinapatalo nyo si EP. So, ano po yung gusto nyo sasabihin?
Wala akong masabi. Masaya lang kami kasi nakabawi na kami sa kanila.
我没有什么想说的，但
I
是我
didn't
非
have
常高
much to
兴
share about it.
我们
I'm
赢得了
very
这场比
happy
赛。
we win this match.
Gotta be happy, indeed ecstatic. And let's talk about your run so far. You come into this tournament, you beat Baisha, right? During the group play, you knocked them out. A strong contender everybody thought was going to be obviously making it to playoffs. Then you beat Evolution Power Gaming, two teams that beat you at the Esports World Cup. Your team has improved leaps and bounds since EWC. What's the secret? How has your roster improved in such a short time?
Noon sa EWC, kasi si Paisa at si EP, natalo siya sa inyo. So, ano po ba nangyari sa mababang ng panahon? Bakit ang laki ng improvement nyo?
Tinuruan lang kami ng coach namin paano mag-compose, tas niready lang namin yung sarili namin sa mga pressure na moments.
那个教练呢，教给我们很多的战术，
The coach
然后
taught
呢，
us
他让我们
many
要放轻松，
tactics
不要
and
太
told us to
给自己
stay
太过有
calm
太多的
and
压力
don't give
来
us too much
来
pressure.
打比赛。
So staying calm, that leads me into my next question. This series went the distance. There were plenty of moments I honestly thought your team was not going to be able to stay composed and you would ultimately lose to Evolution Power Gaming. But every time I thought you guys were out, you guys clearly showed you were still in it. How do you maintain your composure and who do you look at for guidance during your toughest moments?
Kasi meron po kaming panahon na naduda kami na baka matalo kayo. So, sa harapan ng yung mga kahirapan, ano po yung ginawa nyo para manalo kayo?
Wala, same pa rin. Niready lang namin yung mga sarili namin sa mga pressure na moments at nag-stay composed.
我觉得没什么，但是
I
我觉
think
得我们
there's
还
no
是
big
保持
deal.
我们
We
的一个自信
just
心
try
来
to
打
stay
赢这场比赛。
confident to win this match.
And confidence is key. Clearly, there was a time where I looked at Loy, and Loy was just smiling before you even won the match. And you could clearly tell these boys just love to play CrossFire, and clearly they're here for that very reason. Now, you had a unique circumstance, though, as a roster. You came into today with two sick players. They were under the weather. Did that have any effect? Did that guy, and your players being sick, did it make you nervous at all? What was the game plan?
Sa ngayon araw ng laban kasi meron po kayo lalong teammate nang parang hindi masama yung pakiramdam. So sa ganito ng sitwasyon, ano po ba hinahanda nyo o ano ba yun para labanan nyo sila?
Inisip na lang namin na hindi yun hadlang para matalo kami.
我觉得就是我们不要把这个生病太
we
放在心上，
shouldn't
然后我们还
take
是
this
维持着保持
seriously
着继续
and
打
just
比赛。
try to play the match.
Okay, sickness, no worries. I actually saw Coach Tanks before they went out on stage giving them massages. He's going above and beyond to make sure these boys are ready to play. A beautiful story. Let me ask you this point blank. You've got two teams that are going to either play against you next, one or the other. You've got EVOS Arc, the villains of the Philippines, playing potentially against the heroes, or you've got a team that knocked you out at the Esports World Cup All Gamers. Who do you want to play and why?
Kahit sino, labanan na lang namin sila.
我们就是应对他们吧，我们就是应战他们。
And we will defeat either one of them.
Either one of them, I like it. And speaking of which, during the Esports World Cup, you did take a map off of All Gamers. Very impressive. You've taken down, like I said, Baisha. You've taken down Evolution Power Gaming. Can you take down all gamers next?
Oo, confident kaming matatalo namin sila.
Pakiulit po.
Oo, confident kaming matatalo namin sila.
我们非常有自信心
We're
能来
very
战胜他们。
confident to defeat them.
Very confident indeed. I like it. It's going to be a great matchup, whoever they have to play against. KLB, I pass it to you one more time, the in-game leader, of course, the team captain. What do you want to say to your fans? What do you want to say to the Filipino community?
So, paki-shout out and ano gusto nyo sasabihin sa mga fans natin sa Pilipinas?
Una, magpapasalamat kami sa Panginoon dahil binigyan kami ng chance dito manalo at shout out din sa boss namin na sa Stallions na si Khaled at Team Stallions, sa Lucky Family at sa pamilya ko at sa jowa ko. I love you.
首先呢，我想感谢
First of all,
上天耶稣能
I
来
want to
让我
thank
们来参加这场比赛，
Jesus
并
for
且赢
bringing
得了
us
这
to
场
this
比赛。
match
然
and
后呢，
win
我
this
想
match.
感谢我们团队的
And
老大，
I
然后
also
感谢我
want
的
to
家人，
thank
还有等等的
for
亲朋好友的一
our
个支持。
leader and all my family.
You guys, you have to be touched. Hearing these words from KLB, you have to be touched by the Stallions' performance. The rookies coming into this year and now looking to be the champions. Stallions dominating not only CFS, but also looking to send the Philippines all the way to grand finals. That's KLB. Like I said, our MVP of Kano, it took a team effort, but they got there. Stallions are going to be waiting their competition. And of course, who's it going to be? Will it be all gamers? Will it be EVOS Arc? We'll find out after the break.
"在英语听力口试中，世界逐渐变得安静。医生告诉我，我患上了神经性耳鸣和听觉障碍。从那天起，世界一点一点地远离了我。但是，仍有一样东西留在我身边，那就是穿越火线。当我再次打开游戏的那一刻，世界重新有了声音。在那片世界里，我重新开始呼吸。就在那时，我认识了包括兔酱的很多小伙伴，他们一点一点照亮了我心中的黑暗。于是我下定决心亲自去见他们。2018年在南京举办的 CFS 上，我见到了他们。虽然害怕，但那一步改变了我的人生。穿越火线对我来说不只是游戏，而是一扇通向世界的门。
那是穿越火线 CF 在中国网吧里掀起热潮的时代，我也几乎每天都在网吧里玩 CF。有一天，一个男生主动跟我搭话，从那之后，我们每天都会一起在网吧里玩 CF。就这样，我们的缘分从 CF 开始，一直延续下去。我们相恋，分享了许多美好的回忆，最终走进了婚姻的殿堂。但这并不是结束。我们去了吉林省度蜜月，还参加了百城联赛， 甚至拿下了冠军。CF 对我来说是创造了无数回忆的珍贵存在。现在，我们带着那些美好的记忆，和2个儿子一起过着幸福的生活。对我们一家来说，CF 就是我们的青春本身。
2008年，那时候的我还是一个迷茫又叛逆的孩子，直到我遇见了《穿越火线》，是这款游戏把我从混乱中拉了回来。第一次参加 WCG 预选赛，那是改变我人生的重要时刻。我还拿下了金枪王的称号，但我没有选择强队，而是坚持陪在我身边的队友。这个选择也成为我一生的缘分。许多年过去了，我依然没有离开这片赛场。为了生活，我白天在超市工作，晚上则叫年轻选手们追逐他们的梦想。如今，我带出来的孩子已经站上了职业舞台，在踢馆赛中以教练的身份登场时，那一刻，属于我17年的努力都亮了起来。虽然我们最终遗憾落败，但那天我轻拍他们的肩膀，安慰他们，没关系，我们的路还会继续。我是火线人。未来的17年，我也会继续走下去。谢谢你，穿越火线。今后，我的旅程也会继续向前。
小时候，我总是和朋友们一起玩 CF， 我太喜欢 CF 了，所有比赛都不会错过。看到那些热情的解说，我也渐渐的被解说这个梦想所吸引了。就这样 ，CF 自然而然地融进了我的生活。长大后，我的目标始终只有一个，成为一名 CF 官方解说。所以，我每天都会分析比赛。每当 CFS 举办，我都会去现场向我敬佩的解说老师们学习，也会一起拍照留念。直到有一天，我能站在那个舞台，用我的声音去讲述比赛。在那之前，我的梦想绝不会停止。
Lower bracket round 1 begins now.
It's back to 8-8, keeps it in the contest. Spotted out here as well. Action gives up his life for that information, and a lot of damage done on the back of Silva as he goes charging up the stairs for it. Just minds are all out of ideas, you know. Alcatia just turned it on and as part of the furniture. BNC, but that's just trying to escape. Oh, they're gonna be kills on the card. Just yet, action though. From the carrot.
It's Alcatia who take the series 3-0.
Lower bracket round 1, match 2 begins now.
By the time he gets a kill, Chao's allowed to spotted the arm. And
he's been hitting though. He's gonna go down. Spoxy will double sniper.
wrapped around towards A bomb side. Chao's oh my
God!
Oh my God! Gets the headshot. Landfall gets him down, but X-Rock clears him out. 3-1 on the scoreline.
The match kicks off. Let's follow the Global Risks perspective to see how the match starts. Watch out for that grenade. Quick reflexes. He dodges just in time. The Blacklists are pressing hard on A side. They're spamming through the boxes to get the C4 planted. What a great shot. After losing one, the Blacklists rush B site and secures the plant. The Global Risk got to rotate fast for the retake. Everybody's down. It's just him remaining. Is he slipping into the site undetected? He takes one down. No hesitation. He goes straight for the defuse. It's a critical moment. Only a single point of health remains. 2 enemies alive. The clock is running out. He commits to the forced defuse. Takes out another one in the smoke. But the last opponent pushes in. The final 1 versus 1. Only 8 seconds left. Is he going for the ace? Can he close it out?
The upper bracket continues, and the second semifinal now takes the stage. For one side, this run has been built step by step. A team that pushed through the group stage with confidence and carried that momentum into the playoffs, defeating Virtus Pro, Rock Esports, and Gaming Gladiators on their way here. EVOS ARC! Across from them, one of the strongest contenders in the tournament. A lineup entering with expectation, structure, and experience, and starting their campaign with a convincing quarterfinal win over X-Rock. All Gamers! Many expect strength and control from the favorites, but momentum can reshape the bracket. A powerhouse reinforcing its claim, or a rising run refusing to slow down. Upper bracket semifinals, match 2 begins now.
Thank you so much, Reflections. We are back here on the caster desk. I'm still Valdez, this time with Naokai and Elfish Guy, as we're getting ready for the second match of the night, EVOS ARC up against All Gamers, and definitely going to be pretty hyped with what happened in the first match. But before we get into too much of that, let's take a moment to extend our gratitude to our wonderful organizer, Smilegate Entertainment, and their fantastic game, CrossFire. Also, big thanks to our generous sponsors. We extend our sincere thanks to our official partner, Gigabyte Oris, for supporting the CFS 2025 Grand Finals. Oris has provided top-tier professional hardware for the tournament, standing side by side with every competitor. Team up, fight on. Thanks to our official partner, Ant Gamer, for providing the global first 750Hz ultra-high refresh rate monitor, Ant 257PF, empowering players to win the game. Born from the game, fueled by the players. With the 750Hz refresh rate, every frame is a game changer. Swift peaks, instant flicks, every move lands with lethal precision. Millisecond level response ensures scoping and flick shots with zero delay. Pre-fired shots connect instantly, turning moments into highlights. And Gamer empowers every moment of courage to win and witness the journey to the champion. And thanks to our official partner, Morphling. Morphling L50 gaming chair with its innovative dynamic lumbar support system built just for competitive gamers. Get ready to level up your game with adaptive comfort and get supported every step of the way. Your back, your support, your win.
I'm ready.
Thank you guys for the support.
Yeah, we felt like we had to get involved in some way, so it was nods of like affirmation.
Do you ever watch like on the TV when they're like interviewing a politician or something? They've got the group behind them and they're all just nodding.
Yeah,
that's us.
Yeah.
We're the nodders.
Yeah,
I'm just trying to be supportive.
It's very helpful.
It was the only way I could really was just gonna nod along, really, just to prove that I like what you're saying.
I loved it actually.
So we had the Stallions winning the first match of the day. It took quite a while, and now EVOS ARC, also from the Philippines, are going to be going up against an even stronger opponent in All Gamers. But, you know, it's going to be interesting if they can put up a challenge here, especially with AG having a bit of pressure. The fact that they're the only Chinese team left in the upper bracket, we'll have to wait and see if that affects the course of the series.
Yeah, being the only team surrounded by boys from the Philippines, a bit of a scary prospect, obviously. But EVOS ARC, I think, you know, we would look at this matchup, and I agree with what you're saying there, Valdez, that AG is probably a little bit of a slightly more threatening presence than what Evolution Power are, and I think EVOS ARC are a bit of a step below Stallions. So, you know, that's a positive on one side and a negative on the other side. It means the gap kind of grows a little bit, and for me, I look at this one as being a little bit more one-sided than that previous one. Credit has to definitely go to Stallions. It's a big win for them, big upset, and well on their way to doing something special at this event. But All Gamers, at the start of this tournament, we saw our initial predictions, and across the board, the majority of us were leaning in the direction of All Gamers as the favorite to win the entire tournament. Now, after the match we got to watch them play yesterday, or the day before, whatever it was. I don't know that we're quite 100% locked in on that. We did watch All Gamers play against X-Rock. I think we cast that one as well, Nao. And that 3-1 victory, like it was, it was a win, a 3-1 win for All Gamers. But I'm not sure that I'm, super locked in on All Gamers all the way through to the finals as a result of watching that game.
I couldn't agree more. I just think with All Gamers, it's just been a little bit unconvincing. I think unconvincing to the caliber we expect to this side, right? This is a side that generally speaking, if they came into a tournament and didn't drop a map, it actually would be less surprising than what we saw from them yesterday, where they actually were vulnerable and they were like fallible to losing maps, fallible to kind of an Xrox side who's sure, you know, there's niceties around them. I think AD in particular, of course, somebody who's really impressed us, but they shouldn't be struggling against that side, and they shouldn't look as just, well, I think just as human as they did then. This is an AG side that we looked towards EWC. They didn't. They looked superhuman. They looked, these kind of freaks of nature were so unbelievably good, and that was the expectation coming in towards the tournament, and we're not seeing it just yet. First map for him was pretty poor, but the rest of that series really, really solid. Zedra on the other side, he's got a really tough job ahead of him. But one guy I actually do want to highlight from EVOS, who I think is really actually, in particular, going to be really, really important, is Kala. I think he actually has to get a good understanding about how AG play very, very early on in towards this game if they're going to have a chance.
Definitely going to be a big part of it. These two snipers here going head-to-head, I think that do certainly one of the best at doing what he does, and Zedra definitely has a lot on his plate in that facet, but as a team, definitely going to be big-time pressure to them. Although, I don't know, for EVOS Arc, I mean, you look at these predictions, everybody is predicting, you know, basically AG except, of course, the Filipino broadcast, which, you know, they even went for 3-2, which they could have been even more biased if they wanted to, but we did have one person going for 3-1 AG. That was Sekil.
I will say as well, it says something, you know, for the, you know, the majority of us is 3-0s, even the AI 3-0s, because of, you know, we're confident. The most unconfident pick you can go for is 3-2 EVOS. Like, you know, they're just about going to win it. Now, you guys, that is, you've internally kind of said, like, we do not back this side to win actually at all, but we're going to give them 3-2 just because we have to, because they're from our region. Yeah. So that's the most unconfident pick you can go for. If you're really going to go for EVOS and you're going to go for the upset, go all the way. Back them 3-0, 3-1.
I always think when you look at that predictions graphic, you look towards the unbiased regions, the ones that are kind of sitting neutral, and that's us at the moment. And we've gone the way 3-0 of AG. Look, I wouldn't be too surprised to see EVOS grab themselves a map. I think they've been a good enough team to potentially trouble an AG that didn't look perfect in their game against Xrock. There was certainly a few errors being made by AG that we were able to highlight. So if EVOS come out the gate strong, you know, they've got that nice sort of aim that we've seen them building up throughout this tournament, and they can take some motivation maybe, or some momentum even from Stallions win. I think there's a world where EVOS could potentially grab themselves a map, but I would certainly be expecting that AG should walk through this series quite comfortable.
Yeah, that's the expectation. We don't have any blueprint for this. This is the first time these two teams have met. It's the giant of AG versus the unpredictable team that is EVOS Arc. As no history, adaptable AG versus momentum-driven EVOS. Eyes on the sniper duel for Zedra versus Stu, which we did talk about a little bit. I mean, Zedra has been playing very well. His KD is very high. I do think that, you know, definitely overperforming based on what we've seen in the past. So it's good. I mean, as long as they keep up with that level, I would not be surprised to see them at least take a map off of AG. Like, in my mind as well, AG should be the heavy favorites in this one. I may have gone for like 3-1 if I had like a little bit of hope for EVOS to really show up on one map. You know, you get a couple bans in and then you get your first pick of your best map. Maybe that's where they can challenge AG. Outside of that, I think all gamers should be the heavy favorites here.
Let's be honest, they've kind of, in my mind at the very least, they've actually got to take a map. They've been talking a lot of smack, and not even just, you know, posting gaming guides, coming in towards this game. They've been talking backstage, saying about how they're so prepared and they're so unbelievably confident. I guess all gamers. Now, let's be frank. That's moronic, right? You know, you're going against.
That's one way of putting it.
You're going against the best team in this tournament. Yeah. I think there's a big difference between confidence and overconfidence. And I actually think overconfidence is really costly as well. They have to show a level of respect coming in towards this side. I think this is a kind of a really, really big thing.
Well, all right, and it's not going to stop, by the way. Apparently,
it's only getting better. 0-2. If Stallions can do it, we can do it. Even better than them.
No, you can't. No. You literally lose to them all season long. They're literally better than you. They've beat you all season long domestically, and they're better than you internationally.
Beating the West top team is a bonus. But we're not done. Our roster change made us stronger in strengths and depth. Mentality is everything versus Chinese teams. We won't break. Players are confident, experienced, and hungry to push together.
So bold.
It's an interesting mentality.
We're getting to the. I think we are actually past the point of actually overconfidence out. And again, this is a big risk. I think there's a big difference. Like Xrock, for example, they came in towards the AG game saying they're a known quantity and we know we have the ability to beat them. They're not saying we're going to. They say we know internally we do. There's a difference here where EVOS are saying, like, you know, they've been so kind of brazen all the way throughout this tournament, and now they're coming in against this side who are so unbelievably good on their day. If anything, I worry it might fire them up even more.
Yeah, Dono though from AG, obviously as you can see here yourselves giving a bit of respect over to EVOS. highlighting Zetra as the individual threat to be aware of, and that is a big conversation point that we've had. But I kind of want to tie in with what you're saying there, Nao. You know, it kind of reminds me, and this will be an analogy that will fall flat for pretty much everybody watching this broadcast, probably even you as well, Valdez. It's only for you, Nao. It does remind me a little bit of the English cricket team coming to Australia to play the Ashes.
Here we
and then they just got absolutely swamped 2-0.
Wanted to get a dig in. That's literally all he wanted. Just wanted to get a dig in.
Big talk, all talk. You know, this is the best English cricket team in whatever, blah, 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 worst Aussie team. Boom, straight in, 0-2 so far. And need I remind you, by the way, that this EVOS roster is the same team that went 0-2 at EWC and got knocked out in the very same tournament that All Gamers won the grand final in against Baisha. So, look, I respect it. I do respect the
hustle,
the confidence, the level at which they're coming in a mental aspect, but I do think that there's a world where that does kind of backfire. You come in with all this bluster and bravado, and then you come into the playoffs and you're like, wow, we're playing really, really well. You play against Game and Gladiators, and that sends your motivation even to a more astronomical level. But let's be real again, Game and Gladiators, of the teams that made it through to the playoffs here, was probably one of the two weaker names that we had, you know, pegged to be a bit of an easier one to knock over.
Cheeky devil.
I think he winked at you, Jordan.
Yeah, well, hey, I'll take it from AG at this point. Look, Game and Twisted Minds were probably the two teams that we would have said coming into this were not the teams that you're really going to take too much from if you do beat them in the playoffs. And to see EVOS kind of acting the way that they did after that win against Gaiman, you know, I respect that, you know, you want to have some level of hype and excitement and celebration after you win, but like, guys, that's round one of the playoffs, and you've beaten one of the weaker teams in the playoffs.
Literally, Elo-wise, the weakest team in the tournament.
I don't
in that stage of the tournament.
I don't think it's time to be getting all hyped up yet, you know? You need to sort of rein it in a little bit and, celebrate when the celebration is warranted, but I'm just saying I don't know that it's warranted just yet. Now, if they beat AG today, go off, Kings. You know what I mean? Two Filipino teams straight through into the upper bracket final. If they can beat AG, that is the time where you really start popping off, because that'll be one of those Philippines teams guaranteed into the grand final as well. But obviously, we're yet to see it, and I do think AG is going to humble them a little bit today.
Yeah, and I think also as well, if you're going to get brazen, I think you have to have the foundations behind it. But, you know, we're talking about, you know, when you dropped a map to Gaming Gladiators, yes, you probably should have dropped the second as well. You squeaked by one. You also dropped a map to Virtus Pro. Like, who do you actually think you are? You dropped down to Virtus Pro, who are easily one of the weakest teams at this tournament. Like, you know, there's a time and a place for confidence, and I think as well, you know, they kind of gave themselves this moniker of like the villains, right?
They're booing
First of all, exactly. They are bringing it. First of all, you can't give yourself it. I have to say, you have to earn it. You're not doing well. I guess you're kind of. I guess you're kind of.
You can play toe.
They're leaning into it. But the only issue with that as well is like you just don't want to get on like the bad side of teams where like generally a team like AG wouldn't like care about EVOS in a sense. They would be like, right, you know, another game, you know, here we have no really kind of affiliation here, and then they're hearing brazen talks coming through, and like we got to put these guys to rest.
Yeah, well, we're gonna see if they do exactly that. I'll leave you guys to the cast as we hop into the band pick.
Well, I like the way this game's been set up. I'm not going to lie. I feel like we've done a lot of legwork there on the desk, and I'm hoping that the game itself is actually going to deliver in that regard. Now we get into the BO5s, though, and having a look at what we're going to get as far as the bans are concerned. EVOS, in their opening map, or their opening match against Gaiman, did ban the sub-base. That'll be a good ban against All Gamers as well.
I agree.
So they're just going to get rid of that one straight out the gates, and not really too big of a surprise in that one.
All Gamers look so comfortable on sub-base.
And when it comes to All Gamers, we'll be looking for that New Mexico ban as well, so no changes in the approach for either team after starting off in the quarterfinals. Now, as far as the picks are concerned, that'll be maybe where things do change up a little bit. EVOS, they actually like to pick into Ankara. That's also a map that we know that All Gamers like to pick into. They did actually choose it against X-Rock, and they lost it. And they lost it in a pretty dramatic fashion. So I wouldn't be too surprised to see the Ankara come out here from EVOS, and that is exactly what we're going to get.
It's a smart pick.
Again, I don't think AG is going to hate that necessarily, because it is a map that they like to go to, but definitely valid for EVOS to look at that and say, well, we sense a bit of a weakness on this map. We're going to go towards it, and we'll try and make it work. So Black Widow, as I was going to say, would probably be the pick here for AG. It is the pick for AG. This is very much in line with our expectations so far for the map veto. And obviously at this point we get a little bit deeper into the pick and ban process, and so things might start to break down a little bit. But actually for both teams, Ankara and Black Widow, right in the middle of the map pool, both teams very happy on these two. So it should be a good contest, at least on these opening two maps.
Yeah, I was about to say Port makes a lot of of sense as well. It's also just the map in which I think AG have had a couple of issues on, so I think it's a worthwhile picking here for this EVOS side. The way I'm looking at this, though, in particular, you look at kind of that Ankara, and I think it is a fantastic pick for EVOS. I think it's one in which, of course, they'll be pretty hyped for, I think, just generally, considering what we saw against X-Rock. But the one thing I will throw out there is that, you know, that for me felt like an anomaly of a pick more than anything. You know, in the past for AG, this has been a really, really good map for them. And I just think this time out, it looked a little shaky around the edges. To round off Veto, we do have Eagle Eye and a new Combat. Of course, we knew what maps it was going to be, we just didn't know the order. But Ankara, Black Widow, Port, Eagle Eye, and New Compound are our veto for this series. And let's see, right, you know, the self-proclaimed villains, as EVOS have called themselves, well, they've got a lot to do here. Now it's time to really prove themselves. Are they actually contender-worthy in this competition, or are they about to be absolutely humbled by the belly of the beast, right, AG?
Yeah. I mean, I think the thing that I take umbrage with the most is that they sort of even almost sort of throw a shot at Stallions. It's like, that's your countryman. You know, these guys have just done something that's completely...
They've hated each other, domestically, though, a lot.
It's just something that was completely unprecedented. You know, you kind of want to see these two teams kind of go on that run together, and they've sort of said, well, if Stallions can do it, we can do it better. And it's like, well... Again,
also, there's just no evidence to back that up because you just consistently lose to them.
Like, again, I'm very happy to change my tune if at some point we see EVOS start to outcompete Stallions.
Yeah.
But that certainly has not been the case internationally this year, and you know it doesn't look like it will be. And even domestically, the same can be said. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I do wish EVOS the best. I think it would be a fun game if they can get the better of all gamers here today. Will certainly be interesting and compelling viewing. But again, all gamers is such a monumental task for any team in the world of CrossFire, and they're a team that have really got their sights set on winning it all, and they have done that before, and they've done that on multiple occasions with all of these members as well. I mean, just you know, this is the most storied team in the current tournament, right? Zhui's got himself 2 CFS titles. ZQ and ZY have 1 apiece. Do and 1222 don't have a CFS title under the belt, but they did win EWC. So, you know, there's a lot of winning momentum, I guess, on the shoulders of all gamers coming in here. So, very important moments here for the EVOS fellas as they have their final conversation, their final bit of preparation, heading into the opening map. All gamers on the other side of the field are just cool, calm, and collected, mate. They're sitting in the chairs. They're like, fellas, let's just get underway because this is kind of nothing to us. This is not a big deal. Upper bracket match. We don't need any last-minute words from the coach. We're ready to go.
I think first and foremost, right, when I look towards the series for EVOS, I'm asking them, can they kind of force AG to perform above 80%, right? 'Cause I actually think for the most part, AG at times, they can coast through wins and coast through kind of series at 80%, and especially against a side generally of EVOS's caliber, I think they can do a pretty easy job of that, right? So my first thing is about, can we get this side to actually really have to lock in, to really kind of take a moment to you know, take a time out and have a conversation and say, okay, these guys are actually earning our respect here. Then can we take a map? Then can we look towards taking a series, right? It's a kind of a multi-pronged process here for the EVOS guys. I've not seen anything yet to convince me, right? You know, the win against Gaming Gladiators, I don't think it was super convincing. Dropping a map to Virtus Pro definitely is not a convincing sign at all. I mean, for me, it's one of these where it's like, yes, you're here in the playoffs, and yes, you're still in the upper bracket, which ultimately is a good thing, but your run has been unbelievably easy for the most part. I'll throw it out there, right? You know, an underperforming rock, a very weak rock, one of the weakest rocks we've seen maybe in a long time. You then drop a map to the weakest region in the world, and not even the best team for the weakest region in the world. The third best team, the worst team from the worst region in the world, right? You then drop a map to them. And then, from, again, I guess the second worst region in the world, a team that has not even been the best team all year long, you then drop them out to them as well. So it's one of those where it's like your runs have actually been very, very easy. You've not been tested. You've not had any hard competition. You've got the easiest group as well possible to qualify to the playoffs. You now get tested. This is really where it's like the make or break for this side. Like, if they fold over like a wet flannel here, no faith in them, and then there's just no backing behind their words. So it is kind of a big kind of now or never thing for them. I also think that lower bracket is an absolute bloodbath as well. There's a lot of big hitters down there.
Yeah.
And I don't think EVOS really want to play against any of them, let's be honest.
No,
so
they'll play against Alcazir if they lose here, and to be fair,
Alcazir look a little shaky.
Alcazir have looked a little bit shaky, so I could see them maybe getting through that one, but then on the other side of that lower bracket, EP or X-Rock at some point later on, in the playoffs would not be an easy task at all. Looks like EVOS are finally ready to get underway in the server. I'm surprised that you know, they had to have those last-minute words, considering they've been waiting for this game for a while.
Yeah.
It's been a little while, but let's find out whether or not it'll be AG going forward to face the Stallions, or if it'll be EVOS.
Let's get the show on the road. Ankara to kickstart things. The pick, of course, of EVOS. And AG looked very shaky against X-Rock on this, so I do wonder if they've been able to clean up a couple of those areas. They just look so uninspiring there. So I wonder. But also, at the same time, it was also their pick. So it's not exactly like they're scared of this map at all. For the most part, I want to, in my mind, assume that that was just a blip in what is generally a decent map for them.
That's kind of what I'm feeling about it as well. You know, obviously, historically, it has been a very strong map for AG, and like you say, they have picked into it in the recent series. They've historically picked into it as well quite a bit.
Yeah.
The other notable statistic was that the BL half, where they had 7 opening frags and only converted 2 rounds.
2 rounds,
so
yeah.
that sort of indicates to me something was going wrong on the day. You know, the structure was kind of still there in the sense to find the opening kills, but they just weren't able to convert and execute on those. So if they can fix that up, then I think they'll be okay here. Let's see as they charge their way out onto the site, and it's a 2-for-1 exchange. Elvin hasn't quite done enough there, and the site gets overrun. This is an AG that is looking like a well-oiled machine in the first round, and that's going to be, yeah, a bit
a
of
lot more like it.
Concerning round for EVOS to see out the gate like that. They just got kind of run over.
Yeah, that is a lot more like it. That's more like the AG on kind of that BL side that you sort of expect, right? This is a side that, when we look towards the past, I think especially I look towards kind of EWC in particular, where it was like the way in which they approached Ankara, it was relentlessly quick, right? The pace and kind of the produce they were able to provide with it was so good. And this is much better. Yobib trying his best, but it's actually a pretty good round for AG. Only a couple of casualties. You have no complaints at all. AG, what a way to start on your opponent's map pick. For EVOS, there was not much of a defense there, to be completely frank. That was pretty easy for AG to dismantle. So a good start. It's EVOS side. You need to build foundations in this first half. And I wonder as well, you know, if things in this series start really poorly and they can't really get going, how much pressure they're going to start to get under.
Yeah, I feel like it's the kind of series that can really snowball away from you when you're up against a team like AG. Once they get on top, they tend to dominate pretty much everybody who's not named Baisha. Of course, the EWC Grand Final was a big one, a 3-2 victory for AG there. Again, that was against Baisha, but anybody else, not typically a huge problem for this AG lineup. And 1-2-2-2 in fine form tonight starts off against Zetra, and bearing in mind that AG had him highlighted as one of the key players that they were concerned about, to see him out of the picture early in round 2 is going to be a really promising sign for AG going forward in this round.
1-2-2-2, he's one of those kind of players who he's not called upon super consistently for AG, but if you start to see players like him putting up real decent numbers, and if he can kind of facilitate, I think the likes of Adu as well, that's when EVOS get under a little pressure. I mean, I think, you know, you look towards them, and Zetra's obviously been such an integral part of this side. Yobib, of course, another name that generally comes to fray as well, but if you can shut down somebody like a Zetra round in, round out, put him under a lot of early pressure in towards this series, you're in a good spot.
Yep, it's a good start to the round here for AG.
B-side's open. I mean, I actually think for KSA, he might want to shell up a little bit. It's a bit of an easy fight that Jouet kind of gives over there before the smoke's even plumed.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised to see these fights actually playing out the way they are for AG right now. They are trading down effectively enough, but it feels like some somewhat unnecessary risks, and as a little reminiscent of what we saw against X-Rock as well, it does have to be said. So I'm not sure that AG is at 100% form at the moment. I mean, they're still getting through this round okay. Plan's going to go down. Elvin on the other side of the map. Going to have some work to do on this retake, but with 1-2-2-2 being so low...
Oh my god, where's he looking?
What is that from
Where's he
1-2-2-2,
going?
by the way? He's just on a mission somewhere, apparently. And now ZQ floating around on the side, almost happy to give Elvin a fight.
Just play time. You could have just 1,000 angles you could play from. Zeke's open. What? I'm actually...
That round is mad.
I'm lost for words how poorly you played that post spawn. I just, again, I don't get it. Like, you know, you've planted, just sit in a corner and wait for the fights and play off each other. Why have we given them individual fights there? I don't get it sometimes.
Yeah, that was
terrible.
I don't know, overconfidence, hubris from AG. I'm not sure why you'd play such an exposed position in the 1v1 as well, noting that he has been spotted already in mid and could make that quick rotate into hotel. Just completely disregarding that possibility that he's going to flank around. Like, that is wild. I mean,
it's baffling, isn't it?
Look, if AG's going to play that way, then yeah, maybe EVOS is in with a chance today. That's another one of those rounds, by the way, where AG gets the opening kill and is unable to convert.
Yeah, it's not a good statistic. That just seems to be consistent for them. I'm still seriously baffled by that round. The 1-2-2-1, I mean, sure, it kind of happens, right? But it's not great, don't get me wrong, but in transition gets caught. But just being so open like that, so unnecessary. Just play time. C4 wasn't even half ticked and both of them fall.
Yeah, they're just floating around on the map. Anyway, they're going to try for a bit of a quicker hit onto A, which worked in round 1. This time, not quite going to. ZQ whiffing a couple of shots, leaves KSA alive, and he'll be a big problem in that vent until Do catches up with him. So AG take the site. They'll get a quick plant. It's a 2-on-2 post plant, though, for EVOS, and a very winnable round. Zetra still alive. Yet to have an impact in this game, but has been highlighted as a key player. Let's see what he can do.
Bib as well, and Support going to make his way through vents. Dre holding the aggro angle, needs to be careful. He could be caught if Zetra just held on that crack a little longer. He probably got to catch Shui in transition. Do playing up in front of that smoke. Shui just playing anti for now. Up on top of the box he goes. A flash that'll come round. The pistol pulled out as well, but Do tries to do it all. They just got to buy time. Just got to buy time here. He does get the kill. I don't think he's got enough time for the defuse. He doesn't.
Nope.
This round will be won by AG, and that's better. Play the clock.
Yes.
Guarantee the round. Who cares about your individual stats? Guarantee the round. That's how it should be. We should be sitting 3-0. The fact that we're not, still a little bit damning for AG, but it's good to get the response.
Yeah, Elvin, the one that is really doing the lion's share of the work here for EVOS. He's been getting peppered every time the A hit comes through for AG. He's usually been good enough to get his one, but the rest of the defenders on that A site need to pick up a little bit of the heavy work. There's a chance for Zetra again, but smoked off and will fall off the line. He's on his way back to middle. I honestly don't mind seeing AG just kind of keep running this A hit. It seems pretty consistently able to get into the site.
If it ain't broke, bro, keep ticking away. And, you know, it's what it sort of puts, I guess, EVOS in a position where it's like mentally you get conditioned to, oh, they're going towards A, so, you know, you overstack it. And when you do start conditioning them like that, other parts of the map open up, start to be weakened or slightly undermanned. Keller is stuck here. And he wins the fight. Oh, my, fair play. Should really have fallen there. How he gets away with it, I have no idea. Shui going to try and get out in front. He's met with a flash. He just plays up towards the window, wants to try and catch Keller on the swing, and he does. Nice little drive-by. Beautiful work. Shui looking for a second, but now he just can get lost in the back line to try and catch rotations.
I unironically think AG plays better from behind in a round.
Yeah,
I think they play better when they're 4-on-5 as opposed to 5-on-4.
They like lock in. It's like a wake-up call.
Yeah, this presence from Shui is going to be such a thorn in the side, and the A hit, all it has to do essentially is trade 2 for 2, and that's going to be fine as far as AG are concerned. You've got that ever-present threat of Shui coming in as well that the defenders are going to have to be wary of, and the push will now start to come through. Elvin and KSA good for one apiece, but again,
the flank not even needed.
Like I said, all you have to do is trade 2 for 2 there, and you get a plant. It's a nice open plant as well.
Yeah. Can play from anywhere. Shui going to go for a swing for information.
Yeah,
Nothing
I like that.
spotted. It's, yeah, it is opening up a couple of doorways and just getting pockets of information. He'll continue checking, and still no one here, so now they've got to know.
Yep.
A lot of this comes down to 1-2-2-2. Open angle for him, so he's actually waiting for the swing, and it might actually work. Yobib might overlook this angle, and he will, but he can't confirm the fight. That's not going to help. He's second time asking, he does, delivers, and it's all on the shoulders of Zitra, still yet to frag, and is that going to continue here? It might be the case, it is. 0-4 for him, 3-1 for AG.
Well, speaking of 4, that was a 4-kill round for 1-2-2-2 as well. He got some nice entries on the site, and then both in the 2-on-2 clutch, so...
And a cheeky wink earlier as well, you know,
yeah,
loving life.
Nice round for him to step up in. 3-1 the lead. Could be 4-0 there, actually, for AG if they were a little bit cleaner today, but...
I think also as well for AG, having won that second round following the real mistakes of the first round, I think is a really important thing. It will internally say to them, right, we should be winning rounds like this. Let's just confirm them. I think it's, again, you know, we talk about that wake-up call.
Lock in a bit.
Yeah. KSA first to fall. Easy fight for 1-2-2-2 there. He's 8-2, by the way. He's absolutely loving life in the server at the moment. Zitra, nice flick, nice find. Dude dropped, and he dips back on towards the site.
Yeah, finally on the board, but that's not going to slow AG down. They're just going to try and barrel their way in onto the A site. There's a bit more resistance with Zetra having some kind of impact. He's alive still somehow, and it's all on the shoulders of ZQ, who, by the way, does have a grenade. That'll be the end of Zetra. There's no way he's going to survive that. Whoa, no, it's not gone deep enough. I don't think it went deep enough. Somehow ZQ...
Might have clipped on something.
Yeah, didn't throw it properly. He gets Keller, and he's aware that Zetra is behind the box, but Yobib swings to close it. And that will be a nervy round for EVOS if that grenade would have landed. What kind of a difference would have made, but we'll never know.
Yeah, it could have been a whole different story. Another round, though, for AG. You get the opening kill. Don't convert it.
Hey, what's new? Like I said, they're better in the 4v5 than the 5-on-4.
Yeah. EVOS are still keeping this competitive, which is the main thing. Yobib is so lucky to stay alive, and he actually is going to get a kill as well. Fair play. Gets one, gets back. Zitra, call to action, call to arms, and he'll find one of his own as well. Now finally starting to get on the board, which is good to see for him.
Yeah, this double sniper setup starting to put in some work for EVOS. Game feels a little different when Zetra starts to come online. He's gone from 0-4 to 3-5, so starting to have a pretty significant impact here on the GR side for EVOS. It's taken him a little while to really get that ball rolling, but if he can maintain this kind of impact throughout the half, then AG will struggle a little more so.
What is the plan here for AG? 5v3. You've got next to no information now about what EVOS really even look like in terms of a defensive setup. You just need some really clean entries. The only way you're going to win around like this. Elvin's holding for the engagement. Just a pixel peek above the wood for him. It's actually going to lose him his life. KSA, call to action. And he'll get one. Finds way, sticks around for a second, but it will not work out for him. So there's a plan to be had here. Smoke down as well to catch rotations. So EVO can get planted. You can put the pressure on with the clock as well. This might have some legs behind it. 2 versus 3, but 1-2-2-2 is just so low. They're going through. First flash isn't good enough. Zitra first to fall as ZQ will dive down. And this round really feels like it's called upon for him. He needs to go huge.
Late flank, though, from Yobib, but I think that's going to be unexpected. It should be the end of ZQ and will be. So down to just 1-2-2-2, who is cowering away in the vent. He's trying to play time. I don't mind it. If he wins the duel against Yobib, it would have been concerning. It was just a far too exposed position for ZQ to find himself in. He sort of made the error of jumping down off of the site when he didn't really need to. Now, I understand why he did that. He was expecting the second player to come through from GR Spawn to try and trade him. So he sort of pre-fired that and jumped down to the safety of the lower side of the site. But had he not done that, had he not made that decision, he would not have been exposed to Yobib, and 1-2-2-2 wasn't either, so could have gone a little differently for AG, but 3-3 is the scoreline. EVOS are starting to fight their way back into this map after a slow early start. Let's see what Zetra can do again with an early aggro play.
Comes back to one of those things as well that we've spoken about, I think, across the board. You know, in a situation like that, 2 versus 2, isolating fights is very difficult, but they were given isolated fights, right? You know, they came from 2 different angles. It's where you need a crossfire there, right? You need to be able to play off contact. If someone's to fall, immediately can be traded. That's not what happened. It's 2 isolated fights. It's just too easy for EVOS on the retake. And aside of AG's caliber, shouldn't be making mistakes like that. I just think for the likes of ZQ, he should really know better. KSA hit by the nade, but only a small amount in towards the TRG. That double stack, talking about a crossfire. There's one right there.
C4's dropped, but the exchange is acceptable for both teams. Fast flank here from Yobib. Do not watching for it at the moment. This is an unorthodox play that may work out in the favor of EVOS. It's just a question of whether or not Yobib goes too soon. AG definitely collapsing on the A site. Du's watching for this push now, but falling off the line. You know, he's giving it a bit of a peek, and he's now spotted him. So that information at least going through to AG, if not any really significant damage. AG are not too keen to play this one too quick at all. They've got the fast flank of their own with ZY starting to make his way through GR spawn. He'll
if he gets good timing,
certainly get a backstab in onto Keller, who's got no idea at the moment. Going for a look now, but ZY will still win the duel. And in the meanwhile, ZQ catches up with KSA, retrieves the C4, and he's on his way into the A site. So the wrap around from Yobib will be uneventful in the end.
What do you actually do here? Get off for the rifle.
What you can.
Yeah, he might just fall immediately. ZY can hold behind the smoke, and he'll get him. Good response from AG. A really good response. I still think for AG, for them to feel comfortable, I think, here in this first map, I still want to see a guaranteed lead at the half. Get kind of bare minimum of 5. I think getting both of these last 2 rounds might still be a bit of a big ask. There's still a few errors on the Tankara compared to what we're used to in the past, but it's just not cleaner than what we saw against X-Rock.
Yeah.
I think, you know, against X-Rock, there was next to nothing.
No, I mean,
this is a lot better.
I think in general, this hasn't been a poorly played game on either side. You know, this has just been AG maybe that sort of 5 or 10% stronger in the opening duels. That's maybe making a difference. But EVOS are not far away. We'll give them that credit. Again, AG really putting a premium toward the A site at the start of the round. Clear out the A-con, a little bit of mid, but looks like it's going to be another A execute. And like I said, now if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They've got only the 2 players to get past here, and they've, I would say, almost had nearly a 100% conversion rate on at least getting into the site and getting a plan. I think there was one round which EVOS was able to hold, but apart from that, AG have essentially won every single one of these executes. They're going to go for a pretty significant one with the flashes over the top. It will at least allow them out onto the lower side of the site, but they've still got to push their way up forward. There's 3 defenders now. They've taken a bit too long. KSA shut down after he finds himself 2. ZY good for the 1, and ZQ needs this kill onto Keller, or maybe it needs to go to 2. Either way, it's taken a bit too long. And we're down to a 1-on-2, so this time AG aren't quite able to bust that door open cleanly. And a clutch required here for ZQ, who is aware of Zetra's potential line. Won't fall to that one, and he does grab himself the C4, but he's got to have a think about now how he wants to close this out in the 1v2.
C4 down. That's a good priority. Hit that. Put pressure on with the clock.
Sure, I would love to just see him go for a fast flank here. Just full send it into mid and go around GR spawn.
Yeah. That would be such a bold call, but
he's not going to opt for it.
Standing in the post barn 4, I'm going to play up towards the stairs. He has no idea yet that they're playing together. Issue is as well, doesn't have any util, so he's got to take raw aim duels. Again, keep playing the time, keep playing the clock. They're going to tap, they're going to feel nervy about sticking. I say that, hang on a second. Citra, that's perfect. He's played the time, Yobib. He's going hunting, and the hunt is not working out. He's dipping and diving around the window. It's going to be so damn close. I don't think he's got it. I don't think he's got it. I think that C4 is just about going to go. Oh my God, it's the finest of margins. EVOS bails them out.
Yeah, I thought he had it there as well.
Yeah, I thought so. That was, what, half a second?
Well, it's a big round to come up with for EVOS. Maybe a little too close for comfort.
True.
Really waited so patiently there, but could he have waited another half second? Maybe. Either way, 4-4's the score.
You got like slightly stuck in the window, in that the window frame, and that cost him his life. Maybe even as well, as he sees him diving down, it's kind of run back on towards the side. But it's all easy to say with the benefit of hindsight. You know, in the moment, it's just...
You can overanalyze that in hindsight 2020 and say, yeah, he should have done this and that.
Yeah, but he did as good as he could do in kind of the split-second decisions. Just wasn't meant to be.
Was not. So we'll have a very neutral half, 5-4 one way or the other. More patient approach this time for AG. Hoping to see some aggression out of EVOS. nothing giving just yet. I don't mind this setup, though, for EVOS. They've been seeing a lot of presence towards the A site, so an aggressive vent hold early on in the round. Certainly something that could pay dividends. AG headed elsewhere for the moment, but the C4 still sort of floating around near A. Would kind of say to me that they still want to finish A.
Yeah. The only issue is I just want to really, like, prioritize Shui. He can't honestly afford to be taking any fights here. If that C4 goes down, it just gives all the information over immediately of kind of what AG are setting up. Actually, potentially, I don't know if KSA spotted him there. Looked like he commed immediately, so actually might have been spotted, which isn't a good sign. Now they know where the C4 is, but in all fairness, they know where the C4 is and they're just going to drag rotations away. Elvin goes back to a bit more of a mid-centric hold, leaving just the one-man here. And KSA, he's kind of struggled at times when it's come towards actually holding down the site itself. That last round was good. He got 2 kills, but in general, he's not looked lights out for it. He's on his own. This is going to be difficult.
Why have they stacked B? What's the reason? We'll find out whether or not it's going to be a mistake. The rotation coming through here for Elvin, but AG once again are going to try and storm down the gates on A. ZY struggling with this duel, but Elvin will be overwhelmed, and Shui up the stairs on the right side catches both Elvin and KSA. Plant will be denied by Keller. 15 seconds left on the clock here for AG. They're going to have to grab that bomb, and they're going to have to do it pretty quickly, but I think EVOS will try to flood. They're not able to deny the plant, though, and that will swing this round dramatically in the favor of AG. 3-on-2 now for the post plant.
2-2-2, up close. No bit make his way through, but if we replenish that smoke, they've actually got to dive through it. Just now, as it starts to fade, they can throw one of their own. They give themselves a little bit of room, but up close, here's this man who's waiting patiently for the opportunity. Can't get a second, but Zetra gets tagged through the smoke. In a 1 versus 2, this should be next to impossible to win. They can fight from 2 different angles as well. Tap on towards the C4s. He tries to bait out a fight, and he does, but the time is all but gone. Has to stick it. There's no chance in this one. Do sees it off as AG take a lead heading in towards the second half.
Yeah, it's not a massive lead, though. I mean, it's still a winnable map for sure for EVOS, but first kill rounds this time for AG, only the 3, and yet they convert 5 rounds. So I guess the shoe's on the other foot in a sense now, where we have to sort of look at EVOS and highlight that and say, you find that many opening duels and you're unable to convert on them, especially against a team like AG.
Yeah.
You might not be getting those opportunities deeper into the map pool where you
the maps look much better.
A little bit less comfortable. AG starts to fire up. This might be one of the few chances you actually have to get on top, and potentially letting that one slip a little bit too early. But let's see what AG looks like on this GR side. It's a good start for ZY and for Do. A pick over towards the B side of the map and in mid, and somehow ZY gets away with that as well. So,
what is going on here, by the way?
Perfect start.
What is going on here? How has he actually got out?
Keller's screaming at his teammates like, please come A. I have A.
But, like, how has he actually got out here?
He must have just walked through the smoke. Shui's just missed him.
Oh, my God.
ZQ's not going to see him either.
No
This is disaster
way.
for AG.
No way.
Keller surely gets 2. Shui shuts him down, though.
Getting 1 there is actually massive.
Wow, 1's good, but 2 would have been better.
No,
it's still
but
a 3-on-2 post.
Shui getting 1 there.
Oh, yeah,
like,
that's huge.
That's actually huge.
No, you're right, 100%.
How he even gets that is kind of mental. Oh, my God, Zetra, that's so risky. So risky. He actually would have spotted another there, too. He's going to fight for it, but he's going to fall. All on the shoulders of Yobi. They're still not planted, by the way. No. So Yobi with the C4 on his back is actually hightailing it. He's getting out.
No, I'm not going to lie, though. I kind of like that play from Zetra in the 3-on-2 to sort of try and get aggressive and isolate a duel before planting. I don't think he's made a mistake there. I think that was the right play. Unfortunately, just gets kind of run down. But now Yobib going to try and do the same thing. Try and get aggressive. ZY not expecting him in the GR spawn. And now 1-2-2-2 going to be timed. They just get caught by the aggression of EVOS. And it's a painful round to lose for AG because they had every advantage pretty much every step of the way.
Just a lot of mistakes from AG that is still just proof in the pudding that this is not a championship caliber side at this tournament thus far. Every single round I see so far from AG is just more proof in the pudding that Stallions are destined to win this tournament. I mean, again, you know, we talk about kind of the sneak out on towards the side from Keller. Like, that's just a glaring error. And then losing that 1 versus 2. Again, just so easy to isolate. Opening kill that comes through. Keller will respond back into the 4 versus 4.
1-2-2-2's decided to stay and fight, which is a bold call.
Yeah, he's got to get 1 and at least a bit of damage for this to be worth it. There's the 1. He takes a tag,
see,
though.
Okay, but I look at that and I think, why is Keller doing that alone?
Yes, yeah, very true.
You have 4 guys there. You have a potential isolated player. If he's still there, why not send 3 or 4 guys forward?
As well.
You've got 2 minutes to play with.
Yeah.
They don't need to be over towards A just yet.
Oh, ducks under the shot of Do there.
Maybe getting saved by Zetra in this round.
He's actually had Do's number in their like raw head-to-heads.
Yeah,
Zetra's actually looked
I think
better.
Do's been a little bit under par at the event so far. Haven't really seen a Do pop-off map yet. I'm sure it's coming.
Despite being the MVP for this AG side as well, statistically. It's just because we know how high the skill ceiling is for him.
It's pulled the full rotate from AG. They're exploring the A site now, not seeing too much. So I wonder if they're going to cotton onto this being a B hit and rotate back in time.
Both teams love an over rotate, huh?
Ooh, AG back towards B. So they might just get there for at least a partial defense.
Yeah, they might catch them crossing up here. KSA is going to lead the charge. Has a C4 on his back, too.
Zhui still hasn't seen anything either.
Good smoke. It would just put them on kind of a alert for a second. Zetra gets 1. Again, massive to get 1 in a situation like that. He's got 2 players gunning them down.
KSA, again, looking to get aggressive. This is just
so
unbridled aggression from EVOS, and this time it won't work out. AG were prepared for it. They learned from their mistakes in that last round. They know that EVOS are going to come to them if the opportunity is there. 6-5, AG pull ahead again.
Just that slightly, but it's enough.
134 ADR from 1-2-2-2.
Mental, isn't it?
11 rounds is a lot.
Yeah, he's just looking so confident, which is great to see. They really do need him, if we're being completely frank, right? Underperformances from ZY, Do, and Jue, all big names for this AG side who have their moments to really shine, but just not yet seeing any of it, really. I think for ZY, we can maybe let him off a little bit, but you know, for Do and Jue, they're so integral to the success of the side.
I mean, at one point, ZY was the best rifler in the world, or at least in the conversation for it with 9. Personally, I was always a 9 fan, but I know that there was arguments for ZY.
Just being in the debate itself is massive, huh?
Yeah. Shui will spot the push coming forward. He drops himself a nice little pop flash there, trying to delay, but KSA just does not care. That is the EVOS way. They're going to keep on going forward. ZQ, anti-flash, surviving behind the box.
Massive.
And helped out by Zhui. There's numbers still trying to push their way forward, but this time AG are able to defend against the onslaught, and you have to wonder, where's Elvin?
This last 6 months as EQ has been so unbelievably impressive. Granted, the opening series wasn't lights out, but he picked it up towards the tail end. But, you know, regional finals, he was the highest rated player at that tournament. And just domestically, has looked super, super solid. And this map, incredible. 15 and 10 for him. Caught up in terms of the kill department with 1-2-2-2. I don't think he'll have near the AEDR, but it was even still a really, really impressive spot. C4's down this round. I mean, it should be all but done. I mean, at this point, what is Elvin actually doing? He's all the way back in spawn. Long rotate, hoping things will go right for him, but it's going to be very unlikely, to be honest. Killing time, more or less.
Yeah.
We'll take a first fight. It's all laboured from Elvin, to say the absolute least. Yeah, very true. So the 7-5 scoreline, a timeout will be called here.
Yeah. Bit later than we're used to seeing in some of the other matches. There's a lot of teams that like the early tack timeout. 0-2 with a lot to say here to the members of EVOS. One thing I do want to highlight, I mean, I think, again, we've sort of touched on Do a couple of moments, but MVP from EWC is where AG found their most recent international victory. Still yet to really put his name up in lights here at CFS. So if AG want to go the distance, I think they do still need to find a way to unlock Do.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he, again, especially in this meta, we're in the kind of double sniper meta.
Yeah.
We actually kind of have to see your primary sniper be absolutely lights out, especially considering when you look across basically every other big team that's performing, the only kind of exception really being kind of Stallions, because you know, Kano's doing it all with every weapon, but you know, you look towards, of course, there's EVOS side, Zetra as being kind of the integral part to the successes. He's kind of he's like 0.25 ahead of anyone else on the team in terms of rating wise, and you know, you look across the board and it kind of has been a pretty similar thing where we're, you know, even despite Alcadzia kind of having kind of problems their opening game, despite the loss. It was MG. Granted, the game we saw definitely wasn't MG. He was kind of missing there, but we've seen it, right, where that sniper's been so important. You see it both in the positives and the negatives, right? When Alcadzia, despite a win, look way, way worse than they should be, they're missing their sniper, and we're seeing parts of it of AG. We're just not getting to that electric level that we're used to. But it's that kind of ever lingering thought of like the eventuality of when he then comes alive, everyone else is in trouble.
Well, some tense times now for EVOS. They've used their timeout. Down 7-5. Don't want to be losing this round here. This is the one that they kind of need to pull back if this map is to stay close and competitive. A push forward from Zhui. He's not going to go any further, but he is very much waiting for this Vents play. And Elvin might be about to walk right into it. There's no flash prepped at all, and so Zhui's going to win that duel. Drops the bomb carrier as well, by the way, and the A main hit also did not work. So the plan for EVOS goes up in smoke.
Just double stacking the vents now as well. Like, how do you actually get in here, guys?
I mean, yeah, how do you get the bomb?
Yeah,
that's the thing.
This round is basically all but done. What you have to do is just play all 5 towards A and just like 2 holding the rotate, 2 holding vent, 1 holding main, and it's like an unbreakable defense. Again, we come back to kind of the crossfire and playing the numbers. 1-2-2-2 just still lurking in case anybody tries to go in through spawn. It's not really a terrible way to hold it, to be honest. That's fine.
I'm kind of surprised that he holds it in spawn as opposed to just from the A site where you'd only really have to watch one angle. Instead, he's kind of got to focus on
multiple
mid and B. So you can see him sort of pivoting back and forth. And
there's 2 big boxes along that kind of catwalk area in towards A, which you could kind of just hide behind, and it would be equally as good. Either way, I mean, with 50 seconds, a 2 versus 4, this has got to be next to impossible. Unless we see one of the worst defenses here from AG, this shouldn't be a possibility.
Well, that's exactly how that's going to work. 1 for 1. Totally fine. ZQ, aggressing alone, will lose his life to Elvin, who scurries away with the C4. But it gives up a lot of his HP in doing so, and the flank's going to come through now from 1-2-2-2 that they've spotted that last player, so he'll be a dead man.
Nice work.
And AG are up to 8, and they're starting to put the pieces of the puzzle together now on Ankara.
And the bad news as well is that that's a timeout called, of course, by EVOS, and you come into the next round and you do next to nothing. It's actually probably even arguably one of the worst rounds you've seen from EVOS. The round falls apart in the first, 20, 30 seconds. Definitely not what you want to see. Time running out for EVOS on their map pick. 8-5, 3 rounds ahead, 2 rounds away.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is, dude. That's that confidence we want to see. Gets one, drops KSA, takes a tag, sure, but it gets out alive, and that's all that matters.
It's funny, isn't it? You know, some of that pressure just starts to relieve for AG.
Nice nade.
Dude walks right into the grenade from Yobib. But yeah, some of the pressure relief for AG, and they start to play a little bit freer. You know, go for some more aggressive moves. Sort of works out for Do, until it doesn't.
Yeah.
Do or do not? There is no do.
To do or not to do? That is the question.
Well, hopefully to do and not to do.
What?
Here's another aggressive move from AG, by the way, in that mid connector. CQ doesn't want to go down here, but if he does, there's still potential for the flank to come through behind Zetra.
He's good with these
fights. Now been spotted out. Wins it with the pistol.
He's so good on those kind of entry angles.
This is what I'm talking about, though. 1-2-2-2 and ZY coming through and causing such a ruckus. They find that quick trade. The problem is the A site crumbles anyway.
Bad time to turn. Oh my god, that spam damage is mammoth as well on towards 1-2-2-2. I don't know how you retake this. CY is underperformed all map long. This looks like it should be EVOS finding a 6th.
If Elvin gets isolated, maybe a chance. I think ZY spotted him. Certainly combing something and having a real good look at it. So 1-2-2-2 with the TRG in hand will dispatch of him, but time is going to be a real problem here. So ZY is going to have to move quick. They just have to send it. And I don't think they're doing it quick enough.
No. Guys, you got to get on it now.
Yeah,
that's it.
It's still a little too late, unless he hits it and sits it, and he's going to sit it, but the swing's going to come through from Keller anyway. So that'll be a round for EVOS.
I don't think he would have got it anyway.
I'm not sure that he had it.
Just not enough time.
Yep, took a little bit too long.
Again, another one of those things where it's like, it's kind of one of the worst ways to lose it, where like even if you had got your kills there, it literally wouldn't have made a difference. So it's kind of like is a bit of that question of like, what's the point? 8-6.
What is the point of it all now?
Yeah, what is the point of life, really?
What's the meaning of
questions? A lot of questions to be asked. Is life a simulation?
Could be.
I saw someone propose this question earlier. What happens if I'm just like a background character in like a My Career
documentary?
Yeah, no, like a My Career on like FIFA. Somebody's just like playing as like, Sunderland or like Liverpool.
Have
and
you
I'm just
ever-
a background character in their My Career save.
Have you ever thought you're just an NPC in my life?
Most definitely not. If you're the main character, we're all doomed. Helping will open things up.
It's a pretty good story, I'll tell you. There's a lot of ups and downs.
Yeah. He's right. First to fall. Nice opener. But for us at the very least, openers don't mean a lot because we've seen EVOS fumble a lot of man advantage situations. Keller's a nice move. Under the window, up on high. And he can just stick around here too. The hilarious thing would be if Do also then tries to take that space. But Do's leaving himself so exposed here. So exposed. He's so lucky to still be alive.
Yeah.
Where's the forward thinking of what happens if they're already on towards the site? Diving out of the window. 1-2-2-2 going to fall as Elvin holds down Mouse 1. He might get another, and he will. Beautiful work. Round all but done.
Yep.
2 versus 4, but look at the damage dealt. No chance in hell here.
Yeah, that was poorly coordinated by AG.
It was.
Need to be doing better than that if they want to close this map out against EVOS. And you see that timeout has now been called by AG. So coach wanted to have a couple of words to the lads, and I think warranted after that round. Could have been a little bit cleaner. CQ already sort of having a bit of a chat.
Yeah.
So 8-7. Every map today is a close one. It's a barn burner of a day.
Yeah, some real kind of marathon maps here. And this series might have a bit of a similar feeling.
Yes, indeed.
I think, in particular, this map, it really feels quite integral for EVOS when we talk about this series as a whole. If they actually want to make this one a little bit of a lengthy one, it will really come down to, can we kickstart the series with a win on Ankara, and then can we use that to sort of springboard ourselves into success? If they do end up going on to lose this map, I think that's when they get towards that territory of, actually kind of similar to the Alcazia series, where it's like, the maps were close, but you still lost 3-0. And this could be a similar vibe. Keller getting a real talking to, of course. You want I guess you want your IGO really firing off on all cylinders, but
he just looks like a kid that's got in trouble, though, doesn't he?
Yeah.
0-2's
Offer
really
two really good called rounds, in all fairness.
Getting in his face. Ironically, by the way, after the EVOS timeout, they lost the round. So
yes.
I don't know, whatever input 0-2 had in that particular instance didn't work out. So look at him getting right close and personal.
Mate, you don't need to whisper in his ear. You're wearing headphones.
Don't let the other players hear this, but I actually think you're my favorite.
yeah. You're the one I really want to shine here. Don't let the others know.
You should be the entry cracker.
Yeah. You do everything, I believe.
Take the TRG. Zetra's not that good anyway. you could be the superstar. Maybe you could join Stallions. Wait, don't do that.
I'll put a good recommendation into Stallions if you win this game.
Yeah, poorly played round there from AG. You can see the peak one by one.
Yeah.
Not really what we want to see. I think someone might have got caught on the window jump.
Yeah, I think you're right. Worst kind of way, though, one of the worst kind of ways to kind of lose a round where it is just like that 1-by-1 peak. It's just, it looks so sloppy from kind of a team dynamic.
It looks very ugly, doesn't it? But it's in the past. We focus on the future. We want to unlock the future, Neo.
Yeah, and the question is, do AG dare to dominate?
I don't think they've really dominated this map.
No, far from. They're stumbling through it, but they're still in the lead.
There is still a chance they could rise above.
Yeah. I would throw another one in, but I don't know anymore.
Well, at the moment, both teams are still competing to conquer.
Oh, there you go.
That's what we're waiting to see in the grand final when somebody gets there. Neither team there yet. No team actually confirmed for the grand final just yet, but Stallions are the closest at the moment.
They, in my heart, feel like they're confirmed. I'd be very surprised if they don't make it just because of how good they logged. Zetra. Rare that we actually see him lose those opening duels. He's normally kind of so sharp with it, but I'll say ZY very fortunate to walk away from that one alive. 1-2 going to sit on the angle with a rifle, in fact, as well. Makes sense if you're here with the TRG, but Not a lot of room for error for 1-2-2-2. It's an information play. We'll see.
Well, possibly reading into the fact that a bit of damage has been done to Zetra there as well. He's down to 50 HP, so he might be able to still get away with it with the rifle. The info play is coming here from ZY, and if he continues on his merry way, he is going to spot Elvin out.
This is a great call. This is a great call. And 1-2-2's falling back towards the site. Oh, I don't think EVOS know. They're walking into a bloodbath here. They're walking into numbers, into the stack. They've got to win these fights. Let's see how they do. First one, KSA opens things up. He's still alive, but ZY going to find a kill of his own. KSA is just barely breathing. A dive down as well as ZQ, ZY, all
Fast
combining 3 versus 3, but Yobib going to find a kill of his own. What is happening? It's pandemonium here. This fast flank by ZY going to fall, and it's all on the shoulders of Do. How have EVOS made something out of this round?
Yeah, way too many missed shots from AG. Both KSA and Yobib should be dead, and they're not. And that is a big one to pick up for EVOS. AG, it felt like this was their map, but they are fumbling at the final hurdle. And EVOS are getting loud.
Bad round to lose because you've had the read, you've got every bit of information, you're in the right spot as well, and you just miss every shot. Way too easy for this EVOS side. AG, it's very rare that we kind of sit here and kind of lament them on the mechanics of the game, right? But that is an instance where we do have to. Nobody hitting the shots that were necessary.
It might be AG need to just lock back in here. And I wouldn't mind seeing AG kind of change something up somewhere, right? They've been playing this sort of a little bit more passive style on the GR side. Happy to let EVOS come to them, give EVOS a lot of that map territory. I think, you know, AG, you know, when they're looking their best, a lot of the time they are playing a little more disruptive. Do just posted on the line here. If he doesn't hit the shot, the round goes a bit pear-shaped for AG. Multiple EVOS members heading in his direction. He's going to need to be locked in. 11 and 12 at the moment. It's not that Do hard carry performance that we're used to seeing, and he'll whiff another one. It does allow EVOS the avenue of attack into this A side, and Do stuck behind the box, which is not at all where you want to be as the sniper. ZQ and ZY doing some real work. EVOS already starting to cheer as they find those couple of entries, but the round is not over just yet. 1-2-2-2 is back out onto the side, dueling Elvin. He'll lose that fight. Another cheer from EVOS as they feel like they're getting closer to an eventual victory here on Ankara.
V-Trap gets one for free. Oh, he gets 2 as well. And they are getting fired up now. EVOS 9-8. AG are playing for overtime if they still want to take this map, but another underwhelming display here on Ankara, and it's got progressively worse more than anything. It didn't look terrible at the start, but they are really starting to struggle here on this second half. They just can't seem to do anything on the defense.
Yeah, which is wild to think because ZQ is pumping the numbers up, but I think you're just sort of seeing some really notable poor performances from Jouet and Do, and in particular, Jouet in this sort of Vents position. Again, I highlighted it in the last match that we watched them play against X-Rock. He's always such a pivotal player. If that Vents player goes down for free, you know, you kind of get the A side. And that's really, I feel like, where EVOS are sort of exploiting AG. I mean, in the last round, it was Do that fell back and got stuck in an awkward position, but the A hold hasn't really been good enough. And a couple of fumbles as well for AG in the mechanical side of things. So EVOS poised to take a map off of AG. Could it be an all-Filipino day today? Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves just yet, but it is feeling possible.
Yeah, definitely. Slower round, 1 minute 20 as ZY goes for info. And he's, well, more than anything, not spotting anything. He's going to find Keller. That's the first found. He catches a lurk player. That's your IGL going down, but AG should have a good understanding that he generally is the lurk. And you can actually see they start to bolster up a little bit towards B. Do got to check.
Yep, bit of
he's
a push.
trained on towards Tunnel. It's all about a timing spot for him. Will this work in his favor?
It's all about ZY right now getting the info, and he's got the info, but it's going to come through too little too late. Du's missed another one. And that might mean that EVOS just get into this B site before the rotation can come through. Again, like I said, fast flank from ZY. He didn't do anything with it last round. This time, again, going to fall to Zetra. It's one after another. They're trying to clear him out. They found the damage, but they're not got the kill. 1-2-2-2 eventually able to overcome him. No bomb plant yet for EVOS either, so that time pressure not really on AG just yet.
Here we go. C4 down. Yobib close. 1-2-2-2. You had some fantastic moments in this map, and with the support of ZQ. You've got your two best riflers in this map so far, and they need to light up their server. Zhui, you've not had many chances to shine. Now would be a fantastic one to keep yourself alive in this map. He's going to be the first sent in and the first to fall. ZQ, quick trade, but it's still a 2 versus 2. C4 already halfway ticked as well. We got to go. We got to start to make a move. A tap on towards that C4. Down goes ZQ, and down go AG. EVOS take map number 1. Well, we're looking now at it's kind of an interesting series starting to develop. Maybe the day for Philippines, we'll have to see. I mean, it would be a kind of a wild conversation if we, come back in, a few hours' time, Jordan, and we're kind of sat here saying Philippines are 2-0 China today, and the two best Chinese sides, no less, as well.
It would be a guaranteed team to the grand finals for the Philippines if EVOS were able to win this game against All Gamers, because that would put EVOS up against Stallions in the upper bracket final. That said, a 10-8 on Ankara, okay, it's a win.
Yes.
We'll give EVOS that, credit. Obviously, Yobib, well performed from him, 1.7. Definitely felt like an across-the-board performance, though, from EVOS.
Yes,
I think you can really say that pretty much everybody was having an impact in some way, shape, or form there. So definitely what you want to be seeing. But X-Rock was also able to beat AG on Ankara. They did it actually 10-2.
Yes.
10-3.
10-3, I think it was,
10-2,
yeah.
something like that. And, they went on to lose that series 3-1. And it was a pretty comfortable series outside of the Ankara for AG, I felt. So, look, I will say yes again. Good win, obviously, for EVOS. I don't want to take that away from them at all, but I think they have to just be prepared for the fact that this series actually gets a bit more difficult from here. You've won your map pick. It is a map pick that, AG were renowned for in the past, have had good results on, but have shown some susceptibility on, even at this tournament. Now we're going into Black Widow, which has far and away been a bit more of a tried and true for AG, and where they've had a lot more success. And the deeper we get into that pool as well, the better it has kind of looked for AG in a lot of these series. So it's a best of 5. It's a big, big series. I mean, a lot of work still to be done, obviously, for EVOS if they want to get through AG today, but they're on the right track.
Yeah, I think you're right. We're in a kind of an interesting spot where I think you look towards now where things start to develop for this AG side. And I think for EVOS, yes, you've got that Ankara out of the way, but again, like you kind of just talked about, we have to actually look at now where historically it's been a good map, but if we're kind of honing it down to just this tournament, which is actually ultimately the only thing that really matters, it's not. They've obviously looked weak in it. There's still a lot of errors that are plaguing this AG side on this map. So I look towards now for EVOS a bit of a predicament where it's like, right, sure, it's a great confidence booster, but you've now got to chain that into kind of further success. We've got to kind of use that as a bit of a catalyst now to moving forward. AG are no joke on Black Widow on the kind of the flip side. So I'm still going to hold my reservations until we see maybe a couple more maps out from them, kind of to really get an understanding of kind of how deep this kind of map pool really goes to this EVOS side. AG, I still think the way they'll probably look at that, and I think they're pretty good into kind of brushing aside maps, as we saw against X-Rock.
Yeah.
I think they're just going to go, okay, again, not a great map Ankara for us at the moment. Seems to be a map we're having fundamental issues with, but every other map in the pool so far for us has been actually really quite solid.
Yeah, one thing I've always associated as well with AG is that they are a team that kind of go through the group stages and look a little bit wishy-washy, and granted this is not the group stage anymore, but I think for AG it will kind of still feel like the group stage until they're in the arena.
Agreed, yeah.
And at this point, they've still got that extra life. They can still drop down into that lower bracket and come back from those depths if required. It is in those games where push really does come to shove, where AG actually tend to come online a little bit more. So I'm not too surprised to see them kind of just like coasting their way through these opening games. You know,
I still don't think they're 100% either. You know, I was saying earlier, I want to see this EVOS side actually really kind of unlock the kind of the future, the 100% out from AG. But I still don't actually think we're kind of really at that 100% just yet for them. I still feel like we're in a bit of a predicament where it's like, for this AG side, again, it's like the realization of maybe this is a map that we haven't worked as much recently. We still have the fundamental issues with it. We still got a lot more that we need to kind of lock in place for it. Again, this is where I think for EVOS, you really put pressure on the side if you can take a second map. If you can actually force AG, if we're going to win this, we actually have to do this in 5. That's when we then start having a really interesting conversation. For now, though, I give them kind of the praise for the successes, but I'm still having my reservations about kind of longevity, whether it's because I don't want to kind of jump in too early here and be like, right, EVOS are up for the upset, because the same thing happened with X-Rock, and we were really impressed with some of the individuals. AD looked fantastic there, and I don't want to give it kind of too much out the gates before we really get the true AG.
I think some of the hesitancy to really jump on board here with EVOS Arc is that it feels like that map was kind of still a little bit AG not playing that well, as opposed to EVOS really running over them, really dominating them off their own back, if that makes sense. And I hate kind of saying it like that, because that in a way it like takes some of the prestige away from the win there. It's like it's almost saying, oh, it's AG's fault rather than EVOS playing well. It doesn't feel so great, but frankly, that's kind of what it felt like a little bit. There was quite a number of moments where AG, it really looked like didn't quite kind of come together when they needed to. There was a couple of miscommunicated rounds, a couple of rounds where they had advantages, or they had made a good read and just missed their shots. And it's like, if AG hits this shot, if AG does what they're quote-unquote supposed to do in this moment and win based on percentage play, they'd probably close that map out, and they'd probably do it 10-6, 10-5. There was just a few of those rounds, unfortunately, for AG where they kind of let slip, and credit again, obviously, to EVOS for taking advantage of those opportunities and getting them away from AG, but it's still not screaming to me that AG is at 100% peak, particularly on Ankara, which is a map that we've, again, seen them struggle with a little bit throughout this tournament. So I think there's still a lot more left in the tank for AG, and EVOS are going to have to be prepared for that, and hopefully EVOS can find a way to fire up, because that was a very close win. Super close, 10-8, there's not a lot in it. Move on to Black Widow. I think it's going to be a different beast when AG kind of get the ball rolling there. And again, I will reiterate, Du has been missing in this tournament so far. He was the MVP at EWC, so there's a bit left in the tank in that regard as well. Yeah, I haven't seen enough from Du. I think, if we're being honest as well, Shui was actually kind of underwhelming. He's playing a high impact role, especially on the GL side, and it just wasn't played to the level that we kind of want to see out from him. So there's a lot more, I think, for me that I want to see to really kind of convince me about what this AG side can bring to the table. And I still think as well, just away from this series as a whole, for the All Gamers, like, this is not a side who are coming into the tournament looking like we're kind of championship material, right? They're not looking like a side, honestly, being frank, right now, that can kind of take on, actually, not even just Stallions, but actually EP. I still think EP are playing better CrossFire than AG are playing right now. Yes, they've just lost, but it's a 5-map barn burner where actually I think throughout this tournament they've looked really scary. I don't think AG are kind of in that conversation right now, and there's a real chance they could go in towards the lower bracket here. So we're still in a bit of a weird predicament for the All Gamers, where it's like you come into the tournament as basically everybody's favorite. I think it was like everybody bar Sneaky. I think he went for Baisha. Everybody else went for All Gamers, and rightfully so. EWC was fantastic, domestically like unstoppable as well. So everything kind of felt like this should be a clean and comfortable narrative to bring forward, but yeah, again, aside for me that I've just not looked even kind of like 70% of what they had at EWC. At EWC, they were like barely dropping maps all the way up until the final. And now we're getting to the point where it's like we're consistently dropping this specific map, which is just a massive hole in a veto process for us, because that's now 2 maps you don't like playing. They don't like playing New Mexico at all, and then they don't like playing Ankara now because they keep losing on it. It's not actually a side that is really like convincing at the moment. So, for EVOS, this is actually, it feels like a bit of a prime opportunity of like, this is like a kind of a half strength here. AG, let's see if we can expose them still. Well, that is the punishing aspect as well of best of 5. You can only hide 1 map, and so throughout the rest of this tournament, teams are going to be looking at that Ankara that AG have been playing and saying, hey, we're going to try and target that. If we're a team that plays Ankara, if we think we can take it to AG, we're going to pick it early in the draft and see if we can find ourselves somewhere along the line getting onto that and getting a bit of momentum underway. But as we've said, it is only 1 map out of 5, so it's a good start for EVOS, but it's not I feel like quite been enough to convince either of us just yet that this series is going to go the way of EVOS. If they could pick themselves up a win on Black Widow, that might be a different story. And we'll see if they can do it in just a moment as we're getting ourselves ready and locked in. Both teams on the stage looking good to go. EVOS spent a lot of the time in the break there just sort of huddled behind their desk on the stage, again, having a bit of a chat. So, you know, a lot of preparation obviously going into this game for EVOS. They know they get themselves one more step of the way if they find themselves the win in this matchup. And, I mean, theoretically, a game against Stallions, we'll see if they can make it there with Black Widow coming up next.
What do we get from AG in map number 2? I just want to see something, you know, out the gates, first few rounds, just a little bit more convincing. Just a side who, you know, we've seen in the past, especially when we look back to kind of EWC, for example, this side who were just relentlessly aggressive, like never gave anybody even a second to breathe. That's the AG I'm still looking for. The AG have been missing.
Already, KSA out middle and ZY just, not prepared for that possibility at all, which I feel like is, again, like you say, an oversight considering EVOS have liked to be on the front foot. It's a decent enough trade to start things off for AG, so not a huge cause for concern, but it's not a mistake that ZY is going to be wanting to make twice.
Back into this 4 versus 4 with a bit of damage out towards Jouet. Very kind of tepid tempo, though, from EVOS. No real commitments being made as of just yet. 1 minute 15. C4 looks like it's roughly going in that direction of A. It might even be an A split through mid. If they can actually get Keller out, he loves to lurk, we already know that. Doesn't really generally join the pack. Keller might try and make a sneak move out here.
ZQ's watching it. At the moment.
He's getting information too, actually, by the way. So this is... They should get a good read on where this is going to go.
I think a lot of this pivot's really on ZQ's movements, though. If he gets caught by a lurk or whatever, that could be problematic. But 1-2-2-2 now has kind of backfilled into mid and is holding it. And so this will be where Jouet does probably come into play on that flank. Worst case scenario, he should get one on long if it doesn't go the way of Do.
30 seconds.
EVOS have got to move, and Zetra's been taken down, so they know that it's going to be an A hit. They'll be aware of that possibility over the bridge, but somehow Keller gets out mid. Doesn't really seem to matter. In the end, as 1-2-2-2 and Do find their duels, and Keller deleted. First round on the board for AG. A pretty comfortable one, despite losing the opening kill.
Yeah, it's a good round from Do, actually, as well. Just a little bit more prolific, which is what we want to see from him, just individually stepping up in a big way. You know, obviously, he's absolutely important to the successes. So if we can get him really starting to fire on all cylinders, that's when you start to feel comfortable. 2 quick kills at the tail end. ZY, a risky one there for him. He was first to fall in that previous round. Doesn't want to be the same again here. Jouet, early damage out on towards him. Is KSA waiting for a swing? Will he clear ZQ? I don't know if these steps have been heard. ZQ going to take first engagement. He'll fall.
Having a rough time in mid.
Yeah. I think he needs to play a little bit more passive, honestly.
Might be the case as this half develops that AG will decide they don't need to hold mid. They'll just sort of split the sites, but not yet. Another opener for EVOS. We'll see if they can convert a round off the back of this one. If they're unable to do it twice in a row, then that will be somewhat dire straits for them, I'd suggest.
Jouet. We kind of need 2 out of him here in a way. You got 1 towards backside. Duke can obviously do a lot of work at range, but Jouet playing around the pillar, around the wall. Is he actually going to wait for them to get him close? KSA, first of all. And Jouet doesn't take any damage on that engagement. They've snuck past him, though. He should be dead to right, and he is. And 1-2-2-2 will fall. Already looking a little dicey. Minute to work with. 2 versus 4. I'm not feeling too hopeful for AG here. And they're isolated, too.
Yeah. I mean, this would really just come down to doing something pretty dramatic.
What will do?
One of the questions of all time.
And they might just walk in towards B, no one's here. I think for AG, it is kind of the right way to approach it, where it's like, you do just sort of play in a bit of a pair. Oh my god, look down! Turn around! Oh.
I think he landed on his head.
Yeah, I think he did. That turned around all but dumb. Yobib spotted out Do as he dived through the window, but an easy part of their C4. This just should be absolutely no way he can retake this. No way in hell.
Well, let's just see some Do work at his finest. He's actually gotten out the window. That's interesting. Keller does see him. No HP really for Do to work with here. And not having found this early peak.
Can the guy outside just peek him already? Like, he has no idea. Okay, thankfully. I was waiting like Yobib like has like a free fight here. If he just swings around that corner, sees Do off.
I don't hate the patience, you know. It's something that, you know, we would have said AG probably needed a little bit more of on Ankara. So make sure you cross the T's and dot the I's. And
especially in those post plants, huh?
Round 1 there for EVOS, so can't complain. Flashes out long, and they're going to try and get an early contest out here. AG backing it up, happy to give it, concede it. They know there's numbers coming in their direction when that much util is tossed in, so they're not keen on having that fight.
2-2-2. Just going to go for a bit of information play himself, moving forward through bridge. That's some support in doing so. Smoke down towards mid. I'll give Yobib and KSA a bit of scope to work with if they want to try and scale their way through. EVOS are playing quite consistently slow here on this Black Widow. All drawn out rounds. But it is sort of working. AG don't look super comfortable just yet.
Very patient round on both sides. Shui's going to see and hear a bit of this util happening over towards B, so he'll be wondering what that's all about. And so that's going to prompt 1-2-2-2 to have a little bit of a look on the other side of the map as well. He spots multiple players in the direction of A. It's overall a favorable info-gathering mission for AG as 1-2-2-2 was able to clean up the player over on B, and he doesn't see anything there. So these A players will not have to move. Do just posted on the line, waiting for this exact walk-up, and he hits the shot onto Elvin. He backs away, sets himself up for a crossfire here with ZQ. It's going to be somewhat of a high-low, and ZY's even there as well. So it's a real firing squad of AG members that EVOS are not going to get past this time. Yobib, not too many options left in the round now in the 1v4.
Yeah, going for the late long rotate back towards B, but ZY's there to deny. Much better from AG. Still, again, despite actually not that many casualties, it still isn't a round which is like uber convincing. Like, you know, this is a side who aim duels won, but EVOS for these slower rounds, it actually does feel like it's making AG look a little uncomfortable. At least, you know, there's moments where they can be briefly exposed. Let's see, aggro move by Shui. I like that, but he is traded. He would have liked to have got it and got out. Too big of an arse, but 1-2-2. Pulls away from the HE as he drops one of his own.
Yep, still going to play forward on the B side, at least until Do gets himself properly set up here with the TRG in hand, and then we'll probably see 1-2-2-2. Yeah, change up his position.
That's timing on the smoke.
Do's responsibility for the moment. We smoke, but they're not too concerned about that, EVOS. They're straight out into the box room, and so AG's B hold looks like it's going to be tested.
Tough angle to clear. In particular, if Do can keep contact on, 1-2-2 becomes very strong, but Zitra was holding for it. Yeah, he kind of needs to stay there. We need a Do sticking around to put pressure on. He's just going to keep dipping and diving around, and he will find one. Zitra.
Out mid.
Yeah, this becomes dicey. Dude's going to hit the shot. Elvin's going to sneak his way past. This is all on his shoulders now. A hero required and one that's dropped. Yobib too close. Too easy of a defense to break down there for AG.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a surprising one, honestly. You feel that the B site hit is building, right?
Yeah.
They've taken they've taken box room pretty quickly, used a bit of util. Why is Du falling off that line to throw a flash?
Yeah, so unnecessary.
It's like, okay, that's a percentage of like maybe a 5%er, right?
Yeah.
If you hit the flash timing perfectly, yeah, it looks fantastic. But if not, what have you done? You've left your side player isolated. And instead, that's essentially kind of what's happened, and it's almost what's happened here again. Shui isolated on the B side. ZQ having to fight his way back in through the doors. There's that grenade coverage coming across from AG, but it's really not harassing EVOS at all. Oh, that's a dangerous fight for Du to be taking. Both players getting away with it. We've got that flank in as well from Zetra, who might just drop off the bridge and disrupt AG's retake. AG are going to go for that retake before that can even happen, but it's not gone well at all. Elvin is getting too much work done, and ZY stuck. Can't go anywhere. The EVOS are starting to rise up now on Black Widow as well, and we might have to start to rewrite the narrative that AG is the team to beat in this matchup.
Yeah, that's actually a really, really great hold coming through. Elvin does so well. 2 kills on that spray transfer. Pistol pulled out as well. More damage dealt, and all but seals the round with those engagements. Nice find from ZY.
Whoa.
For a second, and he'll get it as Keller dives to his death. TRG in his hands looking sharp.
Yeah, that's got to be a nice feeling for ZY. I mean, you know, you kind of need to step up like that at some point, right? And if it's not going to be one of the other guys, ZY is perhaps one of the most experienced members in the world in CrossFire, and he's going to need to have some moments like that to sort of drag AG kicking and screaming through this matchup. God knows it's not ZQ or 1222 at the moment that's going to be doing it.
Yeah.
Oh, and ZQ again, all with a grenade in hand.
This is a shame, right? You know, for ZQ, that first map was so good from him. It keeps the consistency up. I think EVOS, you start getting to a point where as the series stretches out, you struggle to find ways to shut him down. He's just one of those players who's so difficult to play against, but there isn't that consistency. He started really slow here.
Yeah. I mean, I have to say,
I mean, Leisure Way's picking it up, though.
Yeah, but there's been some positives definitely to take away for EVOS tonight. I think
Sure.
Zetra's definitely had Du's number in the sniper head-to-head. Not even in the head-to-head, just in terms of overall impact as well. Again, in a meta like this one, that's pretty impactful. Du has just been decidedly quiet. I mean, he's 6-3, but
yeah,
I don't remember a Du 6-3.
I also think, you know, Keller's called really well so far. He's looked really sharp. And credit to him, as much as I don't think all the numbers always betray it, but I think KSA is actually so important for this EVOS side. You know, he's flying into opening duels. I think he's somebody who creates a lot of space for EVOS. He's one of those sort of relentless entry fraggers who's so difficult to deal with. So he's been pretty fun. My God, he just is on a bit of a different plane at the moment. Again, the numbers aren't exactly lights out for Zetra, but impact really is. Du's under pressure. Du should go down here, and he will, to the hands of Elvin, who had a fantastic round of the one prior. ZQ, what a time to reload. Z just found another. Uh-oh. 1 versus 2, and it's 1-2-2-2 of it all. Purdue, the spray is labored. Elvin, C4 planted with just shy of 10 seconds. This is scrappy, and 1-2-2 is 1 foot in the grave.
Is he going to come flying up onto the site for this retake? Doesn't look like it. A bit tentative. Timing will favor him. He gets some good damage across. Now both players are essentially a one-shot. 1-2-2-2 as well has crossed even deeper into the site, but not able to land his shots onto Elvin, who's just now at this point trying to buy time. Goes bouncing back and forth, and he will win the duel 4-2. It is going to be a tack timeout here from AG. I really appreciate Zetra just like slamming the table after he dives there while his teammate's still trying to clutch the 1v1.
Shakes the whole table for everybody.
But it's all good. It's gone the way of EVOS, and AG, are they starting to look worried?
I think so. You know, I said it a little bit earlier where it was like, for the likes of EVOS, there's a few boxes I want them to tick, where it's like, the first one being like, make them feel uncomfortable, which they're doing. Second one being take a map, which they've already done. And now we can start talking about the series. I mean, interesting time now, really, where, yeah, this is an AG side who are looking vulnerable, to say the least. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a fan of what I'm seeing.
Yeah, I'm a big fan. I really am. This EVOS side are looking hot.
That is a fact.
Yeah, some form like this, and AG in that lower bracket. Also, kind of hilarious that we could have a kind of a situation where it's like EP, AG, Alcad, X-Rock, lower bracket. Are you kidding me? What a mental lower bracket.
I've just got to keep myself in check, you know, because I really have to wonder how far can EVOS actually stretch this, you know? Like, it's one of those matches that I've seen so many times, you know? I've been covering CrossFire for 10 years.
The unction.
Yeah, and you know, you get these kinds of moments reasonably often where you think, ooh, we're going to get an upset. But how often do you actually get an upset? Well, actually nowadays, more recently, probably in the last 2-3 years,
We've seen a few more, yeah.
We've seen more than we used to. So, you know, maybe I have to become a believer, but I still just have this almost unshakable confidence in the big names.
Yes,
because of the pedigree that they've had in the past, and that'll take another few years to sort of rub off, I'd say. AG not done yet, 4-2. EVOS, though, have been good. Great, maybe even in moments.
Yeah, I'd agree.
But are they great enough to beat AG?
I'll give them their credit, right? You know, they are really looking good. And AG not so much. Not often you get to say that anyone from China isn't looking good, really. Generally, it's such a dominant region, of course. So
I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Yeah, I know you are. But I mean, look where we're at, right? Baisha not here in the playoffs, first and foremost, is a kind of just a mental talking point in itself. They're just like a playoff guarantee team more often than not. EP now in that lower bracket. X-Rock there too, and I think continue this trajectory, AG will be joining them, which is a bonkers. Entries that try to come through, but it's a bit of a shutdown by AG, but it's still on the cards here. Stray's not exactly healthy. And Elvin's been pretty clutch in all these situations. Yobi with the MVP of the last map are the two left alive. Gotta confirm that kill, though.
Yeah, see, that's the kind of kill that a peak AG would convert.
Yeah.
Nice rotation in there, though, from Zhui.
C4.
And Elvin, he was spotted earlier on, so they're aware that he's somewhere floating around in mid. And I dare say this will be a little bit too much to ask of him with only the 35 seconds left in the round. He's got to go back and grab that C4 as well, which Zhui is still watching.
Elvin, what have you got for us? 20 seconds, make a move.
I feel like he's already timed himself out of the round.
Yeah, I think he is.
What's he waiting for at this point?
Is he just saving KD? Yeah, we'll go down in the end. It felt like he was like saving KD, but then it's like he's like a little bit too close to the action. So what was actually the idea?
I think the only thing you could really say there is that maybe he's taking his time in that round just to give it of a opportunity to EVOS to have a chat. Bit better of a round from AG off the back of their TAC timeout. Big nade stack from them on long, and Zhui wins the duel onto Zetra. It's a big player to take out. Through mid, Elvin is trying to find himself a fight on a 1-2-2-2 as well, but no success this time around for EVOS on the openers. And Keller, I think he's been spotted out there. Easy routine kill for Duke.
Cal now calling from the grave. You've not got your star player as well. It's Zetra. How do EVOS fare? Is this going to be AG tying it up once again? I do think EVOS as well, in general, do their best work when they're the ones controlling the tempo on that BL side. I say, gets one at the very least. I've spoken about this guy being, I think, quite integral to the entries for this side. Drops a nade, he gets hit with a flash. He crab walks his way out and he just slips by the window.
So we might need to be a little bit more patient with this round. No super aggressive moves being made by EVOS in this 3-on-4. Kind of waiting for something from AG, but you know what strikes me as strange, and we see this a lot on the GR side from AG, is that they never really look comfortable.
Yes.
It's like you're in a 4v3 here. Why have we got players just like, what at the moment is ZQ doing? What is ZQ achieving here?
Yeah.
Moving around the map.
I mean, Duke could fall here easily and they just plant B, then you're in trouble.
You could play retake A, you've got long control, have ZQ over towards B right now, and play retake A. Instead, Who gets a 1-for-1, and that's not quite enough. B site starting to crack. Elvin's shooting his teammate. The pressure is mounting.
30
you
seconds.
see what I mean? Like, it's like the setups are so... It's almost like we need to see everything as
Yeah.
AG. And it's like, you don't really.
You actually don't, yeah.
You just need to
Also
know
as
what
well,
you don't know.
I just think in a number situation like that, right, where, you know, it's a 4v3, you've got the numbers advantage, like why aren't you playing a 2-2 split and just crossfiring? Again, we've spoken about this. Like, just being there to trade goes such a long way. ZY going to double back over towards the window. If they've struggled from this position, that's a nice find by Shui. He gets it with the fadeaway, and ZY dives up through. Elated celebrations for AG. I think they just need to fire themselves up more than anything.
Yeah.
It's been unconvincing to say the least, but that's better.
I do agree with what you're saying, though, especially when you're talking about why are we not playing crossfires, why are we not playing as a duo? You know, again, like Du's holding solo. You got the player on A long also holding solo. And EVOS are, as we've seen, good enough to win their 1v1s against AG. Yep. So if you give them 1v1s, or even in this case, if it's going to be EVOS pushing in, it's probably like a 3v1, for example, is what Du had to face. Best case scenario, you're probably trading 1-for-1 there, as Du did.
Yes. Yeah.
And look, okay, AG win the round, but I think there's definitely a way that they can structure their setup on the GR side where they can have a higher likelihood of converting that round in comparison to the way that they're playing in these situations. And so that's felt like it's been a bit of a recurring trend. And when I was saying as well that they feel a bit uncomfortable, it often feels like AG they have this tendency, or this need to continue moving on the GR side when they're down on numbers. They just never sit still, and they've often been caught in transition or caught in an awkward position.
Yeah.
And I think that's really hurt them on the GR side. See if EVOS can find this final round in the half on the blacklist side. They get up to 5. Hasn't started well. 1-2-2-2. It's just going to be a 1-for-1 for him in middle. But this push out on bridge will be the big one. Yobib's across to the first pillar. ZY is being tested. Du's continuing to lock down middle. Yobib's going to be the one that's going to have to crack this one open, which he's able to do. ZY just asleep at the wheel, not expecting that kind of a position. And Yobib just wants to get back out. He actually barely takes any damage there. ZQ's going to try to aggress in a 1v1, by the way. If he dies there, which he very nearly does, and now he's going to be wrapped on by Zetra, who doesn't win his duel.
Yobu can still win
many
this,
moments.
though.
You're right.
One missed shot from Du. Shui is nearly dead. I mean, oh my god, I don't love the way that AG plays some of these rounds, man. I mean, he should be dead to rights now, and he is. But again, just sometimes it just feels like they make life just harder than it needs to be.
No, I think the way that I would describe it is AG play a style at the moment where they bat themselves to hit their shots, and if they hit their shots, it's all good. But if they don't hit their shots, or if they get out-dueled, which they have, then that's where it starts to fall apart. And again, you can sort of see in a couple of those rounds where EVOS have an angle back into that round because of the setup that AG are playing. The win rate's still favoring EVOS here, despite the fact that they're down 5-4. And that is wild to me.
Yeah.
Because we're talking about the champion of EWC and a side that has got more CFS titles under their belt than literally any other in this competition.
ZY, nice find. Yobib. Him being the first to fall is pretty massive. AG, you get your opener. And now you've got that decision to be made.
Well, here's the decision from EVOS, and it's KSA that is just looking to be the enforcer, and he's done a pretty good job of it. He's gotten out to safety as well. So that'll be a head scratcher for AG. Long control over to them, though. But they'll have to get past Zetra.
Yeah. Got to get past the big man. However, he is the only real defense here, and if he falls, they're in trouble, and he will get tagged as well. Flash that comes around, he wants to facilitate another fight. How is he still alive? KSA for 2. He's actually bailed out Zetra as well, who has taken so much damage. Yeah, you're right. Smoke going to come down towards bridge. C4 goes down, but there's a lot of damage being dealt towards EVOS. This is still very doable for AG. Full HP for ZQ on 1-2-2-2, and already there's one. Zetra, first to 4. KSA going to try and make a bit of a aggression on towards 1-2-2-2, who actually doesn't dive out the window, but this is still a little dicey. He's got to win this fight. He spots the shoulder. He's waiting to fight, and he'll get it. ZQ going to get one of his own as well, and this is it. The low HP of EVOS has cost them in this round, and now all you have to do is play time. ZQ spotted him, doesn't need to fight. Same for 1-2-2-2. Play the clock, play the time, and a diving pistol wins a 2v4 for AG.
Yeah, that's not the round that you can afford to let slip if you're EVOS. That really felt like it should have been theirs. Now AG starting to pull ahead. EVOS are getting worried here on map 2. Timeout called. Got to find a way to convert on these rounds. Cross the T's, dot the I's. Don't let them slip. You're against a world champion caliber team.
Yeah.
They might not be playing like it at the moment, but if you let AG wake up, then this game will become unwinnable for EVOS.
That's it. That is it.
There is no doubt right now in my mind that AG are not playing their best game of CrossFire here.
But the issue is, right?
It's still so close.
Exactly. For AG, while it's without a doubt not their best CrossFire here at all, it's still good. It's still scary, and you still can't afford to take your foot off the gas. That is for damn sure. Really important conversation that EVOS have to have. 6-4. And if this gap continues to be bridged, then you get to your point where it's already on the brink. Very elated there from the coach, huh?
Yep. Once again, it's Keller that's getting the talking to.
Poor guy. But he's doing quite a good job.
Fist bumps all around for the fellas. It seems like the team does have a lot of respect for 0-2, the coach.
Yeah.
They all just listen during the tag timeout. Sometimes there's a, more of a input from the in-game leader, or it's a discussion amongst the team. But at least here for EVOS, it's when the coach is speaking,
everyone else shut up.
Everyone, not a word.
Yeah. Again, a pretty young squad, right? And he's considerably older, so quite literally a bit of a father figure in a way for some of these young guys.
Well, they need that. On a stage like this, you need someone to sort of cool the head a little bit.
Absolutely.
Early days in this series still. I mean, this is one that could really go the distance, and it's getting late in the evening. Both teams.
Yeah, what time is it?
Fatigue, perhaps starting to hit in.
10 p.m.
10 p.m. local time.
Yeah.
So, marathon, not a sprint, is the way I would describe this matchup at the moment.
Yeah, we could very much still have many an hour left. The crossfire here. Let's see. Opener for KSA is huge. They're going to come through as well, but ZY, despite being low, going to get his trade. KSA drop is important, but they kind of need more behind it. Again, trades are looking okay. Damage dealt with ZY still reeling, but a nade stack on top of Zetra. Going to put him under pressure. He's getting flanked from the side. He has no idea. He tunnel visioned in, and that'll cost him his life. 1-2-2-2 gets out, and now they can get in towards a plant. ZY gets that C4 down. Oh, he just about does before he falls to the HE.
2v2, not unwinnable here for EVOS. Keller and Yobib to try to make it happen. And they'll be walking into a pretty big crossfire, though ZQ can't quite see them from perched on top of those boxes. Now he can! And he will finish it off. AG one step closer to finishing map number 2, 7-4. It starts to get into some dangerous territory now for EVOS, but bear in mind, this was a similar score to what we saw on Ankara, and EVOS were able to come back from that, so not going to count my chickens before they hatch.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. 3 rounds ahead, 3 rounds away. He looked like he had the lineup, but then on scopes at the wrong time. Timing getting the better of him. It's not quite make or break territory for EVOS, but it's very, very close. You lose this round, you're at such a deficit on this Black Widow. And yeah, it's not been the most comfortable for AG, but if AG are walking away with like a 10-4 or a 10-5 in a more zoomed out kind of outlook on this map is pretty good, actually, when you talk about it in terms of a response especially. So, EVOS running out of time to make an impact here on Black Widow. I do wonder whether this is going to be another series, especially if this Black Widow ends up getting taken quite comfortably. Is this going to be another one of those series where it's like, okay, Ankara is a bit of a miss. That's not what we want to see, but everything else is actually all right.
Yeah.
That's what the X-Rock game was. It was like everything else bar Ankara was actually quite comfortable. 10-5, 10-6s for those remaining 3 maps.
Yep.
So it's like when you, again, zoom out a little bit, you're like, actually, that was pretty good. You can't really complain too much about it. Is this going to be the same story here?
It's kind of feeling like it's heading in that direction. KSA, though, looking to hold it down and just tapping away. He's doing his best famous impression, a turret. Not sure how AG have let that one happen, but they might still be able to recover. Du's got himself the 1. 2v4, though, to try and take the B side. It's not going to be an easy task. I'd honestly sooner see them just leave it and maybe keep 1-2-2-2 here on a lurk, but he's out and he feels like he can get something done. He probably can get Elvin. It's just a question of whether or not he can survive the next peak, and it looks like he will. Bomb's been dropped out to him. So a lot of responsibility onto 1-2-2-2 here, but he's been given a lot of room to work, and he's getting a plant down now. So the 2v4 is on offer now for AG.
There's actually life in this round here.
I think they need to get aggressive somewhere, though. I mean, they're just stuck in the site, and that's not going to make for an easy hold. You're requesting perfection from Du, and he does land the shot onto Keller. He's patient enough, and he allows 1-2-2-2 to cover him from behind. Now it's down to the 1v1, and Yobib is still in transition in the box room. 1-2-2-2 knows he just has to play time. Yobib's across, tapping the C4. The flashes come through. 1-2-2-2 for the peak. Can he get there in time? Yes, he can. 8 for AG. A 2v4 goes their way, and that might be the wind out of the sails of EVOS for this map.
Yeah, that is a confidence knocker. That is big. 2 versus 4. And again, they do the one thing that we've been asking so often of AG, and actually of both sides. They play a crossfire. That's literally what they do. They play one on the side, one up close towards box room, looking at each other, playing for trades. So effectively done. That's more like it for AG.
And you know what's important as well? Du actually hits a shot.
Yes, yeah.
Which we haven't necessarily been able to guarantee in a lot of these rounds.
That Keller one is such an important shot here.
If he doesn't get that shot, it's round over.
Absolutely.
100%.
But first and foremost, though, if you actually kind of rewind even earlier in towards that round, how KSA is getting away with 3 kills just without being traded, that's actually quite still a bit of a big error from AG. So there's still obviously these things that need to kind of plug and fix and whatnot. Like the spacing and the trading is still poor there, but a round one's a round one. You can kind of forget about it kind of quickly.
Yeah, I think we've got to give a lot of credit to KSA for the work he's doing. You saw that push down mid earlier on in the half as well. He's certainly trying to lead the team toward a victory. But 8-4. It's felt like a bit of a closer map than an 8-4 would indicate, but a lot of the clutches in this map have been going the way of AG, which is, you know, a little bit more what we're used to when it comes to these CFS Grand Finals. KSA holding the util here. But he's actually kind of solo holding the B site. I mean, you got Elvin a bit more preoccupied with middle. If AG go quickly, they catch this site as EVOS are on long. It's going to be a long rotation across.
Good flash. Slow him down briefly. KSA again. He'll open things up. Untraded as well is the big issue. KSA given opportunity and that kind of license to kill, right, where he can continue to keep fighting. And now he's also got numbers, you know, around him. This is the big thing. He's done a good job of buying time, but it might not make a difference. They might just kind of pack mentality, barrel their way in towards B, and they do. What a opening in towards that B site. They crack it open with ease.
Yeah.
And Keller and Zetra now on a difficult retake. Flash that comes through. Du hits a corker. And that should all but close it in this round. The 9th should be all but guaranteed for AG because Zetra, no chance in hell.
Yeah, I reckon that's going to be the nail in the coffin, unfortunately, for EVOS. If they're not going to hold the B site in a round like that one where they've got 3 players over toward the site dedicated.
Yeah.
They didn't even get a kill now, so, you know, I think that says enough for us.
Yeah, AG are kind of making light work of this now. They really are. Beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff.
KSA is trying his best. I'll give him that, but it's just not enough at this stage.
Yeah.
He's like, mate, I've got a 3K.
Yeah.
Can any one of you do anything?
Citra, he's going to open things up. Catching his way is pretty important. He's actually been much more prolific here, and ZQ, down he goes. Two important parts of the rifling core gone down as the two kind of quieter members in this map who are left alive alongside Do. So it might have to be a bit of heavy lifting by the sniper in this one.
Yeah, well, this is where you prove you deserve to be an MVP candidate. Don't think Do will be in that conversation at the moment. I don't think anyone on AG really is in an MVP candidate situation for the event. Who's your MVP at the moment? Probably No.
Yeah, I think it has to be, yeah. He's actually just got MVP literally every single series Stallions have played.
Yeah.
It's pretty mental. He's also got MVP, I think it's every map bar 1 so far.
Okay.
So,
that'll do it.
Yeah, he's kind of like, he's in a bit of a league of his own right now. It's pretty mental. I think, you know, it's even a wild thing to say. If they were to kind of get eliminated or whatever, I think he would still be like statistically like an MVP unless somebody goes nuclear at the moment. No one's even really close.
Well, see if AG can turn this one around. 3v5
Oh,
does not look like it. And that'll be more than likely a round for EVOS, so they at least survive for now. At that point, EVOS kind of just throwing a bit of caution to the wind in this one and playing a little aggressive on both sides of the map at the start of the round.
Get some stats here, Do. Why not?
Do we see a 1v5 in the future?
Keep warming up the aim.
Yeah, Port up next. Do's going to have a big impact on that map too.
Pick, of course, of EVOS. He's got 40 seconds. Of course, no chance really in the round, but he can technically recover the C4. Just about where do you go from here? No one up close. C4 scooped up. 30 seconds as he makes his way towards bridge. Keller hasn't heard these steps yet, but he's dropped down. He'll not clear the close angle. Keller sees it off. Good response from EVOS. Good to see. Getting a little bit fired up as well, but still a long, long road of recovery for them.
Yeah. EVOS subscribe to the mentality that the louder you yell, the better you will play.
Yeah. Doesn't always work, but fair play.
Cetra's tagged down. And this time, AG take control outside of box rooms without taking any damage. Not a single loss. At this point in the last round, AG had already lost a couple of players, so it's a bit more to their plan.
Pretty standard setup here for EVOS. 3 towards A. They're going to stack a little bit just ahead of bridge. They've taken that early bridge control for EVOS here. They don't actually have to get too aggressive, really. Just holding that with a double stack is pretty strong, but AG might go back to basics, go back to B, which has been pretty successful for them. Well, let's see. 1:15. I mean, no decision made at all. And actually just no information gained either. There's 3 towards this B site now for EVOS where it kind of feels like AG are leaning. KSA, he gets giddy, he gets antsy, likes looking for fights. But it might fall into the trap of Do. He's mere pixels away from peeking in towards his TRG.
Still not really getting much of an indication from AG about where they want to go in this round. C4 now starting to push its way up short toward A. Keller's tagged down. Cetra also low. The A site looking a little bit weaker, but a push in mid and KSA taking Do out of the picture. This is awkward for AG. Perfectly timed from Elvin. He almost gets away with more. CQ scrambling to survive at this point, and he really needs to live because he's got to be the guy to try and grab that C4. Doesn't look like that's going to happen as this site, well, it's not even going to be lost. So EVOS holding on yet again. 9-6 will be the scoreline.
Wow. 0-2 getting really fired up behind this side.
Still need 3 in a row to get this through to OT.
Yeah, he's trying to instill some level of momentum by firing this side up, but again, like we said, still a long road to recovery. It's 2 rounds in a row, sure, but
All it'll
AG
take
can
is a
just
few
stumble
rounds.
over.
I
Yeah.
mean, Zetro's like, what, 45 ADR? You know, that's under par for him, but give him, you know, 1 or 2 kills around for the next 3 rounds, and all of a sudden, scoreline for him looks good, and for EVOS.
Yeah, and AG, you know, it looks like they've really kind of slowed things down just a tad.
Going back in their shell.
Oh, that's too easy. Too easy for Zetra.
That's it. That's it. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
1 or 2 like that around.
Yep.
Also, again, just 1-2-2-2. He's making a move out on his own. There's just no one even remotely close to him.
True. Seems an unnecessary risk for AG. Everything will slow down now. That smoke at the box room should keep AG at bay, at least until they get all 4 of their men set up outside of it. Zhui straight through, a 1-for-1 for Elvin. ZY looking to continue to clear his way in forward. KSA, ever reliable, still alive towards the unbreakable box. So a big crossfire established here for EVOS, and Yobib will win his opening duel, which will give a bit more space to KSA to finish off ZQ. And they keep on firing this EVOS lineup. They are not going down without a fight.
Pistol pulled out. Dude should be dead, and he is. They're getting loud now as well. They continue to do so, and this is the worst thing, and they're getting fired up.
Do you believe, Neo?
No.
EVOS believes.
Yeah, they do. Still, 2 more in a row, and this is the only reason I don't believe. I generally try not to believe in these situations. It's just because AG can just stumble over the line, right? That's the thing. When you're on that map point and you're on the brink, you can kind of just fumble your way over. All it takes is somebody to get a 2-piece, and then at that point, the map's all but done.
Still not sure that I'm quite going to be satisfied with AG, quote-unquote, stumbling over the line.
It's true. I mean, they should have really been closing this out like 10-4, 10-5. The fact that we're even kind of here where we are now is still actually, even if they were to close it out and it's 10-7, we're still going to have negative talking points about them and say, like, you know, it's good, but it's not good enough.
Honestly, I think I'd walk away more satisfied if EVOS win this map.
Yeah.
Because then at least you could speak to the mental fortitude, the comeback. But either way, it's a series that feels like it's still hanging in the balance regardless of where this map ends up going. Even if it's 2-0 for EVOS, they've been close maps. Keller will drop early. Yobib almost falling there as well. Gets out of dodge quickly, but that is going to be the A site looking severely undefended. Zetra will get aggressive in through mid, and Yobib with a nice pick
3 points
through
of
the
HP.
bridge. ZQ goes down, so numbers advantage for EVOS for the moment, but hanging on by a thread are both Zetra and Yobib. AG have the post plant.
Yeah, the one thing is for AG, not only the post one, it's just the damage that's been dealt.
Yep.
Zetra, I mean, Yobib's 3 points of HP, so this feels very, very difficult to make work.
Zetra wins this duel. Round opens right back up. He's got to pick his timing well, though, because Do on the line hasn't been too bad on this map. He's now pushed off. He's starting to have a bit of a look back towards A, but Zetra has missed that opening window. Shui gets another one, and time is gone for EVOS on map number 2. Black Widow will go the way of AG.
Not super convincing, but a win is a win, right, for AG. If they're able to close that out kind of more like 10-4, 10-5, as it at one point felt like it could have been, then we sit here and say, right, Ankara is still the issue, but we're in a spot where I think EVOS is still proving there's a little bit of life in them. Yobib, another fantastic map out from him. He was, of course, the MVP for map number 1, and another decent showing there. But KSA has some real nice moments in that second half too. Flip side, do a lot more like what we want to see out from him. And especially considering that the rifling core around him wasn't super strong, he actually does pull a lot of the legwork, and that's a lot more like it, and a lot more what we want. We still probably have another that kind of like 15-20% left to get Do back to his best, but it's good that he's walking away with MVPs. That's what we're expecting.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it's obviously a map where he should be able to put those kinds of numbers up.
Yeah, for sure.
Black Widow, it's AG's map pick, you know, so he's got a lot sort of going in his direction to facilitate that, but nice to see him hit a bit of a better level. Obviously, a long series yet ahead of us still here now. I mean, there's a chance we go for the remaining 3 maps. I think we have a real good chance of going all 5. A 10-8 and then a 10-7. It's been a back and forth matchup. It really hasn't felt like either team have got dramatically on top in either of these maps at this stage. So I'm really quite confused as to which way this series is going to go, I suppose is probably the way I'll put it, because there's been good on both sides. There's also been some really bad stuff on both sides as well. I don't think either team is really quite hitting their peak level, and that's what you kind of tend to need to see when you're going to get a long series like this. Right? It's going to be a little bit messy. It's going to be a little bit back and forth. They're not going to be quite converting on rounds that they need to. But I will say a little bit better from AG. Still some moments which I would have liked to have seen them lock in a little bit cleaner, but at the end of the day, they've got themselves the map win on the board, and I wonder if that's going to be the straw that breaks the camel's back here to start things off for EVOS. I mean, same kind of conversation we were having around X-Rock when they won that Ankara. We thought, hey, who knows? But the rest of the pool went the way of AG, and again, the rest of the pool here for AG, I think you probably still have to give them the benefit of the doubt after they've now eventually locked in Black Widow. Yes, it could have been cleaner. Probably could have been something like a 10-5 and would be really, I think, coming into this break saying, you know, AG are looking pretty decent now, but it's just those extra couple of rounds that EVOS were able to pick up there that still kind of leaves something in the back of the mind saying, no, EVOS are competitive, and there's no doubt that they have been, but how competitive are they going to be going forward? Deeper into the map pool, we sort of spoke about at the start of that ban and pick process, that both Ankara and Black Widow are right up there in the pool for both EVOS and for AG. So we, you know, sort of expected things to be pretty competitive on those first 2 maps, but as we get a little bit deeper in, is that where the extra experience shows for AG, where they have a bit of a deeper map pool, where they're a bit more comfortable going into these best of 5s, which is maybe not something that EVOS has quite as much experience on the international stage.
You're absolutely right. I mean, we're looking now as we head into kind of I think the tail ends of this veto process, where it actually becomes now a bit of a big question actually for the likes of EVOS. Like, how deep does this map pool actually go for the side? You know, they don't get as many opportunities, as many reps in LAN, international LAN best of 5s comparatively to AG, who are kind of like as experienced as it gets really when it comes to best of 5s on international stage. So it does become a kind of an interesting conversation now looking forward of this kind of case where for EVOS, yes, port's a map in which you don't mind yourself and you've played it a little bit in kind of your veto processes and your pools, but AG don't mind it, and then as we start kind of ticking over in towards kind of remaining maps, it becomes a bit of a question of do they actually have the depth. Let's find out. For now, we're going to head to a break. When we are back, it is Port coming on next, the pick of EVOS.
Rightio, back into the swing of things, and well, there's certainly a lot of swinging going on in the server. It's 1-2, left, right, good night, but it's not really good night yet, is it? It's been a bit back and forth. The scoreline's 1-1 right here between AG and EVOS, and look, I for one do think we're going to be probably going the distance in this BO5. I think we're going all the way to 5. It really feels like that kind of a matchup at the moment where AG are not clean enough for me to close both of these maps out with 100% conviction.
Sure.
It's been close enough that I think, you know, EVOS might be able to squeak their way through another one. I do still have AG as the team to beat for this matchup. If anybody's going to find the 3-1, I think it will be them. But EVOS have been super competitive. Obviously, they've won map 1. I'll still give them the respect that they deserve in this matchup to say that I think they can make this one a big night.
I'm going 3-1 AG, and they just kind of close these remaining 2 maps. Not comfortably, but like 10-7. So that's sort of where I'm leaning. Here, I'm kind of getting very similar vibes to X-Rock, that X-Rock game where it was like still a little bit uninspiring from AG, but enough, right? I think that's kind of where I'm still at with EVOS a little bit, where it's like, you know, these guys are actually still, again, competitive, the same way X-Rock were. X-Rock were kind of scary, but I just don't think they actually have enough in the locker to be able to kind of go toe-to-toe just yet. But we'll see. I'm not going to completely count them out just yet. EVOS were getting fired up just before we got back onto the desk as well. We kind of saw them in the break. They had another little huddle. I will say, KSA's mouse mat thing is baffling to me, by the way. He has it like 19 of them at hanging off. Yeah, like, what's the point? Like, why would you have it hanging off?
Well, I assume that's just how it is at home.
But, like...
I understand what you're saying. Don't get me wrong.
It doesn't actually, like...
It's fried. But it's just... The only actual answer there is it's got to be a comfort thing.
Yeah.
It has to be just how he's used to it, and that's just how it's got to be. We have another look at it if we get it on the camera here.
Like, surely it must like slip off like every now and again.
Yeah, that is wild.
That's crazy. Like, that actually is crazy. Like, also, I just don't get why you don't just like have it just flat. Like there's no benefit to having it hang. Like you said, I know it's obviously probably what they're used to at home, but who knows? Anyway, let's get on the way. It's Port up next. Map number 3 here. And let's see what we can do going forward for AG. It's a nice map, but not still super convincing. 1-2-2 for 2. Nice work from him as he gets that trade, and ZQ will get one of his own as well. So the numbers kept in favor for AG.
Port was a map that EVOS struggled to close out against Gaiman. 13-10. And Eagle Eye was the map that they lost. So if you're an AG fan, those will be words that you'll be quite the fan of. Eagle Eye also looked pretty good against X-Rock, but we didn't get to see the Port in that matchup. So, yeah, I mean, like I said, the rest of the pool, it kind of feels like it does start to look a little bit better for AG as we get deeper into things. But EVOS with a plan here, a 2v3. They can convert this first round on the BL side, then we may start to believe. Or at least you may.
Yeah.
I already sort of said I kind of believe. Kind of.
Kind of.
Not really, but kind of.
C40 halfway ticked. First fight by Yobib is massive. He actually gets out unscathed. And DJ's going to find an important one. Down goes Dude. 2 versus 2. Not a lot of time, but guys, we just don't have time to do this here. This round's done. Like, it doesn't really matter how these fights go. I just don't think they can even get this. They can't defuse. It doesn't matter how these fights go. This is the issue. We saw this happen for AG earlier, where it was like, you're giving a retake a go, which is completely pointless. Like, literally, even if they'd won all of those aim duels immediately, they still couldn't get onto site in time. So it's like, again, that question mark, like, you have to look towards the experienced players on this side. The guys kind of calling around and say, like, what? Yeah, like, but, like, you have to look at them and say, like,
what's up?
You guys usually got more than enough hours to know that you cannot win that round regardless. So why are you taking so long?
I get it. I get 100% what you're saying. You know, it's like, I recognize that if you play faster, you're probably putting yourself into an awkward position in terms of where the aim duel's going to come from. It's not going to be a favorable fight, but literally the only way you win that round is by taking that fight and hopefully winning it. You know, if you're hedging your bets, playing it slow and saying, oh, we want to find the favorable duel, well, unfortunately, you're still not going to win the round, so it doesn't really matter. ZY up close. That is an unorthodox position that's going to work out for 2. He's helped out a little bit there by ZQ, who's still holding on to some territory here, but he himself is going to be isolated by KSA, just swings in and deletes him. So we're back to the 3-on-3 with a lot of territory having now gone over to EVOS. AG would have been thinking to do, and do will indeed do best as he finds himself the 1-for-1 there. Jouet goes down.
It's a nice like aggressive move there from Do. I mean, kind of credit where it's due for him. B-side still Baron. 1-2-2-2 going to get in behind. It really depends how they actually want to play this post bomb because he could catch a gap or he just didn't spot him. 1-2. He actually has probably both of them dead to right here. They're not checking him. The freebie, no, he turns around. Oh, that is such unfortunate timing. 1 versus 2. And it's all on the shoulders of Do, the MVP from that previous map. What's he got for us? Not enough. Much better by EVOS.
Honestly, I'm kind of surprised that Do goes there before the plant comes through.
Yeah.
I suppose there's still a minute on the clock, so he's possibly thinking, well, they might just exit, and then my moment is lost. Good start here, though, for EVOS. It's BL side as well that they're doing it on.
Yeah.
Get a bit of that momentum rolling, and again, that sort of feels like where EVOS start to become a threat.
Yeah, unconvincing from AG thus far. I do think in general, though, EVOS do look a little sharper when they're the ones kind of setting the attacks up. It just feels like they like controlling the kind of rotations of AG.
Yeah, when EVOS is proactive, that's when you're seeing them play their best, rather than when they're having to react to what's being thrown at them.
And I feel like at times, funny enough, we don't see it enough on the GR side from them. I actually kind of would want them to fly into a few more engagements rather than kind of shelling up on the site.
Yeah. I saw KSA a little bit at the back end of Black Widow doing that down mid. Yeah, KSA, I remember you sort of talking about him in the pre-match here, saying it feels like he's got a really important role in this team, and I think I'm starting to see what you're seeing in that.
Just a hard entry. Like he is the space guy for the side.
Exactly, but not just on the BL side either. Like he does a lot of that work where he's kind of like having to stand and deliver or manufacture something on the GR side as well. So not an easy role to succeed in.
No, not at all.
But, doing a pretty good job of it. 3-1 in this map as well. AG, what is going on there?
That is an oversight and a half, isn't it?
Yeah, bomb hanging out. Well, ZY will be hanging out in the death screen for a little while. That's going to weaken the B defense, and it's going to send AG for a bit of a loop. They'll now start to look for a bit of space. I actually don't hate this from Jouet. He's got a lot of territory on long, but
he might overcook it, though.
The unfortunate result of that is going to be the A site will be left open. C4 is going to be a tough one to retrieve with 20 seconds left on the clock. There's no one that can get there quickly if they hold mid. Yobib's down. Mid still under a bit of pressure on backside.
They can't get the C4.
14 seconds. I don't think they can get there and plant anymore. Etc. to find a kill on it is EQ. As long as Jouet survives, they will win the round. He's kind of peeking. He's still having a bit of a
just
look.
Don't peek, please, please.
There we go. Cooler heads prevail.
Yeah.
But the fact that he was still shouldering that box with 7 seconds, you're thinking,
love it. Didn't love it.
What's that?
Yeah, that was, you know, they just get quite fortunate with where the C4 drops more than anything. It's just like, it's not unrecoverable, but it's difficult to recover. And just didn't have enough time as well. He drops that C4 with 25 seconds on the clock. I mean, it is that real downside. You know, EVOS, and similar to AG, they do that to, at times really burn a lot of the clock. And that's the negative side of burning the clock like that. You just don't give yourself time to react or recover if plan A doesn't go right.
Honestly, it just sort of shows that the spacing there as well for EVOS wasn't quite up to par.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, you've got 2 players that have already dropped down into long. The C4 probably already needs to be at the point of dropping or dropping with them at that point rather than still going up the ladder.
Yes, agreed.
He's a little bit too far away from the rest of the fellas. Not the end of the world, though, for EVOS. They have the 2-1 lead here. They can still look to recover things, and they've been given quite a bit of territory in mid. This position from 1-2-2-2 is a pivotal one because he needs to spot this info and call that over to the warehouse players. In fact, he's going to help them out. ZY will fall in the meanwhile, but This is again working out for EVOS. 2 for 1 to start the round. 3 for 1 to start the round as Zhui just tries to activate into mid himself.
Okay. 1 minute 10. Nice swing from Du. Important kill onto Zicha. Of course, be the best player in this map thus far, so that's an important one. Oh, an oversight by Keller. Only issue is, once Du, you can't get out here. So Du's got to do it all. And it will be retake territory for him as well. They've already got the B site, so the C4 will pull up the rear and be able to go down pretty unscathed, you'd assume. Du not exactly decided yet on this fight. 40 seconds, Elvin. My brother, just get it down at this point. Please, for the love of God. Like, also as well, why are you holding the flank? Yobib, if anything, should hold the flank. He's literally there already.
Well, this is the problem that we saw Xrock have against AG as well. For some reason, they're just so terrified of planting the C4 against this AG lineup. Now it's going down. Du's going to look to make his move. Oh, I think he's spotted there by Elvin. Yeah. Another round for EVOS. Believer?
No.
No?
Not yet. Again,
hard man to please.
The only reason I'm not a believer is just because of it's the BL side. That's it. I'm unconvinced about the GR side for them. That's why.
It's poor though.
I know it's map specific, but I actually think in this instance I think it's super team specific.
Okay.
I don't think EVOS like it when they're not the ones in control of the tempo.
Well, if they keep putting these rounds together on the BL side,
there might not be much of a GR side.
Exactly. Eagle Eye does worry me though. I have to say, I think AG going to be a really tough team to put away on Eagle Eye.
Yeah, double stack on the A site here. One of which being Du's playing the aggro angle. I don't blame him, of course. You want kind of him to facilitate a fight. KSA's got Yuto on hand. He's holding for the swing more so than the aggro peak. Flashed out a bound round. He wants to fight here, but he's going to lose his hand. Zitra is just a man possessed right now. Continues to have a really fantastic series, but a fantastic map already. 7-1 for him, 6-3 for KSA. Yobit 5-3. This is, I mean, looking a little dire. Early timeout, and I think rightfully so for AG. They are under a lot of pressure, a lot more than I think they even assumed they would be.
Yep, time for a timeout. Man, how successful have the timeouts really been for AG in this series? I feel like they haven't had a huge impact. Yeah, it's so strange, you know, that X factor is kind of gone for the Chinese teams.
Yeah.
I know I always say this, but man, if you were watching CrossFire a few years ago, you know, you would have looked at these kind of matches and thought, there's no way ever anyone's getting close to the Chinese teams.
No, yeah, exactly.
You know, they were just that far ahead of everybody else. I think it's just everyone else is kind of caught up.
Yeah.
And in a lot of times in the past, you know, the Chinese teams would get away with so much. They'd win their aim duels 1v3, and, you know, at the end of the day, that kind of got them through a lot of years. But now, I mean, I would say, especially in the last 12 to 18 months, they have really, really been tested. And yeah, we still give them the respect that they deserve. AG obviously winning EWC, Baisha making it to that final. They're still, generally speaking, the best region in the world. But that gap, every year I say it, it's closing, and it feels like it's closing even closer, if that makes sense, you know? I mean, at some point, we're going to see a team that is not a Chinese team win a CFS again.
Yes.
Right? Previously, it's only ever been Brazil that have done it. Could this year be the year for the Philippines?
This feels like the Philippines, yeah. I think in particular with Stallions. As much as EVOS are doing it quite well here, I just think Stallions at the moment.
AG have looked shakeable. EP proven to have been beaten already. Baisha already been beaten by Stallions as well.
EP looked, I mean, just do look way cleaner than AG.
I think
so. The fact that Stallions have got that win, if anything, that actually might be the hardest win unless they play them again, if they make their way through the lower bracket.
I mean, unironically, at this point, maybe EVOS will be the toughest team to beat for Stallions. We'll see if that ends up being a matchup they have to play. 1-2-2-2. We'll see if he can have anything to say about that. But it's just a 1-for-1. And EVOS are pretty happy with that. They've taken a lot of space. Elvin really probing here in through mid, and he's drawing a lot of attention away from AG. He's backed out at the perfect time. Oh, still sticking around, but he has brought so many players in his direction. The trouble for EVOS is they had to go back for the C4. If they had the C4 in hand at Warehouse, I think they could have hit B right then and there, and they would have been on B. They would have got to plant quickly, but now AG have been given a bit of time to reset.
Here. Now he's getting support, thankfully.
Wow, is he?
ZY, well, yeah, good look. I see why I was going to come over, and then he doesn't. They're double stacking mid here. It's got a bold call. They might have actually be just sort of gambling to play the retake. If ZQ can get one and buy a bit of time, let's see. Well, there's the one. Finds it. Nade. Bounds over. Actually could do a decent amount of damage. Zichu just gets a little bit in front of it. Flash over. Won't really catch him, so he can get up on towards the site. And the pistol, oh, it can't confirm the kill, but this round, it should be dead to right. It should be, but Zitra has gone huge, and ZY is nearly dead. Oh my god, Zitra. 9-1. We've spoken about him being possessed, and it feels like it. C4 down, 1 versus 2, and there is single-digit HP across the board.
Got to be aware that he's possibly come through from Warehouse now. You've got Yobib just watching on that line. He's back into the site safely without being spotted by ZY, who is able to creep his way out, but what a huge impact from Zetra. Will it be converted now in the 1v1? He's still in the same spot. ZY surely is going to have to check it, but he's gamed himself. No, he knew. He knew where he was. He spotted him before, but he didn't expect him to still be there. And honestly, fair enough. Why would you still be there on that HP? You would think he's going to move.
Zitra is...
That's insane. That's huge.
Yeah.
Not even with the sniper rifle. He's done it with a rifle.
Yeah, 10-1. Incredible form at the moment. This is monstrous.
5-1 lead for EVOS.
Yeah.
But
AG,
the map's not done.
AG looking... honestly, shell-shocked more than anything.
AG are looking beatable. AG are super beatable right now.
And again, this is, I think, you know, EVOS are kind of very akin to kind of like some of the Brazilian sides where it's like when they get fired up and when they really start to get loud. I mean, we're not only just hearing them, but the management behind, you know, sitting in the front row, they're loving it.
We're just having a yap right now, but Elvin has walked all the way into GR spawn. Through mid, I don't even know how he's done that.
He's the insurance policy. It's got rotations here.
He could kill 1-2-2-2, and he will. They've got no idea. I mean, EVOS is absolutely bamboozling AG. He's maybe overplayed his hand a little bit there. Could have waited for the hit.
Oh my!
And EVOS, yeah, that'll be a rude awakening. They got a little bit too big for their boots. They needed to convert that one a little bit cleaner. Yobib will try and hold on to it. Grenades, not quite going to deal its damage. Yobib's going to look for another fight here before he tries to plant the bomb. It's not going to work out. Everything was on a silver platter there for EVOS, but they just went a bit too soon. You know, the timing was off.
It was actually about half a second difference, right? Because like, I think for Elvin, if he stays alive just a little bit longer, attention's drawn to him from the two guys on the low ground, and then they scale in towards the side. They've got to hit that together. But because he goes down about half a second to a second before they've actually got on towards the side, they get him, they instantly 180 to focus on the guys dropping down, and then they just pick them off one by one. Again, it's small things, it's spacing, it's timing, it's trading, it's these little errors, but you have to be absolutely perfect on them.
Indeed, he's just gone a little bit too soon. That, at the end of the day, is the unfortunate result for EVOS, that if he just lets the contact come through first from the B attackers, then it's a difference that's going to be pretty monumental. But in the end, look, 5-2 the lead still. It's not a bad spot for EVOS to be in.
True.
They've got to make sure that they don't let this half slip back to 5-4, though. There's a real possibility that if they do that, the momentum's gone, the wind's out of their sail, and at that point, AG start to run away with things. And as you've mentioned, you know, EVOS still a little bit up in the air on this GR side.
Where Shuei's playing now, it's such a make-or-break angle for a round. When we look back to our Arkansas game, action from here was electric, right? So consistently getting kills up and around here. And Shuei can, again, get one and drop out. Someone like Elvin actually has been quite important in these rounds. It would be huge, but he's the first to fall. So again, this is where it's incredibly important. Shuei plays a very important round, position in towards that Ankara too, and he struggled there. And him going down here now gives a lot of room for EVOS. They get that quick rotation through mid now, which is such a strong thing to hold.
Well, with 1 minute left in the round, EVOS are going to have to make their decision. They do lose KSA. Nice little peek in there from ZQ, who's got himself out to safety for now. AG not really given a lot of info as to what EVOS are up to. ZY might have a bit of a look into Warehouse in a second here. But ZQ's going to be the one under the pressure, and he answers that call nicely. Yobib just deleted. What's EVOS up to? 30 seconds on the clock. It's time to make a move. Flash is going over to Long. EVOS really leaving this one late. That kill from Zetra is nice, but it's not going to impact the round too much. They need to get onto A, and there's a full stack from AG over there. I can't see this working for EVOS. Elvin down. C4 has to commit. Keller gets across, but there's still 1-2-2-2, which will be enough to lock it in. It doesn't matter what Zetra does. AG have a third. And they're starting to rebuild this half.
Also as well, it's a third that they found from a man disadvantage to start the round. So it's positives to be taken, really, for this AG side. It's the round again from Zetra. Just a monstrous one from him. What a showing. But it could kind of be all for naught, especially if this half then gets recovered and then you get a good start for AG and EVOS with the pressure once again. Final round of the half, and if AG do make it a fourth, all that momentum that you've built up just gets eradicated so quickly, which is it's not what you want to see. So that still remains the worry for me here for EVOS. If you just fold here in towards this final round of the half, AG, they're back and they're back with a bit of a bang. Sure, it might not be a lead heading in towards the second, but wind would be in their sails. C4 not committed, but kind of where they're angling, it looks like how a lot of teams default for a mid-A split. You kind of send two probing out towards long, you drag two through mid, and they drop down around the same time. Maybe if you're kind of really decent with the movement, you actually jump one on towards bridge. Let's see, Zetra, first of all, that's such an important kill. If anyone's going to drop early, having it be him is massive. Good damage behind it, but still, kills go in favor of EVOS.
Yeah, very good double swing actually from EVOS there. Keller, he might need a bit of assistance here from Elvin to get out to safety. Grenade's going to go through, and Do and ZQ both striking in tandem. We'll bring this back to a 2-on-2.
I spoke of.
Ooh, Yobib. That's real nice. I think Do's going to be caught unawares here, and he was, but the shots give away the position now, and Yobib will be contested. Do just takes the fight right to him. Big win for that, though, as it will allow the plant in onto A. Elvin's just gotten across in time before ZQ could spot him. Whoa, where's Yobib going?
Oh, boys.
No.
Where's ZQ going? ZQ? Yeah. ZQ?
We've got to check the B-bomb site. Elvin's got the plan. Could have been a 2v2 if he just would have stayed up on the site. But now Elvin going to have to do it alone, and ZQ waiting for that push. He's going to catch Elvin. He knows he's got him, but Elvin just takes the fight anyway. So confident. 6-3, and EVOS are putting together a very nice game of Port.
So risky from Elvin, though, isn't it? My, oh, my.
Yeah.
So risky, but
got to take that risk against a team like AG.
Yeah, I think sometimes, yeah, you're right. You do have to take a bit of a gamble, and it's a gamble that pays off. 6-3.
Back yourself.
No matter which way you kind of swing it, it's actually a very good half. You put yourself in a good spot. AG, a lot of work they've got to do to recover. Win rate prediction is 60% EVOS, and I don't blame him. Honestly, I don't blame him at all. All expectations really is that Eagle Eye will go the way of AG, just because it is generally a very good map for them. So if EVOS find this port, this feels like a 5-mapper will be required. I'm still leaning in the 3-1. I'm not just convinced yet. Like I spoke of, I think EVOS can be 3-1. No, I'm 3-1 AG, but I think EVOS can be quite side dependent. Oh, Zetra.
Yeah, no, we'll see. If that proves to be the case here on Port, then EVOS could still lose this map. Not a bad start, obviously, with that damage onto Do. I mean, I'm kind of on the EVOS hype train in a sense. I think they can really push this. I think they can take it to a new compound. My biggest concern is just going to be this Eagle Eye. I don't think we've really seen a lot of success from EVOS on that map. They even lost it to Gaiman, and yeah, it is one of Gaiman's better maps.
Yeah,
but
I'd argue their best, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree. But also, they're a relatively weaker team in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah,
AG get a lot of prep and reps on Eagle Eye. Domestically speaking, it's a map that does get played in China. So they'll probably back them on Eagle Eye, but if EVOS can finish things off on Port here, then who knows? We get to new compound and could really go either way at that point. EVOS making some good inroads in this round. They found the kill, and Do's still here quite low. AG haven't really made a decision yet either.
35
With
seconds.
35 seconds to go. It's
I mean,
tough
A
round
is
to
the
put
right
together.
call. It's on demand massively. They're
Well-
actually just pure holding the cross there.
Yeah. But you do have
They
Zetra
have
and
Muto.
Yobib there, and the rotation coming through now as well. EVOS seem to be aware that this hit's going to come towards A, so they're going to be in the right position
Too early.
to make a difference. 1-2-2-2 goes alone, and you're right, the spacing not looking great there for AG. Do might be the hero here, but they still need to get that plant down. Elvin wins himself a duel,
10 seconds.
and it's all on Yobib. He could just deny the plan if he went up the ladder. He doesn't know it. Bomb plan's going to go down. He was looking for Do. He'll get CQ, but Do will save the day, and that could have been the round for EVOS if he just went up the ladder instead.
That is the finest of margins. And that is the most unconvincing round win from AG. My, oh my, leaving it that late. Again, we talk about errors for this side, like going ahead of the smoke and the small things which make life difficult. Oh, that was way, way, way too close for comfort.
Yep. But it's around.
It is, and that's ultimately all that matters, and it's slowly but surely chipping away at that deficit, and that's just the way you got to approach this now.
Dude's really having a yap at the start of that round as well, by the
Yeah,
way.
he
He
was.
was channeling something. I don't know what he's seen, what he's trying to get across to the team there, but he definitely had some words to say. AG going to slow things down, which is maybe not what EVOS is going to want. Wouldn't mind seeing them again on the front foot. Even Yobib, you know, he's not sure where he wants to end up. Backs up, goes back on.
Nice on movement there, to be fair.
Yeah. Eventually backing away.
It's a really, really important position for AG to claim early here. Whether they know that they're having to fight for it or not, just having that option to quick rotate is so important. You know, I come back to just that series the other day with Alkai. When Action was playing up here, they just could never get any space.
This is a bold position from Yobib. Out in front of that smoke.
He's full blind.
Not for long.
He's full blind again.
Yeah,
Second flash is great.
Flash was a good one. Now Zetra back on the corner of the site will be run down by ZY, and that's a little bit more like it for AG. Starting to get a bit more confident about that A take.
Oh, Shui.
Nothing to be said in that one for EVOS at all.
Nothing, yeah. Barely even damage really being dealt. 1 round game. Timeout being taken, and I know it's still late doors in the half, but this is starting to reiterate my point. This is just, for EVOS, I'm still really unconvinced on the GR side, right? I just don't think they put themselves in those positions where they look, you know, as consistently good. I just think, again, when they're the ones who set the precedent on the attack, there's a lot to like. I think they are quite puggy in their nature. They're quite aggressive. They're like backing themselves in the mechanics. I think when they're forced to play to somebody else's tune, I don't think they love it. And again, this is kind of what we're seeing here. These 2 rounds, granted, that first one wasn't exactly fantastic, but that one there is a lot more of the indictment that I'm kind of bringing. Hence why I'm still not convinced yet for EVOS. It just feels like they're so reliant on an individual going massive for them, more than anything.
No individuals going massive for them so far in this second half. Not done yet. KSA's Mousepad's reign of terror is continuing. ZY still got a lot to say as well. AG, you know, they're definitely feeling this game a little bit more than they might have anticipated that they would.
Yeah.
And honestly, I would, if I would put AG up against Stallions, which if AG wins that'll be the upper bracket match. I'm backing Stallions.
Oh, every day, yeah. Like 3-1 is sort of where I go there in that one. It does. If we can kind of consider an opening game for AG, I mean, I don't even know really where I compare like X-Rock to EVOS really. I'd say maybe. I think that's like if those two play against each other, it's like a bit of a 5-mapper, but maybe favoring EVOS a little bit. I think just current form. But again, it's kind of hard to call that one.
Yeah, X-Shock a bit player dependent, individual dependent.
I think also like stylistically, it's a bit of a weird game to kind of predict too. D-Trap goes for the flick but can't find it. Tagged down, so drops the smoke and just takes a couple of steps back.
AG just working that map control for the moment. Very slowly, it must be said. Flash is going to go over the top, and that'll allow them to start to clear things out. Smoke in mid. Do goes down to Zetra. The wrong side of the map to really be too influential, but he'll take an opener. Here goes AG. That's going to be the go signal for the A take. ZY gets across to the ladder. Yobib has spotted him out, and that's going to be a thorn in the side of both teams as they're just going to kind of be locked in that stalemate. But AG are the ones that dislike it a bit more as the rotations coming through here for EVOS. Time is really working against AG there. They needed to get in faster than that. And EVOS will win their first round on the GR side. They go up to 7-5 now.
Yeah, and they kind of like forced into pumping the brakes, and that's actually the last thing really that AG wanted to do. AG would have liked to have continued flying forward in towards the fights, continue being kind of super aggressive in that sense, but unfortunately, the kind of door gets shot on them. They really can't find a way to crack it back open again. So nice work from EVOS. A lot more convincing there. I think Canada's really important. Even just the one kill he gets on that cross, it really does kind of slow AG down because all the attention gets drawn to him. And then Yobib on the side doesn't even actually really need to be too aggressive.
Yeah, good patience from EVOS.
Something we don't see too often from them either. Especially when they really want to fight.
No overzealous moves from EVOS so far in this half, it is fair to say. AG going to test them again. Now this is
bold.
Really bold position from Zetra. He's just
basically
got to hit his shot.
I really do back him. I just feel like he's been so good.
It's a really good setup if he hits his shot.
Which he does. I can sense it.
No.
Oh, spoke too soon.
Yeah, that little elbow just kind of baiting him.
Yeah.
And so Do goes one better this time. Elvin does at least get out alive, and he'll be able to smoke it off.
I do feel like, though, again, that's a real prime situation. And we don't really see a lot of teams do this, where you've just got a massive kill, right? You've killed the star man who anchors that site. Why aren't you just flying in towards the fight as all 5? Or, like, you know, I guess all 4 technically there. Yes, they didn't have the C4, but just taking the site itself by just flying in as a pack, like, there wouldn't really be that many bodies there for you to fight anyway. Doesn't matter, as they're getting fights elsewhere, but feels like one of those prime opportunities where you get a kill, it's like immediately react off the back of that, but they don't.
AG going to try and put it together their way, and they are doing it. So time for someone on EVOS to step up. KSA in position to do so. He's got some low HP players that he can duel with. Jue goes down early. ZY also falling, and they're giving him 1v1s. Why? No! KSA with 4. That is absolutely massive as he almost finds the ace. Can't close it out. But he has got 1-2-2-2 quite low. Yobib tosses a flash over the top and then is in transition. Nice and quick. This is a favorable duel. All he has to do is hit a couple of bullets. 1-2-2-2. So tentative.
Oh, no way.
But all that work from KSA goes to waste.
How? We saw in the previous map, KSA gets a 3K anchoring down the site, and they lost that round. This time, he gets nearly all 5, and they still lose the round. Credit to 1-2-2-2. He has just bailed them out, but my, oh my, that is such a tilter for EVOS to lose.
Yeah, but I mean, you also have to look at AG and say, like, that's a really poor way to play that round. You've got 5 players versus 2, and you're going in 1 by 1.
Yeah.
Like, what am I looking at? You know, you're supposed to be a team that's better than this, and you're giving him 1v1s.
Yeah.
Like 4 of them. They give him 4 1v1s. And okay, for the 4th guy, you kind of think, well, why is he in a position where he's going to have to trade that kill?
Yeah.
Fair enough. But like the first 2 or 3 guys, you got to be a little bit more on the ball than that. And I think that was kind of what they were saying to one another as well. You saw like a little bit of a conversation happen straight after that round for AG, where they're like, fellas,
Guys,
you know, like,
come on.
He's hitting everything. Like, let's just kind of lock these rounds in a bit better.
It just feels rookie for a side that shouldn't be rookie. You know what I mean? This is a team of AG that are just fundamentally should be a lot better than this. And the fact that they're making errors like that is pretty damning as a whole. Credit to 1-2-2, he bails them out, right? If they had lost that round, that is like a mental boom kind of round to lose. The fact that I don't is huge. He's taking this mid-rotate position, which I guess now as well for AG, you don't have to be too proactive here. You've already got an opening kill. You just make sure you trade effectively. Keller's not exactly healthy either. If only he had another nade to work with. One in the back pocket of ZYZQ and Zhui. And speaking of the latter, he's also making a move to join them. Keller kind of feels like he could be make or break it. And he comes over. He's not even going to get one. ZY insta clears it. So Keller goes down. Yobib on the site. Does have to go kind of huge here, but he's going to wait to draw in attention. Will that work out for him? Well, for the first, it will absolutely. Nice work from him. Flash going to come over. He's getting spammed out through the box, though, but he's actually trying to get out. He just can't.
Yep. Trying to make amends for that last round. Not going to happen this time. It's Zetra over towards B that's going to need to be the guy that we look to. He spotted the first player out. Nice, clean shot onto 1-2-2-2. And Elvin wins a duel over on A. It might fall apart again here for AG. They want to clear out Zetra. Du's got no idea where he is.
No way.
Somehow he gets away with it. And ZQ can't get down for the trade in time. Elvin's there to help out. EVOS, they get through another one.
Again,
and they're screaming Chayo back at AG now.
The spacing errors.
Yeah.
It's the EVOS owners or fans? I'm not actually too sure. I'm going to assume owners sit in the front row here. They're the ones really getting loud. So credit to them. It seems to be working, firing them up. But AG,
they look mortal.
I'll keep saying it, right? It's two kind of key things I'll keep saying for this side. Spacing and trading. It actually is so poor from them. Like, this back-to-back rounds where it's just prime examples of it. Like, you take away the All Gamers logo, you take away the name value of this side, and you, like, you know, show that clip to anybody, and anybody will say, like, what are they doing? Like, you know, like, there's no comms here. This looks like a pug where no one's talking to each other. So, again, another prime example. You know, it's a 1v2 on that site there, and they just don't fight together. And, you know, they're diving down one by one, and you're just losing aim duels. It's such small, but, you know, rookie mistakes that just compile in such a big way.
It's the fundamentals, really.
It really is.
That's letting AG down. You know, it's not as if macro-wise they're making a bad decision in terms of which site to hit or what timing to hit it on. It's more the execution of that. Not even necessarily on an individual level, although the shots could be better, but it's, yeah, like you say, that sort of spacing, the trading, the...
A side of this caliber shouldn't be making those errors.
The micro of the teamwork.
That's the big thing. You know, a side of AG's caliber should not be making those mistakes. Nice find from ZQ. Zetra does get one of his own at the same time as ZY goes down. So the numbers still kept even. Also, don't think AG are giving themselves loads of time as well. This is, you know, a couple of rounds now where it's gone right down to the wire, and one of which has worked against them.
They've only got 2 left to play with here. EVOS could find themselves with a 2-on-1 lead momentarily. It's a 1-for-1 in this round, and again, AG are really leaving it down to the wire. There's now sub 40 seconds left to go. By the time they make a decision to go B, it'll be sub 30 because that C4 still coming in transition. KSA having a bit of a look, just jiggling around the corner. Du will miss that shot, and now KSA can set himself up. Another flash through from EVOS will delay even more for AG. And you're going to have to get past Elvin and KSA. The flash is a good one, actually, from AG, but KSA goes one better. It's a 2-for-2 thus far. EVOS still have a player on the site. ZQ's gone past him. Keller finds the killing blow, and it might be the finishing blow, as Du's going to have to go down to take the fight, but he has no time to get the plant. And the round is won by Yobib on 11 HP. No, it's not. He got the plant just in time.
Are you kidding? How has he just squeezed that out? Ooh, has he been spotted? I don't know. I don't think he actually got spotted there.
I don't think either spotted either.
Oh, he's going to win it. I cannot believe it. I can't believe he's actually got away with that.
I think Yobib thought he had that round as well, because he was off to the races. He was nowhere near that. I think he felt he had timed that to perfection, but...
Finest of margins. Are you kidding me?
It gets closer again. 1 round the difference.
I've got to say, though, AG, please getting towards the site like quicker, like leaving it down to what, a quarter of a second. I'm gonna have a heart attack just watching it. I'm nervous. I can't even imagine playing it. Well, slow start once again. I give him credit. AG did a decent job when it comes towards opening kills. It's actually been a relatively important thing for them. In the mid to late round, finding one. Keller is in quite an exposed angle here. Thankfully, he has the coverage of smokes to dip away, but inherently quite risky.
Yep. But EVOS are going to buy a lot of time for themselves here by just holding that much mid-control for that long in the round. AG only now looking to start clearing it out with a deep smoke of their own. So again, it's not really what you want to see now. It's going to be another late round hit here from AG. Who've definitely been undone by that at times.
1 minute. AG, I'll keep saying that. Don't like how they leave things so late.
Look where the C4 is. Like, they're not going for anything quickly right now.
Yeah, like, well, I guess even first and foremost, where are we even going? Like, we're not going for anything quickly, but where are they actually wanting to go? Well, that's a big fight. Jouet gets double swung by Yobib and Keller. 40 seconds, guys. We don't have loads of time here. We also have no idea where to go. AG, you continue to be unconvincing, and it gets worse as Elvin gets 2. Oh, man. I'm getting so concerned. 20 seconds here. ZQ in a 1 versus 4 now.
Yeah, I think EVOS is closing this map, bro.
I think you're right. I just don't get what AG are doing. Like, I'll keep saying it, and, you know, I'll say it each and every round, but, like, what have they actually, for the last 2 minutes, what have they actually done? Like,
what have they achieved?
I think that is, like, the question you've got to ask. You have sat in spawn / mid behind smokes for the last 2 minutes. You've gained no information towards A main. You've not, A long, may I say, no information towards B main. You've got no understanding about what anything looks like. At the very least, if you're going to kill the clock a lot, at least get a bit of an insight into kind of what is going on. And also as well, the thing that also slightly baffles me of AG is, like, look where they're playing. You've, like, walked 3 steps out of spawn. There has not been once in this entire half that EVOS have pushed you. So why? Why are you doing it? They've not done it once at all. They've not pushed you. They've not gone for aggro. They've sat on sites every single round and they're winning by the clock. It's happened for the last basically 3 rounds. I don't really get it by AG. It's, again, you have to look towards the leadership in this team.
This looks like it might be a little bit of a faster take for AG, though, as they set themselves up in warehouse. They're going to throw it all in on a B take against 3 players. EVOS have got the read. They've got the players on the site that they need, and that's a great shot from Zetra to start things off. He's found another one, and Elvin catches ZY on that entry as well. This is all the way of EVOS, as we are going to be surely going to Eagle Eye with EVOS having a 2-on-1 advantage. It's a 1v4 for 2, and he's trying his best, but it will not be enough. 10 and 7, and EVOS are up 2-1 over AG. Well, here we are, 10-7 there on Port as EVOS pick themselves up another crucial map win over all gamers, and this series starts to feel like it's winnable. I don't know that we were really believing after the first map win. Certainly weren't after the second map went the way of AG, but now that the scoreline's 2-1, I don't think you can really deny that this is a very, very winnable series for EVOS. Zetra absolutely coming online in that map, 20 and 8, but again, across the board, a really solid performance from EVOS Arc. It feels like everybody's contributing. You have a couple of members for AG that do go a little bit missing, but let's just talk about Zetra for a second. 2.5 KD. He was highlighted by AG at the start of the day as a player that they were targeting, that they were worried about, and that's the reason.
He was 10-1 as well to kickstart that map. I mean, he was just so fun to watch. You have to ask so many questions about AG, but I think before we even get into asking those questions, I think we've got to talk about all the positives really coming through for EVOS. I think, you know, you have basically next to no weak points. Your kind of weakest numbers guy is Keller, who called an excellent game. First half from him was all off the back of his calls. The mid to late rounding was incredibly well done. So, you know, I look towards that, and EVOS, the way they're playing right now, you know, even with that loss in towards Black Widow, they are still playing the better CrossFire, kind of like hand in fist. And we're now heading in towards Eagle Eye. I know it's been a good map for AG, but this continues to be an incredibly uninspiring AG side. I mean, this is, you know, this is a side that the way they're playing right now, you could have very valid conversation about them not making it to the arena, because they do not look even close to a championship side. They again, you know, I start looking now towards like looking at teams like EP. I back EP. Honestly, the way AG are playing right now, I back EP to 3-0 AG right now. There is no contest. This AG side look so vulnerable in every map, every situation. There's no consistency. There's no solidity in this side at all. And even just down to the raw, like, again, we kind of spoke about like rookie errors, man. Like, we are making so many fundamental issues for AG. So I'm looking at this now, and EVOS, again, one of the worrying things about their side, if you get them fired up, they're going to punish you, and they are as fired up as you can get.
I mean, I don't really know what to say. Like, the thing I hate about this is it makes us look really silly, right?
Yeah.
We come into this series predicting AG 3-0. You know, on the desk at the start of the day, we're saying AG's the best team in the world. They're the team that's just won EWC. They should be able to clean this one up pretty comfortably. You know, we've seen some decent stuff from EVOS, but that doesn't necessarily translate into a game against an AG that's at full strength. But this AG, man, I feel like it's a completely different team to the guys that I watched at EWC, to the guys that I've been watching for the previous couple of years. Like, I mean, look, I don't know how many more times we really have to hammer home this point, but in the server, they just don't look good. They are, their timings are off, their spacing is off, their trading is bad. The fundamentals is really where they're letting themselves down. You know, you've still got players that can hit their shots, that can clutch up in instances and stuff like that. So that aspect is kind of fine. And honestly, even like the calls and the reads aren't necessarily that bad, but it's just the fundamental way that they're playing these rounds out, the XVX situations. They don't seem like they're on the same page. Is there a miscommunication? I don't know. Something's not going right for AG today. Something wasn't really going right for them in that game against Xrock as well, although they were able to win it. We sort of even were kind of highlighting some of those issues there. And, you know, EVOS are taking those opportunities and they're running with them. I mean, it hasn't been a perfect game by EVOS. I don't think we can go that far just yet.
No,
but it's been a better game from EVOS than it has been by AG, and that is reflected in the scoreline. It's 2-1 now, and as we've highlighted, we're going into Eagle Eye next. And, I mean, there's a world, obviously, where EVOS can win this. But again, I go back to it and I say, you know, EVOS, they did lose this map against Gaiman. Gaiman's not a super strong team.
Yeah.
There's some level of susceptibility there, I feel like, for EVOS, and AG are reasonably familiar on Eagle Eye. So, you know, I'm probably going to make the next incorrect statement of the day for the AG believers, in that I think AG can get through Eagle Eye here. I think that they will be able to win it. And I don't know if I'm like, am I just reading too much into the past when I'm regurgitating these kinds of these points, where I'm putting too much faith in AG and too much faith in the pedigree that they've shown us over the past 2 years? Because I've just been wrong pretty much all day today.
Yeah.
At what point do I start to say, hey, EVOS is the better team, hey, EVOS is going to win this series? Like, I'm believing that they can win the series, but again, I'm still kind of going, AG is going to win the next map. Like, am I being an idiot right now? Like, tell me, am I being stupid?
I mean, I'll put it this way, right? You know, I've been kind of hammering this 1 point home all tournament long, you know, even on the desk here, but actually even in the green room, which is like...
I know exactly what you're going to say.
In CrossFire, in the, year and a half now I've been involved, maybe a little bit longer, kind of a couple of years I've been involved now in CrossFire, there is no such thing as longevity. History means absolutely next to nothing. If it's longer than a month, I couldn't care less. It means nothing. Everything in this game, it's all about how you turn up to a tournament. It's all about the most kind of minute scale, rather than what generally in a lot of esports we look towards kind of longevity, what the history is like. You know, even as well, talking about the most recent international tournament of EWC, that is too long ago for us to care about. However, I didn't listen to my own advice coming in towards this one because I thought, right, AG's pedigree should be enough over EVOS. But again, if you come down to current form, this is an EVOS side who are on a 3-match win streak versus an AG side who fumbled their way through a game and actually a lot of the time looked like the worst side despite winning 3-1. So I actually took my own advice and said, right, this is, you know, if we're looking at current form, we're actually looking at an EVOS side who looked a lot cleaner, granted against weaker opponents, but a lot cleaner overall. Again, like, the way things are now, I still kind of sit with you where I think Eagle Eye just historically has been very good. It also leans in to a bit of the benefits. I also think it's a map in which Duke
dig in the hole.
Exactly.
Historically, they were good before. What about now? What about today?
Frank, yeah, if we're being frank, going into Eagle Eye, as much as in the past has been really good for AG, if we actually have to, we have to kind of like, I feel like at times you have to kind of like turn your brain off and kind of think with your heart a little bit. And what we're seeing right now is EVOS are the better side. They're just playing better CrossFire. AG, this whole tournament so far, the 2 games seen from them look really weak, look very vulnerable. I think maybe it might even be kind of going with a heart here and saying that going in towards Eagle Eye, you've kind of got to back the form of the likes of EVOS. And also as well, you know, this map's meant to be a sniper's heaven, and I don't think Dude's doing terribly. Zitra is the best player in the server. Like, there's actually no doubt from my mind. Mechanically, he's the sharpest tool in the shed without a shadow of a doubt. He's been so solid, and this is a map where he can pop off. So the thought process about an EVOS 3-1 is actually, I as much as maybe you've asked me at the start of the day, I would have never believed you. I think right now it actually feels percentage-wise like the more likely outcome.
I would love to see like the AI numbers crunch.
Yeah.
Right now, right in this second, with all the information that we've got out of this series, what would it say? Would it be leaning the way of EVOS? Because I think it was already leaning the way of EVOS, like even on Black Widow, which was wild to me, obviously considering where AG is on the AG is the #1 rated team in the world on the ELO ranking. So,
and it basically can't change this tournament as well, right? Because of how high they are above basically the vast majority. The only team that could actually do it is potentially EP.
But EP's already in the lower bracket.
Yeah, exactly. So their ELO would have taken a bit of a hit from that. So in a way, actually, as well, the only one who really could have threatened it is Baisha if they'd gone the distance and done it through the upper bracket. So I think there's even a way, you know, let's say fundamentally, EVOS, they started this tournament 19th ranked in the world. They're now up to, I think it's 10th.
They I think they're in the top 10.
And as they knocked Rock out. But even still, right, you know, this is a kind of a crazy kind of swing we're seeing here, but it's all about current form. So we're heading in towards Eagle Eye. Again, I think, as you can tell by the deaths, we really do not know what to expect out of this, just because nothing is following the game plan. But fundamentally, EVOS have been the better side. And while this map in the past has been good for all gamers, we now know that past means nothing. I mean, if we're talking about the past as well, not even that long ago, we're talking like 6 months ago, all gamers were the best Ankara side in the world. And look where we are now. They can't even get a win on it against 2 pretty weak sides on paper.
Well, maybe we're heralding in a new age of Crossfire today throughout this tournament. The Philippines region, it's been a long time between drinks, but this could be the moment which sends a team from the Philippines to the grand final. It won't quite do it here, but it would be a guaranteed Stallions versus EVOS in the upper bracket final. Let's see if EVOS can achieve it on Eagle Eye. Well, it's been a long time between drinks, like I said, for the Philippines region. I'm gonna have a little bit of a look back in the history books and see when was the last time a Philippines team made it into the top 4, and I reckon it's probably off the top of my head somewhere around 2017 or 2018. So I'll do that throughout the sort of first half here as we get underway with EVOS on the GR side. AG looking to maybe move a little bit quicker here to start things off. Dude's trying to find himself an aggressive fight there on long, but not finding anything just yet.
Hop towards A. Seems to be the idea. We've got Keller and Yobib here. Yobib MVP from map 1. Keller, the IGL, who finds one. Yobib, quick on the trade as well. Nice work from him. And there's where Zitra will pop up. Keep an eye on this guy throughout this series. Yobib, and Zitra. What a shutdown. Fundamentally just breaking apart AG.
That's the start you want to see.
Yeah, it is. It is. And what I assume to be EVOS management in this front row are loving life. Credit to these guys, as well. We look towards international tournaments this year, something great, right? EDBC was very, very underwhelming. They've not had a lot to celebrate. And now they're in a spot where they're on the brink of being one game away from the grand finals.
Yeah, and I've done my research, and the last time a Philippines team made it to the top 4 of a CrossFire Stars was back in 2017 with the legendary Pacific Makta roster that you'll hear spoken about. We used to call them Pac-Mac.
Yeah.
ZDD, Revenge, ZYK, Aldrin, and Kart was the roster there, and they were a top 3 team back in 2014 and 2015 as well. So that's how long we're talking about since there was really any degree of success for the Philippines region. Once that team kind of fell off, there wasn't really anybody that was able to fill their shoes, but it feels as though throughout this year and even to an extent towards the back end of last year, we kind of started to see those moments for Stallions and EVOS in their sort of previous iterations with their previous names. But now we're really realizing it in 2025. Obviously, it's a little bit of a step to go for EVOS to secure that, but Keller going down early in this round is not going to help, and AG are just trying to scale their way into the site, which it looks like they'll be pretty successful in doing. So there's a good response from AG to the previous round, which EVOS really dominated.
AG, a nice kind of tempo shift again. Just something as simple as winning out the aim duels, but nothing really, unfortunately, that KSA and Elvin can do here. Should be a next to impossible round to recover. And it will be. Elvin, last left, and he is 1 foot in the grave. He might even just save the stats. It looks like he actually is going to go for that. All the way over towards Hotel. Stats well and truly saved. And the stats being that he's 0-0. He just doesn't want to go negative. I can't blame him. You're not going to do anything in a 1 versus 5. So AG tie up this game. Much better, much more convincing, much more like it. But still a hell of a lot more that this side need to do before I even get remotely convinced about kind of speaking positively about them. Underwhelming all series long, underwhelming all tournament long, even despite their win over X-Rock. And it just feels like this EVOS side, again, just don't get phased. Also, I'll keep saying it, this is not EVOS' strong side. EVOS should be doing their better work in the second half, really. So any foundations they build here, especially if they're able to get like 5 rounds in this first half, I think AG are in a lot of trouble. But nice find.
Oh, good response from Yobib. Can't quite land that second shot, but still alive, still kicking. Can he get any more? The answer is no. Yeah, 3 on 4 now. As EVOS are going to have to try to find a way to salvage. It's this A site that is kind of getting battered by AG now. It might prompt a response from EVOS to add an extra player over there. KSA should be a dead man here. Do will swing on the contact. That's a better setup from AG as well, by the way. We're kind of starting to see them, play those trade games a little better.
Oh, wow.
Don't know about that one from Do, though. Why has he done that, really?
Yeah, for what reason?
And again, why has he done that? I guess
stop peeking.
Time is probably going to be too much for EVOS, even if Do goes down there. But it's still kind of like, you don't really need to. If you don't need to, don't do.
Don't do. Again, we're going in for that retake right at the end there. Obviously, you may as well give it a go. We don't have to think about things like econ, but as you're going in, the round's done already on timing.
Need to go faster, yeah.
Yeah.
But like the problem is they have to clear out Do, and that takes them too long. I feel like Do did give them opportunities, though, to sort of open that round up sooner if the shot was hit. But look, not the end of the world. We'll get back underway, and a change up immediately for EVOS. Like I mentioned, there's a good chance they're going to put an extra player over towards A, because that is where AG have really been trying to make their inroads, and they've been pretty successful in doing it. So no surprise to see EVOS dedicating an extra member over there early, but Zetra is going to have to kind of keep an eye on mid here as well.
Do on the pixel. slower from AG. Last 2 rounds have been really quite easy, and they come off the back of very confident rounds where tempo was stepped up. I wonder if they slow things down here in this round, if they do get sort of kind of immediately this round thrown back in their face, whether they realize that actually pace might be a bit of their best friend rather than the enemy. Feels like teams just default towards this slow start. I mean, we spoke about this a lot towards the previous map as well. AG are so often leaving the clock so late, just not giving themselves enough time.
Zetra's going to be smoked off again. KSA trying to render some assistance with that spam through middle, but there's nobody there on the receiving end. He goes straight through the smoke. EVOS looking a little bit shaky on this GR side. Zetra for 1, Elvin none. ZY locks it in. And it might be that story that we were talking about. AG just a little bit too comfortable on the Eagle Eye. And EVOS showing that weakness against Gaiman.
Yeah.
It's kind of rearing its ugly head right here against AG. I think we need to have a timeout soon for EVOS if there's anything in the tank from the coach. Doesn't look like we're getting it here.
I do think I want to see, especially if AG get 4, we've got to slow it down.
Timeout's coming next round. I think they might have called it a bit too late.
Okay, it's good that we get it though.
Well, hopefully for EVOS it'll be 3-2, not 4-1, because 4-1's a tough ask to come back from. EVOS going to try something a bit more aggressive over on the B side of the map. I do think they have to change something up. You know, what they've been doing has definitely not been working. So try and take a bit of space. That has been successful. Maybe take a bit of a risk here and sort of just leave KSA to anchor the B site from B long on his own and, yeah, send Elvin across. KSA's been really reliable in a lot of these anchor positions, but he forced off the line this time around. He gets 1. He'll try to continue to fall. Smokes himself off on the way. Shui going to take the fight, and KSA sticks around. Just had too much faith in that smoke, which hadn't quite bloomed yet. Such a good job on that opening kill, but gives up the advantage for a moment. Zetra pulls it back for EVOS, and ZQ's now been spotted out as well. So Zetra aware there's some presence headed in the direction of A. He's got the helping hand of Yobib, and he just locks in on the line. 1-2-2-2 could be a problem. He might get 2. Chansey Zetra, but instantly traded. Elvin comes up the rear and keeps it in check for EVOS. That was a little scary for a second, but a 3v1 surely not here. ZQ will try and put it together.
There's a brief moment that I could have fallen a little flat, but yeah, not to be here. 40 seconds. 1v3 for him. First fight. Shut down by Yobib. EVOS get a second. Timeout call, but like you said, it's actually nice in a sense to be heading in towards this timeout with around just 1 and something that you can like maybe slightly build upon. You know, I talk about it for EVOS, but here aside for me that you can build up foundations in this first half. If you can get yourself into a spot where we're heading in towards that second half with like even something along the lines of like, you know, that 4 rounds, I think put yourself in a really nice spot. Get 4 rounds EVOS, and I think AG are under a lot of pressure and in a lot of trouble. So let's see.
Yeah, bit of a head scratcher here for AG still. They would not have expected or wanted to be pushed this hard by EVOS. I didn't expect EVOS to push them this hard, frankly. I mean, I look at the run that EVOS have had up to this point, and I don't put a lot of stock in it. You know, a win against VP, a win against...
Which they dropped a map in, by the way.
Which they dropped a map in. A win against Rock, which was not looking too good.
The weakest Rock in a year.
A win against Gaiman.
And dropped a map.
But a win against AG...
That's mental.
Even if it's an AG that's not playing well, even if it's an AG that we think can do better, I think that's a statement game from EVOS. That's a game which would make me start to believe that they're a team that could potentially win this. But,
yeah,
you know, again, then you throw in the conversation of, well, it's a bit of a different thing to do it in the studio versus on the arena when there's 8,000 to 10,000 Chinese fans screaming AG.
Exactly.
Or EP.
Or EP, yeah.
Or
X-Rock.
X-Rock probably doesn't have that many fans in comparison to AG and EP, but there'll be some. And if they're the only Chinese team, that'll be the team that gets cheered for, I tell you that for free. So that'll be another step up for the likes of EVOS, who to this point have really only played in the quote-unquote smaller arenas. You know, the likes of the ACL events, the Summer Champs events, the EWC, which was, again, a small arena in comparison to CFS. CFS will be the biggest arena you can possibly play in for CrossFire. And it is a loud one, too. Especially in more recent years. I feel like the crowd turnout in the last 2-3 years has been phenomenal for CrossFire Stars. So
obviously 2 years ago was 10-year anniversary. You were there for that.
That was a big one.
Mental. And I was there last year in Hangzhou, and that was, again, pretty loud. That was pretty insane. CY rises to the fight. He'll find Keller. Oh, Andre going to get 2. Off the back of the paws, not looking good for EVOS as the C4 goes down. The round is all but sealed. It's AG about to find their 4. So, yeah, not really kind of what you wanted. In a position, again, where you call a pause, you have a conversation, and you immediately just get shut down with ease.
Yep, I'm definitely... It's just a feeling, you know? I'm just feeling that EVOS are not that comfortable on this map.
Yes, yeah.
What to put it down to, it's hard to articulate. But again, when you've been watching these kinds of games for as long as we have, it's just an eye test thing. I guess it's the speed at which AG is able to take control of these rounds. When they do kick off, it's almost as if there's no real resistance from EVOS. Yeah, there's a kill here or a kill there, but nothing that would lead you to believe that EVOS is going to be even close to winning those rounds. And so far, they've won a couple, but 4-2 the lead for AG is a pretty good spot to be in, and that is a nice entry. This, by the way, might be one of the reasons CY is doing absolutely everything. Zetra, a nice effort to try to hold on to it, but he will fall in the end. I suppose the only saving grace really here is going to be EVOS. We'll move on to the BL side in the second half, but it's just going to be a question of whether or not they have enough of a platform to work with when they do get there. And the way things are going, they won't.
I think it's one of those things, I think for EVOS, this first half feels very much like it's a bit of survival, I think, more than anything, right? Again, like, give yourself a bit of room to work with the foundations. There is kind of a bit of life in this round, or there was for a brief moment, but Yobit, the last man, ZQ just doesn't need to peek him, really. And now that it comes down, that'll soften him up further. And he's all but dead. ZQ sees it off. Big celebrations for AG. 5-2. Again, I look towards EVOS. You get into 4 rounds, which is, of course, the remaining 2 of this half, and I actually think it is workable, but you can see just fundamentally this is not as good of a map for this EVOS side. There's a lot more gaps in their defense than there has been prior. And sure, the defense has not been their best side, but this is a lot more fallible and easy in a sense for AG to kind of decipher.
Oh, duel here against Yobib. Rifle versus pistol. Almost actually gets it done there. Grenade's going to go over the top. Do will walk almost into it, but survives. EVOS need these last couple, don't they? Just to get a bit of momentum. We've talked about how they're a momentum-based team. And how will that momentum feel if it's working against them? ZY has just been completely missing this series, but he has turned it on in this map. Yobib low on HP. He'll get away with his life for now. AG defaulting back to that slower style, that late round style, which they were trying to employ on port. Wasn't really working for them there. They've been a little bit more proactive here on Eagle Eye. They've been taking the rounds a little bit quicker, and that had been obviously successful. 5-2 the lead, but now slowing it down, and I wonder if this will blow up in their face a little bit.
Let's see. Nate's over.
Same setup. It's like it's like the exact same take for AG. This time, obviously, it's a fake.
I don't blame them though, you know what I mean? You can just see how easy it's been in a lot of these rounds. So why not? That's a good move. Ooh, it's a little janky on the fight, but it's a good move nonetheless. See why. Got past the window. KSA. Got to hit that shot, and he does. ZQ quick on the trade, but Elvin going to deliver one of his own. 30 seconds, not loads of time here. AG still needs to make a move, and Do and ZQ both not super healthy, but Zetra, the last man who can really keep them afloat in this round, is now smoked out as Yobib hits the deck. They know where he is.
Dude's in the tower, and Yobib's climbing the ladder. Like, it's comedy. Oh, Dude's fallen to his death.
Oh, no way.
If Zetra wins this one, 1v3.
I hope he does. That'd be so funny.
Oh, dude, what has gone on there? Surely not here. Zetra's going to have a bit of a look, though, isn't he? Sway. Taking the duel, fine for now, and the swing comes through. Zetra could win it. There's time available. He's chasing ZQ. The swing.
Oh, my God. That is so close. If he gets that kill, because Dude fell out of the tower and lose the round, that is one of the most embarrassing ways to lose a round. But they don't. So it's okay.
Are we going to get some footage of Dude falling out of the tower? I really hope we do.
Replay ops, please. Show his demise.
No.
Oh, it's.
I will say, though, that was a really well-played round, actually, by AG. I love the way that they've now kind of been conditioning EVOS into expecting that A hit.
Yeah.
As I said in the middle of that round, it's the exact same hit that AG had been throwing previously, which they had been following up with a hit on A. In the previous round, they actually just throw all the util, throw a flash, have a player just dropped off at the bottom of long, causing a bit of a ruckus, and then walk their way in through mid, and you could see how they caught Keller. Keller was still watching A. Yeah. He was so terrified that there was going to be a push from AG up long, and that's because AG had been doing it throughout that half so consistently, and they've conditioned EVOS into expecting that move, and it's a perfect time to pull out a change up there for AG. It works out really nicely. Yeah, it comes down to the 1v1 clutch, but at least the round, the way that they called the round, the way that they chose to play the round was a really good decision from AG. So reaping the benefits of that, 6-2, and short of a third round coming through here for EVOS, I think this map is going to be done in the favor of AG.
Yeah, even already, if it is a 6-3 half, and EVOS kind of do one of these sort of situations where they can close out the half in a quote-unquote positive note, I don't think it makes a difference here. AG, it's just been a lot easier to come across these rounds. It's all over, no commitment just yet. Of course, you've already dropped Zetra, which is such a big frag to find. Yobo trying to make a move, but as he's jumping backwards, Zhui gets an easy one. 5 versus 3, 40 seconds, and AG can just waltz across the line to close out this half. A 7-2 half, I don't think it's recoverable. And a 5-3 round, I don't think is recoverable either. KSA, oh my God, he actually might get in the backlines here, KSA. Yeah, he's going to get one of his own. This round's kind of flipped quite quickly because they just not cleared bridge properly. 20 seconds here. They're making a round out of this. KSA continues to be a bit of a nuisance, but they can plant towards B. It's all on the shoulders of Elvin.
Yeah, here's a big round for him. He's not been a huge factor in this map so far at a 4-5 scoreline. But this would be the round to have the impact. Now, he's going to have to move quickly.
He's got util.
Time's ticking away. Not sure how useful that util's going to end up being here. I think he's just going to try and take the fights. C4's planted really nice and open and hasn't found anything yet. Oh, spots out ZQ, but it's not going to matter. 7-2 will be the score. And yeah, that'll be a tough one to recover from.
I don't know what you really do.
Start thinking about the next map.
Yeah, you're right.
What are we going to do on New Mexico?
New Mexico. New
compound.
New Mexico, the ban of AG. Ooh, wow. Honestly, I feel like actually maybe even underselling it. 66% for AG on the AA prediction. I'd actually get them a little bit more. This is the first time I actually think all series at EVOS have actually looked really uninspiring. Like, at least every other map, even Black Widow, which they lost, it was still like, you know, you see these kind of moments of brilliance out from them, but yeah. There really hasn't been any of it here. That is for sure.
Well, that has kind of been my concern for EVOS a little bit as we kind of get deeper into the BO5. Yeah, exactly. They've done well in the BO3s. You know, they've done well against Gaiman, but when we're talking about really going the distance against a champion squad and a squad that's been together for such a long time, like they are really going to have that depth to be able to go deep in a best of 5, and that's where the best of 5 is a significantly more difficult task for some of these teams. And I suppose that's why this this format, once like obviously we can talk about the format with regard to the invites into the playoffs, but the playoffs format itself, double elim BO5, that is brutal to get through. If you get through that, then you definitely deserve to be there. And, AG might prove exactly why they still deserve to be in the conversation, as they are about to clean up a very easy-looking Eagle Eye. I mean, the way things are going, this is on its way to a 10-2.
The one thing I worry really as well, not only, we kind of spoke about map pool depth and all of these things really for EVOS, but one thing I worry more than anything about them is, they're getting dumpstered here. Like, there's just nothing really on offer on Eagle Eye. The worry for me is, like, how much does this knock the confidence? And, this is such a momentum-based side. And they're going to have what looks like it's about to be, all of that momentum, all the wind out of their sails taken away. And they're going in on a little bit of a downer. I think it can be difficult to predict this, but I mean, AG are absolutely dissecting them right now. This is such a clinic being shown here on towards Eagle Eye. So I do worry. You head towards that new compound. I know fundamentally a simple map in kind of the way it's approached, but I don't know, man.
No reps on the new compound in the event thus far for EVOS. So not even really much we can go off of there. It's been left as a decider map in a couple of the series that they played, but they haven't gotten to that decider map.
Yeah. Not a confidence builder, and it's always being floated too.
And they also didn't play it in EWC back when it was just compound. Obviously the map's been a bit different, but yeah, I mean, definitely screams that it's not high on the priorities list for EVOS. Sure, they might play it a bit domestically, but internationally it's going to be a different ask. And so I guess the end of this series could still look grim for EVOS. It's been a good effort today. I think there's no doubt that we're going to be going to new compound at this point. Even this round, which started well for EVOS, has really started to fall by the wayside. 3-on-2 might be salvageable with Jue being low.
But Jue's going to get them in the back lines there. I mean, he's actually just sort of threading the needle a little bit. Yobib, does he even clear this? Yes, so that's the answer. He does clear it. Hard clears as he takes a bit of damage, but he'll die immediately. Nice trade from 1-2-2-2. Wants to tuck himself in towards Pit. Can't catch Zitra, but deals so much damage. And Do going to get active. Oh my, Zitra's actually holding this. He's about to walk into him. Do sees it off. Fantastic, really is fantastic from AG. Even that round, it's closer, don't get me wrong, but the result remains the same, 9-2. And actually, the funniest thing about this, despite this series looking kind of woeful for the most part for AG, this is the best map we've seen from the whole tournament.
Yeah, unironically. Well, what do we always say about China and Eagle Eye? But I reckon we just wrap it up here. Get it over and done with and jump in a new compound. I think that's what everybody wants. This series really deserves a fifth map. I don't see EVOS coming back from the 9-2, so I'd like to just see AG convert this one, and we can all focus in on what is sure to be a banger on the final map. Du gets a 2-for-1. And that'll pretty much be that. There's Du coming back online, and AG will convert 10-2. The most decisive map of the series, and it sets us up for a best of 5 that goes all the way.
Well, talk about a statement here, Jordan. 10-2. Not only is that kind of the best map we've seen out of all gamers, it's actually one of the most dominant maps we've seen all tournament. By arguably one of the most underwhelming sides comparatively to what we expect out of them. But talk about a time and a place, right? AG on the back foot, on the brink of being knocked in towards the lower bracket, and they put up a map like that, a clinic, as they look actually finally warmed up for new compound. And I'll throw the kind of, you know, let's start with the stats. First and foremost, Zeecha the only person to get towards double digits. Keller 2 kills, Elvin 5, 7 apiece for Yobib and KSA. That's just not good enough. On the flip side, the first good map out of him, actually all tournament long, really.
Oh, what a map it was.
What an absolute bomb burn, 110 ADR.
First kills is the stat you want to be talking about there. 6 of them. There was multiple instances where that first kill also resulted in a second kill. He was just an absolute machine on the entry on the BL side, and it's a good time to come alive for ZY. You might have argued, it would have been nicer if he did it a little bit sooner in the series for AG. They might have got things done a bit easier, but either way, better late than never. I have a lot of thoughts, obviously, on that map. I mean, I feel like that's the AG that we've sort of constantly been talking about coming into this series. We've obviously talked about them with such reverence, and they're such a legendary roster, and we've said, they're the best team in the world, and this and that, and they're #1 ranked in the ELO system, whatever. That's the team that we're talking about, not the team that we saw in those first 3 maps. They were horrible in the first 3 maps.
I think it's valid to say.
It's a hard word, but they were not very good in those first 3 maps. They were very good here, though, on Eagle Eye, and I really kind of almost resent the fact that it's taken them 4 maps to come online. But hey, if they come online here, again, it does rebuild a bit of confidence that they might still be one of those teams that we'll be talking about come Sunday next week when we get into the finals. And
better late than never.
Better late than never, I mean, look, I think for me right now, I'm still quite intrigued to see what EVOS Predator can, EVOS Arc, sorry, EVOS Predator's a different brand. What EVOS Arc can bring to the table on this final map. What concerns me is that it's not a map that we've seen them play internationally
and they don't seem too confident. They're not picking it early in series, really. It's always been floated to a 5th map. It doesn't fill me with confidence. But at the very least, on the flip side for AG, we know this will be part of the pool.
Yeah, exactly. And so that'll be a real concern, I suppose, when we kind of come into it. We've talked about it a little bit there with the final map there of Eagle Eye. We were sort of saying the deeper we get into this pool, the more we get a bit concerned for EVOS. They've done it in BO3s. They've done it when they haven't really been tested all the way, but now they are going to be tested all the way by one of the best teams in the world, or historically one of the best teams in the world, and that might be where they kind of come crumbling down, where they run out of steam a little bit. But again, it's still on offer for them. We sort of highlighted in the previous death segment that if they do win this series, they go through into that match against the Stallions, it will be a guaranteed team from the Philippines through to the grand final. So that would be the first time in ever?
Maybe ever.
That Philippines teams made the final. I feel like there was, I think maybe back in 2014, either 2014 or 2015, Pacific Mukta might have been in the final, made second place. I'd have to go back and check that, but definitely they've been top 3. I can't recall if they made it to top 2, but certainly the first time in like 10 years. Certainly since 2015 onwards, they haven't made the final. So yeah, look, I mean, that might as well have been since ever, really, at this point. So that would be a big result, obviously, but it still means that you're going to have to topple AG in a best-of-5 on the stage in a playoffs match. That's not an easy task, but if you do it, boy, do you deserve one of these teams to go through to the final. EP and AG taken down by the Philippines would be the hardest possible way you could make it to the upper bracket final. Like, no one can go back and look at the run that these two teams have had and said, they had a bit of an easy run, they had a bit of a favorable run, which is what we said about EVOS coming up to this point. But now that they're playing against EVOS, now that they're playing against AG and they're potentially in a chance to beat them, well, we can't necessarily say that if they do get this one over the line, but that still remains to be seen because we have one more map to go. It is going to be New Compound coming up right after this break.
The match kicks off. Let's follow the global risks perspective to see how the match starts. Watch out for that grenade. Quick reflexes, dodges just in time. The Blacklists are pressing hard on A side. They're spamming through the boxes to get the C4 planted. What a great shot. After losing one, the Blacklist's Rush B site and secures the plant. The global risk got to rotate fast for the retake. Everybody's down. It's just him remaining. Is he slipping into the site undetected? He takes one down. No hesitation. He goes straight for the defuse. It's a critical moment. Only a single point of health remains. 2 enemies alive. The clock is running out. He commits to the forced defuse. Takes out another one in the smoke. But the last opponent pushes in. The final 1 versus 1. Only 8 seconds left. Is he going for the ace? Can he close it out?
Well, it's now a best-of-1 brawl to decide who is going to be going forward to the upper bracket final match to see who will be going up against, of course, the Stallions, who wait in the wings after they win over Evolution Power. AG, best map from them all tournament long, and not even just kind of the best map from them, actually probably one of the best, almost dominant maps we've actually seen all tournament long. The question being now is, can AG kind of use this as a catalyst now heading in towards our 5th and final map? It's New Compound coming up next. For EVOS, they were so weak heading in towards the Eagle Eye. Nothing really got going, and now we go into a map which they've not even repped. They have not played this map internationally. We have no real data to go off as well, which generally is not a good sign. They float this towards a 5th map very, very commonly, which is a sign that it's not a strong part of their pool, and we have reservations about their map pool depth.
Well, one of the storylines that we were talking about coming into the break there was whether or not a Philippines team has ever made it to the grand final of a CFS event, and I'm happy to confirm, or maybe not happy, it doesn't really bother me either way, but the answer is no. The best we saw from Pacific Marketer was 3rd place in 2014, 2015, and 2017. So they had a pretty good run
close but no cigar
in those years. But the best result they ever really had in an S-tier tournament was EFGI back in 2018, which was a global invitational, so very similar to what we would have considered Summer Champs, I guess, in previous years, where they did actually win, but they have not done it in a CFS event, or at least not a CFS Grand Finals at the obviously top of the top. So again, that's what's on the line here. This would be a performance for both EVOS and Stallions if that result is confirmed by a win here from EVOS that would eclipse the best result of that legendary Pacific Mark de Rosa back in the day. And that's a really, really cool concept, I think, for the fans of the Philippines. But then again, AG stands in their way, and that's a really, really tough ask. They've gone deep in a series all the way in this best of 5 against the, dare I say, most well-regarded roster in the history of CrossFire. I mean, there would be an argument to be made. AG definitely in the conversation. Super Valiant from back in the day, I think, might really be the only other team that kind of holds a candle to the tenure that AG have had. But I think AG have gone past them at this point.
Yeah, I agree. So it becomes kind of an interesting thing now. Looking for, well, really, I just have this sort of like lingering question in the back of my mind about EVOS. It's like, what are we actually expecting towards this map? I don't know what to expect. And I think, again, the fact that they've not been picking it at all, they've been floating it so deep in towards these pools, I don't know if it's going to help for them. Let's see how confidence looks heading in towards map number 5. It's New Compound coming up next. Go. Map number 5, New Compound. What do we get? Well, I just don't know what to expect, honestly. This is a real interesting thing for me, for this EVOS side. How well repped are you? I mean, it's one thing having even pracs under your belt, but I just think getting international officials, it's a whole different kettle of fish. So what have you got for us? All gamers, we know this is a map that has been part of the pool. Sure, it's not the strongest part of their pool, but they come off the back of a 10-2. The momentum, confidence got to be feeling pretty high. Probably the highest it maybe has felt all series long.
I want to see EVOS get off on the right foot. I think that's a really, really important factor for them. That momentum, as we're about to tick over midnight local time here in China. It is a marathon for these two teams. EVOS, a start, which is not too bad, a 1-for-1, but can they get into the site past ZY? He was the standout on the last map, and he's still surviving to take down Keller. Zetra will try to backfill in and see what he can do. There's a flank in from Elvin. Zetra's got do, but Elvin's the one now that needs to do what cannot surely be done in the 1v2. Made over the top. It's not going to catch ZY, which was the intended target. 1 minute for Elvin to play with, but C4 is dropped on B, so he's going to have to go in that direction, and he's just going to wait. But I don't think there's any sense in waiting here. Surely AG is not pushing this angle.
Yeah, you're right.
Like, AG have made some bad decisions throughout this series, but in map 5, with the bomb down on the B site, there is no way they're pushing here. Elvin's got to go. He's got to make something happen. I think he should be doing it when he's still got time to work.
Yes. I don't really know like what he's expecting here. But then again, as much as I say that, I have seen some pretty diabolical throws from AG in this series, especially in kind of those opening 2 maps. Here comes Elvin. It's not an easy fight to isolate. And again, all he has to do is buy time. Elvin's taking damage, but he's brought this out to 1 versus 1. Shui going to see it off. Big start for AG. And look what it means to the all gamers. Shui is fired up. And the mood continues to go from bad to maybe a little bit worse for EVOS. I think more than anything, I just don't think this EVOS side are used to this pressure.
Well, why would they be? They've never been in this position before. But it's a learning experience. And even if they end up losing this series, I think we can say that EVOS should walk away with their heads held high for being able to push AG this far. That still is a good ways away, though, as we've got hopefully some good entertainment throughout this map. I'd like it to be a little bit closer than the 10-2. I think that would be a real anticlimax to the series. If we could have another 10-8, another 10-7, something like that. Get a good finish to this series, but AG, they mean business right now, and they might not let us have any fun. Shui with the double kill to start this round off. Keller will be picked up there by ZQ as well. C4's been dropped in GR spawn. This round will be well and truly in the bag for AG. I'm starting to get a bad feeling about this.
Yeah, Teacher's got to win this, and he does, thankfully. I mean, they're still live. Oh, hello. Down goes Do. There's definitely still life here. It's just about recovering the C4. That's the only real doubt. Oh, bad time for Shui to make a move.
Okay.
As Itra gets in behind. 1-2-2 going to go up on high. Or Itra clears? I don't think so. Surely not. Down he goes. He tries to ice it on towards Elvin. 1-2-2.
What?
He's going to fall. Where's he looking? I literally don't get where he's looking there. It's a 1 versus 1 and he's gone to check pillar. What has actually gone for his brain?
I don't. The only thing I can think is maybe he's expecting a flash.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I can think, but 1-1. How's EVOS pulled that round back? Okay, well, my bad feelings turned a little bit better, actually.
Yeah.
EVOS need moments like that. They need Zetra stepping up. He's 5-2 on these first couple of rounds. I think the key is going to be here. If KSA can have a good map and Zetra can maintain what he started with, then EVOS can really contest this. AG susceptible in that last round, and who's to say that that will not continue? The only map that they've actually looked good on in this series has been Eagle Eye. So there's been more bad than good from AG. I guess that's what we should expect going forward. EVOS on the blacklist side here, taking their time very tentatively toward this pillar's position.
1-2-2-2. I actually don't know how aggressive he wants to play this. He might just get information and then tuck behind the box, which is what he's going to do. No, he drops a smoke, so he's going to make his presence known. Bam, behind him, gets 1, looks for 2 as well, and he'll get it. Oh, 1-2-2-2. He's become such a problem. Hang on. One-man army, the turret of 1-2-2-2, who gets 3 kills there. And Zetra surely got next to no chance. He scoops up the C4, but I can't see a world in which he recovers this one. Great work from 1-2-2-2. Maybe even single-handedly. That's kind of saved them.
Feels like it's going to be a real brawl on this final map, which is what we want. Zetra 7-2, by the way. He's just continuing to deliver, but apparently not enough for this map unless he's able to pull off a 1v3, which is not impossible. Shui is on an isolated angle. If he picks him walking into mid and goes A and plants, then we are on. Shui peeking, and Zetra not ready for it. So AG get through one more.
Celebrations are getting wild as well. AG are getting very, very loud. I think that's what they need, you know, for this EVOS side, who are very, as we kind of spoken about with them, they really get fired up. It's kind of really part of their identity as a side. One of the best ways to make life difficult for them is just get loud back. I don't think they love when they're on the receiving end of volume. Good round from AG. It's a really convincing one as well. And in a fantastic way, just as EVOS is starting to build up a bit of form, you just immediately kind of shut it back in their face and say, relax. You got a bit fortunate.
Slow map control from EVOS in this round. It's not a commitment here for A-Long, by the way. They're just going to try and take this fight to get a bit of space, cause a bit of a ruckus. You can see the C4 still left behind. 4-on-4 is what EVOS were looking for. They found a hole in the defense. Or created a hole in the defense, I suppose.
A real pump of the brakes here, just nothing really being found all too much. I mean, for EVOS, they're just sitting around the kind of the sniper tower and hoping things will come to them. they come. First fight, Do delivers, looks for a second. Oh, with the support of ZQ, they shut it down. Pistol pulled out, can't quite convert, but C4 still needs to be recovered. Attention drawn. Zeke just going for a long flank. Hang on a second. He might actually get the backlines here. This becomes a little funky. Guarantees his kill, but 20 seconds. They don't have a lot of time to dawdle here. We got to make a move, guys. 15.
Go.
C4's got to be collected, and then we've got to plant. I don't know what we're doing here. We're not giving ourselves loads of time. This one's all but done. Even if Zicho won the fight, they couldn't win the round.
Yeah. He sort of slowed it down to throw a flash, and the hope, I guess, was that Keller was going to hit his shot on his way out, but I almost think the higher likelihood chance there was Keller peaks first, and Zetra just sends it out with the rifle in hand. Tries to clean up the scraps. Not the case, though. 3-1 for AG. They're off to a pretty good start. KSA, the notable omission here for EVOS, who had been really such a consistent force throughout this series. There's 0-4 to start off this map. And without him, it feels like they do start to lose a bit of that consistency. You know, there's still a threat in these clutches, but they're not feeling like they're too stable in any of these rounds just yet. Keller working his way forward, and AG have made a nice call to have a 3-player stack on the B side of the map, which is exactly where EVOS is going at the moment. And if you try to creep your way forward here, you're going to be a dead man. KSA on the entry again will be tested, and are they going to pull the trigger? There's a smoke forward. They're going to go for this one. EVOS are walking into the trap. The setup is a good one. Smokes everywhere, but Keller somehow gets 1-2-2-2, and he gets out. He surely would have spotted ZQ too. So they'll take that every day of the week.
How has he actually got out of that? I can't believe it. That's baffling. Yeah, and of course, being at Keller, it's information for him to work with. No bib. Splits in through mid. Do knows there's a possibility, but he's got to just dance between the angles and hold two different positions. This is a good, nice find from him. Pistol pulled out to try and deliver something. Elvin going to get in the back line, but that's the C4 dropped. Oh, Shuei's causing problems, real problems, and they don't have a lot of time to deal with either. Keller, what a time to move, and he gets two. Keller, all on the shoulders of the big man.
Whey.
He gets a leg, he gets a shot with the pistol, but a response from EVOS. It's so close out of that round.
Yeah, EVOS are not out of this one yet. I mean, I don't think they ever really were out of it, except maybe on Eagle Eye. But AG are being tested here. It's not perfect. It's not clean from either side at the moment. They're just still jostling for control. This is a brawl. They're down in the mud together, trying to find a grapple hold. But map number 5 for AG. Who would have thought? Certainly not anybody on the predictions except the guys from the Philippines who did predict 3-2, and we were mocking them.
Yeah.
And look where we are now.
Yeah.
AG 3-2, it's going to be so heartbreaking for them.
Yeah, actually, even funnier, it is actually a 3-2, but it's AG 3-2.
Yeah, that would be painful. I wonder if the other fellas, you know, Stallions and Sneaky are watching along. I heard that Sneaky went for dinner with Stallions. Thanks for the invite.
Yeah, lucky for some. Lucky for some.
Yeah. I've actually been to Manila a couple of times, you know, so I do consider myself Filipino.
Yeah.
If you guys want to invite a fellow Filipino next time to dinner. But anyway, I mean, I had to do my job. I would have declined anyway, but it's fine.
You're, you know, a fellow Filipino. I'm in a pretty Chinese time of my life right now, so
yeah,
you know, things are going quite well for the both of us.
That's right.
We thrive here in this part of the world.
Look, I'm telling you, Australia is a multicultural part of the world too. Like, it's a very multicultural place. We get people from everywhere, so I fit the bill.
Yeah, so same with London.
Well, this round is not a particularly multicultural one. It's all the way of China. This round is feeling particularly Chinese, actually.
Yeah, it actually is. Yeah, this round number 6 is in quite a Chinese time of his life. And Duke trying to make sure of that. Ooh, takes a bit of damage, but
doesn't do any.
C4 collected, which feels like a nicety, but they just overlook ZY. So actually a pretty easy round. Only the one casualty in that way, and it will be a timeout taken. AG in a pretty good spot. I don't think it's a bad time for EVOS to talk at all.
Yep. pretty in line with where they've called their timeouts throughout this matchup thus far. And this is, oh man, this is an intense looking timeout.
Yeah.
Can't really hear, even if I could hear.
Could you understand?
I don't speak. I don't know if he's. If Sneaky was here, he'd be able to say. Because I think one of these
languages.
One of these teams is from Cebu. I'm not sure if it's EVOS or Stallions.
Yeah.
And I believe they speak Cebuano.
Yes.
As opposed to Tagalog.
I think it is Stallions, right? Because doesn't Sneaky speak Cebuano?
Don't know.
I feel like he told me he did. And then, yeah.
I'm considering myself Filipino, but I don't know this one for you,
yeah.
unfortunately.
I can't remember off the top of my head if Sneaky was... Or maybe he just speaks it anyway, because of a talented individual, who knows. But I feel like, yeah. Right in saying Tagalog is the most spoken language, the most common language, right? Yeah. But obviously they have kind of regional dialects in some ways. But they have more than two, right? They have quite a few languages that they speak in the Philippines around, right? There's a few other like much smaller ones in kind of just specific areas. Kind of interesting. Philippines is, yeah, I've never been.
You've never been?
No, it's on the to-go list.
Nice place. I've been a couple of times.
Yeah. Definitely on the to-go list. I really need to kind of tick off most of the countries in and around sort of Southeast Asia, like Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia. Yeah, all of those places I've kind of never been. Thailand very soon. That's getting ticked off.
Yeah. Well, I tell you what, if EVOS can win CFS, they might get themselves a holiday in Thailand as well. They'll have the money for it, I'll say that much. $500,000 for first place prize will go a long way. Probably a couple of trips to Thailand, actually.
Yeah.
But again, AG, not going to be a tough nut to crack in a best of 5. It has been a long, long day for both EVOS and AG. They would have got here quite early, just in case the opening match was a quick one.
They would have been here earlier than us.
They would have been here earlier than us.
Yeah.
So shout
out.
We had
a 4-hour wait before.
we were there. Yeah, we had about well, I think it was even more. I think it was about 4.5 to 5 hours before we actually started doing anything. So for them, they might have been here for six plus hours waiting for this game to kick off. And then obviously this series is, running on 4 and a bit hours itself.
Yeah.
So
it's a battle of fatigue, and I think it's just it's a battle in itself. When we talk about fatigue, that you probably have to favour AG just because they're a little bit more used to it.
1-for-1 to start this round off, but ZQ really quite tagged up, and it doesn't look like EVOS want to slow things down. They're going to go straight on in through the smoke. Good trade. Great trade even from Yobib. Elvin, everybody getting involved there, and that's a big one for EVOS. They're going to be able to get closer to equalizing the scoreline. 3 and 4. And doing it on the BL side is quite impressive for EVOS here. If they can just keep going tit for tat on the BL side, get maybe even a 4-5 deficit going into the half, you'll take that on a map like Compound, which does lean a little bit GR-sided. Again, KSA 1 and 7, he's the one that if he turns on, if he steps up here, EVOS can run away with a few more.
He's generally better on this side though, again, right? He's like quite a relentless entry fragger. And I think that's kind of the issue with when you are kind of a dedicated entry, your stats can really take a hit. Sometimes they look really, really good because, the entry fights are going well, and other times you can look pretty poor despite actually still maybe doing quite a lot of positive things like getting your team space or, being traded and giving yourself room to work with and all the rest. Pillars control taken. Not really loads. Again, that EVOS gain in these kind of early rounds. EG are so happy to sit back on the sites and play these rotates. But it's not a commit to play at all. You take pillars control. You don't see much of a reaction. And then becomes a bit of a waiting game. Smoke now back to mid as they're starting to spit their way through.
A lot of that util being tossed, but no inroads being made. It's EVOS over towards the A site. They pulled the rotate. Jue is the sole defender at the moment. They have not found him. Now KSA spotted him out. That's a big entry. Again, I'll highlight, he's been quiet. But if he starts hitting these entries, then that's where EVOS can really start to come online. And it's a nice one to connect at a good time. Do low. Cobb's a fair chunk of damage for that kill onto Elvin, but importantly brings it back to 4-on-4. And EVOS have stalled up. They're scared about making a plant. They want a bit more space. Do hunted down by Zetra on the flank. KSA clears out the window. That's enough for the plant to go down. EVOS get another one. Zetra popping off. He will fall. But they've got the numbers now, and KSA is having a round of his own. This is EVOS all the way in round number 8, 4-4. They are starting to believe. The momentum is starting to flow. And they are dreaming about 2 Filipino teams in the upper bracket final.
Yeah, and as well, you know, credit to them. It's a really, really good look in kind of EVOS now off the back of their attack pause. Much better. It just looks like they've got a bit more of an oomph behind them. I mean, KSA in particular, 3 kills in that previous round, 300 damage. We were highlighting him and how integral he is to the success on the BL side, and there is a showing of it.
I have to say, you know, this map, I think I'll just sort of caveat it by saying previously we've been speaking kind of negatively about AG in some of the few maps that they lost earlier on, and we were saying, you know, they're not really looking too good, the spacing's not great, this and that, but I actually think AG is playing a pretty decent game here. It's just that EVOS
are playing good
as well.
Yeah.
You know, this is kind of the game of CrossFire that we've been like waiting for the entire map, for the entire series. You know, every single map, it's kind of felt like one or other team has not really stepped up in a way.
If we could forget about map 1 and 2 and this be a best of 3 starting from map 3 onwards, it's actually a really cool series.
It's been good. Yeah, it has. It's just taken a little while, I think, for both teams to really lock in. But now both feel really quite online.
Yeah, if anybody wants to watch this series and get a true look at both of these sides, it's actually like, you know, start from map 3, treat it like a best of 3, and this is the kind of the true outlook. Maps 1 and 2 were so ugly, so scrappy. Really doesn't shine either of these sides in like a great light. Everything else onwards, even the 10-2, right? That's like the AG that we want to see.
That was just AG looking really good.
And then you look towards kind of map 3. And even though there was a 10-7, it was a really dominant display, actually, by EVOS. It looked very, very good there. So, again, you know, it's one of those where you do get kind of the best of both. And so far, I mean, this map number 5 is delivering. Or map number 3, we're going to consider it this best of 3. Because we're 4-all heading in towards round number 9, the final of the half. And it's anyone's half to take.
Flashes in, catching Shui, and Yobib just deletes him, but the rest of the entry has to be good on the A site as well, and so far it's gone a little bit missing. AG have made a mincemeat of EVOS. If only they would have chosen to go B. There was only one defender there. But 5-4 will be the score at the end of the first half. Remember what I was saying though, Neo, if EVOS could get to 4 on that BL side, then that's really not too bad of a result at all.
Yes.
This is a very winnable map on both sides.
Yeah, you're right. I still throw it out there, though, that I do think EVOS look considerably sharper on the BL side. And the GR, now, of course, they move on towards the GR, but it's a GR-sided map. AI win prediction was actually pretty heavily favoring AG there. More so than I thought. We shall see. Early nade. Elvin and Keller both taking tags. Just to soften them up in the early part of this round. This first one's huge. I mean, if AG can even just get a 6th there, that bit of breathing room goes a long way.
Flash over the top here for AG to start clearing out A long. Not seeing much. They're going to just keep working their way forward methodically with that util. Keller. Low HP over towards pillars here, but he will get back out. 1-2-2-2, not able to capitalize on that movement. Now he goes back in. He's undecided about where he wants to be. Back out. Keller. What's the plan? Maybe this is the line that he wants to sit on. A nice tight one. Oh. Again. Not keen to hold still. And he's got a bit of a force headed in his direction, so this is where his timing is actually going to have to come into play. Hasn't seen much yet. But the opportunity about to present itself, and ZY deletes him. Keller couldn't even see him. With the B site pretty much opened up. KSA is in there to backfill, but he's going to be a sole defender at the moment. He's desperate to get some util down to try and slow AG's approach. The flash will keep them at bay for the moment, but no transition in from EVOS yet. AG really leaving this to the last possible second. Under 20 to go.
Yeah.
As they're about to hit this B bomb site. Now 2 players have gotten in for EVOS, and a transition coming through from Yobib to hold GR Spawn. This could get interesting if the first couple of kills go the way of EVOS. AG could falter. There's still one more, but easily secured in the end. And AG with 6 seconds on the clock will get that plant that is going to guarantee them the round now. Zetra,
yeah,
I think a 1v4 is beyond him.
I think you're right. I think you're right. It's great work. AG just dive in towards that B site. Nothing Zetra can do here. Potentially looking for a little bit of stats. That'd be nice. But I can't really expect all too much. So AG extend the lead. A pop shot taken. An A drop down. But he knows it's all but done. He's going to save the stats. We put ourselves into a spot again. AG breathing room for them. 2 ahead, getting closer and closer. AG looking good. It's EVOS side. Big moment post round as well for them to once again talk, but time is running out for them in this series.
I'm still not prepared to count EVOS out. You know, I think they've done enough in this series that they deserve to be given the benefit of the doubt. But a 2-round lead is a scary prospect. AG, if they can continue to build upon that, then that pressure really will mount for EVOS, and they may crumble under that. A bit more of an inexperienced team, and Shui is going to try and get aggressive. Zetra missing a shot, but KSA spamming back. He's going to be able to catch up and bring it back to a 4-on-4, so not an untenable round here for EVOS. They're trying to scramble to hold on to this GR position. I mean, the C4's kind of isolated here as well. ZQ trying to help out, but ZY has fallen down, and that's the C4 in the possession of EVOS. 1-2-2-2, though, doubles down onto KSA and Keller. And the AG fellas will grab their most prized possession back. And where do they decide to go with it? Here's the next question. Yobib toward A. Elvin there to try to back him up. If the call is to go B here for AG, that could be a round-winning call.
Let's see. A minute to decide. And yeah, as you predicted, they're going back towards B, and they realize no one's here. Red carpet rolled out for a free site. C4 to be planted. Flash in case anybody's close, but there is no one near. Tough retake, especially with Yobib, half HP as well. And to make matters worse, they're also isolated, coming in from 2 separate angles.
Well, that can be a benefit as well if they both win their duel.
Yeah, you are right. Let's see. I mean, the ZQ angle is always one of the hardest to clear. You've got to be so precise. Do spotted him out, and Do peeks in, finds one, takes a tag, but this one's all but done. C40 halfway ticked, and it's closed nicely. AG now in a pretty good spot. You're 3 rounds ahead. You're 3 rounds away.
Yep.
And EVOS are running out of opportunities. They are running out of time to make a difference in this map.
AG starting to feel that indomitable force that we give such respect to. And it's building and getting stronger as we watch these rounds go by. Do opens it. KSA is able to slow down the proceedings, though. So, still a little bit of leeway in here for EVOS if they can grab around here or there. It's not over yet, but it is getting there. And AG, it seems like, will live up to their reputation once again. Definitely had us doubting.
It's true.
Could there be another twist in this Storybook. We've got a few chapters yet to write, maybe. You like a twist? The end of a book? Do you even read?
Do I read? Yeah, I've actually been reading this year.
Yeah?
Been reading a series based on, well, a TV show is based off the series. I got into the TV show quite a lot. It's on Apple TV. I recommend it. It's called Slow Horses. Really, really good show. And I got tired of waiting for the new season, so I started reading the books, and they're even better than the show.
There you go.
So I've been really into it. I've actually got one here with me in China. I've been reading through it.
They got a
London Rules, it's called.
A late book twist. A late story twist.
Yeah, they are pretty twisty. It's sort of like a bit of a crime thriller type vibe.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah, I like it. I definitely recommend for those who are into a bit of a it's like MI6, you know, Secret Service type vibes.
I like to see another twist in this series still too. I like to see, let's say, 3 quick rounds here for EVOS.
That would be wild, actually.
That's what we want.
Such a momentum shifter, I think, is kind of the big thing.
Look at this push from Keller, by the way. This is huge.
So much info.
Yeah, and a potential kill as well if he gets
2.
his timing right. Maybe a couple.
Oh, no.
It's a nervy spray.
Oh, no. And now they can actually kind of ignore Keller a little bit and just fly in towards the site.
Yep.
Oh, that is rough. He's actually, as well, the worst thing, because he's pushed so far forward and he's missed an opportunity, he's also just so out of position on this retake. Numbers favor. AG. Dwayne. Knows the one close. Keller will firmly get his kill. Elvin going to get one of his own as well, but he's known quantity. He can keep heads tucked here. They're trying to dive around the corner. They will. Do gets one, and he is able to reposition well.
Got to tap
All
the
he
defuse,
has to
surely.
do is just play the time here as well. Do this as well. Just play the time. Play the clock. He's going to win it with a fight regardless. It doesn't matter. Time doesn't make a damn difference. It's AG who now have doubled the rounds of EVOS. 8-4.
Yeah, just a little bit cleaner from EVOS and they would have had that. Elvin, he peaks when KSA's not ready. You know, KSA's still recovering from the kill he's just got. He's not in position to trade that frag. If the peaks come together, EVOS wins that round, but they just don't convert that round as cleanly as they need to against a team like AG. Doo's going to be able to get it done. 14-6 he is, but Zetra having a bit of a day himself. 13-9 as he opens this round. EVOS are not done yet. About 8-4. It's a scoreline that looks very tough to come back from. And you can tell that sort of in these really high pressure moments when push comes to shove, when the chips are down, AG are the team that are a little bit more collected.
Yeah.
Which they certainly were not in those opening maps.
Oh, for sure.
But here, right at the 11th hour, EVOS are not quite putting it together.
Oh, wow. Minute 15. Elvin was just dipping his head up. He should get hard cleared here, but he's going to get a kill. He looks for a second, but he's running low on ammo, and he found that corner trade. We'll get the trade. Numbers favorable for EVOS here, and so is the situation, because AG are tentative to move forward in towards the site. 3 versus 4. 50 seconds on the clock. Yo, baby's playing in the open behind that smoke. I don't love it. If he's to fall, it will give an opportunity back over. Do making a move as he'll post up towards window. KSA got to be careful here. He might even check this, but will it work in his favor? Oh my god, there's fights happening on multiple fronts. This one by Do is really important. If Do can get one here, it's massive, and he does. Uh-oh. Do knows as well. But another one deep in towards the service themselves. Down goes Yobib. This round's completely flipped. It's actually all in the back foot for EVOS here.
KSA.
They know about him though. Do's already spotted him. And Zeke's just going to fall. This round's done. They know where he is. Do spotted him earlier, and Do will drop him. What a round by AG. That is the definition of a near perfect mid to late round. That couldn't have got any better. Do gets the information, gets the kill, seals it with the last. That is next to perfect. ZQ has called that excellently.
Yeah, I was hoping maybe that KSA could be the hero again for EVOS, but it looks like this might be the final nail in the coffin for EVOS as they appear to be on the precipice of getting knocked down into the lower bracket. We spoke about the dream for the Philippines of having 2 teams in the upper bracket final. But the tall order of AG is going to make that just a dream. It will not be a reality. Unless EVOS can pull off something unthinkable here. 5 rounds in a row. I mean, it does set us up with quite a tantalizing prospect of AG versus Stallions. And look, EVOS might not have been able to get it done, but I think Stallions can.
That's like a 3-1 for me. In terms of current form right now, 3-1 Stallions feels like the kind of prediction. I mean, let's see this series off first. I mean, there might still be a little life left in it. ZQ tagged through the box, but it's ZY to open things up. Down goes Keller. Has got a call from the grave. As Yobib lets a couple pass. They actually might be going for a split back towards the B site, in all fairness. But KSA going to get one of his own. ZY's here. He's not exactly healthy. C4 dropped, and Elvin and KSA are combining well. Hang on. I don't think we're done just yet. There might be a couple of pages left to read in this one. ZQ traded out quickly. They're not dead just yet, EVOS, and they're not going down without a fight.
Yeah, but is it too little too late? You know, if that round comes through 2 or 3 rounds ago, EVOS are still in the contest. It's not quite 9 for AG. But as you've said it already in the past in this series, all this really takes is AG kind of falling over the line.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? And this would be falling over the line for the final time in the series. It would be enough to finish it off.
They can trip, stumble, and roll over, but it doesn't matter how they get there, just as long as they do. And for AG, they've just got so many opportunities as well in which to do so.
Yep.
I'm right in saying they've also still got the attack pause, right?
I
Only
believe so.
EVOS used theirs. We did have our reservations as well about this new compound for EVOS, saying, right, this map is, you know, how deep's the map pool? You float it all the time, which isn't proof in the pudding. There's confidence there. And I think now in hindsight, especially if this is to be closed out in the next few rounds, it does a test to our kind of thought process. It's not actually a super well-versed map for them.
Once again, AG are happy to let that timer tick down. Let EVOS stew in the pressure that they have built up. 4-round lead. 4 rounds required for EVOS to push this one through to OT for another chance back at Stallions, their regional counterpart. Still feels an elusive dream, but EVOS are clinging on to that hope. A long take for AG will go off without a hitch. There's no one here to defend it. C4 still in mid though, so I don't know that AG are going to quite commit to the A site. Man, this will be another sub-30-second round where AG are demanding perfection from their entry onto the site, and the question is still which side?
Yeah, that is very, very true. They've worked so far and they've gone for it. A lot of Utah being dropped out here. McKellar first 2-4, that's not good. Zeetra's got to hit something here, and it's all falling apart. They're dropping like dominoes. Dude getting in. Yobib going to get 2 of his own, but he's running out on ammo. He's going to more than anything flash around the corner. He's going to catch EQ. It might still be enough. Has he given life for Elvin? Yes, he has. He misses the shot as well. Dude is panicking up here. No! Elvin keeps them alive. I cannot believe it. They refuse to die.
Yobib has to be the one to be the hero in that round. Of course, Elvin with the 2v1 clutch, but Yobib's the one that made that all possible. He gets the double kill, drops the flash, finds a third as well. Delays so much that it allows Elvin to get into position. And that seemed like a doomed round. It was doomed to fail for EVOS, but a miracle worker or two save the day. And once again, EVOS will survive. 9-6, that gap closes. It was 5 to begin with. Now it's 3. Still feels out of reach.
Yeah. I mean, plenty of times I've spoken about it throughout this series for AG. I don't love it when they leave things that late because they're not doing anything beforehand to even kind of shore up the round. And that was another one, right? You know, you're demanding perfection. And granted, they do actually get perfection in terms of the entries. It's actually just a bit backside, which they don't really account for. But if they had a little bit more time, they could have cleared that a little bit more diligently. So, still left in EVOS. 9-6, 3 behind. Another slower take by AG as they're trying to decipher really what the setup looks like for this defense. ZY is the only one taking any damage here. And again, no real decisions being made. They're just waiting out the smokes.
Same approach for AG. The EVOS are still hanging in there. Can they do it one more time? Yobib behind the smoke, can't see them pushing their way through mid, but he's got an inkling. Flash is going to go over the top. It's too late to keep KSA alive. Now eyes turn to Zetra as he has to lock in his GR angle. Melvin solo holding over towards B, but Zetra's going to have to be the one to make it happen. How does he get 2? I don't know, just clutching up in an important moment. It's down to 2 remaining. Keller will win his duel. That might be a round winner as Elvin will finish it off. It's another round for EVOS, and the gap is now 2. And I didn't say it felt doable before, but now it's starting.
There is something brewing. You can kind of just feel this tension in the air here. Timeout taken. A breath needed by AG as pressure starts to mount on the shoulders, and EVOS are getting fired up. You gotta feel that worry here when EVOS get fired up. We know how momentum heavy they are. Don't get me wrong, there's peaks and troughs to be momentum heavy. We've seen the lows, right, when they can't change anything, then these ruts of form, but the highs are what we're seeing now, where it just feels like nothing can go wrong.
Well, we wanted a good series finish, you know. We said coming into this map, please give us another 10-8, another 10-7. We're going to get, at worst, a 10-7.
Yeah.
At best, an OT. The way that EVOS are going about it, they are clutch enough to make it happen in the rounds. Is that a metaphor for the entire series? Are they clutch enough to come back from behind here? They've done enough to force AG to call that tack timeout. AG obviously getting a little bit hot under the collar. I don't even know what you say at this point. I think it's just...
I don't either.
Keep it up.
I think it's honestly, you know, if you're EVOS, I think you're saying, right, this is it. Like, you know, we're actually getting a bit of a read now. We're getting a bit of an understanding. We don't need to change the thing. I think if you're AG, honestly, more than anything, I think you're kind of relaying over, like, calm down.
Yeah.
Like, chill out. I think the pressure's getting to them a little bit.
Or maybe speed it up a little bit.
But yeah, you know, don't get me wrong. I still think the pace of the rounds are different, but it just feels like they're putting a lot of pressure on themselves.
Into another one. Is that going to be enough of a momentum breaker that AG will finally find their final round, or can EVOS continue to hold strong? And will AG change up the pace? I think that, for me, is the biggest question off of that timeout.
Yeah, it's true, actually.
That really has been to their detriment.
2 back-to-back rounds where they're just too slow.
3, I'd argue.
Yeah, you know, yeah, you're pretty valid.
This round, smoke goes in early from AG. And it looks like they're going to explore a little bit quicker in through mid as well. So this will be a spanner in the works for EVOS, but surely they'd have to be prepared for a pace change after attack timeout. KSA is going to go through into GR spawn and lose his life. Keller sets up around the corner. Zetra has got ZY, and Keller, he's just peeked straight. He's just peeked him completely blind and picked it up. C4 was dropped, and EVOS will be aware of that. So many layers in this round, though, as AG have members in behind, and Yobib's got quite the job to do to just try and hold on to as much space as he can. He's jumped his way up into the window. 1-2-2-2 gets timed. Yobib pulls off another clean one. Everything going the way of EVOS. It's almost destiny for them to make it through to the OT. It feels like God is guiding their hand in some of these rounds.
Yobib has been an absolute rock towards B. He just could do no wrong right now. And it's all on the shoulders of the big man, ZQ. Statistically, just a god for this side throughout the latter part of this year, and of course in towards this tournament, but needs a heroic moment. You can't find Yobib either is the big thing. C4 will be planted. Not even really an open plant either, but it's going to keep hot on his toes. It's the right way to play this. In a 1 versus 3 with a C4 down, you've got to stay moving around.
Why?
There's the first.
Why?
Yobib dives out for no reason. Nothing seems to make sense there, but at least Elvin and Zetra will play together. They've got to clear as a pack. Play for the trade as he looks for fight. There's the first. He goes for the pistol for the second. He's just buying time here as well as ZQ will nail it. A 1 versus 3 to close, and they shut the door on EVOS. That is All Gamers.
And with a crazy clutch from ZQ at the very end, 1v3, All Gamers will take the victory 10-7 here on the final map, New Compound against EVOS Arc. Definitely the team we expected to win, but maybe not in the manner in which we expected by the end of it all. EVOS Arc did do a fantastic job of putting up a great fight up against All Gamers, but the favorites win just barely at the end. I don't even know if we had any 3-2 All Gamers predictions. I think it was all 3-0, 3-1.
Yeah.
And the Philippines guys went 3-2 EVOS.
Yeah. Definitely, it was close. You know, even had a last-second potential comeback, but pretty rough.
What could have been? Do obviously takes the MVP here, 1.7 KD. You know, solid enough. No real complaints there. But man, do we have to talk about that last round? I cannot believe they do all that work. They get it into the 3v1, and then Yobib just sends it.
Yeah.
1v1 against ZQ before his teammates are there ready for the retake, and that puts them into the 2v1. And look, obviously, you know, you probably should still close out a 2v1, but a 3v1 is much higher odds, and he's just thrown that lead away. He's done such good work throughout the rest of that half that you really want to sing the praises of Yobib and EVOS, but it just leaves such a bad taste in my mouth to see the series end in that capacity. And I think it comes back to the conversation that we've really been having throughout the entire series for both of these teams, that the fundamentals were, by and large, pretty poor.
Yes.
There was a couple of maps where they really felt like they kind of started to get it rolling, especially towards the back end. It was definitely a lot better. But in those moments, especially when you're making a comeback like that happen, that is not a mistake that Yobib can afford to be making.
I just loved kind of to ask why, and I think, you know, I get this kind of a few times, because as much as, you know, we definitely have to kind of like hone in on Yobib there, it's actually a mistake that literally, I swear, every single teammate, All Gamers did it. The first two maps, they did it about 7 times. And it's like, you have to ask the question of like, why? Like, obviously it's kind of like a part of the game, but sometimes it just feels that you need somebody, again, you look towards kind of like an IGL there to be like, stop, pause, freeze,
Slow down.
Like, just, you need a bit more of like a kind of a commanding voice. I think you kind of get that in all fairness with All Gamers with ZQ, but obviously in that situation, he's the one in the 1 versus 3. But yeah, for Yobib, you know, as much as yes, they still should have closed out the 1 versus 2, it just is so unnecessary. I think partly as well, it's kind of like, I feel like players get into this mindset like, I want to be the hero, I want to be the one that gets that kill of the line to confirm the round. But like, again, this is like the wrong way to approach it. The team and the score should come first before everything, and it has choked it out. I mean, credit due to All Gamers, a fantastic close at the end. It should have been closed out earlier, but all that matters is it's a great kind of series from them, and technically a kind of reverse sweep coming through. They were in the deficit in the whole 2-1 down and done a good job to close that out 3-2. So fair play to them. It's still unconvincing from All Gamers in terms of the narrative around them. We're talking about them being, you know, the favourites coming towards the tournament. Basically, nearly everybody's predicted them as being the champions, and they're not playing like champions. They're not playing anything like what we saw at EWC, but you see the flashes there, right? For Do, I think that's a fantastic series as a whole, right? 1.7 on that map, but his average rating across the series is going to be over 1.5. Nearly every map, he is actually really, really solid, so credit to him. Granted, we always look towards Do, and it's like, if it's not a 2 rating, it's kind of like we know we can do more, but like, he's doing his job. ZQ is calling a good game and playing a good game, and then it's just like, who's the other one of the rifling core that has the moment? Jue had one good map. We see at times even ZY had that one good map in the penultimate, right? So we just need somebody else step up alongside. I think the main taken away from that series is that EVOS have earned AG and our respect. I didn't have the respect for them really off the bat. I thought it was a very easy run that they've had up until this point. I thought it was nothing really to take any stock in. A VP side was to drop a map 2, which they never should do. A very underwhelming and weak Rock side, and a Gaming Gladiator side that they should be every day of the week, right? That is respect earned from AG and from us.
100%, and AG is a team that they may potentially have to face later on in this bracket, so it's a pretty nice result to kind of put on the table and say, hey, this is what we could do to you, and on a better day, we could actually beat you. So I agree that's really the big takeaway for this one. I mean, we can talk back and forth about how AG were a little bit poor at moments in this series and still don't really look like that championship squad that we've seen from them in the past. Although, again, we saw some more flashes of that, especially towards the back end. The Eagle Eyes and the new compounds actually looked a lot better for AG. And you can really reiterate that, and I think that's definitely a valid talking point when we are watching the AG matches. But that doesn't take away from the fact that EVOS have very nearly done something that would have been completely unprecedented in the history of CrossFire Stars. We are talking not at a single point in time has the Filipino team ever been guaranteed a top 2 spot in a CFS event, and that was essentially sort of 3 or 4 rounds away there from happening. And look, there's still a world, obviously, where Stallions can make that happen if they can get the win over AG deeper on in this bracket, in the upper bracket final. They'll be that team that will go through to that grand final, and that will be the first team that a Philippines team would make top 2. And obviously, EVOS are still not out of this competition just yet either, having been knocked down to that lower bracket. But I think we do have to sort of give some credit to EVOS for really pushing AG in that matchup and making it an exciting day. Listen, it's 1:45 right now, local time. It's almost 1 a.m. Here in China. And look, we've been watching CrossFire all day long. We started the broadcast at 2:45 p.m. in the afternoon. So it's, you know, 10 hours long broadcast. And these 2 matches have definitely delivered. Like, I feel more alive today at 1 a.m. in the morning than I have in any of the other days that we've watched so far. Because the game was good, because the game gave us something to really sink our teeth into. There's your stats, by the way, for Du as the match MVP. I don't know how he always pulls it off, because I think those first 2 maps for Du, I thought he was uncharacteristically missing, but he definitely came online, especially towards the back end of the series, and ends up with a pretty respectable 1.25 KD. But look, AG definitely still need to go another level.
Well, guys, we have the highlights right now. Let's hop to those and the stage.
Hi everyone, welcome to the post-match interview. I'm host Nini in the second BO5 match. Congratulations to AG securing the victory. And Duo is the MVP. Say hi to Cfesports. Hi, I'm Duo from AG. First of all, congratulations on securing the victory. So this match makes our fans so nervous. Do you expect you would win this match with 3-2? Before the match, we didn't expect this manner difference. Let's review first. On the first map, starting from 8-5 on Ankara, you continuously drop rounds. We can hear from voice comms that you have different opinions. Can you tell us what happened? In clutches, we have many thoughts, and we don't have a common view. And let our opponents chasing after us is a major problem, and it needs to come up with a solution. On the second map, your mood was different. You started to play with a battle face and not as relaxed before. Did the pressure start to build up? Yes, it is. I didn't expect we would lose on one map, and we noticed they have good mindset, and they've been targeting at our playstyle. So we try to stay more allergic. So it seems like the match was favoring you, but the match was actually very tense. On port, you act as global risk, but you only had 3 points. And we saw Yobe with jumping aside, where their actions targeting him, not really target him, because on the match, they played very differently from us, and they were spreading around, so we have many blind spots, and they were taking advantage of this. So the first half, we didn't have many rounds won. So on the second half, you have brilliant performance. So in the final seconds, you planned the bomb at the last second. Can you review? Yes, I have very little time. So my teammates told me to plant the bomb and kill the opponent. And there were only 4 seconds rounds. I can only try to plant the bomb then. And I jumped in the pit. And 也是拿下了那个残局但是在对面的大比分来到了2-1的时候，
when the
压力又
opposing
上来了。
team took the
对，
series
当时是
leading
什么样的
2-1,
心态和态度？
what was your team's
心
attitude?
态就是打好我们自己的吧，然后
We
就放平
just
心态，
try
不要有包袱。
to stay
我们
calm
之所以
and
今
play
天
our
输
own
这么多，
game.
全是因为我们个人状态不好吧，然后
I think
二是有太
today
多包袱
we
了吧，
didn't
所以
play
说
very
后
well
面就
because
放下
we
包袱，我们
didn't have good
相信队友
mindset.
一分
We
分追吧。
Later, we
今
just
天
try
的这场比
to
赛啊
trust
真的
each
是
other.
有太多的失误
So in
了。
this
虽然
match,
最终是
you
获得
have
了胜利，但是整个
many
过程其实
mistakes.
并不
Although
顺
you
利。
eventually
能不
won,
能
it's
总结
not
一
a
下？
smooth victory. Can you summarize?
因为我觉得怎么说呢，我们很久没有打线
I
下了
think
嘛，
we haven't
然
played
后
offline
二
match
是
for a
我
long
们一直以来的
time.
慢
And
热的问题，
second,
然后
we
也是
entered the game
怎么
with
说呢，不能
a
太
very
顺吧，
slow
还是要
mood.
有一
It's not
些
very
问题所
smooth.
发现，早发现
And
早
we
能解决
try
吧。
to spot
但是从今
the
天的比赛当中，
problems
依旧还是能
quickly.
看到啊 ，AG 是
But
一
we
支
can
韧
see
性非
that
常强的队伍，
AG is a
抗压
very
能力也非常
resilient
强。那么
team.
这一场比赛结束之后，下
So
一场我们
after
将要
this
对阵到
match,
的
your
是
next
Team
match will be
Stallions 了，也
against
是
Team
目前为止我们
Stallions.
认为非常
And
强
it
劲
is
的
a
对手。
very
再
strong
赢下下一
opponent.
场，其实就能够直接进入到总
So
决赛了。
if you win the
会有
next
担忧
match,
吗？
will be enter the
肯定会有担
final.
忧的，
Will
因为
you
今年他
worry
们
about
特别
this?
厉害嘛，
Yes,
如果他
because
们
they
没
are
有
very
特
strong
别硬的实力的
opponents.
话，也不可能走到这一步。所以说
And
他们的
we
实力
reckon
肯定
that.
是
So
很够的，我
they
们也
have
是要
good
好好备
strength.
战，然后去做
We
一些
need to
针对
be
的，
well
打好我们
prepared
自己
for
做自
this
己。
and
那
play
最
our
后
own
给自己的
game.
队友们加加油，鼓鼓励
Now
吧。
let's cheer up your
队友
teammates.
们就我们5个就齐心协力就干
Yeah,
就完了。
let's just work
好，也
hard.
是期待你们在之后的赛程当
We
中会有更
expect
好的表
your
现，
good
尽快调整状
performance
态。
in the
这边也
next
感谢
match.
DO 接受到采访，再次恭喜
Thank you for your
AG 拿到了
time.
本场比赛的胜利。
Congratulations
再让我
again.
把更多的时间交回给
Now
你们
let's come back to the caster desk.
Thank you so much, Dini and Du, once again, and our awesome translator for breaking that all down. Great to hear from him as he just collects the match MVPs and he gets another one here. No doubt he will be a big factor to their entire run, regardless of how far it does go. Again, he does start off a little bit slow, but once he really gets going, he's just so reliable. I mean, it's very consistent towards the end of series. Would be nice if he was consistent the entire time, but consistent enough and good enough to become the match MVP amongst a squad of great players.
I think it's also one of those things. I feel like he's kind of one of those players that feels like he might level up with kind of the pressure and the crowd around him. So I do wonder, you know, when we move forward in towards that arena, how much more of an impact we see out from him, right? Do we really get him at kind of 110%?
It's a good question, and I believe that Stallions AG match will be in the arena, so all we have to wrap up here in the group stage is EVOS Arc versus Alcatzia down in the lower bracket, and Evolution Power and X-Rock. So one of the Chinese teams will be getting eliminated. There's a good chance that we might see a Brazilian team eliminated as well, because I think EVOS Arc definitely looking a little bit more comfortable to me
current form,
than
keep saying
Alcatzia. I don't know that we've seen the best of Alcatzia throughout this playoff so far, but they're going to have to bring it tomorrow.
Yeah, the only big issue is that they just played until 1 a.m. And now,
Ooh,
because they lost, they got to go home, sleep, wake up, and immediately come here and play the first match up against Alcatzia. So that's going to happen. Alcatzia was just waiting because they lost earlier in the tournament, I guess.
Yes, they
And so a little advantage to them. Although, who knows, maybe EVOS Arc will take it as, okay, we're warmed up now, take a little rest, come back, play more CrossFire. And then, of course, we're going to be losing one of our Chinese teams in this entire Grand Finals. I did not expect it to happen this early.
A cool game, though, in a sense, because obviously there just is data from kind of the domestic leagues, right, which is kind of pretty sick. And generally speaking, X-Rock have always kind of been on the back foot, especially comparatively to EP. So I wonder whether in the pressure, the big stage, can they step up?
And it's going to be a big day tomorrow with 2 more teams eliminated here at the CFS Grand Finals. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.